Chapter 181 arrived in time. Siapura dodged when she saw Yushiwen. Before the mutant spider's sticky liquid got on her body, she rushed to Yushiwen's side. The mutant spider's spider web had been launched, and was isolated by the protective shield on her body. A layer of mucus mixed with spider web slid down from the protective shield, sticky and white, bigger than snot. She hugged Yushiwen's waist with one hand, and covered her pierced abdomen with the other hand. He lowered his head to check her injuries, picked her up, and walked towards the RV. Only the area around the RV was her absolute territory. He talked to her while walking, helplessly saying, "You are so fierce. You really fight it head-on? As powerful as Yushiwen." Her lips were pale now. She didn't faint, but she couldn't say a word, just staring at her blankly with confused eyes. With a small body and great strength, Yushiwen was carried to the RV by Princess Siapura under the attention of everyone. Everyone was still fighting hard, but after just one look, they looked away, and continued to deal with the big guy in front of them. Yushiwen put all her heart and soul on her. Could it be that she was so seriously injured that she couldn't tell reality from illusion? Otherwise, why would Siapura be here? Siapura carried her to the side of the RV, moved a sofa that could wrap Yushiwen from the space, and gently put her on the soft sofa. She herself was lying on a sofa that was a bit too big, so it was just right for Yushiwen to lie on it. The mind condensed an air barrier, blocking Yushiwen's pierced abdomen. Blocking the wound can only prevent her from losing too much blood. Siapura carefully checked her abdominal injury and frowned. She doesn't know how to treat it. No, she can't, but there are people who can. From the outside, the scale of this base is not small. There must be healing abilities. Thinking of this, she stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her. Are you still in a daze? Just be thankful that it's the end of the world now. There are still people with healing abilities, otherwise going to the hospital for stitches, and mends will be a pain in the ass. Feeling that she had talked too much, she couldn't help but nag, and quickly got back to the point. Where is the healing power of the base? I go find it. After listening to her mumbling for a few sentences, Yushiwen felt that it was real. The hot air blowing in her ears, and the warmth of the body contact, didn't seem fake. It's really you. Why are you here? I'm here to save the beauty. She didn't want to explain so much now. She just answered casually and asked, where is the healing power of the base? Yushiwen pointed out the place where she was just now. Siapura stood up immediately, but her hand was held, and she didn't know where Yushiwen got the strength to raise her hand. She turned her head and looked at her in confusion. Yushiwen's lips were pale, and she was less fierce than usual after being injured, which made people feel more distressed. Be careful. Yes. Siapura responded with a soothing look, took out a blanket from the space, and covered her, and resolutely walked towards the direction of her finger. Although she still didn't know where that place was. It was difficult to see her talking. It was enough to have a direction. They walked in the direction she pointed out, which was the direction they had just come from. She raised her hand to summon the wood power, and tied up the mutant spiders as a killing move. The vines she summoned were thick and long, and they easily killed all the spiders that had just been fighting nearby. The speed was so fast that everyone didn't react. When they came to their senses, and felt that the injuries they had suffered from the battle were still aching, they realized that it was real. The natives of Lund Base didn't know Siapura, and they looked at her with shock and disbelief. It took several of them working together to kill a few mutant spiders, but this young girl in front of them killed the mutant spiders that they couldn't handle with just one move? It was more than shocking. It was simply unbelievable. If they heard such deeds from others, they would only find it unbelievable, disdainful and unbelieving. But now they are facing this miracle, witnessing a person with such powerful superpowers, and being rescued. How can they not be excited? Siapura was used to other people's looks, and didn't care. She randomly pulled over a person wearing the uniform of the base and asked, "Shopkeeper?" One of them should have come to the base with Yushiwen, and he actually knew her. She glanced at him. He was not injured, and could show the way. He happened to be the one. Lead the way. I'm looking for a healing psychic. Ji-bin was in the same team with Yushiwen. He had been in the team the longest, and had also been with Yushiwen the longest. It was just that he was silent all the time, which made Siapura have no impression of him. In fact, as long as Yushiwen did not meet Siapura alone, he was with the big team. He also saw that Yushiwen was seriously injured. They were held back by too many mutant beasts, and it was too late to send support. Ji-bin knew the priorities, and without saying a word, he walked in front to lead the way. The precious superpowers without combat effectiveness, and some key protection personnel took shelter in the most solid room arranged by the base. As personnel protecting the base, they were ordered to protect the people in the room to the death. It's not surprising to know the location. Wait. Siapuro suddenly spoke up, pausing. She said to the person she had just rescued, "You can move the injured to the vicinity of the RV. Let's go." Jibin nodded, walking in front to lead the way. The magical thing is that no mutant spiders came to trouble them along the way. He guessed that it was the owner's fault, and the owner's magical level in his heart reached a new level. He thought selfishly, the owner is here, Yushiwen must be saved. If the young lady dies after going out, even if he returns alive, he still doesn't know how to explain to the base commander. There were no mutant beasts to harass them. The two of them walked at a fast pace. Jibin trotted again, and soon arrived at the room. From the appearance, you can see how solid it is. If there are food and water reserves in this kind of house, you should be able to survive until the end of the world. Siapuro put away her random thoughts, and watched Jibin go to the door to talk. There is a password lock at the door, which is different from the common password locks. It should be high-tech and require authorization or something. Obviously Jibin didn't have the authority, and the people inside needed to come out on their own initiative. He could only use the voice transmission function to talk to the people inside. "I am Jibin beside Yushiwen. Team U is seriously injured and needs a healing psychic." The voice came in clearly, but it was as quiet as a chicken inside, and there was no sound at all. Chapter 182 Selfish People. Yushiwen grandmother Fuyuju was running around in a panic. The old lady refused to go out at first, and Yushiwen failed to coax her away like she did her aunt. One was injured? Jibin pursed his lips. The abdomen was pierced by a mutant spider. Fuyuju saw that they didn't say a word and stayed there, and was anxious. "Go alone." Someone said, "It's dangerous outside. The base commander told us not to go out. The people inside are all incompetent, or their combat power is not much different from that of ordinary people. It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. They are all very clear about the degree of danger outside, but they can stay in this room peacefully and wait for others to protect them with their lives. Except for the wife of the base commander. Everyone inside has their own uses. They are not relying on power, but they are lucky to have awakened precious superpowers." Siapuro curled her lips. "A little impatient?" Jibin urged. "The owner of Great BNB is here. Someone come out to save people." He didn't dare to guarantee that the shop owner would protect them, so he didn't say it was safe. There was still no movement inside. Only Fuyuju's voice, urging them. He was restless outside, patiently saying many words in a nice way. But the people inside were still unmoved. Seeing that they were still unmoved, Yushiwen was still waiting, and he got impatient and threatened. "Captain Yu is the only daughter of the commander of our Lion base, and the niece of the commander of Lun base. I don't need to say more about her identity. Right? If she dies from her serious injuries, what is the value of your existence as healing psychics? Why does the base support you?" He followed Yushiwen, and he was definitely not the kind of person who used his power to oppress others. At this moment, for Yushiwen, he could only be the person he hated the most. He looked arrogant on the surface, but in fact, he smiled bitterly in his heart. It turned out that the change of environment would really make him unable to control himself, and make him become the person he hated the most, and looked down upon the most. There was a lot of noise inside, and the voice sounded a little vague, and he couldn't hear clearly what the people inside were saying, but he could vaguely hear that they were arguing inside. Someone inside should want to get out, but some people are blocking them. The argument is ridiculous. The selfish party is saying that once the door is opened, if a mutant spider invades nearby, everyone inside will be doomed. So they don't go out to save people, and they also block others from going out. It's obvious that they want to drag everyone down with them. They don't take Jibin's threat seriously, because they rely on their precious superpowers. Siapuro approached the position where the voice was transmitted. "I don't have much patience. If you don't come out within a minute, I don't mind destroying this room." With her invincible strength, she can definitely do it. Don't listen to her, the boss of some shabby place. You come to our base to show off. That's right, our room is not that easy to break into. Even the mutant beasts can't get in, and she still wants to get in? Fuyuju was full of momentum. The old man yelled very loudly, and it was clearly heard outside. "Do you still have a conscience? Our base supports you, gives you preferential treatment, and now the base commander's niece is in trouble. You still have this attitude?" She didn't have a good time in there either. The old lady was in there because of her status, and everyone only showed her superficial respect. Maybe everyone subconsciously felt that Lun base was going to be ruined, and they didn't know if the base commander was still alive. The selfish people no longer pretended, and the old lady started to quarrel directly. There was a shoving and pushing inside, and the door was opened, and Siepuro saw that the room was full of people. Fuyuju couldn't hide his anxiety on his old face, and he brought out a healing psychic who volunteered to treat Yushiwen. You are the owner, right? I am Yushiwen grandmother. I heard Wen mention you. This is a healing psychic. You guys go quickly. Siepuro glared at the people in the house impatiently. Take grandma with you, follow me. Since she is Yushiwen relative, it is better to take her to the RV than to stay in this safe house. A few more healing psychics stood up. Can we go together? Siepuro nodded, pulling the healing psychic next to her and walking in front. Don't underestimate the small number of people. These few people are all the healing psychics recruited by Lun base. She controlled her speed very well, so that the people behind her could catch up with her and get close to her, and her speed back would not be too slow. Along the way, everyone was surprised to find that the mutant spiders did not attack them, and ignored them as if they did not see them. The protective shield on her body can only protect herself from being invincible, but it cannot prevent the people around her from being sensed by the mutant beasts. This privilege did not exist before, and Siepuro knew it in her heart. It must be something the system did. They hurried back to the RV, and saw that Yushiwen had not fainted and was still looking at them, and they were relieved. Wen! Fuyuju shouted, and rushed over to check Yushiwen's injuries. Grandma, I'm fine. Yushiwen tried her best to speak in just a few words. Let the healing system take a look first. The treatment is important, Siepuro said, and the old man wiped away tears, walked aside and watched, making room for the healing system. She pulled away the blanket covering Yushiwen, revealing her wound. I just stopped her bleeding, so she shouldn't lose too much blood. I removed the barrier in a moment, and you guys should treat her right away. In the end times, if she loses too much blood, she can't get a blood transfusion without the necessary conditions. Needless to say, she knows that the hospital at the base definitely doesn't have the conditions to treat her now, so she can only deal with it this way for now. The healing psychics who followed her took a step forward and formed a circle around Yushiwen. Yushiwen glanced at Siepuro, closed her tired eyes at ease, and waited for treatment. Siepuro always felt sorry for girls. Seeing Yushiwen, who was usually full of energy, lying weakly, she felt uncomfortable. She worriedly told him again, I will count down in a while. When the time is up, I will open the barrier. Hold on tight, and don't let the blood flow out. Okay. The few people didn't know what the barrier was. They just knew that they had to wait and do it after the countdown was over. Siepuro did the preparation work first. She took out a pair of scissors and cut a big hole in Yushiwen's clothes near the wound to prevent the flesh from sticking to the clothes during the healing process. The countdown began 3, 2, 1. The moment she untied the barrier, blood flowed out of Yushiwen's body, and the blood that had dried on her clothes for a while was wet again. Fuyuju covered her mouth, not wanting to shout and disturb the healing psychic. Seeing her precious granddaughter suffer, she felt distressed. The healing psychic caught up quickly, and several people worked together to output their psychic powers. The wound on Yushiwen's stomach was healing visibly. Chapter 183, Cleaning Up the Mutant Beasts. Only a little blood flowed out, and as the wound healed, it stopped bleeding. Most healing abilities only treat the symptoms, and not the root cause, and only heal the skin injuries on the body. What medical treatment cannot replace healing abilities is that the viruses carried by mutants to a greater or lesser extent can only be eliminated by healing abilities. With the combined efforts of several people, Yushiwen's superficial wounds have healed, and a few minutes pass before they finish the treatment. It should be healed. The first healing psychic who stood up spoke with courage. Siepuro's face was really too ugly now. She looked cold and imposing. Wen! Fuyuju rushed over and checked her wounds again with concern. She was relieved after making sure that all the healing psychics had cured her. Grandma, I'm fine. Yushiwen rubbed her grandmother's silver and black hair, which was soft, and gave her a lot of security. The pain in her body disappeared, but she felt that she had no strength, and she was obviously a little haggard. Generally, people need to rest after a serious injury. It is said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. The need to stay in bed is actually to replenish the lost vitality. After calming down the grandmother, Her pale face showed some joy. She looked like a patient and forced herself to be energetic. Grape, why do you seem unhappy? Siap-Pu-Ro did not notice the change in her address. She was not very happy because she felt that she did not take her life seriously. With a sullen face, I thought you would take good care of yourself, but if I didn't come, you would die. Yu Shiwen was also scared. And suddenly remembered something. Those mutant beasts seemed to have suddenly become intelligent after eating. And suddenly they were very difficult to deal with. Siap-Pu-Ro raised her eyebrows. And it made sense. The Yu Shiwen she knew would never take her life lightly. Since she was carrying the teleportation card of the BNB and not leaving. She must have a certain degree of confidence and felt that she could deal with these things. Besides, she still had relatives here. Before Yu Shiwen left, she didn't give out many teleportation cards. It was normal that she didn't move, as there weren't many cards. There were so many people here. If they ran away, the rest would just have to wait for death. Has no one dealt with mutant beasts before? No. Yu Shiwen shook her head. And it's really strange here. I can't even make a satellite call. By the way, Grandma, where's Uncle? Yu Shiwen grabbed Fu Yuzhu's hand and asked. He should be at another gate. Fu Yuzhu couldn't help covering her face and crying. She didn't know whether her son was alive or dead. The situation in the base is so chaotic now. The situation is totally out of control. Mutated spiders have been breaking into the base one after another, and now there are big spiders fighting everywhere in the base. It is very difficult to deal with such a big spider. It takes more than a dozen survivors without superpowers to deal with a spider, and there can be no mistakes. The appearance of the spider after mutation has a certain degree of defense, and it is resistant to beating to a certain extent. It can make countless mistakes, but for humans, if they make a mistake once, they will face being killed by the mutant spider. What were they still talking about? Siap-Pu-Ro could no longer hear them. Now there was a huge system prompt in her mind. A temporary task is now assigned. Please repel and clean up all mutant beasts in the base. The reward will be distributed after the task is completed. During the task, the host is invincible in Lune base. Just like in Shurgang base? That time was not a task. It was the system that told her to do whatever she wanted, which enabled her invincibility. It was really fun. And it was really enjoyable. The moment she turned it on, she could feel that she could do whatever she wanted. Just like in a BNB. It was all her absolute domain. As long as she wanted to do it, she could almost do it. Now is not the time to think about these messes. Shiwen, let's go find your uncle first. She suddenly grabbed Yu Shiwen's hand, interrupting their conversation. Yu Shiwen was very surprised. The owner didn't seem like a nosy person. You are going with us? Yes. Siap-Pu-Ro stood up, pulled a thin coat from the space, and put it on Yu Shiwen. There was no time to lose. The more time he was late, the greater the chance of his uncle getting into trouble. Yu Shiwen put it on quickly, while giving instructions. Grandma, take out as many crystal cores as you have, and use them for the healing ability, saving people first. Just now, Siap-Pu-Ro asked the injured to move to the vicinity of the RV, and the uninjured moved the injured over, and the uninjured continued to deal with the mutant beasts. The temperature in the RV area was found to be suitable. The injured people sitting around the RV were lying in a mess. The post-war scene would make anyone feel infinite emotion. Siap-Pu-Ro was no exception. We could only wait until the mission was completed to see if they could be collectively transferred to the BNB for treatment. Yu Shiwen and Siap-Pu-Ro stood together, a 175 cm queen and a 165 cm soft girl, looking strangely harmonious. Yu Shiwen opened his mouth, wanting to tell her to hide behind her if she was in danger, but his mouth opened and closed again. She thought about how she was just saved by such a soft girl. What's wrong? When Siap-Pu-Ro stood with her, she would raise her head slightly when talking. She pouted, and was also very dissatisfied with her height. But there was no way, the appearance and height were fixed. No matter how many times she traveled through time and space to complete tasks, her appearance was that she looked easy to bully. It didn't matter, she was very satisfied with herself. Although she also envied Yu Shiwen's figure and personality, but for girls, it's better to let 100 flowers bloom and make yourself comfortable. There is no rule on what kind of appearance you must have. It's okay. Uncle should be at gate number 1. Let's go there first. Okay. The two of them were walking one after the other, and their speed of advancement was surprisingly the same. On the way there, Siap-Pu-Ro no longer restrained herself. When she saw the mutant beast, she froze it, turned the spider into an ice sculpture, and saved many survivors in the fight. Invisible merits merged into her body, and as she froze more mutant beasts, her merits also increased. Generally, it was very difficult for Ice-type psychics above level 4 to rain ice spikes, which required a lot of psychic power. She doesn't need it. Her special power doesn't need to be replenished. Her attack is to freeze. For her it's just a change of ice attack form. All the way is smooth, and when they arrive at gate number 1, they see Zhou Zhengping still fighting with the mutant beast. Xiaopuro takes action, and easily rescues him. Zhou Zhengping's condition is not good either, and there are many wounds on his body. Big and small. Although they are not fatal. She said nothing, and bent down to carry the exhausted Zhou Zhengping on her back. Shall we go back to the RV first? They have been fighting for a long time, and Zhou Zhengping needs treatment and rest now. Chapter 184 Light up the Lun base. Okay. Xiaopuro also meant this. The Lun base was too big. She didn't know how long it would take to fight alone. Time was life. She could fight, but she couldn't save those who were dying. Yu Shiwen was in a very bad condition. Her lips turned a little pale, as she carried her uncle on her back. She was exerting herself, and her mind became clearer. She said everything she had thought of that she had forgotten to pay attention to. The insecticide purchased at the BNB can deal with those mutant spiders. The mutant beasts seem to have become smarter after eating the flesh and blood of the superpowers. The mutant spiders that eat ordinary people also have some changes, very subtle. She can't feel it. At present, she can only guess that. Eating ordinary people is like eating food for mutant beasts when they are hungry, and eating superpowers should be able to replenish their own superpowers. Because she felt that, it was obviously the same group of mutant spiders. The first beast tide was not as fierce as this time, and this beast tide has significantly improved in strength compared to the previous one. No wonder they were surrounding the base, and wouldn't leave. It turns out that in the eyes of these beasts, the superpowers, are Snickers. Xiaopuro was silent all the way. It was nice to listen to Yu Shiwen logical chatter. Yu Shiwen gathered some survivors on the way, and asked them to gather near the RV. When they got to the RV, they used their points to buy a lot of insecticides, and each person carried a few bottles. Whether there was a pocket or not, they had to wear it on their waists. Yu Shiwen didn't have a crystal core on her. At this moment, she was really glad that the Flame Base had been using her personal account to trade with Great BNB. So she had a lot of points in her account, otherwise she really couldn't buy so much. Xiaopuro placed the insecticide sales window at the front of the RV, took the points for automatic payment, and then she stopped looking. She walked around the wall by herself, and went up to clean up any mutant beasts she saw. She didn't have the worry of exhausting her superpowers, but running around would make her body a little tired. When everyone got the insecticide that Yu Shiwen bought with points, they were ready to do a big job. Xiaopuro has been wandering around the base, and has cleared a quarter of the mutant beasts in the base by herself. From the initial surprise of seeing the mutant giant spider, to the current numbness, her heart is colder than the fish seller in the vegetable market. It is precisely because this is a spider. If it is a mutant crayfish or something edible that has grown this big, then she will. Hee. Pervert face. The most disgusting thing about the spider is its appearance. And the leg hair, which is really thick. And the eyes are disgusting. There is a species of spiders that were palm-sized in their normal form before the apocalypse. The mutant beasts they encountered this time were the mutations of those things. The uninjured people joined the team to clean up the base. Even Yu Shiwen watched Zhou Zhengping being treated by the healing power, and then thrown to her grandmother. She herself joined the team to clean up the mutant beasts with insecticide. More and more people joined, both ordinary people and people with superpowers. They were efficient in cleaning up, and it was done in a few hours. Xiaopuro was still walking on the road, wanting to look around to see if there was anything left to clean up, when she heard the system prompt sound. Temporary mission completed. Rewards are being distributed. Lun base has been lit up. Absolute control of the area has been unlocked. You can click on the map to select the area to view. Map function has been unlocked. You can click on the map to view. Xiaopuro was stunned. This base will become hers? Isn't this taking advantage of the situation? Will Yu Shiwen uncle never let her go? What does it mean to have absolute control here? Is it the same as in the BNB? Yes, but without the BNB protective shield, it can't prevent danger from entering. Nor can it avoid zombies, natural disasters, mutated plants and animals. If you had given me this earlier, I wouldn't have to foolishly look for mutants on the streets. But there's not even a protective shield. What's the point of giving me absolute control? Humph. M80 kept it a secret, so he didn't tell her. She actually said it was useless? The host will regret her stupid idea when she knows its usefulness. She didn't bother to get an answer here, and quickly went back to the RV to drink some water and rest. It didn't matter if she rested. She saw Yu Shiwen coming back right after her. She was so tired that she was sweating, and her lips turned a little whiter after her injury healed. You don't take your body seriously. Siet Puro was a little dissatisfied. This is too much, even harder than her who has invincibility. I'm fine, cough cough cough. I'm just afraid that if the support comes a little later, one more person will die. More people means more strength. Yu Shiwen couldn't catch her breath and kept coughing. Siet Puro suspected that she was injured. No matter what, she had to find a healing power to check her out. There were only a few healing powers in the base. They hadn't rested since they left the safe house. They were either absorbing crystal cores to save people or on their way to save people. Siet Puro didn't care about that. She pulled up a healing power that was still absorbing crystal cores and asked him to treat Yu Shiwen. The healing power checked 3 times and repeated it 3 times. Captain Yu is really fine. Siet Puro asked 3 times. Really? I don't believe it. Then why does she look so bad? Really not. She looks bad because she didn't rest well after her serious injury healed. She must need to rest and recuperate. The boring conversation went on, and the matter was over when Yu Shiwen took her away. Yu Shiwen found it a little funny to see her anxiously caring about him. For the first time, he felt that little grape was so unreasonable, so cute. Her voice was soft, different from her usual queenly appearance, like coaxing a child. I'm really fine, I'm fine. You'd be fine if I didn't come. Siet Puro wouldn't buy it. Zhou Zhenping woke up. Fu Yuzhu rushed over and hugged and cried. Yu Shiwen pulled Siet Puro up to greet her uncle, but he didn't come back to his senses after asking several times. Uncle, uncle. Gone. Everything is gone. Zhou Zhenping's mental state didn't seem to be very good. What happened? What's gone? Yu Shiwen asked. So many people are gone. I could have saved them. I'm so useless. Zhou Zhenping held his head and rubbed his hair with his hands, as if this would make him feel better. No one could see his expression. Unable to find out anything, Yu Shiwen had no choice but to ask the person who had been following his uncle. What happened to my uncle? The head of the base. Blames himself. Then the man told a lot of things that happened when Yu Shiwen was away. The house was destroyed by the mutant spider. Zhou Zhenping didn't notice that the mutant spider had circled behind him. Several ordinary survivors stepped forward and blocked the damage for him. Chapter 185 Rebuilding Lun. Zhou Zhenping survived, and the few survivors died on the spot. A lot of houses were destroyed, and if we want to rebuild, I don't know how much manpower and material resources will be needed. The most important thing is that too many people died here, and I don't know if there will be a smell of blood, and if other mutant beasts chase us, the current situation of the base will definitely not be able to withstand the next beast-tide attack. Zhou Zhenping calmed down for a while, and finally looked at Yu Shiwen. Wen, Uncle is sorry for you. If you hadn't come to deliver the supplies, you wouldn't have to suffer these. Yu Shiwen shook her head. This was an unprovoked disaster. How can you blame it on someone? Reconstruction is more important. It's time to reinforce the base's walls. There's no need to say more words of comfort. Zhou Zhenping was originally from the army, and he can adjust himself psychologically. I believe that the incident just happened, and he hasn't adjusted himself for a while. The base was devastated after being attacked by mutant beasts. Everything needed to be rebuilt. There were so many injured. Zhou Zhenping didn't want to struggle anymore. The best way was to move, as soon as possible. Wen, let's reinforce the wall first, nothing else is urgent. I go back with you after you've rested well, to see if my brother-in-law has any place to accommodate the people in my base. When he was worried, he wanted to smoke a cigarette, but he reached out and touched his trouser pocket, which was empty. 3 years after the apocalypse, where can I find cigarettes? There are quite a few people in the base. So many people want to move, it is impossible to do so in a short time. There are definitely not so many vehicles, and it takes time to go back and forth. I dare not think about post-disaster reconstruction here, not to mention that the materials needed for reconstruction are hard to find. Everyone is more or less injured, and it takes time to recover. It is unknown how long it will take for the extreme heat to pass, and the weather is about to warm up. Moving as soon as possible is the best result. Uncle! Yu Shiwen wanted to say how he could give up his base, but he swallowed his words when he thought of the things needed for post-disaster reconstruction. The two of them were thinking silently. Siet Puro started playing with the new map function opened by the system. Clicking on the map function, the first thing she saw was a map shaped like an animal. Judging from the size, it should cover the entire Huaxia country. On the map, only the homestay and Lun base were lit up and colored, other bases were gray. She looked happy. What is the standard for lighting up the base? Host, please explore it yourself. Siapura pouted, and continued to see what new features the map page had. You can use great coins to selectively open the protective shield above the base. A 30-day protective shield only costs 5,000 great coins. But once it is opened, you cannot stop. And the function of the protective shield is much less than that in the BNB. Here you can only avoid zombies in the simplest way. When she continued to check the functions, she found that there was a construction function, just like she was in the BNB. She was so excited that she almost jumped up and clapped on the spot. Although it seemed useless to her at the moment, it looked awesome. Sensing her inner thoughts, M80 said, "How can it be useless? This side is lit up. And it is already the host's territory. As long as you want, you can set up a subway and connect it with the BNB. And you can also set up a branch store at this base." Siapuro was slightly stunned and asked weakly, "What can be sold?" The host can build a great convenience store in the area, and everything sold in the store can be sold here. What about the meals? What about the food? Yes. It's not just the map that lights up, it's clearly her eyes too. Her eyes sparkled, as if she saw gold waving at her. So many people must eat every day, how many points would that cost? Then I can provide them with accommodation. You are becoming more and more like a qualified capitalist now. No, if I can't charge for accommodation, I'm afraid the points I earn won't be enough to open a protective shield for a month. Too small. I don't know if it was her hallucination. She seemed to hear M80 sneer just now. What small? Host, you've narrowed your horizons. You're still only thinking about collecting rent? The entire base is yours. M80 used all her skills, explaining the pros and cons over and over again. She gradually came to her senses. The previous tasks were limited to business. This world is really different. It's definitely not that she's stupid. It's that people are always confined to a certain area, and they subconsciously won't associate it with anything else. To break the imprisoned thinking, you just need someone to point it out, and you understand it. I understand. Siapura's eyes gradually became firm, and she walked towards Zhou Zhengping resolutely. Zhou Zhengping was still talking to Yu Shiwen about moving people out of the base. Yu Shiwen knew very well that no matter how big the lion base was, no matter how reluctantly, it would definitely not be able to accommodate the entire base's people. Now with the frequent occurrence of natural disasters, no base would want to accept people to their base. It's one thing to be unable to manage it, and it's another to need to consume more food. The conclusion drawn from all aspects is that there is no base that can accommodate so many people. If it really doesn't work, we can only go to the official base. Zhou Zhengping rubbed his brows and took a deep breath. It is not so easy to go to the official base, just as they had imagined before. The official base is large, and there are many people. If they want to accommodate 50,000 or 60,000 people in their base, they can only disperse them and transfer them everywhere, and also consider the actual situation of vehicles and fuel. All these things made Zhou Zhengping, the head of the base, very worried. Uncle, this is all your hard work. Yu Shiwen felt tired for her uncle. It is not easy to gather so many people. This place has obviously taken shape and developed very well. Damn mutant beast. There is nothing we can do. Even if we want to build this place, it will take time. We can't wait. The people around seemed to be affected by their conversation. Everyone was afraid of being homeless. A sense of oppression surrounded the crowd, and it was soon broken by a female voice. Base Commander, can we go to another place to talk? I have a way to make sure everyone doesn't have to move. The eyes were focused on her, but she didn't care, and her eyes were looking straight at Zhou Zhengping. Okay. Zhou Zhengping didn't doubt him, and stood up directly. For the girl who saved the entire base, what else could he say except thank you? Shiwen, come with us. Siapuru and Yu Shiwen also asked the three of them to get on the RV, and close the door to talk in detail on the first floor. Zhou Zhengping couldn't sit still at all, and asked impatiently after closing the door. He was so anxious that he didn't even bother to be polite, looking at her and asked, if you have any requests. Just ask. It can be seen that Zhou Zhengping is really anxious. She is Yu Shiwen's friend, and also a junior. Chapter 186 Rebuilding Lun 2. He used the honorific you to address Siapuro, which put him in a lower position than herself, and let her manipulate him. We still have some savings of crystal cores. What do you need? Zhou Jinping's cautious look hurt Yu Shiwen eyes. In her heart, her uncle was always so high-spirited. She might not tell her parents if she encountered any danger or difficulty, but she would definitely tell her uncle. Seeing him lower his head for the Lun base, being able to do this also means that he will give up a lot, including the base he built with great effort. Yu Shiwen felt sorry for such an uncle. She felt that she had to contribute more or less, and if her father was still alive, he would do the same. So she said, if there are not enough crystal cores, the flame base can still produce some more. It's not all about the crystal cores. Xie Puro sorted out and summarized what the system said. After a long while, she said, I can take over this base. I can build houses in a short time, so that everyone can continue to live here without moving. She only said half of her words. And Zhou Jinping rushed to express his opinion. I agree. The base is still there, but he is no longer the head of the base. This result is simply too good. At home, he always heard Yu Shiwen talk about some things about homestays. He believed that the owner was fully capable of doing what she said. Xie Puro was stunned. I haven't started to say anything yet. No matter what the conditions are, as long as the base can do what I can afford, I will agree. Xie Puro raised a smile. She was not the kind of person who liked to dilly-dally. It would be best if the other party agreed immediately. Even if you agree, I still have to talk about it. Then she carefully told her everything the system had said. To put it bluntly, it was like she had acquired the Lun base, and Zhou Jinping's status as the base director could remain unchanged. The operation of the entire base could remain unchanged, but she would become the final boss. I will build and restore the base's buildings. She said a lot. Zhou Jinping and Yu Shiwen listened very carefully. She slowed down her speech, and they analyzed the meaning of each of her words word by word. Every sentence was so eye-catching, and they carefully analyzed it word by word for a long time. What about opening a branch of the BNB here, so that they would no longer be invaded by zombies and mutant beasts? They understood every word, and the combination was so unexpected. I will also build a subway, which can directly connect to our great BNB. In the future, I will also develop this area, and there will be more bases that can be reached by subway. After listening to her last words, they were quiet for a long time, and they were still digesting it quietly. How can this be called setting up a subway? It's not an exaggeration to say it's a high-speed rail, right? How can this be called developing a BNB? This is clearly planning a city, right? As they talked, they seemed to be no longer on the same channel. Before the conversation, they were still worrying about post-disaster reconstruction. After the conversation, it was as if they were on a high-speed train. And suddenly they talked about the future development of the base. Not only Zhou Jinping was stunned, but even Yu Shiwen sighed. Why didn't this good thing happen to our Lion base? Xie Puro couldn't help laughing. How can it be a good thing? It's like I am the boss of the base, and all the crystal cores earned from the operation of the base must be handed over to me. Zhou Jinping finally came back to his senses, and the sadness on his face was swept away. He laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, and said, It's okay. It's okay. It's a good thing that you are willing to be the boss of our base. Zhou Jinping was happy enough that he didn't have to migrate. He was satisfied as long as he could save the survivors of the base. Of course, he was also happy that the base could develop well. He didn't have to be the base leader. Sometimes he envied others. Everyone was more or less free in the end of the world. Those who didn't want to go to work could earn money by fighting zombies. Those who wanted to live a simple life could find a job in the base where they had to punch in and go to work. Just like before the end of the world. In general, it was just like going to school. You could freely choose whether to study or go to work. The next second, Xie Puro's words broke his fantasy of retirement. I hope you will be the base commander. The Lun base under Zhou Jinping's management has developed very well. It is a little farther away from other bases, but the advantage is that all nearby resources belong to them. Xie Puro paused and continued. The management of the Lun base is very good. If you are still willing, you can continue to manage the base. I will calculate the corresponding remuneration for you. It was equivalent to Zhou Jinping working for Xie Puro in the future. He was second only to her boss, and above 10,000 people. No matter how you looked at it, it was a good deal. I am willing. No one knew that he had long wanted to give up his position as the base chief. The upper-level leaders, who did not enrich themselves, only lived a little better than ordinary people. Zhou Jinping, who had figured it out, smiled even more. I believe that under your leadership, The base will get better and better. Working meant that someone would cover the bottom line in the future. He could report any problems he encountered. And the risks did not need to be borne by him alone. Of course, those risks were nothing to Siapuru. After the matter was settled, Zhou Zhengping took the initiative to tell her some details, saying that he could take her to the base where the crystal cores were stored to get the crystal cores at any time as long as it was convenient for her. Although he didn't know how the owner would rebuild the base, he knew that she would definitely need crystal cores. Zhou Zhengping was very sure about this, and was the most positive. The sooner the base was rebuilt, the sooner he could put down the big stone in his heart. His actions made Siapura wonder if she had fallen into a trap. She had clearly taken away his rights, but why did he act as if he was transferring a hot potato? After explaining everything, Zhou Zhengping smiled and asked, "When can the owner rebuild the base?" "Wait until the healing ability can save the seriously injured people, and then prepare to start. After all, life waits for no one." "Then the store and food. I will open the store, but the food will have to wait. The food truck will sell fried chicken in the next few days, and I will start after the sales are completed." "Okay," Zhou Zhengping replied respectfully. Siapura was already in charge of this base, and she decided immediately. First, take out the crystal cores and give them to the healing psychics to save people. Give them as many supplies as they need. Treat those who are dying first. Just make sure they don't die. You don't have to cure them completely, so you can use more time for treatment. Okay. Zhou Zhengping didn't quite understand her intention, but he knew how to work, so he just had to do it. Chapter 187, Building Lun. Siapura does have her own ideas. Not building it yet, because it can't be completed so quickly. During the construction period, all people in the area except her will be sent to another space. During this period, they can't move. Even a few minutes may delay many lives. As long as they are out of danger and then enter the construction, she can build the subway. There is a hospital in the BNB. There should be many healing people with so many people. As long as it is connected, she can go back and call people over. She had never built a subway. She didn't know what the page looked like, and how long it would take. She couldn't rashly use other people's lives to try. And she didn't build the cafeteria so quickly, because she didn't know if the few grave coins she had were enough. She had to build it, and she wanted this and that, and she didn't know if her little savings could support her. Host. Don't worry, there are so many people in Lun, and they will provide the host with a steady stream of points in the future. Siapura wanted to cry but had no tears. It's not this problem. We can't just think about the future. We have to think about the present in combination with reality. I'm just afraid that I don't have that many points now. The matter has been decided. Zhou Zhengping arranged for people to do so first. He took several large backpacks of crystal cores and placed them next to the healing psychics, asking them to save people. The uninjured psychics carried the injured to the RV, waiting for the psychics to treat them. The RV's protective constant temperature range is not that large. Most of the injured people were lying directly on the street. Siapura had hurt from seeing this. The rain has passed, although the temperature is not high. It is still 30 to 40 degrees. Lying on the street all the time is not a solution. Why doesn't the protective cover have a constant temperature function? It can't keep the temperature constant. When natural disasters occur in nature, humans need to adapt. Siapura understood. She just wanted to complain. She was in a state of panic. She found Yushiwen and said that she would take out the constant temperature tent. She asked her to find someone to set up the tent first, and then transfer the injured after they were cured. Then she returned to the RV and took out the bottled water to sell. It had just rained. The water resources were not very tight now. But water would always be the hard currency in the end times. It was taken out so that everyone could buy it if they needed it. For some seriously injured patients, the base would bring crystal cores, and after unified purchase, each person would be given a bottle for free. The food would not be taken out for now, and it could be eaten a little later, and it would not be too late to eat it after she finished the construction. Taking it out now would definitely cause crowding and scrambling, so it was not necessary. After the situation on the scene was under control, she returned to the RV. She needed a quiet place where she could open the system map and check the terrain of the base. When cleaning up the mutant beasts, she noticed that many buildings were broken, and there was really no need to rebuild them. It would be better to redesign and generate new things. Since she was going to build something new, she had to understand the terrain in advance, plan well to maximize the space, and build a base that would be practical in the end times. After opening the map, she immersed herself in land planning. First, she circled a certain area. and presented a 3D building in her mind, and then planned the use of the remaining areas little by little. Not all the current buildings were demolished, and there were still many intact houses, but she disliked them because they were too short. So she planned to demolish some of the short houses and build a tall building. Buildings are more practical than one-story buildings no matter where they are, and they can also better resist natural disasters. The system didn't say it, but she could figure it out. Since there is extreme heat, it won't just be simple extreme heat. It's not known whether there will be extreme cold, rainstorms, and typhoons. It's always good to take precautions in advance. Spending points on decoration is a small matter, but I'm afraid it's unsafe. She took a pen and wrote and drew on the white paper. Fortunately, she had learned some drawing before, so she could still do such small things as simply drawing the shape of the base and then dividing it into areas for planning. It was unknown how long this investment lasted, and no one dared to come up and argue with her. After about a few hours, Yu Shiwen came to find her and told her that all the seriously injured survivors had been treated by the healing power and were out of danger. Zhou Zhengping organized a meeting of the top leaders to explain the change of ownership of the base. He just came back from the meeting and invited her to go to the place where the crystal cores were stored to count the property. Xie Puro had the experience of Shigang Base and Jiayong Base, and she could probably guess how many things there were. Thinking that she really needed to see how many points she had as inventory, she agreed to go with her. The result was exactly as she expected. When fighting against mutant beasts, the psychic consumed his energy while absorbing it with crystal cores. The remaining crystal cores were only half of the original ones. For others, it might not even be enough to pay for the fuel to move so many people away, but for her, it was enough. Base Captain Zhou, I'm telling you straight. I really need crystal cores to rebuild the base. I leave some of these crystal cores for the base as inventory, and I take the rest away directly. This area is hers. She can directly use the crystal core income generated here for her own use, and convert it into points for construction. Zhou Zhengping naturally said whatever she said, and responded repeatedly, okay, we have no problem. Xie Puro was very satisfied with his cooperation. She just liked this kind of obedience, and she didn't need to explain. So she liked robot employees. But this world is different, and it needs infrastructure. She really can't take care of so many things by herself, and robots can't replace humans to a certain extent. Some simple tasks can be done by robot employees, but tasks like this that need to maintain the base cannot be done, and can only be done by humans. Humans are very complex. Robots only have preset programs in their brains, and can only communicate with humans according to preset programs. She sighed. It would be great if every machine could be like the system. I am an advanced intelligent system. How can you compare me to an ordinary robot? The system was so angry that it was about to jump up and down when she compared it to it. Xie Puro comforted him. Okay. You are the highest level. No longer talking to the system. Xie Puro said to Zhou Zhengping, I will go back to the RV first. Zhou Zhengping nodded. And in just a blink of an eye, the girl who was just in front of him disappeared. What is this? Disappeared? Xie Puro did not disappear, but simply teleported. Just now she was thinking. Since the base here has become her territory, she can teleport to anywhere. So she did it. Then she teleported back to the RV. And she was surprised. Strange ability +1 back to the RV. She wanted to find someone to do something. Suddenly she found someone else's face. They were standing together, and she just couldn't remember who was who. Chapter 188 Building Lun 2. Zhou Zhengping had introduced all the managers in Lun Base to her. She tried very hard to remember them, but she couldn't remember them. For her, it was just like a class. She felt sleepy when she was talking and fell asleep when she was listening. She had no choice but to find Yu Shiwen and ask her to broadcast to inform the survivors in the base that they would enter a different space in 5 minutes, and told everyone not to panic. Yu Shiwen did as she was told. She finally had some free time and wanted to sit down and drink a cup of milk tea and wait for 5 minutes. Out of habit, she reached out her hand and touched the side, but nothing was there. Fuck. Where's my cat? Where are my 2 little kittens? She had been so busy all the way here that she had forgotten about the 2 little guys. It seemed that she had let the 2 little things run free as soon as she entered the base. Alas. The mechanical voice sighed. It was both a father and a mother, and it had to take care of the children. Luckily, the host finally found out. They caught a mutant beast with special abilities. I marked the location on the map for you. Siepuro received the mark and teleported directly over. It was transmitted to an open space. Two small creatures were small, and were meowing at the body of a mutant spider. The scene was a little funny, after all. The two little creatures together were not as big as the head of the mutant spider. "What are you doing, little one?" Her voice sounded, and the two little creatures turned and ran towards her. "It has a crystal core." A childish boy's voice spoke in her mind, and she was a little confused. An equally childish girl voice, "Good master, can I give my brother the crystal core of the mutant beast?" When Siepuro spoke just now, she was staring at the two little guys. She didn't pay attention to the male voice in front, but the girl voice seemed to come from Shuehua's body. Snowflake had clearly meowed a few times just now. That was the sound she would make when she saw something delicious. M80 did not leave her post again, and dutifully answered her questions. "I got you my reward for being the top performer last month. I love you. If you didn't have a physical body, I would have hugged you and kissed you." "Then what if the master gave me a physical body?" M80 electronic voice had a hint of flattery. "No way. It's too expensive. It's not something she can afford now." Shuehua voice is really cute, the kind of little girl voice, sweet to her heart. She bent down and picked up Shuehua, and Shuehua's furry little tail swept her face. Siepuro coaxed, "Children can't eat anything randomly." M80 couldn't help laughing. As expected of the host of the Miser, she can even say such words to protect the crystal core. "Huh? Master can actually understand what we say?" Master Shuehua's voice became sweeter. She looked at Shuehua's eyes. It was still the same face, but suddenly there was a layer of pink filter. "Yes, I can communicate with you now. Do you little cats also eat crystal cores?" She hugged Aoao with one hand. Aoao sounded like a proud little boy who liked to be cool. After eating the crystal core of the mutant beast, Brother's ability can be upgraded to level 3. "Aoao has another ability?" Siepuro was dumbfounded. Aoao said proudly, "We all have abilities." Shuehua said, "Brother now has a level 2 ability, I have a level 1 ability. My ability is treasure hunting, my brother's ability is... My brother won't let me say it." Aoao's tail swept over Shuehua, stopping her from talking anymore. Siepuro's attention was not on Aoao's ability at all, she only heard the word treasure hunting. "Good boy Aoao, we should let our sister eat the delicious food, our family never favors boys over girls. It's just that I think, you see Shuehua is so weak, you can't bear to see your sister's ability be so weak. Right? Aoao." She didn't know why, it seemed that she saw the blackness in Aoao's black face. Aoao didn't want to fight with his sister in the first place, and said coolly, "Give it to my sister." The body of the mutant spider was still lying in front of him, and the crystal core should have been dug out by the two little guys with their claws, and exposed. "No wait. Aoao, your claws are black, can't it be?" Siepuro grabbed Aoao's neck fiercely, and pulled him out of her arms. "Don't touch my pure and innocent mother with your black claws." When she thought of the little guy's claws digging into the mutant spider's body to find the crystal core, she even hugged it. Now she felt itchy all over her body. She quickly lifted up the snowflake claws, which were very good, white, and should not have touched anything dirty. Now was not the time to study the crystal core. She still had countless questions in her mind, such as, what is the use of the crystal core of the mutant beast? Why is the snowflake ability to hunt for treasure? Why are human abilities only gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and mutation-related abilities? With a lot of questions in her mind, she put the mutant spider's crystal core into the space, and threw the two cats in. She used her mind to fill a basin of water in the space, and threw it in front of Aoao so that he could take a bath. After settling the two little guys, the 5 minutes mentioned in the broadcast were up. She skillfully turned on the construction mode, and she was in the air above the base. The base was like a 3D grid island, and she could see every detail in the base, waiting for her to build. It's a bit like the construction game in Minecraft. The plan has been made long ago, and now we just need to copy the plan in the blueprint and put it on the map. The wall should be higher, the gate should be bigger and more impressive. On the plaque above each entrance, a great pattern is added above the 4 words low in base. After all, this is the first branch of Great B&B, and it can't lose its momentum. Her great coins are definitely enough for her to mess around. The new residents of Jiayang Base have been exchanging crystal cores for points in the past few days, and her small treasury has risen again. There was nothing much to do with the fence except raising it higher. The main thing was to rebuild the destroyed houses. She didn't care about the previous buildings that were not destroyed. The house was still there. The things in the house were still there. She didn't need to rebuild it. She could spend the points on more important things. The things in the destroyed house were gone. She directly applied the building templates in the B&B. And the buildings rose from the ground. Each room had to have the most basic water and electricity. A bed, a faucet, and a shower. Nothing else. Since she didn't know what the houses in the base were like, she simply built 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom. Chapter 189 Construction completed. For convenience, each type of room is classified like in a homestay. Each building is equipped with an elevator and a staircase to prevent unknown natural disasters. The floors cannot be too high or too low. Each building has 50 floors. Fortunately, there are many destroyed buildings in the base. And there are also many empty spaces. She doesn't remember how many buildings she built, but she only knows that she fills in the empty spaces, and it should be enough for living. After the houses are built, it's time to build a store. The store doesn't need to be too big, but it can't be too small either. She looked for a place on the map, and found a vacant land of about 300 to 400 mu, and built a high-rise building directly on the flat ground. This place is very useful when she returns to the B&B and develops the car rental industry. She will also consider whether to do this business together. Anyone who has played the construction game knows that it is not the most difficult to build the exterior of a building, but the interior decoration. No matter how you do it, you are always dissatisfied in the end, and you always want to dismantle it and rebuild it. In fact, for Siapiru, the exterior construction is also in this state. There are quite a few places that can be built, and what is being built is not a small game, but a place where people can actually live. It is also necessary to consider the applicability and practicality of each area. She was extremely glad that she let everyone heal their injuries before she started. Otherwise it would have delayed people for a long time. After the construction above is completed, it will be moved underground. The subway will be built underground. She only needs to spend great coins to open the subway. And now she only needs to build a subway station. The subway station should be made bigger, thinking that the subway station may lead to various bases in the future. It is uncertain how many people will travel every day. She simply solved the problem once and for all, and directly built half of the underground space under the base into a subway station. She needed to set up toilets, entrances and exits, and tunnel entrances one by one. The last and most important thing was drainage and weighing. With the system, the load-bearing problem can be perfectly solved. Even if she hollowed out the entire base, the top would not be affected. This is the advantage of the golden finger. She also used the convenience of the system for drainage. No matter it rains or floods, the subway will not be flooded. In addition, the safe house where the base stored crystal cores and food was not safe at all. She dug another area underground, using the best materials, moisture-proof, fireproof and theft-proof, and putting things inside was like a small Noah's Ark. Now the things in the base are not only the base's, but also hers. Of course, she would build a small piggy bank with all her heart. I realized that it was almost in line with what I had imagined, and I stopped. If there is anything needed at the base, she can add it. The great coins need to be paid only after the construction is completed. She was excited to pay, but saw that the balance was insufficient. Looking at the consumption details, she realized that it was so expensive to open a subway. She had so much balance, and most of the assets of Jiayang Base were here, but it was not enough to pay. She had to grit her teeth and remove several particularly expensive facilities, leaving only the most basic houses with water and electricity and subways. The most expensive thing is the subway. Once the subway is opened and built, other facilities will not be so expensive. She exchanged all the crystal cores handed over to her by the Lun base for points, and began to carefully build a large shopping mall of several hundred acres. For convenience, she directly built a large supermarket, with built-in air conditioners, supermarkets, and the things that are in the B&B were also built here. The prompt sound of the completion of the construction resounded in everyone's mind, except for the seriously injured and unconscious people who did not hear it. Everyone was excited and waiting to return to the base. Yu Shiwen had been paying attention to her uncle Zhou Jinping's attitude. She was relieved when she saw that the joy in his eyes was genuine. She was afraid that her uncle would not be able to figure things out. He would be unwilling to accept that such a large base suddenly became someone else's. Zhou Jinping did not care what others thought of him. He really did not think so many things. He had long been fed up with being the head of the base. Why not rely on Siapiru, who was such a big backer? Others wanted to rely on him, but could not. They all tacitly did not mention why the owner could build a house here. They were just a little curious. Could it be that the owner's ability was to build a house or something like that? Construction is over. Everyone returns to their respective positions. After coming out of the alien space, their mouths opened into a big O shape. If an egg was brought at this time, Siepuro had no doubt that they could swallow a light bulb. The survivors who were originally happy that their houses did not collapse could not laugh at all at this moment. The newly built houses were connected one after another. Everything was so new. The newly built houses were white and clean, but what about theirs? The exterior of the wall doesn't look too dirty. But with so many people living there, the interior is simply messy and dirty. The end of the world has come. And most people don't care about hygiene. Many people don't even clean the public areas. And some people are so lazy that they don't even clean their own homes. They don't bother. But people who love cleanliness worry that dirty environments will breed bacteria. So they clean the public areas with brooms. But not only do people not thank them, but also those who do good things mock them. Forget about the ridicule. Someone still destroys the clean public areas. After that, the hygiene problem was completely forgotten by people. Those who love cleanliness can only endure it. Everything will be fine if they keep their own homes clean. No comparison. No harm. Compared with the newly built buildings, their old buildings are just like slums, and the other is high-end. Everyone wants to live in the newly built houses. They are so envious of the new houses that their eyes are almost straight. Maybe people are always tired of the old and love the new. Not to mention the survivors. Even the staff working at the base are also tempted. Everyone's attention was on the newly built building. As the head of the base, Zhou Zhenping only noticed the wall. The wall was higher, and it seemed thicker, which made him feel relieved. It was stronger than the previous wall, and a beacon tower was added on top. You can see people coming from afar by standing on it, and there is a roof, which can provide shade. Such a building looks good from the outside, and is actually practical. If there had been such a beacon tower when the last big spider beast wave came, he would be confident that the spiders would not be able to get in. Siepura got off the RV, Zhou Zhenping, and Yu Shiwen came over with a group of high-level officials from the base with a smile on their faces, and each of them complimented her with a good word. The whole base knew that the new building was built by her, and they all praised the new building she built. On the one hand, it was a compliment, and on the other hand, it was really practical. Siepura was different from others. She didn't like to hear these good words. Chapter 190, the rent is going to increase. If it was someone she knew, she might be happy. She didn't know these senior executives, and she always felt that they had other intentions when they praised her, and it felt weird. She had other things to order, and didn't want to engage in these meaningless compliments and socializing. She said decisively, "Everyone, please disperse first. Base Captain Zhou and Shiwen. Let's have a small meeting together." Zhou Zhenping followed. "Okay, you guys go do other things first. We go to the meeting." Others said nothing, and they didn't think Siepura was putting on airs for them. The girl was capable. She was able to build and save so many people. They obeyed the strong from the bottom of their hearts. Even if the master was a little picky, it was just a strange temper. If someone was picky without ability, that was called putting on airs. What they didn't know was that a group of people were blocking the door and wanted to talk to them about moving into the new house. And Siepura called them to a meeting just because of the new house. "We are all family. I will get straight to the point." Siepuro cleared her throat and showed them the blueprint. "Follow the plan marked on my diagram and implement it. There are 6 entrances and exits to the subway station. All marked. You can take a look." Yu Shiwen couldn't wait any longer, and took the map and placed it between her and her uncle. The blueprint was very detailed. According to their familiarity with the base, it was just right to describe the content of the blueprint as clear at a glance. It was all marked, what a certain area was to be used for, and many more. After studying the drawings carefully, Yu Shiwen seemed to be in working mode, and occasionally gave her some suggestions. Zhou Zhenping didn't know much about this, but after reading it, he felt that the overall use of space was more perfect than before, so he didn't express any opinions. Only Siepura and Yu Shiwen discussed it, and after talking for a long time, Siepura wrote down some places that needed fine-tuning. Also regarding the movement of the new house, I hope that it can be divided. People with good luck can move into the new building first, so that those who are the best can live together. Siepura is fed up with the best in the end times, more than she has seen in several lifetimes. Those who fight for interests are not the best, and most they are selfish. But there is a kind of person, even if it is not for the fight for interests, he just wants to make things difficult for you. She doesn't want to see this kind of person again. Okay. Zhou Zhengping agreed without hesitation. Also, I want to ask how many crystal cores are needed to rent a room at the base. The most ordinary room costs 50 crystal cores a month. Xie Purou suddenly realized a problem. That is, the rent of the base is incomparable to that of the BNB. Even the environment and advantages here are not as good as those of the BNB. Why do people want to live here instead of settling in the BNB? The BNB can accommodate many people. But she doesn't want to move the newly lit Lun base to the BNB. So, we will temporarily not open the subway to survivors. This requires the people in the base to check. Don't let everyone pass. Lun base is the first base she lit up. To some extent, solving the problems here will make it more convenient for her to light up the next base. Before she can think of a permanent solution, it would be better not to allow survivors to communicate with each other. In the future, lower the accommodation fee here. This, Zhou Zhengping and Yu Shiwen looked at each other. Accommodation fees are a major source of income for the base. If the charging standard is lowered, it will have a direct impact. Xie Purou thought to herself, it's time to increase the accommodation price of the BNB. She communicated with the system. After the degree of freedom is adjusted. Can I set the room price myself? Yes. Host, there is a range for you to set. M80 is not playing tricks, a host that other systems have brought before, also in the end times. But that person was a saint. And he just set the room price to the level that it was free. They couldn't earn any points at all. Systems also need to make a living. The main system was very angry. And then set the minimum charging standard. Later, there were still rental tasks. And some people who were not afraid of death raised the room fee to the highest level. And they were particularly stubborn. And they would not change the price even if no one lived there. The main system set a price range in anger. And the situation in each plane was different. So the system was responsible for evaluating the charging standard. Tell me about the charging standards. The most basic single room with only water and electricity combined with the current development status of homestays requires 1,800 points. That is, the charges for all room types have doubled. Xie Purou nodded. This price is not very expensive. The system goal is mainly to save the world. This price is also very reasonable, not too expensive, and not as cheap as before. Before, M80 knew what she was going to ask, and answered, those who have renewed their room fees before will have to follow the new charging standards if they want to renew their room fees after the expiration date. Xie Purou shared the price she had just communicated with the system with the two people in front of her. We need to adjust the monthly rent of a single room to 15 crystal cores? Zhou Zhengping was stunned. Xie Purou shook her head. Not 15 crystal cores, but 1,500 points. In the future, the base will not need to circulate crystal cores, and will implement a point system. The price difference between the two houses cannot be too big. The houses on the base side will be more affordable than the BNBS for the same room type. This will ensure that people in the base will not rush to the BNBS. If there is anything else that needs to be built on the base, you can apply to me later. I can only think of so much at the moment. I don't have anything else to say. Now there is one more important thing, which is to transfer the patients to the hospital. Xie Purou looked at Zhou Zhengping and asked, can the hospital in the base still be used? Zhou Zhengping smiled bitterly. No, many facilities have been destroyed. She didn't care. She could still build a hospital. But she had to clear out the people in the hospital before she could proceed to the next step. They had almost finished talking. Seeing that they had nothing to add, Xie Purou stood up. I try the subway first. I want to try it. too. Yu Shiwen stood up with her. Okay, let's go together. Xie Purou took out a few pieces of snowflake crisps from her pocket and handed them to Yu Shiwen. After thinking for a while, she took out a few more pieces and handed them to Zhou Zhengping. Zhou Zhengping wanted to refuse, but he thought of his wife who loved sweets at home. Then I take it. He put the snowflake crisps in his pocket like a treasure, looked at Yu Shiwen and said, remember to check on your aunt, tell her that we are all safe. A little soldier ran over with a phone. Base commander. Phone! Chapter 191 Free is the best. Phone? Zhou Zhengping showed a look of surprise on his face. Did the call go through? It was the call from the head of the flame base. The little soldier held up the phone and handed it to Zhou Zhengping. Yu Shiwen paused, said something to Xie Purou and turned back. There was no need to be polite with her uncle, so she took the phone directly. Hello? This is Yu Shiwen. Yu Tonghai's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. One. Are you okay? Hearing her daughter's voice, she finally felt relieved. I'm fine. The owner saved us. Yu Shiwen asked confidently. You told her where I was. Right. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that, when they were in danger, Great just happened to come here to set up a stall? Yu Tonghai was silent for a while, then said frankly. Yes, she asked several times if the base had contacted you. Yu Shiwen's heart moved slightly. She didn't expect the owner to actually come here for her. The situation was very dangerous at that time. If she hadn't come, I would have died here. The father and daughter exchanged a few words, and she handed the phone to her uncle. Yu Shiwen walked to Siapura's side, with different emotions flashing in her eyes. The two girls walked on the road, without holding each other's arms like little girls. Siapura followed Yu Shiwen, who was a head taller than her, and always felt that the other party was hiding something. She cleared her throat and said weakly, Well, I don't do lesbian. What? Yu Shiwen was stunned. She didn't expect her mind to be on the fast track. I have a normal sexual orientation. Siapura spoke more and more quietly, and finally it became a mosquito-like hum. Yu Shiwen was out of breath, and almost choked on her own saliva. She coughed a few times, and when she breathed a little better, she gritted her teeth and said, My sexual orientation is also normal. Then why are you looking at me with such a strange look? Siapura's mouth twitched. She kept glancing at me along the way, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Yu Shiwen wanted to tease her, so he put away his smile, looked at her with deep affection, and said slowly, I can't repay you for saving my life. I can only repay you with my body. Siapura held her chest, looking distressed. Okay. I saved you. But you want to repay me with evil. The two laughed loudly, as loud as drums. They played and joked all the way, and soon they arrived at the nearest subway station to where they were at the time. Zhou Shengping was very fast, and when they entered the subway station, they saw that several entrances and exits were guarded by the staff of the base. The staff guarding the subway entrance wore a badge similar to a work badge around their necks. Their work is simple and boring. From time to time, they will shake their heads and poke their heads inside, trying to see what is inside the subway station. This job is really good. I am so happy. If I can work here all the time, I would be willing to live in a new building, eat fried chicken and drink beer. I hope I won't be replaced in the future. I love this place. Their job is to guard the entrance and exit. The base is not a place that makes things difficult for people, since there is air conditioning inside. Let them stand inside the subway entrance and work in a place where they can get air conditioning. Seeing them coming, for fear of making them unhappy, she stood straight and saluted them. As soon as she entered the subway station, Yu Shiwen was overjoyed by a familiar cool breeze. Sure enough, the air conditioner gave her life in summer. The extremely hot air conditioner cost her life. Siapura didn't feel anything. She had a protective cover on her body, which kept the temperature constant at all times and places, and she didn't care for the air conditioner. She spent a huge amount of money to install the air conditioner in the subway station. If there was no air conditioner in the underground, there would definitely be difficulty breathing when there were too many people, and this money could not be saved. The subway is very simple and bright in gray and white, not much different from the real subway station. The only difference may be that it is bigger. Going further in, there is no security check, but there are still one-way doors. You need to buy a ticket to pass through the one-way door. The LCD screen on the one-way door shows that 1,000 points are required to pass once. 10 crystal cores go to other bases once. The round-trip price is not expensive, but it is not as good and cheap as the real subway. Siapura was quite satisfied with the price. This way, there would be no idle people running around every day. Of course, if there was more money, she would also be the winner. Before Yu Shiwen paid, she waived her car fare. Miss, the first customer is free. Yu Shiwen came with her. She didn't feel comfortable accepting his points. Thank you. Boss, you are generous. Yu Shiwen was always more playful in front of her. She no longer had the fierce and steady aura of a female general when they first met. The empty and bright waiting hall might scare other people, but the two of them were calm and relaxed, talking and laughing. Yu Shiwen even praised her snowflake crisps. Did you make this? Yes. It's delicious. Isn't it? Siapura smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and her tone was a little arrogant. You can't litter. Yu Shiwen put the wrapping paper in her pocket. It's delicious. There are candies. Biscuits and dried fruits? I haven't eaten them before. They are sold in the B&B. If you like them, I give you more. When it comes to her skill in making snowflake crisps, she is absolutely very proud. She used to rely on this skill. Never mind. A hero should not talk about his past achievements. The subway currently has only one floor, and there are only trains to and from the B&B. There is no one else in the subway. Only them. Looking at the display screen above their heads, they directly got on the car heading to the B&B. The subway closed the door and drove normally. The two of them did not chat anymore, but silently estimated the driving time. Beep, 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 we have arrived at the great B&B station. Siapuro frowned her untrimmed eyebrows. This electronic voice is not pleasant to listen to. She doesn't like it. She asked the system, "Can I change it?" Yes. M80 took the initiative to change her voice to another voice that does not require points. It is the gentle female voice that can be heard on the subway during commuting. Can I change it? When she heard this voice, she remembered the miserable life of punching in and out to get off work. Yes. You have to pay extra. Another clear and gentle female voice from the subway sounded, "Siapuro." It suddenly sounded good to my ears. Free is the best. There are 6 subway station entrances and exits to the B&B. She picked one at random. Before she reached the subway exit, she heard rustling sounds coming from outside. Is the owner building a new building again? It looks like a subway entrance. Dude, raise your eyes. Don't you see the 3 big words subway station on it? Oh, I was wondering why the exterior looked so familiar. It turned out to be a subway station. Chapter 192 Ding, Celebrity Experience Card. No, I thought there were too many people here, so I squeezed over here. I didn't even think about raising my head. There were many other voices, including several familiar voices. Siapura held her forehead. Why are there so many people? What's wrong? Yu Shiwen was walking in front, turned around and saw that she was not moving, with a face full of questions. Nothing, let's go. Siapura walked up with her head held high, anyway. This time she came back. In addition to trying out the subway, she came back to install a hospital. There are too many injured people in the base. I don't know if the wards in the B&B hospital are enough. There are more residents in the B&B now. The small hospital built earlier may not be enough. She said to Yu Shiwen, I have to go out for a while. Can you go to the B&B first? Yes. Yu Shiwen is not a child. She is not unfamiliar with the B&B because she often comes to the B&B. Besides, she has to go to see her aunt. Then you go for a walk first. Eat something. And I will come to you later. After Siapura finished speaking, she also came to the subway station entrance. And the two went their separate ways. Here they come. Someone is coming. The people at the subway entrance were very excited to see them show up. Yu Shiwen walked in front. And after a glance at the people above, she knew that they were probably looking for the owner. So she quickly slipped away, lest too many people would gather around and she couldn't get away. Siapura sighed at the back and walked forward resignedly. She set a barrier at the entrance and exit to prevent anyone from entering. And the B&B was much easier to manage than the base. The people on both sides have different starting points. The people on the B&B side are all high-tech when they come in. The people on the base side are all indigenous people. Compared with the population that dares to move to the B&B, their acceptance capacity is not as strong. Don't rush anything, just take it slowly. Owner? It's the owner who's back. Why did the owner come out from downstairs? Owner, can we take the subway to other places in the future? From the outside of the subway station. You can't see where the subway station leads to. You have to go inside to see where you're going. Siapura silently noted this in her heart. B&Bs are all high-tech. There is no need to make everyone go for nothing with this small display problem. The next upgrade will automatically make it so that the subway arrival location can be seen on the personal panel. There were too many questions. Siapura was surrounded as soon as she exited the subway station. Everyone was very distant and would not stick to her directly, but formed a circle around her and kept asking questions. She had the illusion that she had become a star, being focused under the flashlight. She could feel that everyone had no ill intentions, understood everyone's enthusiasm for new things, and would not be angry. The subway is not open for the time being. I will remind you on my personal panel when it is open to you in a while. And everyone, don't hang around me next time, Siapura said, and teleported herself to the hospital, preparing to expand the hospital. In order to avoid trouble, she did not see anyone, hid in a quiet place and started planning. She officially started the expansion after the planning was almost done. In fact, there is nothing to plan. Just exchange all the crystal cores in hand for points, and use the pitiful balance to expand the wards and beds. Don't worry about doctors. Lewin Base already has doctors. Bring some doctors from the hospital there, and then reopen the job recruitment. After the infrastructure construction is finished, she is exhausted. Infrastructure construction is really expensive. Every time she thinks she can lie down and enjoy her retirement, she feels like she has been robbed after the infrastructure construction, and is penniless. There are still many things waiting for her to build. The car rental, furniture, and hot springs that she had originally planned to develop will have to be postponed. Now she can only hope that the people in Lewin Base will spend more, so that she can recover some blood. Time waits for no one. After the hospital expansion is completed, she teleported to Yushiwen. Yushiwen was lucky and found her aunt immediately. The speed of the subway and the bus is really incomparable. She bought a cup of milk tea and stood at the door of the B&B thinking about where to find her aunt. The bus arrived, and a confused Luya, Yushiwen aunt, got off the bus. What when? Aunt? The two were surprised to see each other. Luya pulled her hair without saying a word, and Yushiwen subconsciously wanted to resist. A familiar smell came from her aunt, which made her suppress her body's subconscious reaction. She couldn't resist. Her aunt's thin body, due to long-term malnutrition, would cause her waist to sprain even if she was pushed lightly. After pulling her hair and rubbing her face, Luya still didn't believe it. Isn't this my illusion? No. Aunt. You've already rubbed it. Can you let go now? Luya took back her hand and stared at Yushiwen's face. She was sure that the touch was real, and the tone and voice were familiar to her. She raised her hand again, snatched the milk tea from Yushiwen's hand, and drank it all in one breath. Yushiwen. Whoa! You damn girl. What's wrong? I was scared to death along the way. Luya was even aggrieved. Didn't I tell you to slip a note? Yushiwen rubbed his head, feeling a little apologetic. Yushiwen thought it was still early, so he and Luya went to the fried chicken shop and ordered a table. Luya was like a refugee, buying everything she saw along the way, buying like crazy. One of her words made Yushiwen feel particularly funny. Luya said, I didn't know how valuable the crystal core was until I came to the B&B. Even when ordering fried chicken, Luya ordered a lot, saying she was going to take it back for her uncle to eat. As soon as the dishes were served, Siapuru appeared in the fried chicken shop. Siapuru felt embarrassed, as if she had come at the wrong time. Are you eating? Yushiwen held a chicken tip in her mouth and asked blankly. Let's eat together. She was really a little hungry. She had been busy for a long time, which required a high degree of concentration. She immediately sat down and ate a meal to fill her stomach. With something in her stomach, she felt alive and full of energy. During the conversation, Luya also learned about the current situation of the Lewin Base. After eating a few bites, she felt absent-minded. After packing the remaining fried chicken, the three of them did not delay any longer. Siapuru took them on the subway and returned to the Lewin Base. Siapuru had a good personality and would not mind her and carrying so many things. It was a piece of cake. She put all the things Luya bought into the space. The three of them took the subway together, which was very convenient. It took only an hour to go back and forth, including the construction time. When the three of them came out of the subway entrance, everyone who saw them go in was shocked. Did they go in and use the toilet and come out? Maybe they didn't bring toilet paper. Chapter 193. What you gave was sweeter. They didn't know where the B&B was, but they knew where the flame base was. Yushiwen had told them that the B&B was near the flame base. The word near covered a lot, but it was impossible to walk back and forth in half an hour. Right? It couldn't be possible. If the distance was so close, would they still need the flame base to deliver supplies to them? They had hands and feet, and they would go and get them themselves. The conversation between the two reached their ears word for word, and Siapuru pretended not to hear it at all. She walked to Zhou Jingping's location with her head covered. Once she found him, she went into the meeting room to discuss the transfer of the injured. After talking for a long time without any result, she decided to go to the hospital to see the severity of the injuries. When she walked to Luya, she put the things Luya bought on the system. Because she didn't know the way, she went with Yushiwen. Zhou Zhenping walked to the door of the meeting room with worry and smelled a fragrance. A fragrance of fried chicken. In the past, he would definitely say something like junk food with a stern face, and would not let his wife eat more. He lowered his head and touched his belly, which should have been fat in middle age. Now he was very thin. As the head of the base, he was not hungry. The food he ate every day was bland and tasteless. Eating was just to maintain life. He dared not even think about the desire for food. He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the fragrance lingering in his nose. But he couldn't get rid of it. He touched his belly and felt the few pieces of snowflake crisps that Siepura had given him before. He took the snowflake crisps out of his pocket. He, who didn't like sweets, drooled at the small milk-colored squares in his hand. There were also dried fruits inside, and the bright colors made him drool, thinking of his wife coming back. Before he could say a few words to her, he pinched the snowflake crisps and raised a barely perceptible smile. "Wife, look what good things I left for you." The hand holding the snowflake crisps was suspended in the air and was stunned. What did he see? It turned out that the smell of fried chicken just now was not because he was extremely hungry, or was it because he was dazzled? He actually saw his wife eating fried chicken. Luya really couldn't help it. She fell in love with fried chicken after eating a bite of it in the B&B. She knew that it was important to return to the base first. She resisted the temptation of fried chicken countless times along the way. Once she returned to her familiar home, she really couldn't hold it back. She quickly closed all the doors and windows, blocked the gaps in the door, and then took it out to eat. The price of fried chicken is cheaper in the B&B. But people here don't know. If someone smells the smell and comes, it will not only cause trouble for her husband, but also make her unhappy. She might as well hide it from everyone and eat her fill first. Hearing her husband's footsteps approaching, she held a half-eaten pistol leg in one hand, a chicken wing in the other, her mouth still full, and raised her head to make a humming sound. According to Zhou Jinping's understanding of his wife, the humming sound should be saying, "Husband, you are here." She waved her hands, and did not hear what Zhou Jinping just said, which meant that he should come over and eat together. Luya couldn't help herself and bought a lot of things. She bought whatever she saw. It was also because they spent too much time on the way to buy things. When Siepura came over after completing the expansion of the hospital, they were just about to eat. She bought 20 buckets of fried chicken alone. Yu Shiwen couldn't persuade her no matter what she said. At that time, Yu Shiwen was determined to bring Luya back to the base. She thought that if she bought too much food, she could share it with others. So she didn't stop her too much. The consequence of not stopping her was that she became a bag-carrying girl, carrying one bag after another, and even hanging things around her neck. Luya was not idle either, and her hands were full of things. The two had a good relationship. Yu Shiwen did not complain, but just sighed. Fortunately, her uncle was the head of the base, and could earn more. It was no surprise to see people shopping in large and small bags in the B&B. There were rich people everywhere, and rich people could not restrain themselves when they saw food. The residents of the B&B are used to seeing people carrying all kinds of things in large and small bags from time to time. They know it in their hearts. They are new here. Fortunately, Siepura helped to bring them back with the space. But because of this, even though Luya was greedy all the way, she only ate less than a bucket of fried chicken. Zhou Jinping looked at the fried chicken with golden skin. Can he say that he wants to eat this kind of food that he classified as junk food? He didn't think much about it. He was still very confident in the snowflake crisps in his hand. He thought his wife would like it. "I left some for you, too." He spread out his hands, and the few snowflake crisps looked very small in his big palms. Luya chewed the fried chicken in her mouth, and fell into deep thought. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she took off the disposable gloves in her hands. Even the disposable gloves in the B&B are good things. They are really oil-proof. After wearing disposable gloves, the oil on the gloves will not flow to your hands, and you will have clean hands after taking them off. She took out the tissue paper she bought from the B&B, and habitually wiped her hands that were still sticky. From the bags behind him, he found a large bag, turned it upside down, and the snowflake crisps, exactly like the ones in Zhou Jinping's hand, poured down like rain. "Zhou Jinping, wife! Are you serious? Did you go robbing? Go to hell." Luya glared at him. "You old man. You can't talk. Tell me what the world is like now. Except for the B&B. Where can I get so many good things waiting for me to rob?" The bag of crystal cores she left before leaving was Zhou Jinping's savings over the years. He thought that was so many crystal cores. Even if he couldn't make it and died, those things could support his wife's expenses for a lifetime. He knew his wife before the apocalypse. She would go to work before the apocalypse. after the apocalypse. He didn't want her to see the hardships of women at the bottom of society, so he didn't let her interfere in the management of the base. He knew his wife was soft-hearted, but as the head of the base, he had many things that he couldn't help, and he couldn't manage so many things at the bottom. Even if he wanted to manage, he was powerless. There were too many things to do, and too few people available in the base. It was not easy to manage the superpowers either, because they always wanted to be the boss. He was also bitter in his heart. Since he couldn't protect his wife, it would be better to let her resign. He smiled bitterly. You didn't spend all your family's money, did you? It's just a few dollars. The crystal cores you spent are not as much as the mink you wanted to buy me. I don't know what he was thinking, saving money to buy a mink for his wife? Although she didn't understand, Elvia felt sweet in her heart, smiled gently, and pulled him down, pressing him on the seat next to her. Just eat something first. Don't worry about whether it's healthy or not. How long have we not eaten meat? Elvia would not spoil the fun, took the snowflake crisps he had left for her, and stuffed them into her pocket. Your gift will definitely be sweeter. Chapter 194. The house was robbed. Zhou Xingping's face turned red, and he turned away embarrassedly. We are an old married couple, and you still say things that young people like to say. Luya looked at him and tried not to laugh. Who would say we are an old married couple? I am still a flower. She had him under control, and she liked to tease him when she saw his serious face showing a different expression. The two of them ate fried chicken together, and Luya rummaged around in some bag, and took out a few bottles of Coke. Opening a Coke. A crisp sound of click is the sound of a can being opened, and also the sound of a carbonated drink being released. Elvia shared the good things she saw in the B&B. Life there is so good, it's like going back to the end of the world. It feels like going downstairs to a snack street. The joy of 711. Is it really that good? Zhou Xingping didn't disbelieve her, but he felt that her description was comparable to heaven. It's really good. The bus has air conditioning. I got off the bus and went into the great B&B, and there are air conditioning inside and outside. Luya sighed with envy. It would be great if our place could develop like this. Didn't woman tell you? Zhou Xingping was sweating while eating. He took a sip of iced Coke. It was the first time he felt the joy of not liking carbonated drinks. What? Elvia's eyes were full of confusion. The B&B has taken over our base. We will have to work for the owner in the future. Zhou Xingping carefully looked at his wife's face, fearing that she would scold him. She was only away for a few days. When she came back, her house was robbed. So it was normal for her to feel a little emotional. He was wrong. Luya was indeed excited, but not the kind of excitement that comes from having her house robbed. We were taken over? We will have someone to back us up in the future. Ah! The subway connects to the B&B. I can't even imagine how happy my future will be. Luya forcefully shoved a can of Coke into Zhou Xingping's hands, forcing him to toast with her. We must celebrate. We look forward to our base getting better and better under the leadership of the owner. Zhou Xingping smiled deeply. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. Even their ideas are surprisingly similar. Your husband will be the head of the base in the future. If things develop well in the future, you can buy anything you want here. This is what the owner had told him before. He didn't have much contact with the owner. Looking at her vigorous and resolute work style, what the owner said will come true. It's just a matter of time. Elvia shook her head. If things develop well, I want to work in the future. Zhou Xingping did not question or ask any more questions. He just said okay, which was considered as an agreement. His wife had never been someone who relied on him alone. He did not care whether his wife wanted to work or not. If his wife wanted to work, he would support her. And it was enough to do what a husband should do. What do you mean by okay? It's up to you. Why are you so nice to me? Loving your wife brings good luck. Loving your wife will make you rich. The two of them spent the most unforgettable day in the end times. Inside the temporary tent where the wounded were placed, there was a mixture of disinfectant and despair. The wounded were placed in the tent. Their thin bodies trembled slightly under the thin quilt. They were trying their best to endure the pain. The doctors from the hospital moved here to do some basic disinfection and cleaning of their wounds. The conditions were limited. Most of the equipment in the hospital was destroyed by the invasion of mutant beasts. The most important thing was that the power generation system was broken. Most of the medical equipment in the hospital needed electricity to maintain. There was a sudden power outage. Only the most precious equipment had backup power devices. The mutants damaged the power generation system, causing a group of people to die. The doctors were helpless and felt powerless in the face of this situation. seeing lives getting better little by little with their help, and then seeing them fading away little by little. No one felt worse than them. They were clearly capable of saving the patients. But because of the power outage, those who got better were still gone. There was complete silence around the tent, with occasional low cries from the family members of the injured. But they couldn't even cry loudly, fearing that they would disturb the people who fell asleep because they were too weak to face the pain. In the temporary tent area, there were only the sobs that were suppressed desperately, and the screams of those who could not bear the pain. The voices were not loud, and they did not even have the strength to scream, which showed how much they were suffering. In this doomsday that cannot be escaped, life and death are common, and everyone who is alive must be prepared for death at all times. The injured lying in the tent, who is in unbearable torture, asked for help from the relatives next to them. "Kill me. Give me a quick death. It hurts so much. My whole body hurts. Hold on a little longer, the base has built a new house. A very powerful shopkeeper came to save us. Can you hold on a little longer? Why? Why can't you just give it a quick death?" In the same tent, there was an old man who was also broken by a mutant spider and was enduring the severe pain. He was in pain too and wanted to give up very much, but he couldn't. The old man comforted him. "The base sent healing psychics to treat us so that we can all survive. The base will not give up on us. If you want to give up now, what will happen to your family?" The young man did not answer. Tears slid down his face. "The base has not given up on us, and we cannot give up on ourselves. Wait a little longer. The base will take action soon." The uncle himself did not know what the base would do. But when the healing psychic saved his life, he saw them output psychic power with one hand and absorb crystal cores with the other hand. Bags of crystal cores were placed next to their hands, which showed that the base gave them to use. A very important message conveyed here is that the base is still working hard, and the base still wants to give them a chance to survive. Siapuru and Yushiwen passed by, and stood outside the tent and listened to the conversation inside. She suddenly thought that she was just a businessman. Even if she moved them to the BNB, she still needed crystal cores to treat the disease. The weather was hot, and the patients with trauma could not be delayed. If they were infected with healing abilities, they would have to start working again. Before she returned to Lewin, she confirmed with the system again and again that the current medical facilities of the BNB hospital were sufficient for treatment. As long as the injured were transferred there, the hospital would be sure to cure them. But the question is how to get the money to treat them. She recalled her past experiences. The conclusion she got from traveling through countless small worlds is that, generally, the aftermath of a disaster is cleaned up by the state. For example, in ancient times, when there was a famine, the court would distribute relief food. Or, the rich would be robbed to help the poor, and the nobles would open their own coffers to give out porridge. This is obviously unrealistic. It would take the most time to rob everyone, and they obviously can't wait. Chapter 195 Treatment can be credited. Another example in modern times, the most personal experience is during the mass period. During the mass period, those who could not pay their mortgages, the state allowed a 2-month delay in repaying the bank. When that policy was implemented, all the working class people at the bottom, who were burdened with mortgage pressure, shouted and posted on the internet to praise their country. Also, during the mass period, the cost of collective nucleic acid testing was paid by the state. If you are unfortunately sick, the cost of treatment is very expensive, and it is also paid by the state. Each and every one of these was her own personal experience. And these were the things that touched her the most. System, can I apply this? I applied to the higher-ups. This was also the first time that M80 encountered this situation. In the past, tasks were either business or something else, but this time it was both business and saving the world, and it didn't know what it was about. Okay, she responded. While waiting for M80 to respond, Siapura lowered her head quietly, and Yushiwen didn't say anything either. No matter what the result is, she and the system have tried to fight for them. If it still doesn't work, they can only think of another way. Or the points and crystal cores for treatment can be taken from the base account. But she has already lit up the Lun base, and she doesn't know whether the points and crystal cores of the Lun base are counted as hers. If they are counted as hers, she can't give them to others. As a store owner, she doesn't have an account. The crystal cores she received from the base are only used to convert into points, and are also used for the construction of the base. The matter was urgent. M80 went to make an urgent report, and the main system quickly contacted it. A few minutes later, the system voice sounded again. Host, I'm back. Siapura raised her lips, looking like there was good news. The main system said, you can give them credit first, and pay them back after you recover, but they have to use themselves as collateral. Use yourself as collateral? She was puzzled. What does that mean? They need to use their own lives as collateral. They can buy the points needed for treatment on credit. They can pay in installments after all the treatments are completed. The monthly payment amount will be evaluated by the system, so they won't go bankrupt. What if they can't pay it back or don't want to pay it back after the treatment? Take back your life, recycle it, and become a robot. Siapuru's eyebrows relaxed. This is a good solution. Then do it. After disconnecting the chat with M80, she said to Yu Shiwen. Yu Shiwen was surprised by her action. But she didn't say anything. She immediately asked people to notify each injured person. And if anyone disagreed, let them fend for themselves. You seemed surprised just now? Siapuru asked. Yu Shiwen said frankly, I was a little surprised. It is difficult to seek medical treatment in the end times. Medical resources are also insufficient. If you can't afford to treat the disease, you can only wait to die no matter what it is. You can even let them buy on credit. It's unexpected. Her tone showed admiration. Siapuru smiled. And didn't say anything else. You should take a break. 2. Don't keep busy with us. It's not worth it to tire yourself out. Her eyes touched Yu Shiwen's lips. Her lips were red. Maybe they were engorged from walking around. Yu Shiwen shook her head. How can a superpower's body be so weak? I always feel uneasy if I don't keep busy with you guys. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want to rest. She couldn't sleep even if she was in bed until she finished dealing with the post-war scenes. In addition, Siapura had just arrived and didn't know anyone. She had been in the base for half a month and was familiar with everyone. So it was easier for her to find someone. When the conversation came to this point, Siapura asked the question she had been curious about for a long time. Is there a big difference in physical fitness between people with special abilities and ordinary people? Very big. People with special abilities don't get sick easily. And their physical fitness is 10 times stronger than that of ordinary survivors. Yu Shiwen was very confused. Isn't Pu Tao also a special ability? How come you don't even know this? She didn't ask her doubts, and it didn't matter. The subordinates sent a message that most of the survivors agreed to buy on credit, and they didn't waste time. The patients were carried on stretchers by the survivors, and took the subway to the BNB for hospitalization. Zhou Zhengping and her applied to bring in the patients from the hospital, and she agreed. That day, she set the subway to be free, whether it was people carrying people or patients, as long as the base allowed them to enter the subway. It was free. There were many injured and patients, and she planned to transfer them all first. The hospital here was bad. Broken. Many instruments were unusable. Even if she got electricity, it was useless. There were not many people. It would take several trips to transfer all the injured. She followed the first batch of people back to the BNB, worried that they didn't know where to put the people. So she led the way. The division of the hospital was not so clear, except for the obstetrics and gynecology department, which was a window for daily diseases. The sound insulation here was very good. Closing the door of the ward could reduce the noise, and closing the door of the department could isolate all the noise from the outside. She said something to the nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department, and then closed the door of the department. Yu Shiwen also ran over, listened to her instructions, helped sort out the crowd, and directed the wounded to the corresponding room. The first batch of people to be transferred were the seriously injured and patients, who were kept alive by the healing ability users. Siapura did not delay, and left the trivial matters to others, and took the doctors and nurses from Lun to adapt to the equipment. She could only understand what many of the high-tech medical equipment she drew were used for. And the rest? There were instructions attached to them. Professionals do professional things. Let them study. A group of people gathered around the new instrument and marveled at it, exclaiming from time to time, praising its precise data, clear images and various advantages. Siapura was an outsider, and she didn't understand the professional terms when she heard them say that she didn't understand them. So she didn't get involved. The matter of transferring the patient came to an end, and she couldn't help with the rest. When she found Yu Shiwen, she was still busy. She was busier than anyone else. Even if she was injured and just recovered, she was more motivated than anyone else. Great. I really envy Lun base. I wonder when you can take over our base. Siapuro laughed, making the whole room laugh. Wouldn't your father be so angry if he knew you wanted to do that? Yu Shiwen said with great energy. My father is the same as my uncle. If there is a place where people can live better, he would like to retire as soon as possible. Is power so insignificant to your family? Xie Pu was puzzled. How many people want to be the base commander? Isn't the base commander like a local emperor who can do whatever he wants in the base? With so much power at his disposal, why don't the people around Yu Shiwen seem to care about it? Chapter 196 Transferring the Wounded. Have you ever heard a saying? Yu Shiwen stopped busying himself, walked over, and wiped the thin layer of sweat on his forehead. What? People with conscience can't get rich, especially in the end times. Xie Pu nodded in agreement. Indeed, she worked hard to sell some things. But she didn't make as much money as if she robbed a base. Let's not talk about this. I'm going back to Lun to set up a stall. Are you going back? Yu Shiwen sat down for a while to rest, and stood up again. I won't go back yet. I'll be busy for a while, and the second batch of people to be transferred will be here soon. Then I go back first. You must rest after you finish your work. Xie Pu disappeared from the spot after she said that. Within her range, she can teleport at any time. After the Lun base is lit up, it also belongs to her range. Even if she is in a guest house thousands of miles away, she can transfer back to the Lun base with a thought. It's faster than the subway, because she arrives in seconds. Yu Shiwen has long been accustomed to her great powers, and is not surprised at all. Everyone is busy with their own work, and didn't pay attention to this side. Teleporting back to the RV, when she found out that she didn't have enough points to build a store after the construction. She asked her beloved employees to start making fried chicken. Some of them should be alive now. The making of fried chicken is simple and complicated. It's just to coat it with flour, and throw it into the oil pan. Just control the time. Controlling time is what robots are best at. They can control time accurately to the second. Once the time is up, they will take out the fried chicken to control the oil. She asked Bao Bao to pack each type of fried chicken separately. Spicy chicken wings are a pair, including chicken tips, chicken wings, and chicken wing roots. The two flavors of chicken steaks are packed in different colored paper bags, cowhide colored paper bags, with red and yellow logos printed on them. The red one is for spicy chicken steaks, and the yellow one is for sweet plum chicken steaks. In order to make it easier for customers to buy chicken steaks, they are cut into small pieces before packaging, and then packed one by one. The RV is affected by the comprehensive upgrade, and the packaged food in the production room on the first floor remains unchanged. The crispy fried chicken will not affect the crispness and taste of the fried chicken, and even the temperature is the same as when it was just fried. But how can fried chicken be without Coke? Especially iced Koro, you will lose your soul if you don't drink it. The weather is not so hot now, it's okay to drink some iced drinks. She only has one water vending machine that is with the RV. When she was worried, she came up with a solution. She can sell set meals, and give away a few bottles of Coke. With more freedom, I should be able to do this. Right? Approval from M80, yes. Xie Pu happily prepared the set meals. The set meal is more upscale than the individual fried chicken. The fried chicken is packed in a greaseproof paper box. She plans to divide it into two sets, single meal and family meal. Single meal A set meal, one crispy pistol leg, a pair of spicy chicken wings, a spicy chicken steak. Single meal B set meal has the same contents, but the chicken steak is changed to sweet plum flavor. Single meals come with a can of Coke, and the packaging box is packed and then packed in two different color bags. The family meal set meal is much simpler. As we all know, the family meal means the whole family of chicken, not enough for the whole family. Family meal, 2 chicken cutlets, 2 pistol legs, 2 spicy wings, 3 cans of Coke. That's enough. After finishing the meal, Xie Pu left her bag to pack them, and she found a small blackboard and wrote the meal details on it. The original price of fried chicken in a single meal was 135 points. Since it was a meal, there must be some discounts. She changed it to 130, which means a 5-point discount for ordering a meal, and a can of Coke. The family meal was 260, and it came with 3 cans of Coke, which was also a good deal. She had a feeling that family portrait would be more popular, and that many people would buy it. So she told Bao Bao to pack more family portrait packages. There were several points exchangers on each floor of the newly built large shopping mall. She went outside to find someone, and asked them to organize people to go to the mall to exchange points first. She also moved the food truck to the entrance of the first floor of the mall, and prepared to sell it here in a while. The mall was completely empty, and had no facilities. Such a large place should be enough for everyone to go in and exchange crystal cores. It was said that Lune Base would no longer use crystal cores for transactions. But there were still some individuals who wanted to sell their pre-apocalyptic collections. And these people might still want to keep the crystal cores. Siapuro supported her face with her hands and sat on a comfortable chair to rest. System. Can our points be exchanged for crystal cores? The host can add this function in the future if he wants. She was delighted. And then she said cautiously, will it cost extra? No need to pay. She pushed further. It would be great if every machine could be made into a points exchanger. And the residents here could also go out to pick up things and exchange them for points. Fighting zombies is the strength of the superpowers. When facing zombies, ordinary people are simply risking their lives. It would be great if scavenging could become a source of income for some disadvantaged groups. M80 knows what she is thinking. Its host always empathizes with the lower-class people in the end times. The points lottery can only draw one advanced points exchanger. If you want more, you still have to apply. Otherwise, it will be useless to spend more points to draw. You can apply. I know you are the best. Siapuro grinned, showing a big smile. She didn't forget to make a promise to the system. How many crystal cores will it take to exchange your entity? Each entity has a different price. Some are cheap and some are expensive. Are there any human ones? Host. Do you want to exchange my entity? No human ones, I want a red panda. Pandas are the national treasure of mankind, and they are furry. The host will definitely like this entity. How many great coins will the panda entity cost? 10 million great coins. Hello system, goodbye system. She may not have so many things to exchange for points after looting the world. Wow, the host just praised me as a good commander. Siapuro, yes, I am a heartless person. In front of money, what is the entity? I can still tell the difference between great coins and points. Host, don't give up on me. I can still bargain. No matter how M80 cried, she blocked it cruelly. While they were laughing and playing, some people were already queuing in front of the dining car. The staff arranged the people who had exchanged their points to line up in 2 lines, and there were more people on the way. In order not to cause a sensation in the entire base, the staff arranged a group of people nearby to come first, so when Siapuro saw it, the number of people in front of the dining car was not so large that she could not handle it. She opened the food delivery window on the first floor of the RV, and a smell of oil came out from the RV and drifted into everyone's heart. Chapter 197 Queuing up to buy fried chicken. Everything was ready. While there were not so many people queuing up, she decided to sell some first. Turning her head to look at the packed inventory in her bag, it could be stored in the small grid of the alien space, and the inventory was displayed intelligently above the grid. Each grid was thoughtfully marked with the name of the packaged product, and she could see it clearly at a glance. 5,000 family meal packages had been packaged, more than 3,000 single-person AB packages had been packaged, and there were tens of thousands more single items. There is definitely enough to sell. There are so many people in the base, and it is still producing continuously, so there should be no problem. The queue outside is very regular, not crowded at all. Those who came late took a look at the set meal on the blackboard, and then went back thinking about what they needed to buy. The smell of fried chicken in the dining car made them unable to speak clearly. On the surface, they were chatting, but in fact, everyone's mind was on the oil pan in the dining car, which was boiling as the temperature of the oil pan increased. Siapuro began to entertain the first customer of the day. Hello, what would you like to order? The first customer in line was a little nervous. Luckily, he had prepared the questions he wanted to ask early. Hello. Owner, is there a purchase limit? Siapuro shook her head. No purchase limit, but you can't buy too much, otherwise the people behind you won't be able to eat, and it will be a waste if you can't finish it. Xin Wei, who was talking to the owner, said carefully, then can I have 2 family meal sets? Sure. Siapuro turned back to the dining car and took out 2 portions of fried chicken from the grid in the alien space. The bags were all packed, so it was quick and convenient for her to carry them. She handed them to the first customer. Your 2 family meal sets. She shouted to the customers in another line. Next. Xin Wei was the first customer in line to buy fried chicken. He couldn't believe it when he got the fried chicken in his hand. He only spent a few crystal cores to buy so much fried chicken. The hot fried chicken and iced cola were packed separately. He bought 2 family meal sets and got a total of 6 cans of cola. The cool touch came through the thin packaging bag. The long-lost cool feeling spread from the hands to the whole body. It was so healing in the scorching sun. He held the fried chicken and coke tightly in his hands, and trotted home, for fear that if he ran too slowly, the coke would not be cold before he got home. He didn't dare to eat fried chicken outside, because he was the first one to buy it. If he ate it outside, wouldn't he be waiting to be robbed? If he was robbed, he wouldn't even have a place to argue. It was too much to describe the things in his hands as valuable at the moment. Not to mention how expensive oil is now. Normally farmed non-mutated chicken is more expensive than his meat. The Leuven base has a breeding farm, which specializes in breeding non-mutated poultry. He could not afford to eat the chickens there. And even the eggs. He could only pick them up and look at them. Yes, he was the manager who was responsible for taking care of the chickens in the live chicken farm of the base. Otherwise, he would not even be qualified to touch the eggs. He was lucky. The house assigned to him by the base was near this area. Even more fortunately, the way the base notified the people in this area was to post a notice silently, just downstairs of their building. He had just finished cleaning up the damaged chicken coop and went home when he saw some staff posting things. He went forward to join in the fun. After seeing it, he ran to exchange points, and then ran to the RV to line up. He was the first one all the way, and now he finally bought it. The fried chicken was heavy in his hand. What he had in his hand was not fried chicken, but all his happiness. Siapura sneezed from a distance and muttered, "Who is it? Who is mumbling me behind my back?" She had no idea how many people's happiness she was carrying in her hands now. Qingwei had only one younger brother waiting for him at home, but he still bought 2 family portraits, just as a luxury for him. 2 people ate 2 family portraits. I don't know how long it would take to queue up to buy them next time. He had a fixed income, and saved a lot of crystal cores. Besides, buying fried chicken once was not a luxury at all. The food in the base was more expensive before. One first-level crystal core could only buy 3 insect cakes. In the base, apart from expensive food and rent, there is nothing else that requires money. Everyone lives a tight life. They hold on to the crystal cores as tightly as possible, and will not buy useless things. Nothing is as precious as food in the end times. What they don't know is that, starting from Siapura lighting up the Leuven base, they will say goodbye to the days of lack of food and clothing. Qingwei is a complete low-level worker. He has no special abilities, no background, and no backing. He was lucky in the early days of the base construction. He had experience in raising chickens, and was selected to work in the breeding farm. His younger brother Qinrui became a superpower, working hard for the base. Qinrui was slightly injured in the mutant beast tide, but it did not meet the standard of being transferred for rescue. It was just a skin injury. The hospital gave him some disinfectant, and he went home to disinfect and take care of the wound every day. Qinwei opened the door and saw Qinrui sitting at home. The wound was on his back. He was either lying or sitting. There was no entertainment in the end times, so he was really sitting at home. Qinrui saw his brother coming back. His posture was very strange, and he frowned. His brother's walking posture is not right, could it be? Brother, you are not going to sell yourself out, are you? Qinwei had just closed the door, and used something useless to plug the crack in the door, when he heard what he said. He staggered, and the fried chicken in his arms fell out. Brother Qinrui didn't know the situation because he didn't go out. The notice for the sale of fried chicken was posted not long ago, so he certainly didn't know what was going on. The selling yourself he mentioned combined with his suspicious eyes was very intriguing. If I have to sell it, I'd sell it to you. How can I let myself down? Qinwei said in a bad voice. Don't stay here. Clean up the table. We have a big meal today. Qinwei took out the plastic bag containing the fried chicken. On the way back, he was too afraid of being robbed, so he tied the bag very tightly to prevent the smell from escaping. So when the fried chicken fell out just now, Qinrui didn't know what he had brought back. It must be that the bags used for packaging on the dining car were of good quality, otherwise, how come there was really no smell at all? Qinrui only had a back injury. It would be fine as long as he was careful not to sweat on the wound. The moment he turned his back, Qinwei still softened his heart, worried that he would sweat if he moved. Qinwei put the bag in his hand on him. Forget it. You go to the side and wait for the food. It will be troublesome if you sweat. There was no politeness between the two brothers, so Qinrui really waited obediently. He opened the tightly tied knot on the bag, only opening a small hole, and the smell of fried chicken surged in. Chapter 198 Packaging is all black technology. Damn it. Qinwei cursed, and hurried to close the window. Fortunately, he tied it tightly, and only opened a small hole, so that the smell would not spread out. When he closed the window and came back, the smell of fried chicken had filled the entire closed room. Qin Wei finally confirmed that there was no place where the smell could spread out, and quickly cleaned up the table, took the fried chicken from his brother's hand, and opened the plastic bag of fried chicken with a very pious movement. He looked at the plastic bag with great care, as if it was a precious gift tied with a bow. He opened the plastic bag, and then the paper box of fried chicken. After all this trouble, the paper box was not full of steam. It was dry and crisp with only fried chicken lying quietly on it. How is this possible? Qin Wei was stunned. He was ready to eat fried chicken that was not too crispy. Now that he opened it, it really gave him a big surprise. The strong aroma did not let them dwell on this aspect for too long. Now they only had the most primitive hunger reaction in their minds. There was no point in worrying about it. They would never have thought that it was a black technology given by the system. In the words of the system, we cannot let the packaging box limit the deliciousness of the host. Qin Rui saw clearly that the bag contained fried chicken. With a sad face, "Brother, you actually did such a sneaky thing?" "Me? What did I do?" Qin Wei looked puzzled. "Did you see that I was injured, and brought the chickens from the farm back to me to heal me?" Qin Rui was touched and angry. How could such an upright man like his brother still bow down for a chicken? He continued to educate his brother. "Don't be lucky. How many people work in the chicken farm? Even if they check one by one, the base will find the house sooner or later." Qin Weiren was dumbfounded. If he didn't say anything, he would be accused of stealing chickens by his own brother. He was really speechless, thinking if his brother was bored staying at home. "No, can you wait for me a little? I've already said it. I won't let myself suffer even if I sell you. Why would I steal a chicken?" Qin Rui insisted. Where did this chicken come from? Qin Wei had put on his gloves, but his brother wouldn't let him touch it, and insisted that he explain it clearly first. He had no choice but to hold back his saliva and tell the whole story from beginning to end. After he finished, his mouth was dry, he was in a bad mood. "Do you believe it now? Besides, even if I stole the chicken, where's the Coke? It can't be that I produce it myself?" With a crisp sound, Qin Wei opened the Coke. He drank a big gulp of the bubbling ice Coke. If he hadn't controlled himself, he really wanted to finish the whole can of Coke in one breath. After listening to the explanation, Qin Rui was still a little disappointed. He thought his brother had really done that for him. Muttered, "I thought, if you really stole the chicken, you should have given me some chicken soup. It's not easy to make fried chicken." Qin Wei yelled, "Do you want to eat? If not, I fork you out. Eat, eat, eat. I eat. Then are all these 3 cans of Coke mine? You wish. I bought them. I want 4 cans. The two of them were arguing. Qin Rui also started eating. They only opened one set meal. They tacitly chose to put the other one aside. The weather is hot anyway. If you want to eat it later, you can put it on the windowsill and heat it up. The base management staff ate fried chicken earlier than the masses. Unlike Qin Wei, who was on temporary leave and didn't have to work, they were more hardworking. After the reconstruction, they still had a lot of things to do. Siapuru opened a special backdoor for them, chosen a place far from people and convenient, and built a staff canteen for them. Just like the stalls in the food court, as long as they place an order, the robots will cook for them. Employees have salaries. Before she came, the base paid salaries every month, so the price of fried chicken for employees is not discounted. They all bought it with their own money, but it is just one more channel than the survivors. I don't know how many people were notified that afternoon, and the queues formed one after another. Fortunately, Siapuru was fast, and the robot employees were also very capable. They packed the fried chicken one by one. The speed at which they served the food was proportional to the speed at which customers came to buy, so it was not too slow. When Siapuru was tired and didn't want to move, she asked Bao Bao to put the packed items directly on the food cart, and the team lined up according to the items they wanted to buy and took the payment points one by one. There is no petty theft, and no one wants to eat a free meal. Maybe everyone thinks that food is hard to come by, and it is good enough to buy food. There is no need to offend the base to save a few dollars. They will even supervise each other so that they can buy food. When one person queues up to buy, there will be countless people in the queue behind watching. Under such supervision, even if there is a desire to steal, they dare not really steal. The current base is different from the usual base. Normally, if you are expelled from the base, you will just move to another base. Lun is now taken over by the store owner. Only a fool would want to confront the base head-on at this time. If you are really expelled from the base, where can you buy cheap and good food? Do you still want to live in a new house? Do you still want to eat fried chicken and drink Coke? You may not even dream of such delicious fried chicken. As more and more people buy fried chicken, everyone is no longer hiding it. Many people eat fried chicken on the way home after buying it. If everyone has something, you don't have to worry about others coveting it. There are also people who have no ability to earn crystal cores and wait for the base to give them food. They all live in the slums at the bottom of the society. They sleep anywhere they can. They are poorer than the poor. It would be fine if they were sick and had no way out. But unfortunately, these people are not. They are not sick. Nor are they missing limbs. They are just lazy. Those who are sick died early. In an era where life is worthless, they simply cannot survive. The whole Lund base was filled with the smell of fried chicken that day. And the staff at the base ate until they were satisfied. The lazy and greedy people were so greedy that they waited eagerly for the base to rescue them. They even gathered together and discussed when the base would send them food. After the apocalypse, there were too many casualties among humans, and too few newborns. The central base had a rule that no base was allowed to despise life. This was a very weak rule. This rule could only restrain upright people like Zhou Zheping. He would really give the survivors a bite to eat, and keep them alive. Although the one he gave was the most disgusting cockroach cake, it was still food. The group of people had been spoiled for a long time, and they thought that everyone would eat fried chicken today. Chapter 199. Kill them and forget it. They should be able to get a little bit, and they were thinking that they would be able to enjoy a feast soon. They never thought that. Siapura knew about this during her communication with Zhou Zheping, and she directly cancelled all their relief insect biscuits. They waited and waited, and when they couldn't wait any longer, they ran to the place where people lined up to buy fried chicken to make trouble. It is said that a new official will start with 3 fires when he takes office. When Zhou Zheping clearly told them that Siapura was in charge of the base, no one was ignorant enough to let these shameless people in to cause trouble. That group of people still wanted to make a scene. Zhou Zheping, who had clearly discussed with Siapura, had already given them orders. People who disobeyed and wanted to eat for free are wasting other people's resources. People who open their mouths to wait for food would be grateful at first, but now their mentality has changed to think that the base owes them that bite of food. So they have no sense of asking for things at this time, and they just ask for things with confidence when they reach out their hands. They are not polite, and the people in the base are even more impolite. There is no restraint in the end of the world. This group of people has really refreshed their bottom line again and again. There is no most shameless, only more shameless. Before, they only dared to ask for insect cakes, but now they are actively asking for fried chicken. It has been clearly stated above that we can ignore this group of people in the future, but they don't care so much, and just find a place to beat people to death. Nothing escaped Siapura's eyes. She had no opinion on this, and didn't want to affect these trivial matters too much. Besides, all this was a benefit to her. She sat in the dining car when she was not working, smelling the freshly baked fried chicken. She wanted to eat it herself. She went to the food outlet and got a portion of fried chicken wings, and ate it herself. Thinking that she had 2 employees, she brought the 2 furry children out. The 2 little ones must have missed her, and they jumped on her as soon as they came out. Snowflake's cry was soft, making people feel particularly comfortable. Perhaps to please her, Snowflake acted more coquettishly than usual. Ao followed suit, calling her master in a little shouted voice. She realized that they might be hungry. So she asked, "Are you hungry?" The 2 little creatures answered yes, and Siapura gave them some of the fried chicken in her hand. The mutant spider crystal core she put in the inner space was still lying there. They were really obedient. They didn't eat unless she told them to. She thought about not talking to Hua for a long time. She blocked it because she thought it was noisy when she was busy. Now she opened up communication with it. Jeanzi, Master is abusing the flowers. Why do they have food? I don't have any. Woohoo, Master is bad. Its body, as a small flower, actually cried out for fried chicken. Siapura pinched its leaves. What fried chicken do you eat? Do you have a mouth? Do you have teeth? I will try hard. Then I will give you food after you have tried hard. After feeding herself and the 2 little ones, she didn't want to work at all, and took a rest in the passenger seat, watching customers coming to eat fried chicken one after another. Everyone was so busy eating fried chicken that they didn't consider the problem of being thirsty after eating fried chicken. Maybe some people thought about it, but they couldn't say no to the delicious fried chicken. They just wanted to eat something. And they were okay with being a little thirsty. Of course, they wouldn't let Siapura miss such a good way to earn points. No matter how few points there are, they will add up to a lot. So she had already thought of how to deal with it for everyone. The advantage of increasing freedom and lighting up the Lune base is that she doesn't need to draw out vending machines anymore. She built several points to sell bottled water to deal with the supply first. Many people still have water stored at home. People who have experienced extreme heat know the importance of water sources. Even when facing a beast tide, they don't forget to store water in containers when it rains. At this time, not so many people are short of water. Besides, there are too many people queuing to buy water. Those who still have water at home will not waste their efforts. Now Siapura is still working hard to install air conditioning in Lune base. She will not stay here for too long. A quick victory is the key. She put the two little guys, who had eaten and drunk enough, back into the space. There is enough space there for them to run. By the way, she also put the gold in. Under the pretext that we are all family. And that we can love each other only if we spend more time together. It is impossible to keep the temperature in Lune base constant like that in a B&B. But she can install air conditioners in the rooms. And it would be better if the whole building is equipped with air conditioners. The corresponding accommodation price must also be increased. While collecting more rent, everyone can also sleep well. It is a good thing to make a lot of money no matter how you look at it. The difficulty of this matter is that she has used up all her points to build a hospital. So she hurried back to sell fried chicken to make some money. No! Siapura suddenly felt that she was stupid. Who said that you can only build air conditioners when you have money? She can do pre-sale. She left the RV where it was, asked others for Zhou Jinping's address, and teleported to the vicinity. But she didn't dare to teleport directly to him. What if he was doing something inconvenient? That would be so offensive. The location she teleported to was actually at the school gate of Lune base. Post-disaster reconstruction has not been completed yet. Don't students have holidays? With doubts, Siapura approached the school. The guard at the school gate did not stop her, and she walked in smoothly. A burst of laughter came to her, and the innocent laughter of children came, and she could hear the conversation clearly. It was Luya who brought the snowflake crisps she bought from the B&B to share with the children, and Zhou Jinping was beside her. She asked the person next to the door to go in first to inform Zhou Jinping that she had something to discuss, and she would not go in rashly. After a while, Zhou Jinping came out, and Luya came out with him. Luya asked with a smile, "Why don't you go in? It's not a place to talk outside." Siapura was silent for a moment, and said embarrassedly, "Don't teach the children bad things." However, it's not good to talk to Zhou Jinping alone. As the head of the base, he doesn't know a lot of things. I came here to talk about moving into the new house. Head Zhou may not know much about this. How about finding someone to talk to me? Zhou Jinping pondered for a moment, as if he had made a major decision. My wife has been helping me deal with this matter. If it's convenient for you, let's talk about it together. After Elvia stopped working, she actually retreated behind the scenes and quietly contributed to the base. She handled many trivial matters that Zhou Jinping didn't want to spend more time on. Zhou Jinping didn't know much about the house as much as Elvia did. It just so happened that she also wanted to continue working. So this was a good starting point. Chapter 200, Robbing the Rich to Help the Poor. Okay, let's do it together. Siapura didn't care, as long as there was someone who understood and talked to her. Shall we find a quiet place to talk? It happened that the meeting room of the base was nearby, so they walked over together. The feeling of Luya and Zhou Jinping walking together was not like that of an ordinary couple walking together. They were very affectionate, and looked very formal from the outside. If someone who didn't know them saw them, they might think they were colleagues. Luya was very confident, and never doubted her ability to work. Even if Zhou Jinping recommended her to the store owner to join the meeting without discussing it with her in advance, she was confident that she could still do it well with her ability. After entering the meeting room, the three of them sat down, and Siapura told her idea. Pay in advance? Luya's eyes flashed with confusion. How long after paying can I move in? Siapura estimated that it would take a few minutes to install air conditioning in a new building with 50 floors. Pay the fee as if you booked an air-conditioned room. You can pay points on the spot when you book, and you can check in on the same day. Water and electricity are not charged separately in the B&B, and are only included in the room rate. But the B&B does not have air conditioning, so it doesn't use much water and electricity. At this point, she was in trouble again. She lay on the table and pondered, not caring at all about her image as a store owner. M80 reminded her. She still stiffened her neck and said, "There are only 3 of us. Including me. I've been busy for a long time and I'm tired." What's wrong with taking a rest? She is not a very awesome person. An ordinary worker will want to take a rest when he is tired. Besides, isn't working hard just for yourself to feel comfortable? When you have great power, it makes no sense to act arrogantly. Never mind. Siapura sat up straight from the table and startled the two. Zhou Zhengping and Luya had never seen someone as capable as Siapura who was not arrogant. She sat up suddenly and startled the two who were waiting for her to speak. The first time she moved in. She made the house she moved into fully decorated. No matter what world it is, there is no shortage of rich people. Air conditioning, tables and chairs, etc. are all arranged at a high price. But as long as they have those things, they can receive more rent every month. It's time to get something high-end. How can a rich person's room be small? She deliberately chose a large house that had been built. There are 50 floors in total, 2 elevators and 4 households on each floor, and a huge balcony. She calculated quickly in her mind. Each room is more than 200 square meters. There are a lot of things that can be done in decoration. She estimated a number and reported it to them. 50,000 points? That is 500 first-level crystal cores. Siapura rubbed her hands nervously, wondering if she was too greedy. This price is not expensive for rich people, it's finely decorated. So I understand. Luya smiled and told her that. Luan Base also has a villa area, and the monthly rent of the villa area is thousands of first-level crystal cores. No matter where you are, the class gap is huge, and the rich people before the end of the world more or less have some resources in their hands. Even if the end of the world comes, the resources in their hands are not comparable to those of ordinary people. But it's a building after all, not a villa. Will they buy it? Luya had a calm smile on her face. The owner is worrying too much. Which rich person doesn't have one thing in front of others, and another behind their backs? Isn't it normal to have multiple houses? What? You're still doing real estate in the end times? Siapura was dumbfounded. You're still buying houses in the end times? It's more reassuring to have a house of your own, no matter where it is. She and Luya were the only ones communicating during the whole process, and Zhou Zhengping only nodded and poured water for them. But Siapura still wants to try hard to make ordinary people who can afford it live in air-conditioned rooms. The price of installing air conditioning in a room is only 2,000 points more than that of a normal room per month. The high price is a disguised way of taking the electricity bill into account. Our current room rate, taking a 1-bedroom room as an example, is 1,500 points per month, and the points for a 2-bedroom room double to 3,000 points. If the 1-bedroom room rate increases by 2,000 points per month after installing air conditioning, the price will be set at 3,500 points. And the air conditioning fee for a 2-bedroom room will double. Will anyone live there? Of course there will be. Luya's eyes flickered, and she said excitedly, the base has issued tasks to find air conditioners before. There is no need to risk these points. It will be too convenient for those who need it. Siapura was finally relieved. She was worried about the high price before, but now she is not worried. Just think of it as robbing the rich to help her, who is poor. She spread her hands and completely relaxed. You count how many people want to install air conditioners and move into the new building and tell me here. It is best to give it to me as soon as possible. Okay. The meeting was over. She undoubtedly went back to sleep, and she stopped selling fried chicken. She had been selling for so long. She had been busy for so long. People from every area had been notified to come and buy, and those who were still queuing were the diners, who bought for the first time and continued to queue to buy. When she said she wanted to stop selling, there was still some reluctance in everyone's eyes, and no one had the courage to ask her to continue selling. Ignoring everyone's eyes, Siapura closed the stall and drove the RV to a place with few people. The RV is soundproof, but she doesn't want to live under everyone's gaze. She can't sleep without moving. She took the 2 little things out of the space. They had washed themselves clean in the space. She didn't need to take care of them. They would play well by themselves. After taking a bath, she asked Jinzi to use the soul extraction artifact on her and fell asleep comfortably. Before going to bed, she kept muttering, "Good Jinzi. The best flower in the world." She understood encouraging education. She simply praised him a few times, and Jinzi even secretly made her flower grow bigger at night. In the small space of the RV, the fragrance of flowers was everywhere. Siapura breathed unconsciously, and had a long and sweet dream after smelling the fragrance of flowers. She fell asleep, and the Lune base was still like a high-speed spinning top, counting the number of people according to her instructions. With her, the post-disaster reconstruction of the base was so easy. She cleaned up all the garbage on the ground and the dilapidated houses. I don't know how many people were sighing at her kindness that day. And the merit points kept gathering towards the RV. Ah! Siapura woke up, stretched, and a comfortable breath came out of her throat. She woke up and stood up, opened the curtains, and stretched again, with her hands open and bathing in the sun. She looked like a daffodil, blooming in the morning sun and full of vitality. There is nothing in the world that is more comfortable than eating well and sleeping well. She stretched out a finger and put some water in Jean's flower pot. I slept well, thank you, Jean. This water is for your breakfast. Chapter 201 Green Plant Planting Mission Machine. Jean, humph. Wrong choice. Why is it wrong? You don't want to drink water. Do you want to drink chicken soup? Is it okay? Jean's leaves shook, feeling like she was looking around. She said calmly, next time for sure. As we all know, next time for sure means next time and next time. Next time and next time, and so on. Last night she had a beautiful dream, dreaming that she opened a bigger and bigger homestay, saved many people, and successfully exchanged M80 for the panda entity that it had been thinking about. Dreams are just dreams after all. When she wakes up from the dream, she is still the poor girl. Host, don't belittle yourself, you still have a black face. Do you believe that when you have a physical body, your butt will be red every day? If it is not red, it means that her hand is not strong enough. No way. No way. No one wants to beat the national treasure. Right? Yes, your host, am a person without quality. M80 provocation strategy is useful, which will make Siapura open the lottery page. She just didn't believe that she was unlucky. I just checked yesterday, there were not many points left, so she clicked to draw cards 100 times. The previous few times were still useless daily necessities. She drew so many daily necessities that she could provide them to several bases at the same time. I don't believe it. The girl who loves to smile can't have bad luck. She drew many more times, but nothing good came out. After clicking the last 100 consecutive draws, she thought more and more that something was wrong. She clearly remembered that she didn't have so many points. She didn't even have time to look at the result of the card draw, and exited to check her store owner account. Host, Siapura. Current grape coins, 104,600. What happened? Did she not wake up? How come there are so many more after waking up? And she just ordered 900 draws in a row. As if she slept for a long and deep sleep, and had no idea how noisy the residents of Lune Base, who had some conditions, were fighting for the houses she built. They were all going crazy in the high temperature. Who would want to live in those dirty residential houses with air conditioning? Even those who don't have the conditions have to fight for it. After the house was built, everyone's mind was on how to move into the new building. There were many people whose houses were destroyed in the beast tide. They thought complacently, their own houses were destroyed. The new house was built on their original house. They should have a share. Right? But no. Siapura never played by the rules. She had said before that they could not continue to move in as before. The minimum quality for those who want to live in the new building must be divided. The end of the world is the most magnifying human nature. She will not indulge those who think of themselves as masters. She will praise those who have the ability to earn a family business for themselves. Those who have no ability and want to wait for the base subsidy are simply dreaming. The thoughts drifted further and further away. M80 pulled back in time. Host, you won something. You won the paper towel and soap. Right? She said this, her hand still attached to the light screen, and adjusted the page back to the previous card drawing page. Green Plant Planting Task Machine. Everyone can go to the machine to receive planting tasks, and plant them near the BNB or the lit base. After the plant survives successfully, corresponding points can be obtained. It turned out to be a golden card. It should be similar to the point exchanger. Siapura wanted to continue to click to view the detailed instructions, but was prompted that the details could only be viewed after using the card. Good things must be used. She didn't think much, and directly clicked to use. After successfully using the card, 2 new pages popped up on the light screen in front of her, one for the BNB, and the other for the Lune base. The top one was the one for the BNB. She checked the first one first. You have to choose the placement first. This green plant task machine is amazing. She only drew one card, but the machine seems to be able to split itself. She chose several spots, and they were all successfully pre-placed. Machines that can earn points will be snapped up if nothing unexpected happens. She didn't think much about it at all, and placed 2 green plant task machines downstairs in each building. Not everyone will go to get the task at the same time, most of them are off-peak. Let's do it this way for now, and replace it if it's not enough. It was just placing the machine. It wasn't a big change, and the people around would not be cleared into the alien space. Click to confirm the placement. It didn't consume any of her points. It was put down so easily. She couldn't believe it. M80 was helpless. Host, please stop being suspicious. There are so many tricks in this system. I'm not afraid of too many tricks. The main thing is that I'm Siapuro, who was about to cry poor, thought of the balance she had just checked, paused, and made a zipper motion on her mouth with her hand. There was no machine in the RV. She had to find one outside to see. Luckily, the quiet and secluded place she chose last night was near the new building, which she had planned as a community. This community was guarded by the base's superpowers, and no one was allowed to enter, which meant that only her RV spent the night in this place last night. There was one downstairs in the new building, and there was one in every building. She walked out of the RV, and the 2 little guys followed her out, leaving Jeansy inside, complaining that no one was playing with him. I walked to a nearby building, and found 2 large machines on the first floor. I approached and found that they were powered on. I clicked on the operation process demonstration. It first showed an area nearby that needed to be planted. The machine at the Lune base only displayed a map near the Lune base, which marked the area to be planted. The planting area covered a large area and was divided into 3 areas, each suitable for planting 3 seeds of different difficulty. There were areas to be planted inside and outside the base. The planting area for primary seeds is in a circle near the base, and the planting area for intermediate seeds is farther away. If you want to plant advanced seeds, you must drive to a distant advanced planting area to plant them. During the mission, you are responsible for your own personal safety. There may be zombies and mutant beasts. It can be seen that advanced planting tasks are not that easy to do. The community where she is located happens to be a planting area. She clicked on the area closest to her. A page popped up. This page is the link for selecting seeds and quantities. It needs to be planted in a fixed area, and it cannot be too close to other seeds. Otherwise it will directly lead to planting failure. But the seeds are buried in the soil. How can you tell if there are other seeds nearby? If the distance is too close, the system will prompt it, and open the personal panel and click on the planting page. After the system scans, it will recommend the best planting location to the tasker. She received a primary seed according to the process, and the process of receiving the seed is free. Chapter 202 Planting Tasks. Each person can only receive 3 planting tasks per day, which means 3 seeds. The first time you receive seeds, the machine will return you with a tool kit. The toolkit contains the tools needed for planting, a hoe for loosening the soil, a shovel, etc. If these things are broken, you can bring the dead tools back and get a new one for free. If you lose these tools, you can only buy them again for 200 points. She also held the little snowflake high in front of the machine to try it out. It turns out that the little animal is not a human being and cannot receive tasks. She received the simplest primary seed. The name of the seed is very strange. She had never heard of it. She only saw the simple description in the instructions saying that it plays a role in viewing and purifying the air. It doesn't need to be planted deep. Just dig a shallow hole in the ground, plant it in the soil, and wait for the harvest. She rolled up her sleeves and took the shovel to work, tied her hair up, and made a ponytail. She shoveled it and found that she couldn't dig it. The land after the end of the world was dry and hard, and it couldn't be dug without water to moisten the land. Don't worry too much about the water problem. Most people will solve the problem of water shortage after moving into the new building. Water-based psychics don't have to be restricted to the trivial matter of releasing water for the base every day. Although the water is unlimited, she is worried that someone will take the water outside to resell it. System, put the store rules on the personal panel for them to see. This is more convenient and effective than using a small blackboard as a notice. Okay, executed for the host. If someone wants to resell water or food, the system will pop up a prompt once, and if you continue to execute without listening to the prompt, you will be punished. Siapuro did not respond. She stepped on the shovel stuck in the mud, pushed hard, and finally pushed the shovel in. She didn't use the shop owner's absolute domain ability, But now, she just wanted to experience the process of planting a simple seed. According to the machine's instructions, moisten the soil, loosen the soil, dig a hole. Put in the seeds, cover the seeds with soil, all in one go. Dig the soil is the most strenuous part of this process, and the soil is really hard. She got her hands red just by planting a primary seed. I don't know if it's because she has never done hard work. Finally, pour some water on the seeds to complete the planting. A planting task panel popped up in front of her. Tasker, Siapu row. Today's seeds, 1/3. Seed planting difficulty. Primary, planting difficulty is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, planting progress. 5% when the task progress bar reaches 100%. The planting points in the account can be unfrozen. Look at the points page again. There is a deduction number behind the long string of numbers, and the number 100 is in the brackets. The number in the brackets is the points to be unfrozen. In other words, the seed you planted is worth 100 points? Host, you will unlock the points only if it survives. How long does it take to be considered alive? It takes 10 days to plant seeds of primary difficulty, 20 days for intermediate difficulty, and 30 days for advanced difficulty. During this period, you also need to fertilize, weed, and remove insects. She frowned, seemingly puzzled. What about after 10 days? What about after completing the task? After completing the task, it is the seedling growth period. The seeds given by the machine are all interstellar seeds. Seedlings are relatively weak in the germination stage, and you can ignore them after taking care of them until the growth stage. It also kindly explained to her the use of seeds. The use of this plant is to purify the air, eliminate pollution, and reduce radiation. It sounds great, but do we not need to water them after they grow up? After entering the growth stage, they can absorb moisture from the atmosphere on their own, and store water when it rains, so they can continue to grow in extremely hot weather like now. It's really great. After listening to what M80 said, she wanted to become this kind of plant. If you plant the primary level, you will get 100 points. What about other levels? Intermediate level has 300 points. Advanced level has 500 points. Siapuro packed her things and walked back to the RV. She listened to M80 introduction. As the difficulty of the task planting location increases, more time and effort will be required. She returned to the RV and turned on the tap to wash her legs, which were covered with dirt. So, although the benefits are high, it requires long-term efforts. Yes, and each person can only receive a maximum of 15 common seeds and 5 difficult seeds. Only when the planting progress reaches 100% can they be redeemed. So relying on planting as a source of income is also a way. Although it is tiring to complete all the tasks, you will definitely not starve to death. After washing herself, she sat on the first floor of the RV, thinking about what to eat today. System. Use your strongest brain to think about what to eat to lose weight. Host. I treat you as my host, you treat me as Baidu? It had resentment, but it still checked. People who lose weight should eat carbohydrate staple food and protein in moderation. No, people who lose weight should eat some starch sausage. She stood up after resting, took a few starch sausages, and put them on the machine to roast. The crispy roasted sausage is the best, sprinkled with chili powder, and it's crunchy. If you don't eat it for a long time, you will really be greedy. She always does whatever she wants to do immediately, especially food. The starch sausage was baked in a short while. She wanted to eat spicy food today, so she sprinkled a lot of chili powder on herself, so much that she sneezed. She made 8 starch sausages in total, except for a few that were spicy with chili powder. She kept the others for other flavors. When she was done, she looked at the ground. 2 pairs of round eyes stared at her, as if asking her if she had made food for them. She turned her eyes away guiltily, and made another pot of 8 crispy roasted sausages. This time, the crispy roasted sausages were not flavored with anything else, leaving 2 for each, and she also used oil-absorbing paper to absorb the oil on the starch sausages. A family of 4, including Jean Z. She served them on the table, and poured some water on them, before starting the meal. Just as Siapuro was happily eating the grilled sausage, she was bored and decided to use some of the points contributed by the people of Lund Base to open a fried chicken shop in a large supermarket. There was still no need for real people to cook. The robots cooked cleanly and hygienically, and there was no need to worry about hair. And the efficiency was also very good. The most important thing was that there must be a lot of people selling fried chicken at the base. And real employees really couldn't work like robots under pressure 24 hours a day. System. If I open a fried chicken shop in the base, will the stall mission still be mine? M80 wanted to say how can opening a shop still be considered stall? But after thinking about it, the main system review should not be so strict. Even if it is discovered, it will be considered as completing the mission for the host. And what can the main system do with it? With hands on hips. Chapter 203 Crispy Sausage. The house has been built. The most important thing for opening a shop now is to install the tables and chairs in the shop. The interior decoration is the most expensive, but she won't install it. These points need to be saved for installing air conditioners. The account suddenly surged with so many points. Someone must have paid a deposit in advance. There should be a large number of people who will exchange crystal cores in advance. In addition to the room fee, the grape coins in the account also have the money that people exchanged for points with crystal cores when they bought fried chicken yesterday. Before the policy of installing air conditioners came out, they still didn't dare to exchange all their crystal cores for points. It takes time for people to accept the new form of currency, and Sia Puro fully understands it. Her move has made most of the crystal cores in people's hands come out again, and she is very satisfied with the current situation. So she still has some spare money to open a store here. She counted on her fingers. Fried chicken, dumplings, rice with toppings, vegetable salad, milk tea shop, Chinese cold noodles, ice jelly, candied haws, grilled squid, bobo chicken, snail noodles, yogurt fruit soup, snowflake crisps, hot pot. Unknowingly, she had unlocked so many delicious foods, she couldn't believe it herself. The hot pot can be put aside for now, but other small things can be turned into a store and open for business. Forget about the decoration, just make it all white walls, with a food delivery port and a production area. The decoration of the store is just the icing on the cake. The taste of the food is the most important. When she makes money, she will definitely come back to decorate the restaurant again. For now, just put tables and chairs, so that diners have a place to eat. During the construction, she suddenly realized that the first floor of the mall she had made was a bit like a large cafeteria. Each store had a large operation room, and the tables and chairs were placed in the open space outside the store. After buying something to eat outside, you could also buy food from other stores and eat it together. Thinking about it this way, she felt it was pretty good. She was very satisfied with the first floor of the mall she built. There were 3 milk tea shops on the first floor of the mall, and the other shops were 2 and scattered in 2 far places. Just because the mall was too big, she also built a store in the mall, which took up a large area. And before she knew it, it had become a supermarket. The goods in the supermarket were all the things unlocked by the homestay, neatly arranged on the large shelves, which made her feel healed no matter how she looked at them. She would not organize the shopping cart for the time being, because saving money was the most important thing now. When she made money, she would come back and arrange all the configurations of these treasures. Finally, she would build a clothing store, and it would be complete. She had never reselected the clothes in the clothing store, because she always thought it would be good if everyone wore the same simple clothes. She would do it when she had free time in the future. Anyway, she didn't want to waste her points on this now. Anyway, it was already built, and the points in her account were enough. She directly opened the construction mode and installed air conditioners in each of the 3 types of rooms: single room, double room, and triple room. The remaining points were used to decorate the room with a monthly rent of 50,000 yuan. She put a lot of effort into these decorations. Since she was quick to collect money, she couldn't be careless in her work. There were 4 types of rooms in total, and she planned to design 3 sets of decoration styles for each type of room in each direction. She connected the system construction template to her tablet, and simply stretched and slid her finger on the screen. And then she got serious. M80 couldn't figure it out. Why do people who are losing weight eat grilled sausages? Isn't it said that people who are losing weight should stay away from fried foods and sugar-well mixtures? Sia Puro was in a good mood. Because normal starch sausages cannot be formed with just starch, you also need meat. Meat has nothing to do with losing weight. Stupid. It contains clenbuterol. You will lose weight if you eat it. I ate a lot, and burped while sitting there. Looking at the 2 unfinished grilled sausages on my plate, an idea came to my mind. Maybe there will be one more store. The sausages she made just now have many flavors: pork floss and seaweed flavor, octopus flavor, milky cheese flavor, lime mustard flavor, honey mustard flavor, tomato salad flavor, Thai sweet and spicy flavor, and the most basic spicy flavor. With so many flavors, it's so cool to open a store. The construction page that was just closed was opened again, and 3 crispy sausage stores were built on the first floor. The dumplings could have been opened in a self-service style, but she was worried that people who hadn't eaten for a long time would suddenly eat too much and die, so this idea could only be postponed. At least we have to wait until people here have enough food and drink before considering self-service food. With the opening of the sausage shop here, there is also a sausage stall on the street near the B&B. After breakfast, she simply designed a decoration style, planning to complete the real-life construction game here in the RV. Yu Shiwen came to the RV, and M80 informed Xie Piru before she knocked on the door. She put down the tablet and welcomed Yu Shiwen in. Yu Shiwen had already rested in the B&B, and seemed to be in good spirits. She handed Yu Shiwen a cup of milk tea, and asked with concern, "Have you slept in the B&B? Did you sleep well?" "I slept very well. The B&B is kept at a constant temperature. So comfortable. It was so comfortable that I didn't want to come back even though I had a will of steel." Xie Piru invited him. "Would you like to stay in the B&B for a while after you finish your work here? Just treat it as a vacation to relax. It will be very hot for a while anyway." "Okay, I was planning to do that. Bring my parents over too, and wait in the B&B until the heat is over before going back." Xie Piru was surprised. "Your dad is the head of the base. Can the base survive without him? Don't we have buses? It's very fast. Let him go back to the base to work during the day and come back at night." Yu Shiwen sipped the milk tea. "Pure milk tea is delicious, but I miss pearl milk tea." "It's a good idea, but your dad will have to suffer." Xie Piru agreed. Yu Shiwen waved her hand, but didn't care. Isn't it the same way to work before the end of the world? For comfort, she came wearing a thermostatic suit. It was just a little hot outside, and it wasn't to the extent that she needed to wear a breathing mask. If you have the conditions to make yourself comfortable, why not be a little uncomfortable? No, that's not what she came to say. Yu Shiwen had just arrived at Lun Base, and was asked questions by people who knew her. She thought the natives of Lun Base wanted to ask her what the place where the subway led to was like. Unexpectedly, the crowd just kept asking her when the mall would reopen, leaving her confused. It turned out that the residents of Lun Base, no matter if they had something to do or not, all focused their attention on the new building. And they knew everything about any slight movement. Chapter 20 for the first floor of the mall. What's more, the fragrance wafting out of the mall is not fake. It was Xie Piru's idea. Anyway, she could make it, and completely preserve the taste and flavor of freshly baked delicacies, so she used the alien space in the mall. The number of residents here is huge, not less than that of the B&B. Everything is made on the spot. Even robots can't make it in time. When Yu Shiwen told Xie Piru about this, both of them were quite confused. Xie Piru looked at the time. It had been 4 hours since she finished building the mall. Time flies when she is serious. It took so long for her to sit there. After 4 hours, the robot should have made some inventory. "I will go to see if there are not many people. I can open the area to people to consume. It is time to get up and exercise." She glanced at the tablet. Now each apartment has a decoration. Yu Shiwen only saw her silently clicking on the tablet for a while. After putting the tablet away, he said to her, "Let's go." A noise was heard from a long distance away from the mall. It was not like this yesterday, but it is very different today. "Yes, I went to exchange points yesterday. I want to exchange some more today, so that I can get a front row seat next time the owner opens a stall. The mall is open now. Will there still be stalls? Don't you smell it? It must have moved to the mall. Maybe they will let us in later. It smells really good. Will they really open the mall to let us in? I think so." No one was sure whether they would be allowed in. Even if they were allowed to eat, the superpowers would be given priority. Anyway, as long as they could get in, they would wait. Xie Piru and Yu Shiwen took the employee passage opened by the Bay staff to maintain order. Every time they walked, they felt that they should be able to reach the mall. They walked for a while, and still hadn't reached it. It's not an exaggeration to describe the current scene as a sea of people. They went up to the second floor of the mall. Looking down from above, they could only see a thick layer of heads. Xie Piru frowned, and said seriously, "Evacuate the crowd. It would be bad if there were so many people and a stampede occurred." Yu Shiwen listened to her, and found the staff to broadcast. Perhaps she was worried that they would not be allowed to buy food, because they were not obedient. The onlookers cooperated surprisingly. They took a deep breath of the delicious food coming from the mall and reluctantly dispersed. Siapura changed the food in the temporary employee cafeteria from fried chicken to rice. But it was still not enough. After evacuating the crowd, let the staff eat in batches first, and then open it to the public. This is better. They can't go to work and maintain order while the masses are eating. Right? Siapura can easily put herself in the perspective of an ordinary worker. If she were in his place, she would definitely complain to her leader in her heart. It's easier to get things done when you're well fed. This principle is the same everywhere. For her, it doesn't matter who consumes, she can receive points. Letting the staff consume first is undoubtedly telling them that the base treats the staff preferentially, and it can also increase their loyalty to the base. People will always work harder if they are willing to pay. The Lund base is now hers. People from other bases will also come here to spend money. She now has 2 cash cows. As she thought about it, her face was full of joy. Yu Shiwen was puzzled. What happy thing did she think of? What's wrong? No. Nothing. Are you hungry? Let's eat something. There are new crispy grilled sausages. Siapura smiled. Crispy grilled sausages. I haven't eaten them for a long time. Yu Shiwen really missed the taste of that starch sausage. Let's go. Siapura naturally put his arm around her, and the two of them went to the first floor to shop. As they walked around, Siapura felt greedy again, and after a round, both of them had full hands. The second floor was still empty, with only the points exchange machine and a layer of tables and chairs in the middle of the hall. And the first floor was full of food. Shopping is like this. Even if you are not hungry, it is easy to stimulate the desire to buy by looking at and smelling. Yu Shiwen was originally a very self-disciplined person, and seeing Siapura crazy shopping, she was infected. When she came to her senses, she felt a slight pain in her fingers from being strangled by the plastic bag. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. She didn't think too much when she bought them. Now she was overwhelmed by all these things. Siapura was still happy. She had a space. She could put the leftovers in the space. When she wanted to eat, she could take them out and eat them. They would still be exactly the same as when she put them in. They took the food to the second floor to eat. Without saying a word, Siapura started to eat the grilled squid that she had been thinking about for a long time. The tender squid is sprinkled with sesame seeds and chopped green onions and chili powder, so delicious. She can show off several skewers at a time every time, and the spicy and fragrant squid always has a kind of magic that makes people unable to stop. Yu Shiwen follows her to buy everything, and she will buy some of what Siapura buys. She is so cute when she eats the grilled squid. Her eyes, as clear as a little deer, can only hold the grilled squid, and she makes a long tail sound of him when she takes the first bite of the grilled squid. She praised him with a loud voice. With her mouth full of food, she nodded to her frantically, recommending the food she thought was delicious. She looked so cute, her cheeks slightly puffed up as she chewed the food. Her rosy cheeks looked like plump apples. Yu Shiwen frantically resisted the urge to pinch her. Watching Siapura eating made her feel that the food in front of her was more delicious. She could always eat a lot next to her. Yu Shiwen bought too much gloriously, and ate too much, until she wanted to unbutton her jeans, to let her stomach out for some air. We are still in a public place, so we can only think about this kind of thing. Adjusting her sitting position awkwardly, Siapura looked up at her. What's wrong? I'm full. Siapura swallowed the last bite of the squid with rich meat and sauce, and suddenly paused. I seem to be, burp, a little full too. Ha ha ha. Yu Shiwen relaxed a lot. It turned out that she was not the only one who was full. People were coming and going on the first floor, and many people chose to eat on the second floor after buying. The staff at the table closest to them ate almost silently. Everyone at the table was eating hard, as if the food in the bowl would not belong to them if they ate a second slower. The two discussed it, and decided not to leave after eating here, and moved to the third floor to see if the scene would be chaotic. She set the third floor as not open to the public for the time being, and put up a sign next to it saying no entry, and also set up an air wall. The two walked to the third floor. She put out the sofas she had installed in the space, one for each person, and sat on the soft sofas to rest after the meal. It didn't take long for the staff downstairs to finish their meal, and the first floor of the mall was officially open to residents for dining. Chapter 205. The first group of lucky people enter. The first group of lucky people enter. There are constant compliments from the first floor. When I smelled the smell outside, I thought the air in the mall must be flowing, otherwise how could the smell spread out? I was so greedy outside. Only after I came in did I realize how well the mall hides the smell. What I smelled outside is not even half of what I smelled inside. I was so restless when I got home, I kept waiting for someone to notify me, and I finally got what I was waiting for. The owner is amazing. It's only been a day. And I don't know where all these ingredients came from. They don't smell quick frozen. Generally. Most of the ingredients used in street stalls are quick frozen. Quick frozen products are cheap to buy and have high profits. Frozen products smell bad after thawing. Some meat smells bad after being frozen for a long time. So most small vendors use heavy seasonings to cover it up. Some people have a very sensitive nose, and can smell the smell of ingredients through the strong seasonings to see if there is any foul smell from long-term freezing. Some people have very sensitive tongues. They can't smell the flavor of ingredients covered by seasonings, but they can taste it as soon as they put it in their mouths. People who haven't eaten a normal diet for a long time don't know where they get their words from. Everyone says that the ingredients are good at first glance. Siapuru even suspected that Yushiwin had found someone to make her happy. In addition to praising the food, they also praised the favorable prices. Siapuru was so excited when she heard this that she even wanted to raise the price. I can't do this myself, it's too treacherous. For the people to unite and cooperate, so that humans can survive better. She also has to wait until the extreme heat is over before raising the price, when everyone can go out to fight zombies, plus they can earn points by planting and collecting waste for recycling, then life will definitely be good. The original plan was to raise the price of the BNB after the extreme heat is over, at least to raise the price to a certain level compared to the base, otherwise everyone will want to flock to the BNB. That won't work. It was easy to buy things. And it was also very convenient to pay. Even children could buy food by themselves. There was only a queue for buying things on site. And there was no crowding or queue jumping. Some people did not have enough points after buying fried chicken. And they were now using crystal cores to exchange for points. Siapura opened her page and refreshed it every few seconds. The number did not increase much. But seeing the points enter the store owner's account with her own eyes, the sense of accomplishment was irreplaceable. As expected, many people were attracted by the grilled sausages. Many people gathered around the sausage stall. The sausages of various colors were placed in the transparent glass window operation room, making people salivate. Many people came with their family and friends, and agreed to line up to buy something, and then gather together to eat at the end. There are still such clean and delicious meals in the end of the world. Life is better than before the end of the world. It's delicious and cheap. I feel like I have the motivation to fight zombies after eating. In this weather, I don't know where the zombies are hiding to avoid the heat. I haven't seen zombies for a long time. It would be nice if I could eat enough every day in the future, so I would have hoped to survive. I used to live frugally, my clothes were tattered. I couldn't find new clothes, and some people would take the intact clothes off zombies to wear. The scariest thing is, the clothes that zombies have worn for so long are better than those worn by humans. At least there are no holes. People don't wear as well as zombies, so you can imagine how hard life is. Come here. Son! There's pork trotter rice here. A middle-aged man in flowery shorts was holding a pig trotter rice, and shouting at an empty seat. After shouting, he didn't care if his son responded or not, whether he couldn't hear him, he sat down and started eating. He first picked up the big pig elbow, mixed the soup on the pork elbow with the rice, and ate the rice first with big mouthfuls. He took a few mouthfuls of rice, and just swallowed a mouthful of rice. The hand holding the pig trotter moved it to his mouth again. When it was his turn to eat meat, he didn't dare to eat it in big mouthfuls, but took small mouthfuls to savor the hard-earned pig trotter rice. The pig feet are so delicious that they melt in your mouth, blending with the fat and lean meat, and then mixed with rice. The taste overlaps layer by layer. And as you chew, your taste buds constantly have new feelings. A man rushed over, put the things he bought heavily on the table, and said anxiously, "Dad, why didn't you wait for me to eat?" The middle-aged man chewed a few more times, and swallowed the unfinished food in his mouth, with tenderness in his eyes. "Dad is old. I don't know how many days I haven't eaten these good things. Alas, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have been unable to hold back." The man was about to say a few words of comfort. His eyes caught the unfinished food on the middle-aged man's plate. The words of comfort came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. "No, Dad, this is pork trotter rice. Did you buy mine?" The middle-aged man hid the 3 extra boxes of pork trotter rice behind him. "Well, son, why don't you go and queue up again?" "Dad, I just queued up over there to buy fried chicken." The man untied the bag he had placed on the table, and the smell of fried chicken hit him. I also bought grilled squid. He unpacked another well-packed bag. There was another bag at the end. Even ice jelly? The kind with fresh fruit on top. At the end, the middle-aged man smiled and handed over a box of pork leg rice with both hands. Dad is joking with you. How could I let you queue up? You must have bought a few more. The father and son finally smiled. They took out the things they bought and counted them. They each bought a lot. Dad, I just saw a supermarket over there. Should we go over there and see what we can buy back home? The middle-aged man was thinking the same thing. He ate the pork leg rice in his hand in 2 or 3 bites. The two tied the things in their hands tightly and came to the supermarket. The supermarket was not crowded. The things on the shelf were taken away by one person, and they were automatically restocked in a few seconds. The most important thing is that the supermarket is still very large, and the shelves are also very large. The space for taking things from the shelves is large, so it will not cause crowding. There are many things in the supermarket that are unexpected. Even daily necessities are sold, and the points sold are not expensive. They are all bargain prices of just a few points. The two grown men finally experienced the joy of shopping, and they wanted to take everything they saw. Because there was no shopping cart, they had to restrain themselves a little, and they were holding food in their hands. Food is more important than anything else. After walking for a while with a pile of food, the man shouted to his father in surprise, "Dad, there seems to be clothes for sale in front. It should be very expensive." "Right. Why don't we find a place where no one is and put the things there? You wait for me, I go look at the clothes. You will buy it for me. Right, Dad?" "Yes." Chapter 206 Checkout Efficiency. The middle-aged man thought that he would come out after shopping and promised to bring it to his son. He entered the store and first chose a few clothes that suited him. There were not many styles to choose from. There was only pure white here. Some only had the difference in size and male and female styles. Men clothing only had clothes and pants, while women also had skirts. You can choose what type of clothes to buy according to your needs. It is said that it is divided into men and women. But it is not true. It's just that people nowadays regard skirts as exclusive to women, so clothes are also divided into men and women. The middle-aged man agreed to bring clothes back to his son. After buying his own clothes, he realized that he didn't seem to know his son's size. The 2 words of "Dad" from his son before parting could not awaken the true fatherly love. The middle-aged man could only randomly choose 2 pieces that he thought were similar. If they were suitable, he wouldn't have to come here again. "Dad!" The middle-aged man walked to another area with his things. Suddenly, he felt a familiar voice calling him in the crowd. Suddenly he looked up and saw that it was his son. He was anxious. "Why are you here? Where are our things?" "Mom is here. I asked her to stay and watch the things. I am strong, so I will come in to see if there is anything to buy." The middle-aged man felt relieved when he heard that someone was watching the things. He paid points for them. If they were stolen, he would have nowhere to cry. Guilty. He took out the size he had chosen for his son and put it on him to check if it fits. The man didn't know what his father was thinking. He was happy to think that he had new clothes to wear, and he even followed his father's movements to see if the new clothes fit him. The man at this moment was just like the excitement when his parents bought him clothes when he was a child. He didn't notice his father's eyes flashing, not daring to look him in the eye. "Thank you, Dad. I finally don't have to wear clothes taken from the dead. It is definitely unlucky to take clothes off someone else, but if you don't wear clothes, you have to be naked. Between being naked and taking clothes off a dead person, I believe most people would choose to take clothes off. If there is a choice, why would anyone not want to wear new clothes?" "Dad, how many points do you need?" "Not many. 200 points will buy you 1 set. Summer clothes are not expensive. Simple clothes and pants with no styles to speak of. The material is breathable and comfortable. You can buy a set of clean clothes with only 2 crystal cores. It's like doing charity." The middle-aged man was afraid that the size would not fit his son, so he only took 2 sets, which was enough for him to change. So he didn't think about buying more. The 2 of them filled all their pockets, and they were still holding a bunch of things in their arms. They found the checkout place according to the instructions on the ground and hanging in the air. They subconsciously thought that there must be a lot of people at the payment area, but they were wrong again. There was no cash register at the payment area, nor was there a cashier. As long as they walked through a door, the bill would automatically pop up in front of them. Looking carefully, the things on the 2 people were detected no matter where they put them. As long as they checked the bill in their minds and agreed to pay, they would be fine. They didn't even have to take the things out of their pockets. And they didn't have to queue up to pay. The whole process was incredibly fast and smooth. It's a pity that they had so many things in their arms that they formed a wall and blocked their view. Otherwise, they would have been able to read shock in each other's eyes. With this checkout efficiency, it's no wonder there's no congestion. Now that the mall has just opened, most people go there for food. Most of them line up in the food area. There are very few people visiting this part of the mall. On the one hand, it's out of the instinctive desire for food. On the other hand, the smell of food makes people addicted. Normally, there would be rational people who would choose to go to the supermarket to buy some packaged food. Now, they were completely blinded by the smell of food. After the two came out of the supermarket, they packed up their things. On the way back to look for someone, they passed by a snail noodle shop. When the middle-aged man smelled the smell, his physiological reaction was subconsciously drooling. When he saw so many people in line, why was there no one eating snail noodles? They were people from the hometown of snail noodles. They wanted to see what side dishes were available for snail noodles in the mall, and to see if the soup base was authentic. After walking around and not seeing anything, I was very puzzled. The middle-aged man felt a little disappointed, but he didn't give up and went over to see why people didn't eat on site. He walked directly to the queue in front and saw the notice above before he could ask. "Take it home, be civilized." Next to the big words was a note. "Please do not eat in public places. Thank you for your cooperation." The middle-aged man approached the window and smelled the taste from his hometown more closely, and his eyes were moistened immediately. How lucky he is to be able to smell the delicious aroma of his hometown in the end times. No! He can't just go home like this. He returned to his son and handed him most of the things in his hand. "Wait for me next to me. I must eat snail noodles today." "Dad, you still buy it. Look at what we have. It's enough for our family to eat for a week." The middle-aged man was determined. Other things can be tolerated, but snail noodles can't be tolerated. "Okay," the man compromised, and did not forget to ask, "I want my portion to be medium spicy." "Thank you, Dad." Their behavior was the same as many people. After entering the mall, everyone went crazy shopping and bought a lot of goods to hoard. Siepuro was helpless about this. The mall was obviously open. Why did they still think she would run away? Now that it was cheap, she bought more. But she couldn't finish it. Wouldn't it be a waste if it went bad when she took it back? Besides, everyone should know that she took over the Lun base. Why would she still have the idea of hoarding goods? She thought for a long time. And finally, she could only attribute this kind of behavior to the lack of sufficient food for a long time and a lack of security. M80 informed her that someone from the base wanted to see them, and they were trapped by the barrier she had set up on the 3rd floor and couldn't get out. She let the person in. "Shopkeeper, the wife of the base commander sent a message to ask you when you can let the people who paid the deposit move into the new building." Siepuro and Yushiwen looked at each other and got up from the sofa. Yushiwen asked, "Where is my aunt now? Let's go and talk to her." There was no congestion under the mall like when we first arrived. At least walking was still smooth. After leaving the store area, there were finally fewer noisy sounds in my ears. Siepuro took a deep breath and felt that the air was better. They came to Luya's side. The three of them said a few simple words. It was not even a meeting. The discussion was over. There was nothing much to say. Siepuro had built the house and arranged for those who had prepaid the rent to pack up and move in now. Chapter 207. Check in to the air-conditioned room. The staff who received the instruction quickly started the work. Those who successfully paid the deposit were very happy. That day, they said goodbye to the house they had lived in since they came to the base and moved to the new house with their families. Qin Wei and Qin Rui were blessed by the god of luck again. When Qin Wei ate too much and walked downstairs to digest his food, he happened to catch up with the promotion. Just next to him, he caught up with the first batch of people who paid the deposit in the spirit of watching the fun. It was also Siepuro policy that the base took out some crystal cores to distribute to the superpowers and ordinary people who were injured in the battle. Otherwise, even if they were lucky enough to catch up, they would still hesitate to pay such a large sum of money at once. Since his brother was not around, they could not make a decision together. Qin Wei made his own decision and directly handed over the points. He did not hesitate before paying the money, and did not listen to the staff's introduction at all. After paying the advance payment, they were told that they could move in on the same day and asked them to go back and pack their things and wait for notification. Qin Wei returned home with a trepidation, and had not figured out how to explain to his brother that they spent a lot of money to move. When he had something on his mind, he could only keep finding things to do. While cleaning the house, he was thinking about how to confess to his brother. Qin Rui knew something was wrong when his brother came back, and immediately threw himself into housework. His brother has been like this since he was a child. He couldn't hide anything in his heart. The most direct way to express something on his mind was to do housework. He said nothing, thinking to wait until his brother finished cleaning the housework before asking. He watched his brother clean up the housework and pack up all the things of the two brothers and put them together. Even the few things that belonged to the two brothers were piled together. Qin Rui couldn't help but get a little nervous. "Brother, you committed a crime? Are you going to run away with me?" Qin Wei pouted twice, and his eyes narrowed. "You've committed a crime." He thought about him committing a crime every day. "Brother, tell me what happened. My brother is scared." "Nothing, it's just..." Qin Wei hesitated, thinking about their situation. Now he can't do the chicken farm work for the time being, and his brother is injured again. Although he has received compensation, it's not known when he can be well enough to work. The two of them are now living off their savings. Spending several thousand points at once, it's not a lot, it's their monthly rent. "What is it? Tell me." Qin Rui was so anxious that he was spinning around. Qin Wei saw that he couldn't hide it anymore. He stammered and told the whole process again. After he finished speaking, he secretly glanced at Qin Rui a few times, and saw that Qin Rui's face eased a little before he regained his dignity as a brother. "I was thinking that you were still injured. If you can live in an air-conditioned room, at least your wound won't get worse." Qin Wei really thought so. It doesn't matter if there is no medicine to treat the wound on his brother's body. Just wait for it to heal on its own. The weather is too hot, it's easy to get infected and worsen, which is not good. If it really gets infected, it will be fatal. Both parents are gone, only the two brothers are left to depend on each other. As the elder brother, he naturally wants to be the pillar of the family. "I thought it was something. Can you tell me directly next time? I always worry for a long time." Qin Rui didn't think so. Now Qin Wei has packed up his things and can move out at any time. The two brothers sat down and carefully calculated how to spend the points and crystal cores on hand. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the room was knocked. Qin Wei jumped up and went to open the door. The person who came was indeed a staff member in the base uniform, who gave them a piece of paper, which had the room number assigned to them written on it, and told them that they could take their belongings and check in when the room was empty. And then left. There was only a piece of paper, and nothing else. Qin Wei asked in confusion, "Don't you have a key?" Staff, "No, you will open the door when you get there." After saying that, he wanted to leave. Qin Wei didn't think much about it, thinking that they would probably give the keys there. He remembered that he had one more question. So he called the staff member who was about to leave. "How much is the water and electricity bill? Where do I pay it?" Before he came back, he heard the staff remind him that he had water and electricity. And he was so happy that he forgot to ask how to pay the water and electricity bill. The staff member only said, "The higher-ups haven't said anything yet, and it will probably be settled after you move in." Qin Rui also came over, thanked the staff member, and took his brother back. "Brother, what are you thinking about? The rent isn't too expensive anyway. It's about the same as before. Don't we have some savings now? What's the point of asking those questions? If water is expensive, we can just drink it instead of taking a shower. If electricity is expensive, can't we just live without it? Anyway, the rent is about the same. Let's just treat it as a new residence. Don't worry about those things." Qin Wei agreed when he heard it. He didn't say anything else. He picked up the room number and wrote it down silently. Building 3. 3003, that's a good number. "Brother, did you get it in the lottery?" Under Qin Wei's murderous gaze, Qin Rui turned around and picked up their things. "You take the light stuff, I take the heavy stuff." Qin Wei followed and put the heavy luggage on his back. My brother had a wound on his body, so it's not easy to sweat, and it's not suitable to touch him. He thought about it, and took the things in Qin Rui's hand, and put them on his back. There will be a lot of people later, so let's go and explore the way first. After that, he just took some simple things and left. There weren't many people there when they arrived, and Qin Wei ran around to find the exact location of the new home. The two took the elevator to the 30th floor, and found the door of room 3003. The door scanned their faces, and opened with a ding-dong. High-tech. The two looked like they had never seen the world since they arrived at the new building. They were surprised and happy all the way. Of course, it's not just them. But everyone in this area is like this. If the staff members were not wearing breathing masks, their expressions would be equally interesting. The cool air from the air conditioner that hit the Chin-Wei brothers after they entered the room made them stunned. The room was neatly decorated, with simple furniture, beds, tables, chairs, and faucets, which made them very happy. When they saw that the toilet even had a shower head, their expressions were more surprised than when they saw the door of the room opened automatically. Chin-Rui couldn't wait to open it, and after making sure that the water flowed through his palm, he took a sip of the water with his dirty hands. Ah! He showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. It's this tap water with a bit of disinfectant taste. The taste before the end of the world. He took a handful of water with his dirty hands and handed it to his brother's mouth. Chin-Wei didn't mind, and drank it. They had drunk dirtier water before, so they didn't care about this dirt. After drinking it, he thought, since there is water here, can you wash your dirty hands first? Chapter 208 Check-in Instructions. He put his hand under the shower and found that in just 2 seconds, the water from the tap was actually hot. He quickly washed his hands. His mind was no longer on this. He pulled Chin-Rui to wash his hands, turned off the water, and went to the living room to look around for anything. Chin-Rui found the check-in instructions behind the door and called his brother to come and see. Check-in instructions. Water and electricity charges are included in the room rate. No need to pay separately. Do not waste water and electricity. The tap water is from the tap and cannot be drunk directly. It needs to be boiled before drinking. Pillows, quilts, towels, etc. are provided by the base and cannot be damaged maliciously. Violators will be compensated according to the price. Toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, shampoo, shower gel, hand sanitizer and other daily necessities are provided once and need to be purchased by yourself after use. You can check the checkout time by yourself in the personal panel for renewal. The room fee must be paid 24 hours in advance. If there is no renewal, the room will be automatically checked out at the time. You cannot renew the room after checkout. If you need accommodation, you need to contact the base staff. The rules were listed one by one in detail. It just looked a bit too many, but in fact, they were just some housing regulations to restrict civilization. The two brothers had no opinions after reading them, but just opened their personal accounts according to the icon next to them to check their current points. They had almost spent all their points, and they decided to exchange all the crystal cores for points, leaving only 10 crystal cores for emergency use. After the plan was completed, they were no longer sweating because of the air conditioner. Chin-Rui felt the cool breeze, and the pain in his body was reduced a lot. Wow! This is too comfortable. Chin-Rui stopped and stared at Chin-Wei. Brother, are you sure we sleep here tonight? This is too luxurious. They live so well. I wonder if their parents will be happy for them in the afterlife. Why don't you go out to sleep? No way. Chin-Wei smiled from ear to ear, and felt that grabbing the room was the most correct decision he had made. Do you want me to help you take a shower? I help you take a shower, and then I go get our things. Chin-Rui's wound was still stained with dirt. He couldn't go on like this. Chin-Wei rolled up his sleeves and dragged him to the toilet. I wash you. You lie down. I clean your back first. It's the end of the world, so there's no need to be so particular. Chin-Rui came all the way shirtless. He didn't wear clothes because they would touch the wound on his back. He couldn't wash himself. He had wanted to take a shower for a long time. Of course, he wouldn't refuse his brother's request for help. After taking a shower, Chin-Wei wiped the water off his body with a towel. He couldn't take a shower yet, and had to go back to his original home to move all his things. He would definitely sweat after going back and forth. So it would be better to get the things first, and then take a good shower. You rest here. I go back and get the things. Okay. Then I won't be polite with you. Chin-Wei rolled his eyes at him. When have you ever been polite to me? After saying that, he walked out of the door, and the comfortable coolness disappeared as soon as he went out, as if the house was just a dream of his. He stood at the door, wondering if the door would open automatically. The door sensor recognized his identity and opened it again. Chin-Wei walked out contentedly. The temperature inside the building was not particularly high, which was probably higher than that outside. A group of people had gathered in the building at this time. Men, women, young and old, chatting and introducing themselves to strangers. It was like a long-standing compound before the end of the world, and the neighbors seemed to be very close. The new house is really cool. and the quilt is whiter than the clouds in the sky. I took a shower and lay down on the bed. The mattress was so comfortable that I couldn't find my way around. Even the pillows are so soft. After washing my hair, I lay on them. It's more comfortable than the five-star hotels before the end of the world. The speaker was an old lady with white hair. Her smile was very contagious. She looked easy to get along with. The fragrance of books was all around her. Every smile and frown she made could infect people. Qin Wei was so moved when he passed by that he was unconsciously overjoyed. "Young man, you live on this floor too? Which room do you live in?" "We are neighbors." Grandma Huafa came over with a smile, wanting to talk to Qin Wei. "I live in 3003. I have something else to do, so I leave first." Don't hit a smiling person. Qin Wei had just moved in, so he had the least courtesy to treat others. After saying that, he left in a hurry. If he went quickly, he could come back quickly. And when he came back, he could take a shower and enjoy the air conditioning. After he left, a young woman and the old lady Huafa continued to talk. "How many points are your room rates? Tell me, and see if our room rates are the same." The old lady with white hair was the first to say, "I heard from my son that it seemed to be 3,500 a month. I don't know if that brat deliberately said less to fool me. We also paid 3,500. As soon as this was said, the people who gathered together to chat reported the points they spent on renting a house. They were surprised to find we all paid 3,500. It stands to reason that some people would spend some money unjustly when renting a house before, and some unscrupulous managers would charge some other fees and impose them. Everyone agreed to only collect 3,500 points. This discovery was incredible to everyone who was gathered here. It's not that the people in the base were greedy. This base was considered good. The base commander had nothing to say about the survivors. It's just that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are bound to be a few rat shits in the pot of porridge in the end times. Someone muttered to himself, "It seems good that the base was taken over." But he didn't notice to control the volume. He originally thought that only he could hear what he said. But in fact, everyone present heard it, and nodded in agreement with him. The leaders above have changed. Originally, it didn't matter much to ordinary people like them, but everyone is afraid of being exploited. They are all worried that the house price will increase sharply to squeeze their crystal cores. The rent was 50 crystal cores before, but now it only costs us 35 crystal cores, so we are making money no matter how you look at it. And there is air conditioning, and the environment is so good. The corridor where they are talking now can accommodate 6 or 7 people walking side by side, and they can feel the sunlight from outside shining on their bodies in the corridor. I don't know if it's psychological or something, but they don't feel hot at all. Before, my daughter-in-law kept asking me to move out, saying that young people should have their own personal space. My son is also a gangster, and he gave me and his father a bag of crystal cores and sent us away. Fortunately, there is still that bag of crystal cores, which I snatched to live in here. I will never have any contact with them again, and I will just pretend that I don't have that son. Before the end of the world, many daughters-in-law didn't want to live with the elderly. It's normal not to want to, because we have all been daughters-in-law, and we know the feeling of discomfort. Chapter 209 Free Electric Shock Service. But it's already this time. It's good enough to have a house for them to squeeze together, and you're still picky. She thinks she's not unreasonable, and she likes to scold her daughter-in-law, and now she's in tears when she thinks of the bad things her son did. Fortunately, I made it through. I thought I wanted to live with them. I have my own house. Who wants to live with them? It's just that the base is short of housing and can't find a house. Everyone present resonated with this. The base has a tight supply of housing. Not everyone with a crystal core can live there, and many people live on the street. Siapuru also came here firstly. She wanted to see if there were any details missing from the actual scene built here. Secondly, she wanted to see if everyone was satisfied. This was just the first batch of residents who moved in first. If she looked around and felt that there was nothing wrong, she would build the rest of the houses in the same way according to this template, and the facilities except air conditioning would be exactly the same. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she saw a lot of elderly people around here. If she had any questions, she would ask Yushiwen, who was next to her. Yushiwen smiled when she heard her question, and then proudly said, "There is an apartment for the elderly nearby. The house price here is not expensive. Many people buy apartments for their parents here. It is far from the city and quiet." Siapuro was puzzled. Shouldn't the elderly live near the hospital? As the human body ages, various minor problems will occur. It is normal to go to the hospital frequently. Why is it the opposite here? Alas, little grape. Yu Shiwen sighed, and looked at her with a look of hesitation. There are still many people who are not so good to their parents. Some people want to occupy their parents' house in the city center, and give it to their wives and children to live in. They are afraid that others will poke their spines. So they buy a cheap house in the suburbs for their parents. In many cities, for houses in the suburbs cannot buy one house in the city center. There are so many people like this, she doesn't even want to talk about them. After the end of the world, my uncle chose this place to build a base, and all the houses nearby were taken over for unified management. They have the protection of the base. The base does not accept crystal cores from the indigenous people who already live here. The base leader respects the elderly. He will not, and will not let others embarrass the elderly. So the aging of Lun base appears to be more serious than other bases. You can escape the end of the world and meet a good base leader. But you still can't escape the unfilial descendants, who come back from thousands of miles away to occupy the house again. On the surface, it is fair and just for the first batch of people to pay the deposit to move in early, but in fact, the staff will take special care of some elderly people who are able to move out. Siapura was getting more and more satisfied with the Lun base. The first base she lit up was humane, which saved her a lot of trouble. At least she didn't see some dirty scenes, which was also her luck. I just don't know if the next base she lit up would be the same. Siapura and Yu Shiwen continued to walk side by side. She asked M80 to write down many small details she saw along the way. For example, several buildings should be divided into one area, separated from other areas, and fences, and the like should be installed around them. Children can go downstairs to play, and the elderly can also take a walk. There is a certain distance between each building, so it is completely fine to have a place for leisure walks. She discussed it with Yu Shiwen, and Yu Shiwen also thought it was completely feasible. Children who grew up in the base, even the most friendly bases would not dare to leave their children downstairs to play alone. And they could only be locked up at home day and night, bored and dazed. But they were locked up at home without TV to watch, mobile phones to play with, or even books or newspapers to read. Children in this era are pitiful. They can only hide at home to survive. I don't know how many women and children are easy targets for abduction. Even the elderly have to be careful not to go to places with few people when they go out. Some people who are extremely hungry cannot be called human beings. After listening to Yu Shiwen narration, Siapura sighed. Even if she had already guessed the cruelty of the end of the world, she would still not be able to let go of these bloody things. Don't worry, there will be no such dirty things in Lun base in the future. She can monitor the base at any time. Within her business scope, as long as there is any evil happening, M80 will report it to her. Supervision alone is not enough. These need to be clearly stipulated to restrain those unreasonable evil people. When facing evil people, only violence can suppress them. Siapura told Yu Shiwen about the establishment of rules. The two looked at each other and hit it off. They didn't even continue to look at the house. They turned around and went back to establish the rules first. The rules that Siapura set for her BNB continued to expand, and expanded, and expanded into the rules and regulations within the base. They were still busy at the moment, and didn't know that the two girls' impromptu idea would spread outside later, making great BNB, and the base had lit up a light in the hearts of countless survivors. Most of the survivors just wanted equality for everyone, and wanted to survive in a safe and peaceful base. If they could survive without intrigue, they would not want to cheat each other. After formulating the rules, another list of rooms that needed to be air-conditioned was counted, and Siapura immediately started pre-construction. That is, after the design was completed, she could designate a time to upgrade and build the area uniformly. During the construction, she not only planned several adjacent new buildings as one area, she also built a convenience store downstairs of each new building. The name is very simple. It is called Grape Convenience Store. In order to distinguish each convenience store was named on the plaque with the building number of each building as the number. Convenience stores only sell simple drinks and packaged food, and some simple daily necessities. The items are not as complete as those sold in supermarkets. The purpose of selling is to facilitate residents' consumption. There is no need to rush to the supermarket to buy something small. Convenience stores adopt the form of unmanned sales. The door is open. When you take the items to the checkout area, a light screen will pop up. You can leave only after the payment is completed. Do you want to break in without paying? Dear, we have free electric shock service. After the electric shock service is completed, the goods still need to be returned. In addition, there are still many people who need to wash clothes, And not everyone can afford a washing machine, and Siapuro began to think about how to use the limited grape coins in her hand to build a convenient house. After thinking about it, she gave up. For now, she should survive first, and wait until she has more money to live a good life. So she finally just arranged the partition fence she had thought of in the morning, and set up a regional access control. If there is no local resident leading, non-local personnel are not allowed to enter, except for staff. Chapter 210 Rapid Recovery and Development. She had written application materials from the base, and she built them one by one according to the requirements. She gave the vegetable garden and various poultry a new home. She now felt that she was no longer a shop owner, but a guardian who gave a home. She was determined to give a home to men, women, young and old in the world. The day after the construction was completed, the residents who had just had a good night's sleep in their new home woke up and saw the big changes in the community. They were so happy that there was cheering everywhere. Siapuro could not understand how important this change was to them. With this seemingly simple but solid fence, and the regulations on the areas where outsiders are not allowed to enter posted on the fence, their safety is guaranteed. The activities of the elderly, children, and even women are not limited to the home. They can walk downstairs in the community, even in this uncomfortable weather. Not only the people who have already lived in the new building cheered, but almost the entire base cheered. Today is the day for them to move in. Anyone who has paid the deposit can move in. Those who have installed air conditioners, and those who have not installed air conditioners can move in today. Air conditioning is available to everyone who applies for it. Houses with air conditioning are set up in one area, and those without air conditioning are in another area. The number of people who don't have air conditioning is also huge. Not everyone can come up with 20 crystal cores every month to pay for an air-conditioned room. Having water in the room is a great happiness for them. If you want to live here, you can't just have a crystal core. You have to go through a unified inspection by the base. Those who have a fixed job in the base are given priority. Those who have registered a team in the base and have a monthly mission record are given priority. Those who had a criminal record before the apocalypse are rejected. Those who have a bad reputation after the apocalypse, and those who have done disgusting things are not allowed. A few simple rules have eliminated some people. The most important thing is that the base is not big or small, and you can find out who is bad character by just asking around. Moreover, the staff of the base do not have a unified residence. The staff without important positions live with the survivors. Each staff member is assigned to the screening work according to the area of residence. They know who is good and who is not. It was useless to try to bribe people to smooth things over. The base had issued a death order. It was a big event for the entire base. Who dared to collect money at this time? Siapuro received a batch of crystal cores that the base had just collected for prepayment of the house. It made her feel good. There were still many people who paid in advance. The balance in her account was much more. She opened her account to check. She could still see the numbers jumping. Every second she clicked on the refresh button, she could see the fluctuations. The building with a monthly rent of 50,000 yuan was officially occupied. No one was dissatisfied on the day of moving in. Standard panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, super large rooms, balconies, toilets. The style of each soft furnishing is impeccable. Even the small details such as the crystals on the crystal chandelier are so dazzling. Equipped with basic home appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, TVs, washing machines, the monthly rent is only 50,000 yuan for them, which is really too cheap. Many rich people originally just wanted to enjoy the air conditioning here, but now they have moved their entire homes here. The convenience of having water and electricity is deeply rooted in people's hearts. How good was the previous home? Can it be better than this one? Other ordinary buildings are very simple, all copied and pasted from the benchmark B&B. No one would be picky about the accommodation conditions. Even the rich praised it repeatedly, and ordinary survivors would not say anything. Some people are happy and some are sad. The happy ones are undoubtedly those who have just moved in, while the sad ones are those who have crystal cores and points, but are excluded from the new buildings because of bad luck. They can only live in old and broken houses, and get angry at the air. As long as ordinary people who can afford a house have moved to the new building, the rent has reduced a lot of crystal cores compared to what they paid to the base before. The original housing in the base was vacated in an instant. Although most of the houses were destroyed, there were still many left. They did not waste the empty rooms, and gave them to people who had no houses, and slept on the streets for free. Don't think that the previous room fees will be refunded. There is no fairness in the end of the world. Unlike the residents who were immersed in joy, Siapura was now buying solar panels, fans, air conditioners, and other summer essentials in the supermarket. The next big temperature rise is coming soon, and she can't help but consider the residents here. Those who cannot afford to pay an extra 2,000 points a month to buy an air conditioner can spend 2,000 to buy a fan, since they don't have to pay for electricity. Or they can spend 3,000 to buy an air conditioner fan, which will be cooler. As soon as the news came out, the supermarket really welcomed another big climax. Her account points jumped even more happily. It's not enough to just drain the residents' points. She also has to let the residents earn points. Only when the survivors live well can she raise prices and her pockets expand. This is a win-win situation. Even if it is just for herself. She has to lead everyone to get rich. After everyone moved in, Siapura started her plan. People who did not move into the new building can also earn points by planting machines. Because she put several planting task machines in the old building. Someone had noticed this machine a long time ago. When people found that the machine with a black screen was finally turned on, the staff who had been trained in advance appeared next to the machine to teach by themselves. Everything is getting better. After experiencing such a terrible beast tide, the current land base has gradually embarked on a rapid development under the leadership of Siapura. Everyone has hope for the future. You can also earn points by planting, which is a good thing for everyone. Even if it is a long-term task, you have to persist to see the results. They are happy to do it. Have you heard? A new store has opened in the mall. What? What store? I have to go buy some. It's useless, it's a pharmacy. Then I have to go and stock up on something. Xin Wei, who was walking downstairs, heard passers-by gossiping, and without verifying the truth of the matter, he ran to the mall. There's a pharmacy. Finally, there's medicine to treat his brother's back. In fact, it's only been a few days since she arrived in Lun, and Siapura is doing a lot of things every day. Yu Shiwen noticed that she seemed to want to develop the base as soon as possible, but she didn't know why. I bought a can of ice cola, opened it, and handed it to Siapura. Are you worried about something? No. Siapura shook her head. I just plan not to leave the B&B after the temperature rises, and have a good rest for a while. After the temperature rises again, she will set up a stall outside the B&B. There will be no customers for the stall in such a high temperature, and it is not realistic to set up a stall deep in the base. Both Lun and the B&B are within her range. She can go back and forth in seconds at any time, but she doesn't want to make herself so tired. Chapter 211 Summer 3-piece set. Yu Shiwen was delighted. That's great, I can talk to you every day when I stay at the B&B. Okay. Siapura agreed immediately. If I have nothing else to do, I will be ready to go back in the next 2 days. So soon? Yu Shiwen was stunned. She never thought she would leave tomorrow. Siapura took a sip of the Coke she handed over. It was sweet and bubbly. It was the taste she liked. There's nothing to do here. I drive the RV back. I can still walk around on the way. You can take the subway back anytime. See you at the B&B. Just when Yu Shiwen thought the conversation was about to end, Siapura interrupted the silence. By the way, the B&B is already selling fuel. Huh? Yu Shiwen didn't understand what Siapura meant by this. Siapura coaxed. Did you forget? You said before that fuel is very precious, but now it's on sale, and the price is not expensive. We can meet whenever we want in the future. Yu Shiwen burst out laughing, with a smile on her lips. And her tone could not hide her happiness. Okay. I come when you want to see me. Siapura asked. What about when you want to see me? I have hands and feet. Of course, I will come by myself when I want to see you. The two looked at each other in silence, and saw the smiles on their faces shining so brightly in each other's eyes. The two agreed to eat delicious food together every day, which brought great comfort to Siapura's heart. It is very lonely to have no friends. There is no one to tell your worries to. Even if you want to share, you don't know who to share with. You don't want to experience that kind of discomfort again after experiencing it once. The planting task machine was actively promoted by the staff. Not only the masses planted, the whole base was set off a planting craze. There is nothing to do anyway. The trend of planting by all the people infected the whole base. The weather is not too hot now. The capable people formed a team to buy constant temperature clothes. While the weather is not too hot, and there are no zombies to interfere, they ran outside the base to plant high-level seeds. Those who are timid but want to earn more money only dare to do intermediate tasks, planting intermediate seeds near the base. Planting is not as simple as digging a hole. After burying the seeds in the soil, they need to be watered every day, and carefully cared for to grow out. On days without entertainment, taking care of plants became their topic of conversation. Early in the morning, I heard the old man move a stool to the bottom of the community to share his planting experience with everyone. Some young people who have no planting experience silently took notes beside him, and even children over 6 years old, who are sensible, were taking notes. Siapuro had already transferred the sapling she tried to plant to someone else to take care of. She would not stay here for a long time, so she could transfer the task earlier so that someone could take care of the seed she planted. Originally, the task could not be transferred, but she was the store owner. It was not a big deal, so she transferred it. That night, she had decided to say goodbye to Zhou Shengping the next day. Things here were almost done, and the house was built. If it didn't work, she could still build it remotely. She believed that the base staff would handle the rest. Before going to bed that night, Siapuro drew a wave of cards as usual. She still had no expectations, but she drew something good, which made her energetic even though she was about to go to sleep in her pajamas. Popsicle. I am the synonym of cheap and delicious. Snow cone. A cool popsicle in the hot summer will double your happiness. Ice cream. A milky ice cream in the hot sun will cool you down. Summer 3-piece set. This time the cards were very strange. She only had 2 cards. Popsicle and ice cream. But these 2 things cover a lot of things. I haven't even mentioned the flavors of the ice cream yet. I couldn't wait to use the card, and nothing appeared in front of her, but a light screen popped up. The light screen was like a shopping mall, and ice cream and popsicles were just 2 major categories. She clicked on the category of ice cream to check, and many pages of various flavors popped up. The first thing that came to mind was her childhood, the little pudding. The little pudding was full of milk flavor. When she was a child, no matter how big her troubles were, she could be comforted by a little pudding. Having experienced so many worlds, she could no longer remember her childhood. But she could remember the milky taste of the little pudding. The more she thought about it, the more she missed it. She wanted to eat it right now. So she clicked on the name and icon of the little pudding. After entering, she was not given the number of choices she had imagined, but was asked to choose the area where she needed to sell the products. The only sales areas displayed here were the homestay and the Lun base. So she did not need to pay for the refrigerator out of her own pocket. The panel only prompted her to choose the location of the freezer. To save trouble, she chose to place all of them in the best location by default. Even the ice cream freezer in the RV was placed in the best location. Placement successful. A prompt with 4 big words appeared in front of her. And then the page jumped back to the page of little pudding, which clearly showed the words for sale. She didn't continue to look at other products, and went down barefoot to the first floor of the RV to check the freezer. The freezer in the car was not very big, and it was placed where the table and chairs were previously placed. When she opened the freezer, she saw little pudding. She couldn't wait to tear open the package, and put the long-missed milky white ice cream into her mouth. The familiar milky fragrance spread in her mouth. She closed her eyes, savored it carefully, intoxicated, as if she saw the happiness she had when she ate the little pudding when she was a child. It was perfect to eat ice cream in this weather. She couldn't feel the heat that others felt, but her eyes could see and empathize with them. She slowly finished the ice cream in her hand, took out another one, and ate 5 little puddings in one breath before she touched her stomach with satisfaction and couldn't help laughing. I hope I won't have diarrhea. Humans really can't live without delicious food. It is an absolute truth that eating delicious food will make you happy. After eating the ice cream, Siapuro lay down on the bed, called Shuehua to cover her stomach, and continued to browse the ice cream purchase page. The price of popsicles is the cheapest. You can buy one with only 3 points. Even children can afford it. The size and price of popsicles and ice creams are uneven. There are all kinds of them. The lowest one only needs 5 points, which is a small pudding, and the highest one needs 500 points to buy. Siapuro groaned a few times. A true ice cream assassin, she must be very powerful to be able to afford such luxurious ice cream. The freezer is infinitely restocked. She just chooses the ice cream categories, and puts them in the freezer. The capacity of the freezer in the convenience store is much larger than that in the RV. She selected many categories, and finally collected all kinds of ice cream at various prices, and put them all in the freezer for sale. Chapter 212. Leaving Lun. Since freezers can only be built in convenience stores and supermarkets here, there is no convenience store downstairs. If you don't live in the new building, those who still want to eat ice cream can only run to the supermarket. The base does not require everyone to follow the schedule before the polar day, but everyone will silently require themselves. Most people who have nothing to do rest at home at this time. There are also some people who completely abandon the schedule before the polar day, sleep when they want to sleep, and don't care about anything when they don't want to sleep. There was a lucky team who had just returned to the base after completing the advanced planting mission outside. They happened to buy some snacks at the convenience store downstairs. Thinking that they could take them out to eat on the road next time, they went out to plant. At first, everything was fine, but suddenly a freezer popped out, and they were about to go forward to check it out, but were isolated by an air wall. It reminded them that the store owner was restocking the goods, so they waited by the side, wanting to see what goods the freezer could replenish. They didn't know how long they waited, but they were so sleepy that they kept dozing off, and when they couldn't hold on any longer and were about to leave, they took another look at the refrigerator. The air wall did not stop them anymore. A group of people swarmed in front of the refrigerator to see what new products there were. When they saw that they were all popsicles, they were dumbfounded. After leaving the community, the temperature outside was stuffy. It was not so hot inside the community. Normally, you would not sweat after walking a few steps. It was different outside. The temperature outside had a tendency to gradually rise. Now the outdoor temperature outside was about 40 degrees. They each bought an ice cream that was not expensive. When they ate it, the sweet popsicle brought them a rare coolness in summer. In a blink of an eye, it was the day when Siapura was ready to leave the base. In just a few days, the people in Lund base worshiped Siapura as a belief, and some people even petitioned Zhou Zhengping, the head of the base. The people were willing to build a temple for the store owner at their own expense and offer incense. Offering incense was like worshipping her as a god for the Chinese people. When she heard the news from Zhou Zhengping, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't let everyone mess around, and rejected the people's suggestion on the spot. The survivors knew their applications were rejected. They were filled with righteous indignation, and said that the head of the base was too much. The owner had done so much for the Lund base, but the base did not even approve their small proposal to pay for it. The staff told them that it was Siapuru's own decision. They all looked like eggplants hit by frost, hanging their heads. The owner has done so much for us. Not only does he not ask for anything in return, he even doesn't let us work hard. One of the older sisters held the staff of the base, and refused to let her go. Why don't you ask us what we can do for the owner? Yes, let's do our part. The crowd looked at the staff with a persuasive look. And the staff didn't know what to do with them. These survivors are really bored. There is not much work in the base now. And they can't go out to find crystal cores. They just want to do something for Siapura. The staff was also helpless. It's useless for you to tell me. The owner has left today. Left? Where did the owner go? Did they leave the base? The crowd panicked immediately, as if they had lost their backbone and were running around in a panic. The owner still has a B&B to run, and isn't there a subway connecting our base to the B&B? The owner can come back at any time. Seeing the staff say this, the crowd was slightly comforted. The owner didn't ignore us. It would be great if the subway could open earlier. I really want to go over and see what the B&B looks like. The owner is so capable, it must be better than our base. Alas, the owner did so much for us. Built us a house and saved our lives. But he left without even saying goodbye to us. I hope the owner will not forget our base. We finally had 2 days of peace. Siapura left quietly. Just as she came quietly, she left a strong impression on people. And then she waved her sleeves and set off on a new journey. She asked Yushiwen to take the subway back to the B&B. While she chose to drive back, the temperature was going to rise again, and she wanted to see if there were any small animals on the road that she needed to take away. After saying goodbye to Zhou Zhengping, she sat in the co-pilot seat of the RV and set off on the journey back to the B&B. She let out Xuehua and Aoyo, who had been neglected for a long time, and Jinzi, and coaxed them one by one. Okay. I didn't ignore you on purpose. I've just been too busy lately. Xuehua was well behaved, but Aoyo was more arrogant. She peeled a big chicken leg for it to coax it. Jinzi was easier to coax. She confirmed again and again that it wanted to drink and would not die after drinking it. So she diluted some orange juice with water and gave it to it. Jinzi said it tasted good. Finally, she had some free time to study the crystal core of the mutant spider. Siapura took the crystal core out of the space and played with it in her hand. This crystal core didn't seem to be anything special. She looked at it for a long time, but couldn't see any changes. So she gave it to Xuehua to eat. After eating it, Xuehua said she was very sleepy, and wanted to sleep for a while. Siapura sent her into the space. She can see snowflakes at any time in the space. If she feels uncomfortable or wakes up, she will know it immediately. The central base has a supply station as big as Great BNB. The army that received the supplies quickly adjusted their status and began to rescue and search for more survivors in the city, with Yangjua bringing back all the data he saw with his own eyes. They no longer guard against some plants that have no offensive power. Every time they go on a mission, they can focus more on defending other things, which also saves them a lot of energy. More importantly, this operation is the last one before the situation heats up. There is only one requirement during the mission, which is to protect yourself first, the commander said, with a firm look. Are you all ready? Always ready. The trained soldier's voice was loud and clear, and his momentum was overwhelming. The commander paced back and forth, asking himself and answering, "Who are we?" "We are soldiers." He paused, standing in front of the square array of soldiers. In the eyes of soldiers, there can only be country and home. Country, country, there is a country before there is a home. I know everyone wants to rest. The continuous rescue has made everyone tired. After this operation, everyone can rest temporarily. But now everyone can rest, but we can't. The survivors are still waiting for us to rescue them, and the people are still waiting for the country. The country will not give up any survivors. During the operation, everyone must first protect themselves. This is an order, and it is also a military order. The soldier's answer resounded through the sky, deafening. He said it 3 times in a row. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The commander turned his back. This is the last rescue. After this, even the people in the central base will not go out to rescue people. Chapter 213 AOL Hometown. The speed of national rescue is very fast. As long as they are given a chance, they will not give up any survivor easily. One by one, the survivors hiding in the city due to lack of water and supplies were rescued by the soldiers and taken to the base. Those who have been able to hold on until this time and have not entered the base are either worried about the oppression of the base, or they do not trust the base at all. These worries can be ignored when their lives are in danger. They were all ready to enter the black base and fight for their lives. The soldier with a simple smile handed each of them a bottle of water. "Are you thirsty? Drink some water." Joku unscrewed the bottle caps for them, held the bottle high, poured the water into his mouth, and drank it first. He handed over the bottle of water he had drunk. It's water without problems, not polluted, and drinkable. Joku's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. "Thank you." The person who received the water was still very cautious and held it in his hand without drinking it. And Joku didn't care about the other party's caution. It had just rained, and everyone had some water stored, and it was normal not to drink the water given by strangers. In the early days of the end of the world, ordinary people were very happy to see soldiers in military uniforms. Later, some bad guys also wore military uniforms to residential areas to trick some people who had stored food at home to open the door and rob houses. The masses could not trust those in military uniforms 100%, and they were more vigilant along the way, and they understood all this. It's still far from here to return to the base. We still need to go somewhere else to see if there are any survivors. If you are hungry, you can eat something first. Joku took out the food that the base uniformly distributed to the survivors from the space. It was snowflake crisps bought from Great BNB. The snowflake crisps contain sugar, biscuits, and some dried fruits. They are very good for replenishing physical strength for a short time. Joku took out one by one from the space to avoid taking out too many at a time, and some survivors would want to grab them. The food sold in the BNB was not expensive, and the size was just right. It was just right to give each survivor a piece of snowflake crisp. Most people were not in good condition after 3 years of personal survival, and looked particularly haggard and tired. In comparison, these people were much better than the people at the bottom of the base. The snowflake crisp was handed to them, and they squeezed the real food in their hands. They saw kindness in Joku. The RV drove to the top of an unknown mountain, and Siapura wanted to come here to camp for a short night. She was not in a hurry to go back, mainly because she wanted to see what changes would happen to snowflake abilities after swallowing the mutant spider crystal core. The treasure hunting ability would definitely not work in the BNB, but it would be different outside. Although there was nothing lacking, the psychological satisfaction brought by treasure hunting could not be satisfied by material things. Siapura walked to a flat ground with a better view, parked the RV, took out the tables, chairs and tablet from the space, and brought Aoeo out. Snowflake fell asleep after eating the crystal core, and she didn't know whether she was asleep or fainted. Aoeo was worried about her sister in the space, so she put Aoeo in as well. Now she just happened to bring Aoeo out to get some fresh air. After Aoeo came out, he was stunned for a moment, looking around with his big eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. He usually doesn't talk much, and many times when she was alone with Aoeo, she wondered if her ability to communicate with animals had weakened. She opened the tablet and played some variety show next to it, and told Aoeo not to run around, and then she went back to the RV to prepare food for today. She washed some fruits that Aoeo could eat and put them out, along with the melon seeds and snowflake crisps. On the table outside, bring a small bowl to Aoeo, put a cat's worth of fruit in it. Eat it, pre-meal fruit. Siapura did not go back to the RV directly, but took out 2 constant temperature tents. Will the host not sleep in the car? Since we are going out to play, we must have a tent to feel like camping. M80 does not understand the strange sense of ritual of humans, and it can always learn a lot from Siapuru. Why do you need 2 tents? Aoeo is a boy. There are differences between men and women. Actually, Siapura thought it was fun to set up the tent. She lived in one tent, and Aoeo lived in another tent. It felt like they were neighbors. Aoeo was very obedient. He didn't move much while she was setting up the tent. He just sat there obediently. After she set up the tent, she found that Aoeo still didn't move. She walked over, and saw that the fruit in front of Aoeo was almost untouched. What's wrong? Isn't this your favorite strawberry? She squatted down beside Aoeo, and stroked its black and shiny fur. Are you worried about your sister? Aoeo was silent for a while, then said, This is my and Shuehua's previous home. Siapura paused, then stroked Aoeo's fur to comfort him. This place is so far from where I am. How did you get there? Mom took us to avoid the heat, and kept walking. I don't know how far we walked. Mom gave the water she found to me and my sister, and she didn't get up again. Animals can't express their language completely, and many of the words are upside down. Siapura could only piece them together by herself. So you asked humans for help? She remembered when she saw them. They were so small. Although they were skinny, they didn't look like they were completely unattended. It turned out that the mother cat, who took care of them, had passed away. You smell good. Aoeo looked at her, with indescribable gratitude in his eyes. Now Aoeo and Shuehua are her cats. If M80 hadn't notified her to come over, if these 2 little guys were picked up by others, it's hard to say whether they would be treated well. Are there any friends of yours in this place? Do you want to go over and take a look? Aoeo's mental activities were complicated, she couldn't translate them, but finally he walked into the deep forest. She was not worried at all. Aoeo was a mature cat, and he knew to come back when it was time to eat. She was not worried about safety either, because he had an employee protection shield, so he couldn't die even if he wanted to commit suicide. She really was not worried, and even brought Snowflake out of the space, and put her on the cushion in the RV, so that she could breathe some fresh air outside. After settling Shuehua, she turned around and started to cook. What could be happier than having a bowl of snail noodles on the top of a mountain? No. So she was going to make snail noodles. After eating a bowl of snail noodles, she felt lonely and bored. Shuehua was still sleeping, and Aoeo hadn't come back yet. She was like an empty-nest old man watching and bickering with her tablet and M80. The wind blew away the smell of the snail noodles, and the smell of snail noodles on her body also went away with the wind. All she could hear nearby was the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, and even the chirping of birds was pitifully rare. Everything was so beautiful and harmonious. Chapter 214 Delivery. Until Aoeo came back. Aoeo came back by himself, and the hair on his body was abnormally upright. As soon as he came back, he bit her trouser leg, as if he wanted to pull her somewhere. What's wrong? Aoeo? Siapura stood up, and wanted to hug him, but he wouldn't let her. My friend, danger? Aoeo pointed his paw in a direction in the jungle, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. She did not delay returning to the RV to collect the snowflakes into the space, letting Aoeo lead the way in front, and she followed behind, running all the way to a remote cave. Siapura was out of breath, seeing Aoeo finally stop. She was stunned by the scene in front of her. A group of tigers. They were big tigers of all sizes. Big ones, small ones, and some lying on the ground. It seemed that they were pregnant. Are they your friends? Siapuru's voice trembled, full of the innate fear of humans for ferocious beasts. They are my friends. Master, Don't be afraid. Aoyo returned to Siapura from the tiger lying on the ground, as if he wanted to give her some comfort. Siapura was only frightened for a moment, but she straightened her back again when she thought of the protective shield she always had. Is there anything I can help you with? A tall, majestic-looking tiger came out of the tiger group. Although tigers are not very different from humans except for their size, Siapura felt that its aura seemed to be very strong. Can you help us? The leading tiger lowered its head and looked at Siapura. Aoyo had communicated with them in advance, telling them that their master could talk to them. So the tiger tried to communicate with Siapura so naturally. What's wrong with it? Siapura looked at the tiger on the ground. After all, she was not a doctor, so she did not dare to agree easily. M80, host. It seems that it has no strength and cannot give birth. But I don't know how to deliver a baby. Delivering a tiger. This is really an absolute blind spot in knowledge. Why not give it some water and food, and see if it can have some strength after eating? M80 suggested. Siapura thought this was a good idea, and took out several raw chicken legs into space that had been processed but not yet cooked. Feeling that it would be bad to just throw it on the ground, she took a small bowl for eating and put the chicken leg in front of the pregnant tiger. The pregnant tiger felt very uncomfortable, making a small sound from her mouth, which you might miss if you don't listen carefully. The other tigers in the group were also very hungry, but they all endured it, and did not go forward to compete with the tigress, who was about to give birth for food. Siapura's whole body was focused on the pregnant tigress. She currently had no communication with him, but she still moved her body and drank water in small sips. Where's your most powerful brain? Check what I should do now. I can't find it. There is no professional equipment, host. Wild animals, like tigers, give birth naturally. Humans can't help much without equipment. Siapura suddenly thought of Gold. Every time Gold gave her a massage, she felt very comfortable. She could feel a huge force injected into her body by Gold, and there were no side effects. I don't know if it will work for the tiger that is about to give birth. Now she can only give it a try. Otherwise, according to her mind, she can only perform a cesarean section on the pregnant tigress to take the baby out. It's not that she's cruel, but if she doesn't do this, if the baby in her belly can't come out, it will be a dead body. After all, she is not a professional, and she is not sure about everything about medicine. The Gold is still in the RV, thinking of this. Siapura said hello to Aoyo and ran back all the way. After returning to the RV, she didn't want to pack up and put all the things she took out into the space. She quickly got into the car, let M80 control the RV, and returned to Aoyo. The journey was too urgent. I didn't say hello to Jeansy when he got off the car with Jeansy in his arms. Jeansy was still smiling foolishly, thinking that his master finally remembered to take him out to play. Jeansy, can you try to massage him too? He's about to give birth to cubs, and he doesn't have enough strength. Jeansy was a little depressed. It turned out that he didn't bring him to play. He just came to him because he needed him. Unhappiness is unhappiness. He still has to obey his master's orders. Jeansy spit out a big ball of energy. The energy ball was the tender green of plants. It went to the tigress, who still didn't have the strength to give birth after eating. The big tigers came around, pacing around the tigress. Siapura actually saw anxiety in one of the tigers. The tender green energy ball gradually disappeared. The tigress gained some strength, stood up, and kept twisting her hips to find a comfortable position. After a few minutes, the little tiger poked its head out a little bit. The tigress licked the amniotic fluid, then adjusted her posture, finding a smooth delivery posture for the little tiger, and the first little tiger came out soon. The tigress only had time to lick the amniotic fluid from the little white tiger a few times, and there was another little tiger in her belly that couldn't wait to come out. The tigress lay down again and twisted her body. The second little tiger was stronger than the first one. When it came out, it patted its mother, but with its paw. In the end, it gave birth to 6 little tigers in total. M80 exclaimed that it was amazing, because in the tiger world, a tigress only gives birth to 1 or 2 little tigers at a time. 2 to 4 little tigers are rare. Giving birth to 5 or 6 little tigers at a time is even rarer. In the end times, with a lack of food and water, it is really hard for the mother tiger to be pregnant with so many tiger cubs. The mother tiger, who had just given birth, was licking the amniotic fluid on the cubs. The cubs cried one by one, and their 4 paws were still trying to stare at the air. After witnessing the whole process of a tiger giving birth, Siapura seemed to have more strange experiences. The most ridiculous thing was that she actually felt like she had just found out that she was a stepmother. And she felt like she was a midwife again. She returned to the RV, found several large bowls that had been used to feed the fawns, and filled several large bowls of chicken into the bowls. Thinking of combining meat and vegetables, she threw a few cucumbers into the chicken bowl to see if the tigers would eat them, and also filled several bowls of water into the space. She walked outside, and placed 2 bowls of meat and 1 bowl of water in the open space far from the tigers in the cave. She placed food and water again in the same specifications a little further away. When she returned to the tigers rushed over to grab the food. The big tiger and the tigress were together, and did not go over to compete with him. Siapura took out 2 small basins that she had prepared, one filled with meat and the other filled with water, and placed them next to the big tiger and the tigress. Would you like to eat something? She remembered that humans also had to eat something before giving birth. Otherwise they would not have the strength. She did not dare to approach the tigress. It is said that it is best not to approach any animal that has just given birth. Otherwise it will mistakenly think that you want to steal its cubs. Chapter 215 Human Cubs in the Tiger Pack. The newborn tiger cubs are like Ao. They are not big, and are now lying under the mother tiger to suckle. Ao rubbed her calf with his head. Thank you, Master. You should thank Jean Z. Jean Z is the one who helped a lot. Siapura poured some diluted watermelon juice that she specially prepared on Jean Z. The mutant plants and animals in the end times are still strong. Even plants can drink beverages, and even tigers can have 6 in 1 litter. Siapura held the leaves of Jean Z in her hands. You are great. You can even deliver little Jean Z. Jean Z. Hee. Watermelon juice is delicious too. I turned a deaf ear to Siapura praise, and could only feel the sweetness of the watermelon juice. Daho was really hungry. The food was handed to him. He ate a lot, left half for the tigress, who was still having trouble feeding, drank some water, and walked to Siapura. Humans. We have a few little humans here. Siapura scratched her ears, and wondered if she was hallucinating. What? Human? The tiger nodded, and said, follow me. It took 2 steps forward into the depths of the cave, and looked back to see if Siapura had caught up. Siapura plucked up her courage and went inside. It was too dark inside. She walked while looking for something that could be used as a torch in the space, lit it up, and held it in her hand to barely illuminate the road ahead. When she walked to a deeper place, she heard the laughter of a baby. Accompanied by the empty response in the cave, it sounded a bit creepy to her. The deeper she went, the clearer the baby's voice became. Siapura kept repeating to herself to give herself courage. I have done good deeds all my life. Don't scare me. Don't scare me. Dahu was walking in front. A little confused. Why did this human look so scared? He couldn't figure it out, but just reminded, we're here. The light from Siapura's hand also shone. There was a human cub a few months old crawling on the ground of the cave. The moment he saw it, he really felt like watching a horror movie, especially when they were so close. The human cub's hand touched her shoes. Ah! System, protect me. Host, this is a real human cub, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's not the messy things you think. You should watch less horror movies. Anyone will find it scary. Okay. Siapura was about to collapse. Why would there really be human cubs in such a place? Could it be that the tigers were too hungry and ate their parents? Big Tiger, it wasn't us, it was the humans who abandoned them, so we wanted to try to pick them up and raise them with our children. With the identity of the human cubs personally certified by M80, the fear in her heart gradually subsided, and there was nothing to be afraid of when facing their own kind. Did the humans abandon them? Siapura made further confirmation. Yes. Siapura was really crazy. She was doubting whether animals would lie. Today brought her too many shocks. My brain suddenly couldn't handle it. M80, host, you have an affinity aura. They will be closer to you. Besides, animals won't lie. I know. Siapura bent down and came closer to check the cubs. She asked Seong Dahu politely, are all the human cubs here? Yes, there are still a few that have not been raised, gone. Siapura sighed. Even tigers do not eat their own cubs, but the cubs abandoned by humans are in the hands of tigers, and they actually want to raise them. What's wrong with the people in this world? People have lost their humanity, but the beasts have lent a hand. It's really fantastic. There are 3 human cubs in total. Their bodies are not dirty. The tigers must have licked them, and judging from the color, they are probably a few tiger hairs in their hands. She has no experience in taking care of children, and she can't tell how many months the children are, but they are definitely less than 1 year old. It's not difficult to take in a few children. There are many orphans in the end times. It's not difficult for her to open an orphanage in the B&B. If it's a little troublesome, it's just to give people a little more salary and hire a few people to look after the children. But I still need to ask Dahu what he thinks. She didn't say she wanted to take the baby away. The temperature will rise again soon. It will be very hot outside. You may have some difficulty surviving at that time. Do you want to come with me? If they were to be taken away, they would definitely be taken away. Saving animals and humans do not conflict. Can all my tribes go with you? But where are we going? Siapuro was not in a hurry to answer. She put away the torch and wrapped the babies in a large blanket and held them against her body. The weight of the 3 babies together was not heavy, but the little hands that were messing with her clothes and hair were a bit annoying. After all, Dahu had taken care of the baby for a while, so she did not dare to put it directly into the space. It would not work if the child was not able to adapt to it all of a sudden without someone watching over him. Siapuro said to the tiger, "Let's go back first." Meow. She just noticed that Aoao had been following her, and was worried about her following him. Aoao. Let's go back first. So she walked in front. There was only one road, just follow the light source in front of her. She almost trotted out. If there was a group of tigers around this cave before, she didn't even dare to think about it, let alone go deep into the tiger den. The human tiger cubs in her arms kept disturbing her, seemingly wanting to play with her, or looking for milk or something. Their little hands kept tossing her. After running back to the tigress with great difficulty, her hair was in disarray, and her neat clothes were torn by the babies, as if they had just been washed in a washing machine. She finally couldn't stand it anymore, and took out a thicker blanket from the space, and put the 3 babies on it. If she hadn't been so knowledgeable, she would have cried when she was torn by the children. Fortunately, the tigress was not a human. Otherwise she would have imagined something after seeing her like this. The human cubs on the ground were not idle either, and they crawled around on the ground babbling. They were really hungry. Crawling to the tigress, fighting for milk from the newborn cubs. Siapuro heart jumped to her throat again, fearing that the tigress would be unhappy and slap them to death. After all, a tigress who had just given birth was more ferocious than an ordinary tiger. But the tigress didn't do that. She just looked at the tiger cubs squeezed out by the human cubs with disdain, and her eyes seemed to say, "You are useless." The squeezed tiger cubs couldn't open their eyes, and their claws were kicking something, a bit like Aoao and Chihuahua stepping on milk. Siapuro had concerns before, wondering if the tigers were raising the human cubs as reserve food. But now she has completely dispelled this idea. When she took out the food, the tigers pounced on them with hunger. If they really regarded them as reserve food, they would have died long ago. Chapter 216 Taking in the Tigers. In addition, they naturally went to the tigers to drink milk, as if they regarded the tigers as their own kind. She did not disturb the tigress's interaction, but stared at Aoao beside her, waiting for the human cub to finish drinking milk, and then lie down and go to sleep. She tried to communicate with the tigress, and only after getting her consent did she put the human cub sleeping next to her on the mat. They were naked, without any covering, and she saw the gender of the human cub by following the light source. Just as she thought, all 3 were girls. There were no boys in the abandoned baby tower. This old saying expressed great sadness. She thought, if it was a boy, even in the end of the world, she would keep him by her side no matter how hard or tired she was. At least she couldn't abandon him at will like a girl. But then again, it was better to throw away the girl. It was better than stewing them. It was the last bit of humanity left. As a human being, she could only feel sadness. Her ability is not that great yet. She can't take care of so many things for the time being, and the deep feeling of powerlessness makes her feel uncomfortable. Do you want to come with me? I have a space where you can go first. There will be other places in my territory where you can run and survive. This question is for Dahu. She has seen that Dahu is the leader of the group of tigers. After the natural disaster, you want to go home? I can take you back to the mountains and forests. Seeing that Dahu still didn't respond, she continued to tempt. I can let you go into the space first to see if you like it. This group of tigers took in human cubs. She wanted to repay them to the greatest extent. She was not just talking about the many benefits she promised. If the apocalypse ended, she would really send them back in person. I go in and take a look first. The big tiger spoke, and he was talking to the tigers. Siapuro approached it, set it into the space, and teleported it out in less than a minute. The big tiger couldn't wait to say, "We will follow you. Do you need us to do anything?" It's really smart. Even animals know how to exchange benefits. Siapura smiled and said, "You are helping me by surviving well. It would be even better if I could take your cubs out to play occasionally. Will you give us water and food?" The tiger tilted his head and looked at her in a cute way. "Free food and lodging," Siapura said generously. "Our little humans. I will give them a human living environment, but I will take them to see you often. Is that okay?" Siapura asked the tiger for his opinion. After all, they were raised by the tiger, and they have crossed species to the point where they don't matter whose cubs they are. The tiger nodded repeatedly. Siapura saw something unusual in its nods. Could it be that it was worried that she would treat the human cubs badly? That's right, aren't they abandoned by humans? It's normal for Daha not to believe that she would be good to human cubs. Daha first communicated with the mother tiger, then went back to communicate with the tiger group, and finally the tiger group looked at her with a different look. It's not that they treated her as meat, but probably as a long-term meal ticket. The mother tiger looked at the 3 human cubs reluctantly, and then looked at her own cubs. The emotions in the animal's eyes were a little hard for Siapura to understand. "Do you have anything else to pack? Bring your things. I will send you to the space first." Siapura herself did not realize that her tone of voice, when talking to Dahu, gradually became anthropomorphic. Dahu turned his head to the tiger group, and the meaning was obvious. "Take them in first. I will take you to see something." Hearing this, she sent the tiger group that had eaten and drunk enough into the space. The number of tigers was not small, and to prevent them from destroying the things in the space, she specially marked out a place for them, and put meat and water on it so that those who were not full could continue to eat. The tigers were sent in, but the tigress and her newborn cubs were not. Siapura looked at the tigress. No matter what, she didn't want to disturb a mother who had just given birth. "I'm going to put you and your baby in the space. Do you and your baby need anything else?" The tigress was in good spirits. She was nourished by the gold and looked better than the big tiger. "I want to drink water." The tigress's request was so simple. Siapura put a large basin of water, and simply set up a nest for the tigress with a blanket to see if she would live in the nest. "If you need me, you can call me anytime." After saying that, she sent the tigress and the 6 cubs into the space. The big tiger looked at the place where the tigress disappeared, and reluctantly moved forward. "Follow me." Meow. It meowed, and followed behind. The big tiger led the way, and walked to the depths of the cave just now. Siapura was smart this time, and took out the torch that had not been extinguished and followed behind. After following the big tiger through many twists and turns, they actually saw light after walking through the depths of the cave. Could this cave have double sockets? The exit of the cave was surrounded by strange trees. Siapura was not even as big as a tiger, and she got out easily. Not to mention Aoeo, it was only a cub, so this exit was like the front door to it. Siapura saw the scene clearly. This mountain was a natural giant pit, and she should be at the bottom of the pit at this moment. There were dense and tall bushes all around, and she was at a flat area at the bottom of the giant pit, and from the height where she stood, she could vaguely see the forest in the distance. A woo! A wolf howl resounded through the sky, shaking the eardrums. Roar! The big tiger roared and followed closely. Siapura was so scared that she almost jumped up. Are they greeting each other? Isn't it said that there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain? How come wolves and tigers are neighbors? 2 powerful forces attacked her, but stopped halfway. Siapura looked carefully, and found that a big wolf appeared in the direction of the wolf howl. Meow! Aoeo's cat eyes widened. The 2 beast kings looked at each other, communicating silently, and really looked like humans greeting their neighbors. "The thing you want to show me is your neighbor?" Siapura guessed secretly. Could it be that the wolf pack also has some human cubs that they want to give to her for adoption? As soon as this thought came to her mind, a picture flashed in Siapura's mind. That is, the tiger. The wolf brought a bunch of cubs to her to be fed. A woo! The 2 beasts roared in a low voice. Aoeo probably didn't know the big wolf, and kept his tail erect, ready to fight at any time. Ao the big wolf roared at Siapura. Siapura instantly understood what it meant. It wanted to tell her not to misunderstand. It was called out by the big tiger, and it had no ill intentions. Siapura narrowed her eyes slightly. Her eyes fell on the big wolf, and took the initiative to say, "Do you want to come with me?" Chapter 217 Spiritual Spring. The big wolf looked at the big tiger. She didn't explain. She let them howl and communicate. She stroked the cat's hair, which was fluffy, with both hands, and smoothed it out little by little. Siapura could understand their communication. The translation was roughly, "Tiger, brother, follow this human, and you will have meat to eat and water to drink." Wolf, really? Tiger, look at my stomach I just ate. Wolf, I want some too. The big wolf came over, his eyes were flattering. Human, hungry meat. Siapura was surprised by the change in the wolf's attitude. Then do you want to come with me? Food and lodging are provided. I believe that no matter human or animal, they can't resist the temptation of food and lodging. Dahu and Daong said. She also said that after the natural disaster, she would send us back, as long as we give her the cub to play with. Siapura saw that the wolf's head was nodding like a rattle, and it didn't have the momentum of the wolf when they first met. It felt that if it didn't want to save face, it would lie down and expose its belly for her to touch. The big wolf ran away and disappeared in a flash. After a while, it came with its wolf pack, and a group of wolves followed behind it. And a few little wolf cubs were also brought. The thing in the big wolf's mouth was almost blinded by the light. It was glittering gold, which filled the big wolf's mouth so much that it couldn't close it. The saliva flowed on the gold, and then dripped on the ground. If it were modern society, such a pile of gold chains and gold coins in the bank could guarantee the living expenses of one's family for 3 lifetimes. The big wolf spat out the gold for her, and then directed the other wolves to come forward and spit out the treasures in their mouths. After all the treasures were placed in front of her, the big wolf stopped and wagged its tail at Siapura. Siapura was secretly happy, but she scolded with a serious expression. I am definitely not a person who loves money. But she couldn't let the wolf take back his kindness. Then again, just consider it as your food expenses. The big wolf tilted his head, as if thinking about what food expenses were. Unable to think of what food expenses were, the big wolf returned to the pack, wandered around several wolf cubs, and finally picked out the one it thought was the best, and brought the cub to her. It seemed to be saying, "Pet it as you like." The wolf cub had silver white fur, and it was hard to tell how many months old it was. It was the same size as Ao when it was placed next to Ao. Siapura was not polite at all. People had brought the cub to her, so it would be a waste if she didn't pet it. Siapura placed her paw on the wolf cub's back and rubbed it gently twice. The little cub squinted his eyes and enjoyed it, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Siapura couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha, so cute." Ao stared at Siapura's hand with his round eyes wide open. She was amused by Ao's expression, chuckled, "Are you jealous?" Ao is not jealous. Aww. The big wolf seemed to be very unhappy with Siapura ignoring him, trying to attract her attention. Siapura was amused, laughing loudly in the valley. The little wolf was in a daze, and was not afraid of being held in her arms. The young wolf cub was purring, as cute as a husky, so cute no matter how you look at it. After teasing him for a while, she still had business to do, so she asked for the opinions of both parties, and separated them for breeding. Wolves and tigers can also meet in the space, but there is just an air wall between them. Now they seem to have a good relationship, but I am afraid that the tribes will fight. It is better to have less trouble than more, so it is better to take precautions. After making arrangements, Siapura sent the wolf pack, including the wolf cub in her arms, into the space. The big wolf brought her the big gold chain, and it would be unreasonable for her not to express her gratitude. She gave the wolf pack a large amount of raw meat and water, and also gave them some fruit. Now she really can't limit her thinking to the time before the end of the world. Tigers and wolves can become friends. What if wolves also like to eat fruit? After this incident, she found that animals are simpler and more sincere than humans. They don't have so many twists and turns, and everything they do is just to survive. Humans have thoughts, and are good at using their brains, but unfortunately they lack sincerity. Siapura turned around, crossed her arms and looked at Dahu. "The good thing you are talking about is your neighbor?" Dahu flicked his tail and took the lead. "Follow me." It just wanted to help its neighbor. Siapura bent down and picked up Ao. She couldn't let the little guy run by himself anymore. She normally had to run 3 steps for every 1 step Dahu took on 4 legs. Ao's little paws were so short, and she didn't know how long it would take. She had run all the way here just now, and must be exhausted. It was not easy to run with Ao. So she put Ao into the space, and quickly followed Dahu. Following Dahu, she walked through countless jungles, crossed countless boulders, and finally arrived at a spring. The spring was very big, surrounded by fog, and the grass around it was particularly lush. The water was very clear, and at a glance, her and Dahu's faces were clearly reflected. There were some plants growing around the spring, and there were many butterflies flying around. There were also birds singing in the distance, which was very pleasant. Those plants grew surprisingly lush, not affected by the high temperature at all, growing better than any plants she had ever seen. Just when she was wondering why this place looked like the peach blossom spring in the end of the world, she took a closer look and found that all the plants in this valley were mutant plants. Dahu stopped and licked the water from the spring with his tongue. Siapuro stood beside it, watching its movements quietly, and suddenly asked, "Is this the good stuff you mentioned?" "Yeah," Dahu responded, turned his head to look at Siapuro. "Human, drink water." Siapuro shook her head. Her mother taught her not to drink water from unfamiliar sources outside since she was a child. Water must be boiled before drinking. Although the water looks clean to the naked eye, there are actually many microorganisms that are invisible to the naked eye. M80 suddenly spoke, as if she had just recovered from the shock. Host! Miracle! She looked confused. What's wrong? This spring water is not simple. Do you see the mist surrounding it? That's the spring water saving this place. Ah? She was even more confused. Can you explain it more clearly? This is a spiritual spring. Is it clear enough? Siapuro stopped talking. She had just wondered why the tiger didn't look particularly haggard, but judging by the speed at which it ate, it must have been hungry for a long time. Hungry for a long time but not haggard, these two things conflict. And the tiger is also a neighbor of the wolf, it doesn't make sense. If this spring water is a spiritual spring, then it makes sense. Only water can be drunk, but the body still feels hungry. For animals with spiritual intelligence, there is no need to fight to the death to survive. Chapter 218 Take them all away. But it doesn't make sense. If it's a spiritual spring, then why doesn't the tigress have the strength to give birth to cubs? That's because the spiritual spring also stimulates the cubs in the tigress's belly. They will be smarter than ordinary tiger cubs. And they are mutant beasts in the mother womb. They need a lot of nutrition, and can only absorb nutrients from the mother body subconsciously. M80 also added his own opinion. They can absorb the external spiritual energy in the belly to upgrade. If they grow up, they will definitely be smart and powerful. You are talking about fantasy. Isn't it the end of the world? Where does the spiritual spring come from? Host. Why do you think there are natural disasters and zombies coming at the same time? If there is no chance for human survival, wouldn't it be better to start with hell and leave no one alive? Crisis and opportunity coexist. It depends on whether human beings can seize it. Is it so weird? This well is right here, and it won't run away. Could it be a turning point for human beings? Siapuro didn't disbelieve in M80, but she felt that it was becoming more and more mysterious and difficult to accept for a while. M80, isn't this what I met you? You can take this spring water away in this space. Siapuro touched her nose. She really didn't think she could take this thing away. Even if I take this spring water away, what about the plants and animals here? Take them all away. Saving one is saving. Saving a mountain is saving. Anyway, our family is big and prosperous, so we don't lack these plants and animals to eat. M80 said it simply, ignoring Siapuru's expression of I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Come to think of it, I don't even know what this spring water is used for. She leaned over, made a bowl with her hands to scoop up some water, and sniffed it close to her nose. It didn't have any special smell, but so many small animals had drunk it, and she couldn't drink it directly. It's okay if she drank it, but what if she took a bath in it? What if she peed in it? You can find out if you take it home and study it slowly. Bring this spring water out so that more people can use it, so that its usefulness can be maximized. M80 persuaded him earnestly. If it was a human, it would have carried it away long ago. Why would it think so much? Siapuro was definitely not a person who was indecisive. She was just worried that if she moved the spring water away, it would affect the opportunity mentioned by the world system. After a moment of silence, she decided to take it away. As the system said, it would be more useful only if she took it away. If she kept it here, she didn't know how long she would have to wait for someone to find it. It would be better for her to take it back and use it first. After deciding to take it away, she had to pack it up. But she couldn't start with the spring water. She had to bring the nearby creatures into the space first, and then take it away. She walked to Dahu. Thank you for helping me find it. Can I take you to the space first? Yes. Dahu squinted his eyes. He was indeed the king of the forest. His squinting eyes showed his domineering attitude. In the blink of an eye, Dahu entered the space. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start. She gently greeted the mutant plants. Hello. I'm here to dig you up. Hua Hua, ah. Bad guy. Chow Chow, no. It's a good guy. I smell the scent of a good guy. Hua Hua, I smell a good smell too. But she wants to dig us away. Chow Chow, good human. Please don't dig us up. Okay? We will die. Hua Hua, she won't understand if I tell her, woo, we are going to die. My petals can't fly into the spring. Chow Chow, don't be afraid, we are mutant plants, the spring will protect us. Okay, they think she is a bad person. She was about to explain but stopped. Take the gold out of the space. I want to take everything from this place away. You are also a plant. You go and communicate with them. It should be easier for flowers and plants to communicate with each other. Siat Pura thought so. Put the gold, the flower and the pot on the ground and let them communicate. Gold has always been very serious about the tasks given by the master. When it was put on the ground, it honestly communicated with the flowers and plants. Many flowers and plants were talking at the same time. Gold had to start with self-introduction. Hello everyone, I am Jean Tiantianlian. My master is a good person. She is very good. Hua Hua, huh? Humans are your masters? How can she be good to you? Gold said proudly. She will give me diluted juice. Today she also rewarded me with watermelon juice. Chow Chow, what does watermelon juice taste like? Hua Hua, I am so envious. Humans only know how to eat our fruits. I don't even know what fruits taste like. Gold, it tastes very good. If you want to drink it, follow my master. I will take good care of you. Serious face, many flowers and plants. Master, take us away. Yes. Yes, master. Take me first. Siapuru almost spit out the coke she just took a sip of. Is it over? So easy to cheat? Suddenly I suspected that I was cheated and still helped others count money. This sentence is about cheating these cute flowers and plants. She just opened the coke, just took a sip, the can was still in her hand, and she didn't throw it into the space trash can, even. She hadn't swallowed the coke yet. The conversation ended. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. Since they all said they would go with her, she started digging the grass. M80 yelled, Host. You don't have to dig it yourself, I help you. How can you help me? Siapura held a shovel to loosen the soil in her hand, and she really didn't know where to start. The flowers and grass grew too lush, one plant next to another, and this was not her absolute territory. If she wanted to take all the creatures here away, she didn't know how long it would take to dig. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the flowers and plants in front of her, like the end of a movie, changing from color to black and white, and gradually fading the colorful clothes of this valley. From far to near, the plants disappeared rapidly. The last bit of green was under her feet. She jumped lightly and jumped to the bare land next to her. The grass where she was standing also disappeared. There were also some small animals poking their heads out to see what was happening here. She did the same thing, taking the gold back into the space, and letting the tiger come out to communicate with the animals. The seemingly huge packing project was completed in less than an hour. Now the only thing left in the whole valley was the spring in front of her. She walked over, put her hand on the water, held her breath, and easily moved the spring into the space. Fortunately, the space was infinite. Otherwise it would not fit. A big hole was left at the original location of the spring, which made her feel guilty. She also promised to bring Da Hu and Da Lang back, but she seemed to have stolen someone else's house. Looking around, it was empty. She looked up to the sky and shouted, I'm taking in heartbroken animals and plants. Anyone else coming? Food and accommodation are provided. Chapter 219 Black Water Surface. The sound was transmitted very far away, and then echoed back, leaving only the echo, without any movement. She did not look for it if she did not get a response, and after careful consideration, she decided to use the water-based supernatural power to release some water in this big pit, until the water was restored to its original state. It was just some water-based supernatural power, and she did not consume anything, and at most wasted some time. If the destined person who originally belonged to the spiritual spring would pass by here, he would not die of thirst. Regardless of whether the extreme heat would evaporate the water in the puddle, there was only so much she could do. She returned to the cave where Dahu had brought her, and looked inside. It was still pitch black. She called Dahu out again. She felt bad for always disturbing the new nanny, but she didn't want to walk alone in the cave. It was scary. I'm a little scared. I don't want to walk alone, she explained. Dahu looked at her helplessly, and leaned down. Come on. Siapuru was flattered. Was he asking her to ride on him? Riding on the tiger. She looked so awesome. Not giving the tiger a chance to regret, she jumped onto the tiger back in 2 or 3 steps. Hold my fur tightly. Hurry up, after running. You have to go back to accompany your children. Siapuro held on obediently, her whole body pressed against the tiger, holding it tightly. The tiger ran forward, and I didn't know how its 4 claws grew, but it could run so fast. It turned out that this was the real strength of the tiger. The speed before was waiting for her. The speed before was 1/10 of the current speed, not an exaggeration at all, because her ears hurt from the whistling wind on the tiger back. Back to the RV. At the entrance of the cave, Dahu stopped. Siapuro got off Dahu's back, still in shock, and sent it back to space under Dahu's slightly anxious gaze. She was stunned in the same place, and it took a while for her to calm down. For a moment, she even wondered if she had left the window open on the plane. She didn't dare to give the 3 human cubs to the tigers again, even though she knew they wouldn't hurt them. She couldn't get over the worry in her heart. She brought out Jeansy, Aoeo, Snowflake, 3 human cubs from the space. She returned to the RV, and settled Snowflake and Jeansy first. Facing the baby who couldn't speak, she felt very stressed. Since the host saved 3 baby girls, she was rewarded with unlocking the maternity and baby store for free, and unlocking maternity and baby products, milk powder, pacifiers, bottles, diapers, slings, strollers, baby beds, baby clothes, and other products. She was relieved when she heard the system prompt. Fortunately, there were these things as rewards, otherwise she wouldn't know what to feed them. According to the information M80 found, she successfully prepared 3 bottles of milk powder. She has a golden finger in cooking, and is also good at controlling the water temperature. However, she was still worried. She tested the temperature with the back of her hand. Only after she found out that it was not hot did she put the bottle to the 3 babies. The primitive skills drove the babies to suck automatically when their mouths touched the nipple. The 3 good kids were like little angels. They did not cry like other babies. They fell asleep after they were full. Siapuro resigned herself to putting diapers on them, and changed them into baby clothes of different colors. I'm going to give you names now. They fell asleep, without giving her any response. Siapuro pouted, and still named them according to the last food they ate. Luoluo, Shurshur, Finfin, from left to right, and made such a hasty decision. Anyway, all children look the same. Naming them according to their temperaments is impossible. As for the surname, just yeah, or who, to give them a homophonic name. It's too early to say these things now. She put the 3 sisters to sleep in the cribs on the 2nd floor. She was also on the 2nd floor. She asked Aoeo to look after the child. She was so sleepy that she wanted to take a nap. She had originally planned to walk around and see the surrounding area. For the sake of the child, it was best to go back as soon as possible. She couldn't walk too fast. She had to at least wander around here to see if there were any other creatures. She walked around the whole mountain. All the mutant plants she saw were transplanted into the space. She didn't see any animals. They must have gathered in her space after hearing Dahu's call. After walking around the valley, she found more than a dozen human skeletons, scattered everywhere. The most terrifying thing was that there were more than a dozen babies. She cremated all the ones she saw, and waited until the fire was completely extinguished with water before returning to the RV. The 3 sisters woke up, and they didn't cry or make a fuss. They played with Aoeo obediently. She held them for a while, and officially set off to return to the B&B. Along the way, she asked the system to keep an eye out for any animals that could be pulled up. There were still quite a lot of animals, and she chose a straight route back to the B&B. There were too many animals along the way. After 3 days of walking and stopping, she had only walked less than a quarter of the distance. After 3 days of being a temporary mother, they had become almost familiar with each other. The child was still young but very sensible. It was probably because it was useless to make a fuss before, and she didn't make much noise around Siapuro. When there were many mutant animals, she would put the child in the space, and only let Dahu and Dahu's wife take care of it. She was worried about other tigers. M80 confirmed with her again, "Host, are we really going back in a straight line?" "Well, what else?" Siapuro had just brought the small animals to the space, and returned to the RV. And as usual, she made milk for the 3 sisters. She was busy, and didn't pay any attention to the geographical location of the RV. Okay then. Respect the host's decision. The RV stopped when Siapuro didn't notice it, and received the command from M80, and started again. There was a lake 1 meter ahead. and the outside of the RV kept changing, while the people inside were unaware. In just 10 seconds, the RV that could only be used on land was transformed into a ship that could enter the water. I didn't feel anything when the ship entered the water. The RV was as comfortable as sleeping at home. Siapura took the child to sleep, and she went to the front of the passenger seat to get some fresh air. Through the car window, she was surprised to see that the green trees outside had long disappeared, and were replaced by a vast ocean. Where are we? Host, we are going straight back to the B&B, and we need to pass by a lake. Siapura stopped talking, but a huge wave was rising in her heart. Thinking that she could travel to various planes to complete missions. It was not a big shot that she simply turned her RV into an amphibious vehicle. After a while, she accepted this fact and looked at the water with great interest. After staring at the water for a while, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She felt that the color of the water was strange. Generally, lake water is either green or colorless due to too many green plants at the bottom of the water, or yellow from the soil. The water in front of her was black. Chapter 220 Avoid the heat. Could it be that because of the long time, and the fact that the bottom of the lake is mostly black reefs, that the lake surface is also reflected in this color? She stopped the M80 and looked out through the car window, but still couldn't see anything. Why did the artificial lake she passed by evaporate when it was extremely hot, but the water here is still full of water level? Is the water here running water? Why did the water accumulate here? She suddenly had a premonition of danger. M80, host can go out and take a look. I will go if you promise me that I will not fall into the river when you open the door. What about the trust between people and the system? I promise. Siapura knew that the system could not cheat her. When she opened the car door, she saw that it was no longer a car. It was only now that she could truly see the whole picture of the car. Ship she was in. Fuck. Siapura could not help but swear. She was standing on the deck, which was 5 or 6 meters above the water. She looked down and saw that the boat was spacious and bright, several times larger than an ordinary sailboat. There was also a robot in the control room at the bow, controlling the boat, waiting to receive her instructions, and the speed and direction could be adjusted on the display. What the hell is this? She couldn't help asking. A sailing ship transformed from a motorhome. Isn't it amazing? M80 said in a tone of praise. Awesome. Awesome. You are the most amazing system I have ever seen, Siapura said casually, walking to the side without stopping, looking into the sea. M80 hesitated to speak. She wanted to say something but remembered the main system death order. Finally, she could only say, host, be careful. She was confused. What should she be careful about? Isn't it just the surface of a big lake? What could scare her? While speaking, she stared at the surface of the water, trying to see what was at the bottom of the lake. Maybe it was too far from the bottom of the water. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see what was below. She could only let the boat approach the shore quickly. During this period, her eyes never left the water. When it was almost at the shore, the boat slowed down automatically. The speed was stable, and she began to observe the bottom of the water. At first, she didn't find anything unusual. When she carefully adjusted her position and tried to observe the water's surface more closely, her eyes widened instantly. In the water at the bottom of the lake, she saw black heads. To be precise, they were zombie heads, because those heads were covered with black lines. She adjusted her position again, and a face was about to stick to the water surface. She found that the zombies were standing upright in the water. How can a human body stand upright underwater? Water has buoyancy. They actually stood upright in the water, not affected by the flow of the lake at all, just quietly suspended underwater, as if they were frozen there by some force. The common point between them was that their eyes were empty, and their faces were expressionless. The boat was not stopped, but slowly landed on land. Host. Siapura came back to her senses and moved her face away. That was close. She almost had a kiss with the zombie whose head emerged from the water. Why are there so many zombies in the water? When she noticed the lake was black just now, the boat was about in the center of the lake, which means there are also dense zombies under the center of the lake. The density of zombies standing on the bottom of the water is almost as dense as the seeds in the dragon fruit. With so many zombies, it's no wonder the water level didn't drop. The extreme heat may have evaporated a lot of water, but the land on the entire planet only occupies a small part. Most of the water is water. It is impossible for all of it to be evaporated. It was just that people noticed that the already precious drinkable fresh water was evaporating much less, which caused the water panic. with the weather so hot. It was no wonder that zombies had to hide in the lake to avoid natural disasters. But zombies are transformed from people without vital signs. Most zombies in movies are caused by zombie viruses. After losing the vital signs of a person, the brain will die. And after brain death, it will be controlled by the virus. These are all seen in the movies. And she thinks it makes sense. Zombies whose brains are controlled by the virus cannot be called brainy. Will zombies who can't use their brains seek benefits and avoid harm? Will they know that extreme heat is harmful to them and hide under the water? She couldn't figure it out, but she felt that she had to do something. The sail came to land under her command and turned back into a motorhome, and she got off the car on the shore. She didn't hesitate when she returned to the shore and stood on the ground to release the wood power. The vines as thick as forearms grew wildly and coiled like a spirit snake and finally formed a huge net. She controlled her supernatural powers and dragged out the two zombies closest to her in the water. At this point, she didn't care about the appearance. She didn't distinguish between men and women and didn't care about their appearance. She was just doing a random experiment. The zombies really seemed to have consciousness. The shallowest part from the shore had to be above their heads. If it was a little shallower, they wouldn't stand even if only their hair was exposed. The owner's protective shield could make the zombies ignore her. They wouldn't attack her if they couldn't smell her. Even if there was an unintentional attack, it would be blocked by the protective shield. But the zombie was actually struggling. The two zombies caught by the vine net were struggling and roaring instinctively, as if they were very afraid to leave the water. Even so, Siapuro did not show any mercy, and the vine still pulled them out of the water. The zombies out of the water were extremely irritable. Suffering from having no targets to attack, they could only roar to vent their dissatisfaction. The vine net suddenly tightened, and tied them up and hung them in the air. Siapuro took out a sofa and sat down. She wanted to observe the zombies' reaction after they came out of the water. If she could observe something, it would explain why the zombies hid in the water. The high temperature made the two zombies even more uncomfortable. Siapuro could see from a distance that their skin would become drier every once in a while. Suddenly, the necks of the two zombies began to swell and gradually expand. The frequency of their struggles increased, and their bodies began to twitch. Not sure if it was her illusion, she seemed to see the rotten flesh on the zombies becoming more and more corrupt under the sun. She thought the zombies were about to die because they couldn't stand the sun. But at this moment, she suddenly found that the chest of one of the zombies was slightly bulging, and its stomach was rapidly becoming shriveled. Siapuro frowned and tried to resist the nausea. She subconsciously moved away, fearing that she would be disgusted. But she had to continue watching. The water in the zombies' bodies was constantly absorbed, until the last two zombies became mummies. She suddenly had an idea, and threw the dried zombies into the water to soak, to see if they could be restored to their original state after soaking. Chapter 221 Sister. The vines flicked, and put the two zombies back to their original positions in the water. She began to wait patiently again, and after waiting for a long time, the zombies still did not return to their original state. There was no principle or logic in all this. She was really curious and could only test the system. System, do you think they will return to their original state? I think. M80 organized her words, avoiding the death order from the main system, and replied, I think everything may become different as time goes by. It was a vague hint. Siapuro chewed on the words carefully. It will be different as time goes by. The key point of this sentence is time? Does it mean that I didn't soak it for long enough? She asked the system. But the system refused to say a word, no matter how Siapuro asked. It just didn't respond. She didn't ask anymore, just thought about it herself. After being together for so long, she knew this stupid system to some extent, very easy to deceive, and only cared about her. According to the character of the system, if she guessed it right, it would say something no matter what it said, and if it didn't respond, it meant she guessed wrong. Then the passage of time is likely not now, at least not in a short time for her to figure it out. She stopped asking when she could not get any information. The zombies soaking in the water were obviously avoiding the extreme heat. Although it was strange to avoid in groups, she seemed unable to do anything. No, there should still be something she could do. She rolled up her sleeves and rolled up her trouser legs. M80, what are you going to do? Take all the zombies away and throw them into the advanced exchanger. Even if she couldn't exchange it for points directly, she could take all the zombies away and exchange them with others. She saw so many zombies surrounding here, it would feel weird if she didn't do something. Awesome. M80 couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But there are so many zombies, Even if the host took all the zombies in Baishan Lake away, it would just be a drop in the bucket. Siapuro ignored it, just said, "Don't let a small kindness go unrewarded. Zombies can no longer be called human beings. Keeping them will only cause trouble." It was easy for her to clean up the zombies, but it would take some time. She could use vines to pull up the zombies from the bottom of the lake, divide the space into an area, throw the salvaged zombies into the space, and then destroy them after taking them back. She did it as she thought of it, turned the RV back into a ship, started from the edge of the lake, and used her supernatural power to salvage the zombies. The whole process was dull, tedious, and repetitive like an assembly line. Siapuro took out her tablet and played a TV series on it while listening to it. She was used to such boring times, and now she could be patient. She was quite efficient. It took her half an hour to clear a small area on the shore. The area she cleared was not much in this lake. Suddenly, she thought of an important thing. She first pulled the 2 zombies up, used vines to tear open their bodies, and found the crystal core in their brains. She couldn't touch them, but the vines could. The green vines replaced her hands, curling up the 2 crystal cores, washing them clean, and holding them in front of her. Why do I feel that this crystal core seems to be bigger than the second-level crystal core? The most crystal cores she has seen are the first-level crystal cores when trading with major bases. Second-level crystal cores are rare. The points of the second-level crystal core are more than those of the first-level crystal core, but its value cannot be estimated by 10 first-level crystal cores. There are also many people who need crystal cores to supplement or improve themselves, and the first choice is high-level crystal cores. This is also the reason why most of the crystal cores that come to trade are first-level crystal cores, and there are almost no crystal cores above second level. The crystal core held by the vine is obviously larger than the second-level crystal core. It looks like it should be a third-level crystal core, but it has not broken through to the third-level crystal core. The level of the crystal core corresponds to the level of the zombie. The zombies on the edge are close to the third level. Will the zombies in the center of the lake be more powerful? Siapuru's eyebrows were twisted into knots, and she drove the boat a little further away from the land. She salvaged the zombies and took out the crystal core again, and took out a third-level crystal core. She moved to a place closer to the center and took out a crystal core that was almost at the 4th level. Her premonition seemed to be right. This time she went directly to the center of the lake and took out a level 5 crystal core. Level 5 crystal cores are round and shiny, more beautiful than the best gems, shining with a different light under the sun. Her heart trembled, and her brain suddenly went blank. Level 5 zombies actually appeared? Are there any superpowers above level 5 in the human world now? It seems that there are only Shizhu and Xihua, and some big figures in the base. This shows that there are still very few level 5 superpowers. No, she had to kill all these high-level zombies. Siapuro worked hard in the center of the lake, and didn't notice that the place where she had cleared and caught the zombies was quietly filled with other zombies. When she was about to kill the 5th level 5 zombie, woo wah wah wah, the cry of a baby came from the room on the sail. Siapuro's heart melted when she heard the sound of the baby crying. The baby girl cried in a milky voice, so cute. "Here I come. Don't cry, call me if you have any problems. Don't cry if you have nothing to do." She put away the vines, and quickly returned to the room to pick up the child. She felt the crotch and found it was heavy. She had peed. She could only change the child's diaper first. During the time she went in, the high-level zombies in the center of the lake seemed to be controlled by something, and hid further down the lake. The upper position was replaced by other low-level zombies. The child had woken up. Siapuro made the milk, and took the child out to get some fresh air in between feedings. Lualua was blown by the wind on the lake. A sweet smile appeared on her face. When she smiled, the pacifier fell off. Her mouth, with a few small teeth, was exposed in front of Siapuro. She couldn't help it, and kissed Lualua several times. After being raised by her for a few days, the 3 sisters were washed clean. It might be because they were fed with spiritual spring water, who took care of them. Their skin was very good. They were white with red, and their bodies were full of milk fragrance. Siapuro smiled like an ant, not caring whether the baby could understand or not, and couldn't help but say, "When you grow up, you have to call me sister. You can't call me aunt just because I held you when you were young." Lualua finished drinking milk, playing with saliva in her mouth, trying to communicate with her. She also patiently teased little Lualua, "Call me sister. Sister." Little Lualua didn't understand anything, but she knew that she smelled good, and it was very comfortable to be held in her arms. The warm voice from above reached the bottom of the lake. A high-level mutant zombie with a beautiful face and skin that was almost morbid tilted his head and uttered the first sentence he had learned since he could remember. Sister? Chapter 222, he remembered it. This voice, he remembered it. Ho-Ho, the level 5 zombie, who had just been pulled down, wanted to ask him what he was saying, but got no response. After Siapura served the 3 little ancestors, she returned to the place where she had just harvested the level 5 zombies. Huh? She circled around the sailboat. That's not right. Did our boat move? M80 could still give an answer to this question, and said excitedly, no. Siapura figured it out at once, thinking that it might be the current that washed other zombies over. Did the zombies restock? Host. Stop trying. It's all in vain. M80 advised earnestly. It's not time yet. Natural disasters cannot be changed by human beings. Why don't you go and see if you can save more small animals? At least don't let them become extinct. Siapura took M80's opinion very seriously. She frowned and let the sailboat sail to the place where she had already cleared a batch of zombies. Am I too arrogant? Zombies can replenish themselves automatically. Go back. Host. If it were so easy to clear the zombies, the central base would have cleared them long ago. Never underestimate the country's ability to act. Okay. Let's go back. She knew she couldn't really change anything. So she just followed the system instructions, saved some animals and plants, and reported the situation here to the central base. Host. Where are you going? Siapura returned to the center of the lake, looking for high-level zombies. Kill as many as you can. At least she had to kill a few high-level zombies first. And she didn't care about the low-level ones. After searching for a while, she didn't find many high-level zombies. It would be fine if she remembered the wrong place. But she didn't see any high-level zombies after walking around. Zombies at each stage are different and easy to distinguish. The higher the level, the closer they are to normal people. Siapura's method of distinguishing high-level zombies is even simpler. She stood on the boat and looked around. The zombies with more hair had higher levels. She could always find them. The closer they were to people. It wasn't just their faces that were similar to humans, but also their skin and hair. The bodies of low-level zombies at level 1 and 2 were rotten, but their appearance still maintained the same as before they died. Starting from level 3 zombies, they were a little better and didn't look so disgusting. The hair of the first and second level zombies is relatively sparse. I don't know why. Anyway, since she discovered this, she has been able to catch zombies accurately. But now this method is no longer effective. She can't find zombies with thick hair. Just pick a few lucky zombies in the center of the lake. The highest level is only level 4. Forget it. Siapura struggled for a while, and then accepted her fate. She continued her journey back to the BNB according to the original plan. The bottom of the lake is full of zombies. The viruses they carry may flow into the water and mix with it. It seems that even if the base can draw water in the future, it must be used carefully. There is no guarantee that the zombie virus will not be mixed in the water. The environment near the lake was normal. If you ignore the zombies under the water, it would look normal. But after the RV drove a short distance, she saw many dead bodies of animals that died of starvation, heat stroke, and thirst. There were buzzing flies around the dead bodies. The latter part of the journey was much busier than the first half. There was no spiritual spring here, like the place where Dahu lived. The lack of water here was real. But why didn't the animals drink the water in the lake even if they died of thirst? Well, another unsolved mystery. Siapura cursed. It didn't say that you need to use your brain to do business in the end times. Why do you always give me problems? M80 was too weak to speak, and could only listen to her madness quietly. While she was mad, she cleaned up the remains of animals. Corpses are most likely to produce bacteria under high temperatures, and they may also nourish mosquitoes in the end times. Thinking of the insect plague in Lune Base, and then thinking of her own insecticide that has not been put to good use, I felt numb just thinking about it. In order to prevent future troubles, she took out the insecticide and sprayed it wherever she saw a pile of insects. There were so many insects that she was attacked by mosquitoes before she even got close. If it weren't for the protective cover, she would have been covered in insects. It was definitely not because she was lazy. But the piles of insects were not only on the corpse, but also on the trees and in the mud. She got goosebumps when she saw it. And she could only hold back her nausea and clean up the rotting corpse first. She sprayed a tube of insecticide on the nearby insect nests. And it took 2 hours of carpet cleaning before she barely cleaned up the nearby area. I couldn't even straighten my back. I sat down on the passenger seat of the RV and asked breathlessly, Can I issue a task or something? Give them points, and mobilize everyone. It's a good idea, but the main system said no. Ah! If the main system says no, it really means no. Siapuro could only be furious. After resting well, and drinking a mouthful of water, I continued to clean up the dead animals. I was so busy all the way back to the BNB. Day after day, I cleaned up along the way, and the progress was very slow. During this time, Chihuahua didn't wake up. Aoyo would help, hanging a bag on his body, and spraying insecticide with his claws when he saw insects gathering. Fortunately, with Aoyo help, the journey back was so smooth, cleaning insects along the way, taking in animals and plants. It took another 10 days to get back to the BNB. As soon as she got back to the BNB, she went straight to her room, not seeing anyone or paying attention to anyone, and took the 3 sisters to bed and fell asleep. Yu Shiwen knew she was back. She had been waiting for Siapuro in the BNB for several days before she came back, so she wanted to come and see what happened to her. Yu Shiwen rang the doorbell in front of her courtyard. She rang it twice and waited for a long time, but no one came to open the door. Guessing that she had something to do, Yu Shiwen was about to leave. The door opened with a click. Siapuro, with messy hair and a messy head, opened the door for her. Without waiting for her to say anything, she took her hand and walked in, closing the courtyard door. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well? You look very haggard. Why don't you say anything? No matter how Yu Shiwen asked, Siapuro just pulled her in. In the past, when I came to her place, I would just sit outside for a while. This time, she led me into the house, passed by the living room, the kitchen, and came to the only bedroom. Siapuro pushed open the bedroom door and pulled Yu Shiwen in. Yu Shiwen's eyes widened. 3 little babies, dressed in red, purple, and pink baby clothes, lying on Siapuro's big bed. With a pacifier in their mouths, they looked at her with their big eyes, and waved their hands and legs as if they were greeting her. The little hands and feet were exposed, so cute. The children were easy to raise. In just 10 days, Siapuro raised them so that they grew some flesh. Plus, their skin was very white. Anyone who saw them would like these 3 big white girls. Chapter 223, Adopting 3 Sisters. Help me take care of the children, I take a nap. Siapuro couldn't stand it any longer. She laid down on the bed and fell asleep completely. Yu Shiwen opened her mouth to say something but didn't want to disturb her. She looked really tired, and what she wanted to say finally turned into a sigh. Raising her hand to cover her with a quilt, she tried to pick up the child and move him to the sofa gently. She had never taken care of a child before, and it was her first time to deal with such a small baby. Both sides were quite reserved. Fortunately, these 3 are all angel babies. They don't cry, make a fuss, or make noises. They are easy to take care of. The sofa in Siapuro's room is very big, comparable to a big bed when she has nothing to do. She likes to lie on the sofa and watch variety shows, laughing until she rolls around. Yu Shiwen carried the 3 babies to the sofa one by one with a serious face, as if she was holding a bomb. Then she went back to the bed and took out a small blanket and covered them from the neck down. She didn't know how to take care of children, so she could only watch them interact with each other in baby language, and didn't know what to do. When Siapuro woke up, she saw Yu Shiwen frantically trying to find a diaper to change for Sure. That clumsy look was just like a new mother. 2 hours of shallow sleep was not long. She was worried about the child, and didn't dare to sleep for long. After a little sleep, she felt much better. She smiled gloatingly. Let me do it. When the familiar hands reached out, Yu Shiwen gave up her position with a sad face. You are too embarrassed for me. It's okay for you to let me kill zombies, but it's really not okay for me to take care of the child. Siapuro chuckled. Taking care of a child is also a very novel experience. After being a mother, you will want to be a mother. Everyone knows. She didn't know how to take care of a child. If most people don't have their own children, they don't have the opportunity to take care of them from a young age. M80 found the video teaching materials on the spot. She learned and applied them on the spot. At least she learned well, and fulfilled her curiosity about being a mother. Now she has been a mother painlessly. She is indeed the kind of person who hates what she does. Siapuro changed Shursher's diaper, and Yu Shiwen followed her and learned beside her. Want to learn? Just curious. Yu Shiwen watched her change Shursher's diaper with simple movements, and she was very fast throughout the process. Shursher was happy after changing her diaper, and her little hands kept grabbing their big hands, making babbling sounds. You are amazing, you changed it so quickly. Yu Shiwen asked, did you save all 3 children? Yes. Siapura sat down and drank a sip of water, and told Yu Shiwen everything that happened after leaving Lun base. Yu Shiwen nodded after hearing this. I will report it to the central base. This is what Yu Shiwen said. She doesn't like the twists and turns in the officialdom. Although she doesn't need to entrust it to Shusha, there are too many cumbersome etiquettes, which is annoying. She knows Yu Shiwen's ability to do things very well. If Siapura can leave this matter to her, she can live in the BNB without any worries. Are you going to take care of these 3 children yourself? Siapura said frankly, I plan to set up an orphanage. No matter how old they are, as long as the parents don't want the children anymore, they can be sent here. Anyone who picks up a child can also send it here. Yu Shiwen frowned. Is this okay? Before the end of the world, there were strict requirements. You can only be sent to an orphanage if your parents and relatives don't care. As long as you don't want a child, most people won't treat you well. I don't need a bite of food for the child. Sending the child here earlier will also make the child suffer less. Yu Shiwen didn't want her to take it a bad person and be let down and unhappy. People are treacherous. What if human nature is evil? Siapura shrugged and said nonchalantly, then let them go. If there are still disobedient people in the end times, then go and die. Yes, Little Grape is not someone who will let herself be wronged. Yu Shiwen is afraid that she will not be able to bear with the child, and then she will be unhappy. Siapura took the initiative to introduce the names of 3 babies to her. Yu Shiwen stretched out a finger and poked the baby's delicate face. It was very chewy like jelly. An idea came to her mind. Even if you want to build an orphanage for such a young child, it will take time, and what if the people you recruit can't take care of such a young child? Siapura had never thought about this problem. She subconsciously thought that the system had monitoring, and that child abuse would not happen. But as Yu Shiwen said, such a young child needs close care. Do you have any idea? My mother likes children very much. She always urges me to have children. If you are willing, can I adopt these 3 children? Yu Shiwen's seriousness on her face did not seem to be fake. She went further and said, my mother is bored at home all day, and usually let my mother take care of the children. I can take care of them when I am not busy. Siapura said straightforwardly, okay. But you have to go back and ask your mother first. The child will be with me for the next 2 days. If your mother agrees to take care of the child, you can come and pick the child up at any time. After all, there are 3 girls. Can your mother take care of them? It's not that Siapura favors boys over girls. Anyone who has been a girl knows that taking care of a girl is more careful than taking care of a boy. In particular, you can't easily hand the child over to someone else. You need to do everything yourself. Isn't it extremely hot? Since no one can go out, there are only things to deal with at the base. My mother and I will take care of the children together. You can go over to see them whenever you miss them. I won't be too busy after the extreme heat. It's normal working hours. Before Great BNB, the base was mainly busy looking for and collecting supplies. With such a large supply station, it will be much easier. We just need to maintain order at the base, and then go out to fight zombies and collect crystal cores. Siapura looked at all 3 children reluctantly. We have been together for so long, and I really don't want to be separated. She didn't understand others, but she knew Yu Shiwen's personality. She was very responsible, and she would definitely treat her adopted children well. If the 3 sisters were adopted by Yu Shiwen, it would be better than living with her. By the way, my mother plans to stay in the BNB. We waited for you for several days, and she thought the environment here was good and convenient. So she planned to stay here for a long time. Yu Shiwen's casual words made Siapura's eyes light up. Really? This way, she could occasionally bring the 3 sisters in to let the big tiger and the mother tiger meet them, and it wouldn't be considered a broken promise. Yu Shiwen knew that Little Grape was very satisfied when she saw her expression, and asked playfully, how could it be false? My mother is in the guest house now. I will go and call her now. She really stood up, pretending to leave, and did not forget to turn around and tell her, wait for me. Chapter 224, Maternal and Child Supplies Store. Yu Shiwen's impetuous personality is very similar to her. She ran out for a while, and really brought her mother back. After meeting Yu Shiwen's mother and chatting for a while, she felt that there was no problem, and said to leave the children there for a few nights. All the baby supplies of the 3 sisters were brought back to her mother. Yu Shiwen, as their adoptive parent, also went back with them to cultivate feelings and learn to take care of children. The three sisters were adopted just one day after returning to the B&B, and she could also have more time to do more things. She likes children, and naturally has feelings for babies. But she is not from this world, and cannot really adopt them in any way. She is here to complete the mission, and cannot accompany them until old age. It is already a good result to hand them over to Yushiwen family for adoption. The three sisters have been taken away, and it is useless for her to think too much. So she can only shift her attention to developing the homestay. She is still drowsy after 2 hours of sleep, and now she can't fall asleep. So she opens the construction of a maternal and child supplies store in the end of the world. The benefit of rescuing the three sisters is that she unlocked a lot of things for free. She put the unlocked things on the shelves one by one and placed them in the maternal and child supplies store. Maternal and child supplies of course also include those for the mothers of the babies. But there are still a lot of them left, which she has to take out. Everything should give way to life. Building a maternal and child supplies store is much more important than building other stores first. There are also pregnant women who were sent to the hospital by the central base in the B&B. According to the time, the first batch of pregnant women who came to wait for delivery are about to give birth. It is just right for her to unlock some related supplies now. After the end of the world, class differentiation is more obvious. Before, there were people who cared about it, but now the government is powerless even if it wants to. This leads to the fact that the rich are still rich, and they can still enjoy good resources, while ordinary survivors at the bottom have children, and they have to avoid the pursuit of zombies, and take care of the newborns. Adults are starving to death. Where can they get milk for the children? Even if the newborns are born, it is not easy for them to survive. The government cannot leave it alone, so it can only give subsidies to families with newborns, and the subsidies are until the children are 6 years old, and many people give birth to children just for this subsidy. By cutting some from the children, the adults can also eat a little, at least they won't starve to death. These are what she learned when she was chatting with Yushiwen at the Lun base, which also gave her a headache about the product pricing. In addition to the price of water and the food sold, the system does not force other prices. After the degree of freedom is expanded, except for the price of water, other things will only give her a range to adjust. Now she is struggling to adjust the price of maternal and child products to a higher or lower level. After thinking for a long time, she decided to lower the price. It's okay to raise the price when life gets better. Everyone is having a hard time. The most important thing is to make sure the children don't go hungry. In addition, more public toilets and baby rooms should be added in the Lun base and the B&B to make it convenient for everyone to take their children out for a walk. The cost of building toilets and baby rooms is small, and the cost of decorating the baby rooms and unlocking products by drawing cards is the big expense. These products for mothers and babies are not necessarily available outside the B&B, so you can't save money. Siapuro immediately opened the card drawing page of the maternal and infant store, and drew all the previously unlocked products. She started to decorate the store only after she had nothing left to draw. The main color was changed to macaron color, and all kinds of baby clothes were put in the clothing store. The clothes that were convenient for pregnant mothers were not placed in the clothing store, but were placed in the maternal and infant specialty store. Baby powder, baby lubricant, olive oil for pregnant women, moisturizing cream. As long as it was about maternal and infant products, there was nothing that the system could not get. Another great advantage was that these things were all produced by the system. There was only one brand, which was grape. Even the hand cream and essential oil had a faint grape fragrance. A can of milk powder is just enough for a newborn baby for a week. If the price is adjusted to the lowest, it only costs 500 points per can. If it is adjusted to the highest price, it will triple to 1,500 per can. Now it only costs 2,000 points a month, which means 21st level crystal cores can feed the children at home. I hope this price can help the children grow up well. The decoration is very simple. In order to save points, I just painted the walls, bought basic shelves, and placed some tables and chairs so that pregnant mothers can have a place to rest after shopping. She set a timer for this construction, and it would automatically upgrade when everyone was asleep in the dead of night. After finishing all this, she felt exhausted again, and she let herself fall asleep on the bed. She woke up refreshed, and it was quite strange to not hear the noise of children. The three sisters were raised by Tiger, and they were quiet when they were young. They didn't make any trouble without any other needs, and she liked them more and more. After washing up, she went to the zoo first, and brought out all the animals and plants she had taken in. She had fed them once before she came back, and it was just right to let them out so that the zoo's equipment could automatically feed them. Unfortunately, she took in many animals, but not enough species. Otherwise, she could have let them out and mixed them together to form a complete ecological chain. Suddenly, he was brought from the space to a larger grassland. Dahu's body trembled, and his sharp eyes were always on guard against the dangers hidden in the dark. However, the simulated ecological environment here is simulated according to the animal species inside, which is the environment that Dahu likes the most and is the most comfortable. In Dahu's eyes, it is sunny here but not hot, and the mountains and rivers are beautiful waiting for them to play. Where is the danger in the dark? After sending the animals to the zoo area, Siapura would go into the area where they were to explain and comfort them. Soon they were running and chasing each other on the grass. The way the system feeds carnivores in the zoo is also very special. It simulates an ecosystem. For example, if there are things that tigers like to eat, the system will put live creatures in and let the tigers catch them by themselves. She guessed that this was to prevent the wild animals living here from being domesticated. After releasing all the animals, they said goodbye one by one. Aoeo often entered the space and walked around in it unscrupulously, relying on his status as a temporary employee of the system. He actually got along well with tiger cubs, wolf cubs, even monkey cubs, and piglets. When they parted, the cubs reluctantly said goodbye to Aoeo. She could see that Aoeo was also reluctant to leave. She rubbed his head and said, "If you are reluctant, you can go to play with them, as long as you are in the guest house." Aoeo rubbed her palm contentedly. "Thank you, Master." Chapter 225 Employee Malicious Detection Machine. I don't know how Aoeo, as a kitten, got to know so many small animals. Could it be related to his special ability? But Aoeo didn't tell her about his special ability, so she didn't want to ask. A good owner is one who respects the privacy of children. Siapura didn't take Aoeo out of the zoo. As long as it was her territory, she wouldn't worry about her pet being bullied. Who here doesn't know that Aoeo is her pet? The little guy didn't patrol the B&B with crab steps, which was considered low-key, not to mention that someone would bully him. After leaving the zoo, she also looked at the newly built baby room and toilet along the way, and felt that they looked pretty good. The first thing she saw on the road was the toilet. Normally, the toilets are divided into male and female toilets. Her side is more strict. In order to prevent some people from looking for excitement, only those who scan their faces to confirm their gender can enter. Each toilet and baby room are not next to each other, but are 300 meters away. The baby room also requires face scanning. The system will intelligently identify whether it is a mother with a child entering to prevent others from occupying the baby room. There is also a display window in the room. Some wet wipes, tissues, diapers, towels, and other supplies are placed here. You can buy them when you need them. After looking at the maternity and baby rooms along the way, I went to the maternity and baby supplies store and looked around. I felt that there was still a lack of a shopping guide. System. I want it. M80 was suddenly asked by Q and was obviously not prepared. Huh? A good shopping guide can stimulate people's desire to buy. Besides, many mothers don't have much knowledge. If there are some robot shopping guides, you can also listen to them introduce the uses of the products. M80, host. The employees have to be beaten. Weak, helpless. Without waiting for her to reply, M80 started to make trouble, and in her mind, a panda wearing a cheerleading outfit and holding a ribbon appeared. Host. Come on. Host. Come on. The little panda will give you a luck buff, love you. Host Siapura really fell for it, seeing its silly and cute appearance. She couldn't hold back her smile, and burst out laughing. Luckily, it was in the store, not on the street otherwise. If someone saw her smile like this, they would probably dislike her smelling like an ant. It would be nice if the system really had a physical body. She could take a picture of its silly and cute appearance and remember it for a lifetime. Seeing that smiling face, the little panda also smiled foolishly. The system is so cute, of course, I have to take employees. First, I took a look at the balance in the account, and there are another 900 grave coins. The current sources of income are 2 stable income points, rent collection, trading, and the daily turnover is not small, and it is not enough for her. It's only 900 grave coins, so I just took them all, and I really got some good things. Employee Mumu, Inging, shopping guide robot for maternal and child care mall. 2 robots are a little too few, but they are enough. Employee malicious value detector. Can identify employee malicious value. Employees with malicious value above 50% will be forced to be fired. Employees with malicious value below 50% are qualified, and monthly salary points will be issued after the system evaluates the work content. The salary standard will be adjusted according to the level of the homestay. Disposable rain device *3. Ignore any weather conditions when launching. Required points. 50,000. The great coins were emptied again, and the remaining small change was still slowly increasing, and the happiness on her face condensed into substance. I thought I wouldn't get any. But I never expected that I would be able to rise above the peasants and sing. Without saying anything else. The robot employees were immediately put into use in the store. They are not needed for product replenishment. Nor are they needed for special cashiers. Their job is to introduce the purpose of the products. 2 robots should be enough. The robot's body is very cute. It is about 1.4 meters tall and round. Like a trash can. There is also a display screen on the top of its head. You can check the purpose of the product by touching the screen. Clicking on the relevant products can also project a 3-dimensional image, which is very convenient for people who only know a little about it after listening to the explanation. There is also a machine that detects the malicious value of employees, which is very practical. It came just in time. It just happened to help her prepare to recruit employees for the orphanage. She took out the machine and thought it was a big machine, but it turned out to be a small thing that looked like a thermometer. She took it out and tried it on herself first. But the machine didn't respond. The host is not an employee, since she couldn't try it herself. She set her sights on the rainmaking equipment, which was the same as the one she drew last time. I got 3 disposable rainmaking devices, one of which can last for 3 days. If I draw a few more, wouldn't the extreme heat end early? M80 asked her back. What if I don't draw one? The prize pool is so big, the items you draw are random. It is very likely that you will never draw the items you draw again. Sia Pura stopped talking, and tightly held the disposable rainmaking props in her hand. The central base asked her several times, some in person, some by phone, asking her if she had any disposable rainmaking props she wanted to buy more. She originally wanted to sell them all at once, but now she didn't dare to think so. Seeing the temperature rising little by little, and about to reach the next high temperature peak, she could only give out one at most, and use one to give people some supplies when the temperature was the highest. She kept the remaining 2 for herself, fearing that the base would not let the people suffer, and use the remaining 2 together. Even if the base was rational, she didn't want to take out so many at once. What if they thought she could take out 3 at a time? And there was no guarantee that they wouldn't ask for more next time. She put the disposable props into the space for safekeeping, and then took another look at the maternal and child supplies store to see if it was fully stocked, and then she went out. After she went out, the shop sign behind her lit up. She planned to take a nap now, see the 3 sisters, and take them to the hospital for a physical examination. Normal children need to get various vaccines after birth. Some are given at birth, some are given a few months after birth. In short, they all need to be given. The hospital in the BNB has these things, so it's safer to get them as soon as possible. Arriving downstairs where Yu Shiwen lived, she happened to meet Yu Shiwen and her mother, who were about to take the 3 babies out. The 3 sisters were so excited to see her, sitting in the stroller and arching their bodies and clapping their hands. They couldn't speak and could only babbling, and couldn't control their saliva, which flowed into their saliva pockets. Little grape. Yu Shiwen pushed the child over. We are just about to take the children out for a walk. Are you here to see the children? Sia Pura bent down, smiled, and kissed the 3 sisters on the face. I want to take them to the hospital for a physical examination first, to see if there are any injections needed. Let's go together. I just plan to ask you if you want to take them for a checkup. Yu Shiwen turned to her mother and said, Mom, we go, you should go back and rest. Chapter 226 Shopping. Mother, you only took care of the children for 1 day. She was so happy that she couldn't sleep, and she had to get up in the middle of the night to go to Yu Shiwen's room to see if the children were covered with quilts. Mother Yu Shiwen was very open-minded. She liked the children, who were not her daughter's biological children. She always believed that as long as her daughter was happy, having a granddaughter to take care of them also relieved her loneliness in the end times. Then I will go back and rest for a while. I will feel relieved if you 2 take care of the children. Mother Yu held Sia Pura's hand and thanked her. Good child, Auntie. Thank you for finding 3 granddaughters for me. Sia Pura was praised by Yu Shiwen's mother for a long time, but was interrupted by Yu Shiwen impatiently. The 2 of them were able to get away, and took the child to the hospital. Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. The first batch of maternity wards that the central base was transferred to the B&B hospital. I seem to have heard that a maternity and baby store opened on the street. Juan. Let's go and have a look. Su Mo shook Juan's hand. Our stomachs are so big. Maybe we will give birth tomorrow. Let's go and see if we can buy some new clothes for the baby. They were staying in the hospital, wearing the uniform hospital gowns that the hospital gave to pregnant women, which made it easier for them to move around. The gowns were much better than the old clothes that didn't fit them before, which were wide and large, and made it easier for them to move around and were clean. They just didn't know where to find clothes for the baby, so they were just wondering if they could buy them in the store. If not, they could only buy bigger clothes in the store, tear them up and sew baby clothes. But they didn't sew them, because the edema in the late pregnancy made their hands and feet swollen, and they felt uncomfortable in all kinds of ways, either sleepy or uncomfortable and nauseous, and they couldn't calm down to make clothes. Thinking that I would make clothes when I have time after giving birth, for convenience, I could buy a clean big towel at the B&B and wrap the newborn baby to cover the body. Are you going? Seeing that Juan had not responded, Su Mo continued to urge. What if we suddenly go into labor? Juan expressed her concerns. How could it be such a coincidence? After the apocalypse, as long as the 9th month of pregnancy is reached, the due date is expected. The hospital cannot give an expected date at all. It is the child who goes into labor when he wants to come out. No one can predict it. Su Mo continued to persuade Juan. They came from the central base together. They didn't have a deep sisterly relationship, but they both came from relatively affluent families and had more crystal cores at their disposal. If there really was a maternal and child store, they would go shopping together without feeling guilty about spending money. Juan couldn't resist Su Mo's persuasion, and she really wanted to go, so she agreed to go with them. They reported to the doctor and went out. As they walked on the road, they wanted to eat everything they saw. Sometimes they wanted to eat snowflake crisps. Sometimes they wanted to drink some milk tea. The progesterone made them unable to control themselves. The remaining rationality made them buy less of everything they wanted to eat. When they bought a snack, they shared it with 2 people. Even for milk tea, they used 2 straws, and each drank half a cup to satisfy their craving. No wonder the doctor told us not to leave the hospital as much as possible. There are so many delicious foods in the outside world. Juan muttered. Every time, they ordered the food together, and the male nurses went to the street to buy lunch boxes. Su Mo drank milk tea and nodded frantically. They didn't know how long they had walked. They almost forgot the purpose of coming out. Suddenly they saw a store decorated in macaron colors. They looked at each other, their eyes shining. They pushed the door open and walked in. They were greeted by soothing music, a wide range of goods, and 2 robots that looked like trash cans. Mumu, hello. Customer. I am Mumu, a robot employee of our store. Inging, I am Inging, a robot employee of our store. Mumu, what do you 2 customers need to buy? Or tell me your needs. We will recommend products to you according to your needs. They were the first to visit the store, and there were only 2 of them in the store at the moment. Su Mo was stunned by the neatly hung baby clothes, and was even more surprised when she heard the robot talking. Inging, it was detected that you 2 are pregnant women. Do you need water? You can choose the water temperature you want on the panel above our heads. We also have sugar-controlled cakes suitable for pregnant women. Su Mo and Juan were at a loss for what to do with the 2 robots, and their initial discomfort disappeared when they heard that there were sugar-controlled cakes for pregnant women. Su Mo was followed by Inging, and Juan was followed by Mumu. The 2 decided to share the robot Inging, so Mumu could wait for the next customer at the door. A page popped up above Inging's head, which listed the water temperature options. Juan asked, Is the water here free? Inging, yes. You can refill it if it's not enough. The 2 happily chose a cup of warm water, and after being led by Inging to the rest area and sitting down, they couldn't wait to open Inging's panel. There was only 1 cake on it, which was the simplest, ordinary low-sugar cupcake. Sia Pura made this to satisfy her craving. It is simple to make, and the raw materials are simple. It is just on the shelf in the maternal and child store for pregnant women to enjoy for free. Each person is limited to 1 cupcake per day. It is made of the largest paper cup, which is enough for a pregnant woman to eat. 2 cupcakes were delivered to the 2 people. The cake was not decorated with cream, but the fragrance of eggs and flour hit the soul directly. Wang Huanhuan took the lead to pick up a cupcake. This kind of cake does not require a fork. You can eat the cake by tearing the paper cup with your hands. Su Imo swallowed her saliva as she watched her move. Although they had eaten before entering the store, she still couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she smelled the fragrance of the cake. She also picked up another cupcake and torn off the paper cup of the cake, like Wang Huanhuan did. The paper cup was very thin, and the cake inside was exposed after it was torn open. It was as soft as a sponge, and the sweet smell made people want to take a bite. After removing the paper cup that was in the way, Wang Huanhuan took a bite of the cake, and immediately felt that the fragrance of the cake filled her mouth. It's delicious. Really, it's delicious. Su Imo also praised. She chewed slowly. The more she ate, the better it tasted. There was no fishy smell of eggs, and it wasn't too sweet. Everything was just right. One bite after another, the cupcake was finished in silence. Wang Huanhuan smacked her lips and savored it. Such a delicious cake. How come there's no one selling it outside? Su Imo also thought so, asked Ying beside her. Can I spend my points to order another one? Chapter 227 Happy to be a godmother. Wang Huanhuan also looked at Ying expectantly, but Ying did not receive her gaze. Ying only followed the orders given by the master. Ying, no, each pregnant woman can only get one free small cake per day, and points cannot be used to buy it. But this cake is really delicious. Wang Huanhuan said regretfully. Ying has collected the opinions of the guests, and will give feedback to the master. Then can we come to get one tomorrow? Su Imo said unwillingly. Ying was stumped by the question, and didn't know how to answer, so she could only say, it's not recommended for customers to do this. After the two of them finished eating the cupcakes, they remembered the purpose of their trip again. We want to buy some baby clothes suitable for newborns. Su Imo stuttered, and couldn't speak clearly. Ying, okay, please follow me. The two of them followed Ying, and couldn't help but look around at the things in the store, and the more they looked, the more frightened they were. The sizes of infant clothes range from birth to 10 years old. And there are all kinds of styles. Even some small socks and small hats are on the list. Su Imo saw the price tag. A pair of small socks only cost 5 points. A small hat only cost 20 points. It couldn't help but sigh, so cheap. Even at the base. If they want to buy some second-hand baby products, they need 3 crystal cores at least. But babies grow up and look different all the time. The faster they grow, the faster they consume their clothes. What they bought last month will not be suitable next month. The maternal and infant product base will not waste time on production. It is obviously a simple demand, and many ordinary families cannot meet it. Those who have children clothes will want to keep them, either sell them, or only give them to people they know, even if they are willing to buy them. They have nowhere to buy them. Wang Huanhuan couldn't put down those little things. Such a cheap price means they can buy a lot. Su Imo didn't have as many points as Wang Huanhuan. She was careful, and first took a look at the price of baby clothes. Fortunately, it's only a little over 100 points each. She patted her chest, walked over, and touched the baby clothes. Wang Huanhuan also followed, took the baby clothes in her hand. It was soft and slippery, and it should be very comfortable for the child to wear. Oh my god! There are maternity clothes! Wang Huanhuan walked to the area where maternity clothes were placed. The maternity clothes here are of different styles and colors, compared with the clothing store in the BNB that only has solid colored clothes. It is simply too beautiful. Holding the clothes in her hands, she was reluctant to let go. Seeing this, Ying began to explain. This clothes is convenient for mothers to breastfeed. If you need to use it, we will teach you the correct way to use it through video projection. Mumu saw that Ying had already taken the job, and she hadn't started yet, so she couldn't help but look at the door more diligently, waiting for the next customer to push the door in. Yu Shiwen mother couldn't sleep when she went back, thinking about buying something to eat before going back to sleep. Just after buying what she wanted to eat and preparing to go home, she saw the maternal and child supplies store. She was more excited than Yu Shiwen now. She couldn't help wanting to buy these children things. Mumu received the guests as she wished. Siet Puru didn't issue a notice to inform the mother and baby store of its opening. It's not good to bother everyone all the time. If someone is bored and clicks on the homestay map on the personal page, they will find out what new food and stores have been added, and they will go and buy them if they need them. She and Yu Shiwen took the 3 children to do all the examinations that the hospital could do, and there were no problems except for some malnutrition. Who would have believed that a child raised by a group of tigers would be both well-behaved and healthy? It was just that the 3 of them were a little wild. Other little girls would cry and whine. But they would whine and make a sound, looking fierce and aggressive. Yu Shiwen was very sorry. Such healthy girls. I don't know who is so cruel. Siepura comforted her. Don't think so. At least they survived and at least they still have a life. She had seen cannibalism in the Shurgang base. And although she didn't deliberately ask about it, she could guess a little. The three sisters were not eaten by their parents and relatives. It was a blessing in disguise that they survived intact. Alas, Yu Shiwen just grumbled a few words. She had been on so many missions, and she understood better than anyone how difficult it was for the three sisters to survive. Siepura suddenly had an idea. Why don't we do a blood relationship test on them? See if they are real sisters? Walk. The three sisters sat in the same stroller and were pushed by Yu Shiwen. Occasionally, the patients and nurses in the hospital would praise them for being cute. They are really cute, white and tender skin, puffy cheeks, especially the round and black eyes. You can't help but smile at them when you see them. Siepura reached out and touched a small fur ball decorated in the stroller, making the three sisters wave their hands and try to catch it. Both of them had nothing to do. Blood relationship test would take a day to know the result. Siepura sent Yu Shiwen and the three sisters back home. They were walking on the road pushing the stroller. Siepura asked, "Are you going to change your child's name?" "No. I think the names you picked are pretty nice." "Luoluo." Sure. "And Finfin." Yu Shiwen muttered. "They just sound familiar." "Uh-huh. The weather is really nice today." Siepura quickly changed the subject. She knew her writing skills well. And she was a give-and-take person. She took in all the teacher's deep teachings many years ago, and then gave back all the teacher's teachings. Well, give and take. Thinking of the child's surname, Yu Shiwen face flushed. She was a person who had never had a boyfriend, and suddenly became a mother. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that it was a big leap. She asked, "Does the child have your last name or mine?" Siepura was surprised. "Can the child you raise have my last name?" "I'm the stepmother, you're the godmother. At least one of the three children should have your last name." "Right." Yu Shiwen observed her expression, and said seriously, "If you don't want to, forget it." "Siepura, then Luoluo will have my last name. Sure, and Finfin will have your last name." She complained in her heart, Siefin didn't sound very nice. You was a better last name." "Okay. Let's do it." Yu Shiwen was so happy. She pulled Siepura's arm and said, "Don't worry. I will take good care of them and raise them to be healthy, plump and fair children. From now on, the three of them will be my goddaughters." Siepura hugged Yu Shiwen's shoulders generously. But she was not as tall as her, so she couldn't hug her, and finally changed her hug to her waist. As they walked, a tall man appeared in front of them. Chapter 228. Chiokin was envious. The owner is in a good mood. The man crossed his arms, with a smile on his lips, standing in the sun and looking at the handsome guy. He looked at Siepura and Yu Shiwen, but his eyes fell on the baby carriage behind them, and his eyes flashed with an unpredictable light. Yu Shiwen got goosebumps all over her body when he looked at her. Siepura was unaware of it, but introduced enthusiastically, "This is my goddaughter, all three of them. And my good sister, Yu Shiwen." She introduced the man as well, Shiwen. "This is Chiokan, the base commander of the 9th base." Siepura's smile deepened when she saw Chiokansas. She was just thinking about where to earn some points and open various doors. And now the big fat sheep has come to her door. Is Base Commander Chio coming here to buy goods today? Chiokan looked at the crib and saw 3 cute babies. "Why don't you send the children back first? And then we can find a place to sit down and talk later?" "Okay." Siepura had the same idea. Generally, the base commander would come to her for a big order, not just buying 2 bottles of water. Sitting down and talking would be the right thing to do. "Shiwen, I take you back first." Yu Shiwen nodded, pushing the child and continued walking. Siepura followed, mainly because Yu Shiwen was still a novice who had never taken care of a child, and she was worried about walking with 3 children outside. Chiokan also followed, walking silently behind Siepura. "Why are you following us? Find a place to sit first, I come find you later." Siepura smiled. Chiokan raised his eyebrows slightly, and replied, "I think the air here is quite good, I want to walk around." They walked very fast. With Siepura's introduction, they already had common topics, so they started chatting. They talked about the development of the base, and the changes in the homestay. Yu Shiwen is worthy of being Yu Shiwen. She is really good at socializing. "Okay, I'm here, you guys can do your own things." When they got to the downstairs of the residential area where Yushiwen lived, she took the initiative to say that she would just take the child upstairs. Siapura did not refuse. Okay. Then you should be careful. M80 watched her go upstairs. And Siapura left only after she was sure that they had entered the room. A man and a woman walked on the street. Shiokan, who was not wearing the base uniform, looked younger, and rarely showed any expression on his serious face. Shiokan took the initiative to say, "The grilled squid here is delicious. The only drawback is that I can't eat it whenever I want when I go back." Siapura gave a straightforward solution. "Then you can eat more here. As long as you stay here, you can eat every day. When you get tired of eating, you won't miss it when you go back. But I heard that you have a subway station here. It only takes a few minutes to reach other bases. I'm jealous." Shiokan's face was expressionless, and his tone was a little envious. "Poochie." Siapura laughed out loud. "I really want to know how he can say it in this tone with a serious face. I am in charge of that base now. Are you tired of being the base commander?" The meaning of her words was self-evident. "But my base is not a private base. It is a branch base under the government." Shiokan lowered his head, knowing that he could not compete with others on this point. Siapura did not understand why she could light up the Lun base, and she could not guarantee anything. What if she went to his base, and the official base was also lit up by her? You can't be a local emperor in the end times. Right? Will the officials agree? She put on a playful smile. "From what you said, if it's your private base, you have to let me make the decision?" Shiokan didn't say it clearly, but asked, "Why don't you live a good life? Chief Chio is quite open-minded." Siapura stopped. "How about we go to my house to talk? As a shop owner, she is too easy to be watched outside, so it's inconvenient to talk about anything. I'm fine with everything, I listen to you," Shiokan said indifferently. "But aren't you worried about what others will say about us? A man and a woman alone. This is my territory, I can do whatever I want. I hate gossip the most. Besides, it's the end of the world, not going back to ancient times. It's okay for Shiokan, a grown man, as long as the owner doesn't mind. Siapura really doesn't care. She doesn't live in a B&B center. There are no buildings, shops or snacks near the courtyard. Not many people hang around there. Are you here to buy goods? Or are you here to stay for a few days?" "First of all, I'm here to buy goods. They have already gone back," Shiokan said calmly. "Secondly, I want to stay here for a few days. I also want to enjoy this good life occasionally." Siapura didn't ask much, but just said, "Since there is no hurry to talk, why don't we go have a hot pot first? After eating hot pot, come to my place to talk about things?" The main reason was that she wanted to eat. After going on a long trip, she was craving for everything. Shiokan agreed immediately. "Sure. I treat you. Go to hell. It's my territory. And you're a big customer. I treat you." Siapura was very happy. Anyway, there is a quota for treating big customers to dinner. It's just a meal, but the points earned can open another restaurant. When the two of them arrived at the hot pot restaurant, it was already full. Shiokan said regretfully, "The hot pot smells so good, no wonder there are no seats. I'm the owner, am I still worried about no seats?" Siapura waved her hand. Shiokan raised his eyebrows. "Do you mean to take someone else's seat? Can't I reserve a table for myself as the owner? Although it's not a private room, it's still a little privilege for her as the owner. Following the owner is really a good place to eat and drink." Shiokan smiled. "That's right." Siapura raised her head proudly. Siapura led him to an empty table and asked Shiokan to sit down. "Sit down and see what you want to eat." She taught Shiokan how to order food. First, he chose the base of the hot pot. Shiokan frowned. "I want to eat all of them." Siapura said generously, "Then give me one portion each." She asked, "By the way, when did you come to buy the goods?" Shiokan sat up straight. "Just now, I just finished shopping, and I turned around and saw you guys." While waiting to eat, he smelled the smell coming from the next table and became restless. "Just now." Siapura opened the page after hearing this. Wow, Shiokan is like a power bank. Now she has more than 4,000 Portuguese coins in her account. Car rental companies, hot springs, if they can't be built on a large scale, they can be opened on a small scale. Thinking of this, she was even happier about Shiokan's arrival. "Well, do you think this is enough? How about I try to add some to the menu?" "Sure, I can eat a lot." Shiokan was very surprised by her transformation, but when he heard there were other foods, he forgot about it. Chapter 229 Unlocking the Hot Pot Restaurant Ingredients 2. Siapura called Bubu to serve them. They didn't have to take the soup base and dishes like others. They just sat at the table and didn't have to move. Chioken was dissatisfied with the current situation. How could you eat hot pot without drinks? I go buy some drinks. What do you want to drink? I just have a cup of milk tea. Siapura added, normal ice and less sugar. Chioken silently noted it and left the store. She opened the page and unlocked the hot pot restaurant ingredients. Ingredients: matsutake, premium wagyu platter, howler fish, melaleuca tripe, pork offal platter, bean sprouts, cucumber, lotus slice. Snacks: pumpkin pie, fruit-shaped ice, longevity noodles, dumplings, French fries. She didn't expect French fries to appear on the menu of a hot pot restaurant. Wouldn't this kind of thing appear in a fried chicken restaurant? This should be enough. Siapura didn't continue to draw. New products should be introduced step by step. If all new products are introduced at once, the customers will have no surprises in their boring days. Chioken had gone to buy milk tea, but hadn't come back so soon. The bottom of the pot had been brought up by Bubu to heat it up. She planned to wait for Chioken to come back before adding the ingredients. Hot pot is something that should be eaten right after it's boiled. Besides, Chioken is a guest. It's reasonable for him to wait for the other person to come back before he starts eating. It's so spicy. Wow, how come it's so spicy even if it's only slightly spicy? I don't think it's spicy. Why don't you boil it a few more times before eating? I've boiled it twice, and it still feels too spicy. As the discussion came, Siapura noticed that everyone was eating spicy hot pot. Because there was only one hot pot. She could only eat spicy hot pot. So she opened the page again, thinking that since everything was new, she might as well update all categories. The most common hot pot bases in hot pot restaurants are beef oil, tomato, mushroom, and old hen soup. She unlocked them all this time. And there will be 4 basic hot pot bases in hot pot restaurants in the future. Just when she was about to exit the page, she found that there was a new category on the hot pot restaurant page. She clicked it and saw that it was beverages. It's really not right to have to run out to buy drinks after eating hot pot. Desserts, drinks, mango sago, cucumber juice, coconut milk, brown sugar ice powder, Coke, Sprite. This is really enough. Before I knew it, a large freezer appeared in the store, and inside the freezer were drinks. Congratulations on unlocking the hot pot restaurant staff. Gwa, they will quickly deliver the ordered goods to the corresponding tables. As the system voice fell, another system voice sounded in the hot pot restaurant. We already have employees in this store. Please choose your own condiments. Our robot employees will quickly deliver your ordered dishes to the table. Thank you for your cooperation. Robot employees can be seen everywhere in the BNB. Real people have never been seen except in hospitals and schools. Residents living here are no longer surprised. I was just in a trance for a while. And then I burst into a surprised voice. There are new employees. Will there be new dishes to eat? Hurry up and take a look. We just sat down. Let's see if there are any other hot pots to order. I miss the tomato hot pot so much. I want to buy 2 plates of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and add some water to pretend it's a tomato hot pot. It's worth waiting in line for half a day. They're new. Siapura laughed at the side. There really is a tomato hot pot. It seems someone got what they wanted. But why did they have to wait in line for so long? Questions arose in her mind. Then she heard the person next to her explain it to her. Before the apocalypse, I always felt that there were 6 or 7 hot pot restaurants in a shopping mall, which was too many. Now I understand. There is no queue for me in a hot pot restaurant. Also, there were 2 crispy grilled sausages within 50 meters. Here, you have to queue for a long time just to buy. I will never complain about the number of stores again. There are so many of us. If there are not enough stores, it will not be enough for everyone to consume. There are more and more people in the BNB. Who knows? I may have to sprint 100 meters to eat in the future. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Ha ha ha. A burst of loud laughter came over, but Siapura kept all these words in her heart. Host, why don't we make a suggestion box? We can develop better by collecting some opinions from residents. No. Siapura shook her head. As we all know, the suggestion box is just a decoration. I will be annoyed if there are too many opinions, and they dare not make it appropriate ones. M80 thought for a moment. That's not a big problem. I can generate a panel of residents' strong opinions for the host, so that the host can see what strong opinions the residents have. Without waiting for Siapura to stop it, it did it in no time. You are really Am I praising you or am I praising you? She wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could she slack off with this thing? But it's okay. She can just click in and take a look when she has time. It's not that I'm lazy. It's mainly because I don't have any money. I need to buy this and that, and I need to renovate and unlock, and I need to save money to buy you a physical one. M80 eyes, which turned into a panda, had little stars in them. Really? Does the host really want to buy me a physical one? Siapuro ignored it. The table next to them found that there were indeed new ingredients, and they cheered with joy. Shioken came back, carrying 4 cups of milk tea. He put the milk tea on the table. Sorry. I kept you waiting. There were a lot of people in line. You are too polite. You give me 2 cups each. Siapuro opened the milk tea package. No. Shioken took 3 cups and handed the remaining cup to her. Didn't you want 1 cup? I bought 3 cups for myself. Siapuro, okay. Okay, is this how we play? She ordered all the new items in the hot pot restaurant, and Buba quickly served them. Fruit-shaved ice, mango sago, brown sugar jelly. All served. The host can call Bubu if he needs anything. Shioken watched Buba leave after delivering the things. And indeed, you have so many robots here. And they are smart. Of course not. Siapuro straightened her back, and was very proud. She was very proud of others praising the things in the B&B. Although it was not her. It was also a roundabout way of praising the system. After all, it was hers. And she loved to hear others praise anything. Dishes were served one after another. And the large table in front of them was so full that it was barely enough to put them all on top of each other. I don't think we ordered that much. Shioken said this. But his hands were eager to move. And he had already started to eat meat dishes with the serving chopsticks. Siapuro asked, don't you want to cook some vegetarian dishes first? For example, potatoes, lotus root slices, and taro. Vegetarian ingredients take a long time to cook. Usually, when she eats hot pot, she will cook the hard-to-cook vegetarian dishes first, so that the vegetarian dishes can be eaten after the meat. Chapter 230 Observe the status of residents. If you want to eat, put it in. I'm here for the meat. Shioken waited eagerly for the meat in the pot. The table in front of him had both meat and vegetables. Now was the time to be picky. He had eaten enough wild vegetables. If he was picky, he would definitely choose meat. Siapuro also loved meat, and ignored him after hearing that. Anyway, it was a double pot. Both sides were spicy, one side each, and no one interfered with the other. The two of them buried their heads in the food, and it was so delicious. It was very comfortable to eat with someone who loved eating as much as I did. The other person was eating too. Except for the time when the meat was cooked. The two chatted a little. Most of the time was spent eating. Can I order more? Shioken finished all the meat, and only spoke after he had finished all the meat in front of him. Order what you want, and give me 2 more shrimp balls, and 2 beef rolls. Siapuro also finished the beef roll in her pot, and subconsciously raised her head to look at Shioken when she spoke. Puff! Ha ha ha. Shioken, who was sitting opposite him, was no longer as serious as when they first met. His lips were swollen and red from the spiciness, like 2 kissed sausages hanging on his face. But he still didn't think he was anything wrong, still had a blank expression and a sausage mouth, which was a big contrast no matter how you looked at it. How about we change the base of the pot? I give you a tomato pot or something non-spicy. See how spicy you are. Shioken was not annoyed by her merciless ridicule, and wiped his mouth calmly. No need to change the base of the pot. I just haven't eaten spicy food for a while, so I'm a little uncomfortable. It will be fine in a while. But this is slightly spicy, isn't it what you ordered? Shioken's dignity was completely exposed by Siapuro. Oh, it's because I haven't eaten spicy food for a long time. Shioken remained calm, but in fact, he was showing off his ice jelly. The ice jelly was cool in the mouth, which relieved the burning heat brought by the chili. It was delivered to the table by Bubu within a few minutes after the order was placed. He also took advantage of the convenience of eating at the same table with the owner. Otherwise, he would have to run out to find drinks on the street. The consequence of not restraining the display of meat is that both of them are full. The remaining ingredients are not wasted. Siapuro packed them all after blanching them, sprinkled sesame paste in the takeaway box, and put them in the space to eat whenever she wants. In addition to wanting to treat big customers to dinner, another reason for eating hot pot is to observe the recent status of the residents. According to her observation, although there are many people queuing, There are also many people on the street, which is less than before. After eating the hot pot, the two returned to Siapura courtyard. She then noticed why there were fewer people. Looking out from the courtyard, there were many women and children planting plants around the B&B. Most of them were still wearing their original clothes, which were dirty and torn. The clothes sold in the B&B were not expensive, but they could not afford them. They were obviously living in financial difficulties. There was an empty lot near the B&B, and there was nothing valuable that they could take back and exchange for points. They didn't have a car, so it was inconvenient even if they wanted to go farther. She sighed as she looked outside, and decided to build a car rental company first. The water was boiling, and there was a sound of water rolling and hitting the teapot. She came back to her senses, and poured a cup of tea for herself, and Chiokin took a sip, and his restlessness was relieved. Tea is indeed the best drink. This tea is good? Do you want to sell it? I won't sell it. If you like it, I can give you some. The tea leaves were drawn by M80 in a blind box. The B&B didn't sell tea leaves yet. Tea leaves were expensive, and she didn't expect to sell them. The two sat down to drink tea and chatted calmly. They were no longer impetuous when eating hot pot. It was a peaceful time. Chiokin took the initiative to find a topic. I asked someone to buy the seeds first. I plan to plant them indoors. Indoor? Well, I have a big place anyway. I don't know if there will be another natural disaster. It's safer to plant them indoors. Siapura thought about it, and found that she had only done manual work in the RV when she went to the 9th base. She had not even taken a close look at the 9th base. Chiokin saw that she had not replied for a long time. And then he realized, I forgot that you had not seen it. But if you go to our base next time, I will personally take you to see my Jianshan. Next time, I will have to be lucky to go again. But if it is on the way, I will go, she said softly. Then what else do you want to buy from me? Chiokin drank another cup of tea, slowly said, if you want to buy goods, you need a car to go back and forth. Would the owner like to sell me more business cards? She thought it was a big deal, sitting on the lazy chair and rocking, waving her hand disdainfully. That's not a big deal, you can buy as much as you want from the store. The store is sold out. Chiokin complained in his heart, if there were some for sale, he wouldn't have the audacity to come to her for them. All sold out? Her expression froze for a moment, and she immediately asked M80 to verify. Indeed. All sold out. Our B&B is crowded right now. I don't know why they are so busy, but they are gone as soon as they are put on the shelves. What else could it be? They just want to buy more to save their lives. There should be some people who still have a deep obsession with going home, which has not faded even after 3 years of the apocalypse. They buy a few more tickets to carry back and forth, which is also a life-saving item when traveling. She understands everyone's thoughts very well. In the final analysis, it is because she is unlucky. She is just unlucky. She lowered her eyes. Got it. I keep it for you next time I restock it. It would be great if mine could also connect to the subway, if it also had a planting machine, and a point exchanger for that scrap would be even better. Chiokin fantasized freely. Haven't you just been here for a short time? How did you find out so much? Siapura looked at him with a curious look. Don't you think about what I do? Chiokin kept pouring tea for himself, and almost all of the tea went into his stomach. Isn't it basic to understand the terrain and explore basic intelligence in a short period of time? Facing Chiokin question, Siapura thought about it, and didn't care anymore. She was not from this world. If she wasn't mysterious, she was as transparent as air. You couldn't find anything out even if you tried to find out. What else do you want to buy? Tell me all at once, so I can see if I have any in stock. Chiokin pursed his lips. Solar panels, fans, food and water. Mainly solar panels. How many do you want? It's hard to say now. We have to wait until the space ability users return to the base. Then we can see how much we can fit when we come back to purchase. The population base of the 9th base is huge. It is not known whether 1 or 2 trips will be enough to install solar panels on all the people in an area. Okay, then we talk about it later. Siapura stood up after sitting for a long time to digest the food. Looking at him, she asked, have you booked a room in the B&B? Does the owner have any arrangements for me? Or any special care? Chapter 231 Dilute the spiritual spring water. Chiokin frowned, and wanted to say that he was a soldier, and did not need special care, but he heard Siapura blocking his words. It's just a courtesy, you have points and crystal cores, and these 2 things are enough for me. She was full and began to feel sleepy, and yawned. I'm sleepy, you're staying here for the next 2 days. Come to me if you have anything. Chioken himself was also feeling uncomfortable after eating too much, and was not in the right state to talk about things. Can I come to you if I have nothing to do? She glared at him. What do you think? She's busy. Okay. However, Chioken misunderstood her. If she didn't refuse, she agreed. I go back first. Before he left, he took a look at the small piece of land in the yard that Siepuro had cultivated. He didn't know what was planted there, but a small bud had already grown. I don't know if it's because the things here are good, but I always feel comfortable when I enter the yard. Remember to close the door. A lazy female voice came from behind him. It was not difficult to hear that there was sleepiness in the voice. He raised the corner of his mouth and walked out, gently closing the door, and took a last look at her. The girl just lay quietly on the chair, letting the sunlight fall on her eyes and eyebrows, and her whole body seemed to be coated with a layer of golden halo by the sunlight. It was such a little girl who silently saved so many people. Her shoulders were not as wide as his palms, and she always seemed to have endless energy. She even did the packing herself when packing the ninth base. For the first time, Chioken felt, it seems that the sunlight is not so annoying. He spoke softly through a door, and the people inside fell into a light sleep and could not hear his muttering at all. He closed the door and took a deep breath, wondering, why does the air in the yard feel better? Chioken didn't think much about it. After eating and drinking, he just wanted to go back to take a shower and sleep. He never thought that even such a small wish of sleeping could not be fulfilled, because that night, he was upgraded from a level 6 mutant to a level 7. He was puzzled. He didn't use crystal cores to upgrade, nor did he eat anything good. He just ate and drank normally in the B&B. The only difference between him and the residents was that he drank the tea from Siepuro. Is it the tea? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Anyway, it's a good thing to upgrade. Next time you go to drink tea, pay more attention and observe. Not long after Chioken left, Aoyo came back from playing crazy. Seeing that his master was asleep, he planned to wash himself. Suddenly he noticed that his master was asleep without a blanket, so he went to his master's room to find a small quilt. In the sun, Aoyo's figure gradually grew bigger like a black ball of hair, and his shadow gradually lengthened, gently covering the owner with a blanket. It turned back into a small black cat ball, and fell asleep at the owner's feet. It was nice to take a short nap in the yard, and wake up refreshed. Siepuro opened her eyes, and thought that she had not given the mutant plants the sweet water she promised them. Nor had she rewarded them with gold. She got up and went to the kitchen to squeeze juice from the watermelon with the most water. Or she added some spiritual spring water, and ordinary water to dilute the mixture to make juice. She didn't dare to drink anything too outrageous for the plants. She thought that drinking some watermelon juice wouldn't kill the plants. Even if she was so careless, there was still the spiritual spring to save their lives. The first batch of watermelon juice she made looked like a dark dish. She took it to Jean Z, but Jean Z was so moved that he gave her another love massage. In Jean Z words, I have nothing to repay you. I can only repay you with what I have. Silly flower, quite cute. She poured the watermelon juice on the roots of Jean Z. The soil was soaked quickly, and Jean Z absorbed all the water in a short while. Jean Z, why can you give people awakened powers? I don't know what awakened powers are either. The master is the first person I met since my consciousness awakened. Before that, I didn't know what my abilities were. Without waiting for Siepuro to say anything, Jean Z seemed to have discovered a new world. Today's watermelon juice is especially delicious. What did the master add? Nothing, just some spiritual spring water. This was her first time using spiritual spring water. She didn't know how much to add. She was afraid that if she added too much, she would not be able to withstand the spiritual energy and would explode and die, as described in the immortal cultivation novels. To be on the safe side, she only added a few drops. Jean Z looked very happy. It tastes so good. It would be nice if I could drink it every day. If you like it, I give you diluted spiritual spring water every day, but you can't drink watermelon juice all the time. Siepuro patted the newly grown small leaves. The green color is so beautiful, and I don't know if new flowers will grow. This green color is never boring, even when eating vegetable leaves. She likes to eat the tenderest ones the most. Jean Z, thank you. Master, when the robot employees are almost done, she will dilute the watermelon juice, put it in a large basin in the space, and bring it to the zoo. The animals are growing well. They have only been back for a few days. and their eyes look brighter. It is an animal's dream to run and reproduce freely without life-threatening danger. They reproduce very quickly in an environment without natural enemies. Siapuro just wants to let them reproduce. After the natural disaster, she doesn't know how many animals will die. She can't do much but to save them when she sees them. It is the best thing for them to reproduce in the zoo peacefully. She placed the plants in a small space in the zoo, turning it into a small botanical garden, entering the park full of green plants. Even the air is fresh. Jeansy, the watermelon juice that the master promised to give you is here. Please cherish it. I don't know if the master will make it for you next time. Jeansy is still better at communicating with plants. Siapura took Jeansy out and let them chat. She filled the watermelon juice into the automatic irrigation sprinkler. Little flower, it tastes so good, so this is what watermelon juice tastes like. Old flower, it tastes sweeter than the fruit I produce. Old flower is indeed an old flower with a lot of experience. It has produced fruit before, and the fruit naturally ripened and fell to the ground. At that time, it had already developed intelligence and tasted what its own fruit tasted like. But it tasted it only after the fruit rotted and went bad, and it didn't taste good at all. Golden flower. The master also added spiritual spring water to the watermelon juice, and the spiritual spring water tastes good. Grass. We couldn't drink spiritual spring water before, and this is the first time we know what it tastes like. Only some flowers and plants growing by the lake know the taste of spiritual spring water. The flowers and plants that have never drunk spiritual spring water always pester them to chat about what it tastes like. Now they can all drink spiritual spring water, and they are so happy that they are chirping. Chapter 232 Construction of the Work Area. Siapura knew without thinking that the flowers and plants that did not grow next to the spiritual spring would definitely not be able to drink water. And no kind-hearted animals would take buckets to water them. When she first entered the valley, she noticed that the mist was the water vapor evaporated from the spiritual spring, and that the water vapor fed the mutant plants in the entire valley. I don't know if it's because of the spiritual spring. The mutant plants in that valley are the most densely populated she has ever seen. Okay, I put some spiritual spring water into the machine, and you have diluted spiritual spring water to drink every day. She picked up the gold, smiled, and said goodbye to the lovely plants. It's almost time for us to leave. I come to see you again when I have time. Flowers, goodbye. Master. Grasses, goodbye. Master. Siapura's smile never stopped. Why are they all following Jeansy and calling her master now? The flowers and plants are all stupid. It's really easy to deceive. She was in a good mood after walking out of the zoo area. Today, she decided to do something big. It is much easier for superpowers to earn crystal cores than ordinary people. She wanted to quickly earn money to open a store or something. It would be best to start with these wealthy superpowers. Just looking at the Funny Men team, you can see how rich they are. After the natural disaster, they don't care about the income brought by the advanced points exchanger. You can see how much savings they have. They like the planting task machine very much. And they like to do some mid to high level tasks. Go to a farther place to do it. It's easy to tell that they are not people who can sit still. They run around whenever they have a chance. M80 sent a pop-up notice to everyone. Anyone who wants to upgrade the facilities in their residence can apply for the upgrade on their personal panel. You can apply for a piece of furniture separately, such as refrigerators, washing machines, dishwashers, sweeping robots, and other home appliances. Each one has a different charge. If you choose a certain appliance, you have to pay more for the monthly rent. And if rich people need a new decoration, you can apply for it. The announcement also formally informed of the rent increase, which would be officially increased after the original renewal period expired. And after the extreme heat passed, air conditioning fees would be charged for turning on the air conditioner in the house, which was convenient for aligning with the rent of the base. It would be bad to be partial to one and not the other, and not charge for air conditioning here, but charge for it there, which would make her feel awkward, in order to prevent everyone from wanting to live only in the B&B. She also raised the rent of the B&B to a higher price than the base. After the announcement, she went home and started thinking about the decoration plan. It took her a whole day and night to make a set of decoration for each room type. It was relatively simple. In order to make money, she also risked her life. She was not an expert in this area. Compared to professional park planning, she could only use her own experience to try and fail again and again. Luckily, there is a lot of land in the end times. It is big. Lots of space. Under the crowdfunding of rich people, She took the lead in adding washing machines and other appliances to houses. Washing machines were the most installed, and then there were many people who installed TV sets. In fact, installing TV sets is not very useful. There are no actors in this situation now, and no directors or screenwriters will continue to shoot. You can only watch the old movies over and over again. This is the case with the phones and tablets she got from the blind box. And there is only internet in her business area. There is no signal outside, so she can only use it as a timer. You need to pay in advance for installing electrical appliances and redecorating. She opened her account and found that she only got more than 1,000 Portuguese coins after working hard for a long time. The first installation of electrical appliances is not just about collecting money from customers. Just like installing a faucet before renting out a room, she also needs money to install a faucet. She could only comfort herself, it would be a little tight in the first month. It would be much better from next month onwards. The decoration plan had just been uploaded to the panel, and it would take some time for the tenant to pay the advance payment in advance. The construction panel had not been closed yet. She thought about it, and first built a high-rise building on the flat ground, which was located next to the small courtyard where she lived. She planned to use this new construction area as an office area, and she couldn't have everyone who came to talk to her go to her courtyard. There would be more manpower in the future, and it was inevitable to build early or late. According to her impression of the appearance of the office building, the floors cannot be too low. In the early stage, there are not many people, so just build 6 floors. The area does not need to be very large. There must be 2 public toilets and elevators on each floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the domineering novels must be there. The clock-in machine on the first floor. Forget the clock-in machine. It is enough to complete the tasks on time and in quantity. She is not a capitalist. Employees who are not punctual or have problems will be fired. Non-employees are not allowed to enter the office area on the second floor and above. Therefore, the road to the second floor needs an elevator and stairs that can be opened after facial recognition. No one can pass without a guide or without the front desk's approval. The first floor was built as a reception room. In addition to a hall, there are 6 rooms for reception. According to the usual standards, a reception desk and water dispensers in each area were built. The second floor and above are offices. Since we don't know what they will be used for yet, we focused on decorating the 3 floors below. It is decorated in a simple and modern style, commonly known as no money. Such a building, it doesn't cost many points. The most expensive thing is to install the toilet, because the toilet needs to install many pits and flushing devices. After the entire office building was built, it cost a total of 400 grave coins. She was very satisfied with her savings. She moved to the bottom of the newly built office building, and had some unformed ideas in her mind. She hoped that she could really light a lamp for the people in this doomsday with her own strength, waiting for them to go home. If you want to live, you can't live a depressed life. You have to live beautifully. The way for people with superpowers to kill zombies and earn crystal cores is very fast, while the survivors without superpowers need many young and strong people to work together to kill an ordinary first-level zombie. If this continues for a long time, the class will only get bigger and bigger, which is not what she wants to see. Simply helping the poor cannot help the people at the bottom. How to balance the superpowers and ordinary people? She still has to think more. Taking advantage of the quiet night. Siapu Ro has already fallen asleep. The system contacts the main system. M80, old ding. Open a backdoor for my host. My host is too tired. She has to upgrade and draw cards. And the money she earns is not enough for her to build a homestay. The main system thought that it was really difficult for a little girl to save the entire apocalypse, and did not refute M80, but asked, "What else do you want?" The system thought that the host was unlucky, and thought of a way. "Can you not draw cards? Change to the mall or something, my host is bad luck." The main system smiled indulgently. "No." The system was angry, broken up. "I will never be friends with you again. What are you in a hurry for? I haven't finished talking yet." The main system was secretly playing tricks. "I mean, I can adjust the probability of drawing cards for her, but what she draws depends on herself." The system was instantly coaxed, smiled foolishly. "Then I am the second best in the world with you." The main system, "Then who is the first?" The system replied immediately, "My host." Chapter 233. Don't want a superpower? Even in the end times, we must maintain a good work and rest schedule. Siapu Ro got up early the next morning and dropped a drop of spiritual spring into the boiling water while making tea in the yard. The spiritual spring stimulated the fragrance of the tea leaves. She even doubted whether the first sip she took was the same bag of tea she drank yesterday. But she only got this kind of tea. Where else could she get anything else? With the spiritual spring as a flavor enhancer, she drank 3 pots of tea in a row and still felt it was not enough. She just wanted to drink and drink. No wonder plants like to drink it. Next time, add some to the water for animals. Building an office is not a small matter. People with nothing to do stand under this building, looking up from below, guessing what is inside this building. Siapura was worried about such a scene last night. After the office building was built, a fence was added near the building, marking that it is not allowed to approach. The fence is not high. It was built on the principle of preventing gentlemen, but not villains. I always feel that the privacy of the office is better protected by enclosing it like this. Could it be a newly opened store? No way. How can a newly opened store be in such a remote place? You don't understand this. Good wine needs no bush. The owner's cooking skills are so good. Is it because it's built too far away that we won't come here? The crowd obviously thought of the hot pot restaurant where people line up every day. The first reaction was, it's really possible. It may not be food. We don't lack food here. Although you have to line up, you can buy it if you want. In your opinion, what do you think it is? I think it is possible that the owner wants to develop this area. So he built a new store to attract people to spend money. You use a lot of words. What's the difference between what you say and selling food? The quarrels in the crowd quieted down the moment Siapuru opened the gate, and everyone was waiting for the owner to announce what was sold in the new building. Shiokin was also among the crowd, and when he saw Siapuru open the door, he quietly came to the gate. She slowly spoke to clear up the confusion for everyone. Everyone, please go away. This is not for food, but for the work area. Work area? Is the owner hiring? Owner, look at me. I'm 1.8 meters tall and have abdominal muscles. Forget your abdominal muscles. They're all in one piece. Right? Owner, look at me. I'm 1.83 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a thick waist. Please vote for me. Folks. Siapura looked at the two men. She couldn't understand why there were no boys who were 1.79 meters tall. How come they are both exactly 180 centimeters tall? She glanced at Shiokan, and was a little surprised that he actually came to watch the fun. Shiokan misunderstood, thinking that she was calling him. I'm 1.88 meters tall. Siapuro had a puzzled look on her face. What's going on? And corn cakes. The people were very excited. Although they didn't know what positions the owner was recruiting for, what kind of work they would be responsible for, the job opportunity was right in front of them. Work. Earn points. Money. After living in the B&B for so long, they wanted to work for the owner even if the salary was low. At least it's a job. To put it more exaggeratedly, being hired as an employee by the store owner is also a stable job. Looking at the noisy crowd, Siapura felt helpless. Isn't it just work and part-time job? What's so good about this crappy class? Everyone, please be quiet for a while. As soon as she spoke, the crowd quickly stopped making noise and looked at her expectantly. Siapuru explained, I do need to recruit employees first, but... Everyone's eyes lit up, but the next but... They inexplicably felt invisible pressure and tension. I don't hire people with special abilities, I only hire ordinary people. As Siapuru finished speaking, the crowd that was expecting just now suddenly exploded, and no one understood her intention. Not wanting people with special abilities, but only ordinary people. Does the shop owner think that ordinary people are more useful than people with special abilities? The people with special abilities in the crowd all expressed their dissatisfaction. Shop owner, we people with special abilities can do much more than them. Why don't you want us? Yes, our physical fitness is much better than theirs. We can do what ordinary people can do, and we can still do what they can't do. Even if you treat us like animals, the superpowers, won't be a burden. By the way, what position are you recruiting for? Owner? How come there is such a restriction? The superpowers didn't say it too bluntly, but it was also heard that they were somewhat dissatisfied. Everyone wanted to show their personal value in front of Siapuro. Such a good opportunity was in front of them, but the superpowers turned out to be a restriction? How come the superpowers that everyone in the base is vying for are useless here? Even if you can't use superpowers in the B&B, their basic physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people. Right? Ordinary people will be exhausted after working for a few nights. But they can still work. Why don't you want them? What a joke. Just because they are superpowers. They can't have this iron rice bowl? Why? Why? Ordinary people were too embarrassed to say anything. And many people were secretly happy in their hearts. All along. As ordinary people, they are hard to be useful. And can only hide in the base and stay in the guest house to save their lives. But no one wants to be a useless waste forever. Especially them, who have received the favor of Siapuro, and want to find a way to show their value. Hee hee. Owner, just tell us what you need us to do. We promise to complete the task. Don't look at us without superpowers. But at least I'm handsome. Go away. Anyone can raise their hands. But listen to my advice. Put your hands down first. Everyone around was very curious. Why do you want people to put their hands down? Being overbearing doesn't mean you have to be so overbearing. Right? The person who was asked to put his hands down also asked, why? Why don't you know yet? Damn, your body odor is too bad. Hold it tight. Siapuro looked at this group of people. None of them had any ill intentions. Whether it was from the heart or because they were afraid of her, no ill intentions were good. Ordinary people without special abilities were full of expectations for the recruitment. She had expected some of the doubts. After observing the reactions of the crowd for a while, she slowly explained, this will be the office building in the future. If I recruit people, they will work here. At this point, she glanced at the superpowers, who had raised many questions just now. You are right. Superpowers can do a lot of things. You can do things that ordinary people can't do. Do you want to limit your talents to this small building? Isn't this a waste of your abilities as superpowers? Siapuro spoke in a calm and serious tone. Every word she said was neither hurried nor slow. The crowd followed her tone and fell silent. Chapter 234 The Birth of New Life. These words also calmed down the confused psychics. Yes, if they stay indoors, it doesn't matter whether they have superpowers or not. Right? As psychics, if they don't kill zombies, what's the point of having superpowers that ordinary people can't even ask for? What the shop owner said makes some sense. We have superpowers. So let's not fight. There are not many jobs that ordinary people can do. Besides, killing zombies brings a lot of crystal cores, and they come quickly. Someone scratched his head and muttered to himself. In fact, they were not really thinking about others. From their own perspective, just sitting in the office, how many points can they earn? The superpowers are used to spending lavishly. Will they really be satisfied with that little salary? What is the difference between that and working hard before the end of the world? They recalled that they had to punch in and out every day before the end of the world, and they felt a headache. It would be better to kill a few more zombies. Siapuro couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, no one reacted too strongly. Shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, what are the recruitment requirements? When will it start? Now? Some people were anxious to know when they could apply. Siapuro told them not to worry. I will notify you when the recruitment begins. As for the recruitment requirements, I will also write them all out at the job fair. Everyone felt a little sorry that they couldn't apply for the job immediately, but in a disguised way. It also gave them time to prepare. They all secretly made up their minds that when the recruitment starts, they must perform well. After sending away the expectant crowd, only Chiokan and she were left. She stared at him, saying nothing. Chiokan thought she was questioning his height, and he straightened his back and said, I'm really 1.88 meters tall. Who asked you that? She looked at him. I was wondering why no boy said he was 1.79 meters tall. Chiokan couldn't keep up with her train of thought for a moment. You just spoke so passionately, seriously and firmly. But is this what you are actually thinking about? Ha ha ha. Yes. Siapuro smiled and walked towards the office building. Just as she was about to invite Chiokan to go in, a girl ran over in a hurry, shouting, It's born. The owner gave birth. The owner gave birth. What's born? Don't worry. Tell me slowly. Siapuro held her back. The girl took a breath, and finally calmed down before saying, It's... The first newborn baby was born in the hospital, and everyone wants to invite the owner to come over to see it. The girl was so excited that her voice was trembling. Siapuro let her go, a little confused. Can I go take a look? The girl nodded quickly. Is it convenient for the owner to go over? She touched her nose. Still confused. Why do you want me to go over? This is the first newborn in our B&B. Shouldn't the owner go over to take a look? The girl was slightly stunned. That's right. Siapuro thought that she didn't have much to do, so she just went over. Okay. She turned and looked at Chiokan. Why don't you come find me later? I go to the hospital first. Okay. Chiokin nodded, watching her and the girl backs disappear in front of him. The girl excitedly told her that the B&B was awesome. I heard that the mothers were in so much pain, and paid extra to use the B&B painless delivery cabin, and it really wasn't that painful. Siapuro remembered that the system said that the pain of childbirth could not completely disappear, and asked curiously, how painful is it to not be that painful? Did the mother say anything? The girl recalled the mother appearance. She seemed to say that it was just a little more painful than menstrual cramps, and recommended that other mothers try the painless cabin when giving birth. The two arrived at the hospital, and the girl led her to the bedside of Wang Huan, who had just given birth. The nurse had just taken the child to take a bath and sent him back, and put an identity bracelet on the baby. The owner is here. Wang Huan had just given birth, and was very weak. She forced herself to stand up when she saw the owner really coming. Would the owner like to hold the baby? Siapuro had never seen a newborn baby before, so she nodded in agreement. The nurse gently placed the baby in her arms. This little guy is so pretty, so healthy, with no other problems, and it's probably because he eats well and lives well here that he's so healthy. So that's what they were thinking, so that's why they called her over? Siapuro had experience holding 3 sisters, and she quickly got the hang of it under the nurse's guidance. The nurse took the initiative to say, "It's a girl." It turned out to be a girl. Siapuro held the little baby, and her heart was soft. The baby was light, and it felt as soft as cotton in her arms. It looked much smaller than the 3 sisters. It turned out that a newborn baby was so small. The newborn baby was wrinkled, and the skin color was not very good looking due to the amniotic fluid, and nothing could be seen on the little face. Wang Huan leaned on the bed, and stared at Siapuro without blinking. She was in very good spirits, with a pair of sparkling eyes. Can the owner personally name our baby? Me? Name? Siapuro was stunned. Yes. Yes. Wang Huan looked at her. Everyone in the room looked at her. My husband's last name is Song. The owner can just name the child. No one knew better than Wang Huan how difficult it was to have this child. Pregnancy in the last days, childbirth, and raising children. None of these 3 steps were easy. But since she was transferred to this hospital, things have become much easier. It seems that nothing is a problem for this homestay. She was in panic during childbirth, and her husband was not by her side. When the pain reached its peak, the medical staff asked her if she wanted to try the pain-free cabin that no one had tried before. She almost cried and gritted her teeth and agreed. After entering the pain-free cabin, her whole body's pain was immediately relieved, and the pain of contraction seemed to disappear all of a sudden. She heard the prompt in the cabin, and she did what the voice said. She gave birth to the baby easily. The pain was only slightly worse than menstrual cramps, which saved her life. Wang Huan sincerely hoped that the owner could give her daughter a name. She thanked the owner for bringing them such a good environment. I'm not good at naming. Siapuro thought about her own naming. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. She was not related to the mother, and she was not an elder. Would her husband agree if she named her? But she couldn't let down the kindness of others. So she said, "It's okay to give the child a nickname." She thought for a moment. How about calling him Jixian? The big G is Xian, and the small G is Jian. The meaning is very good. Wang Huan read the name again. Song Jixian. Thank you, owner. This name is much better than the Song Zihan that my husband gave me. Chapter 235, Thin Milk. Many people came to see the first child born in the B&B, and many pregnant women wanted to share in the joy of a successful birth, and stood in a circle not far away. Most of them looked into the ward, and saw Siapuro standing inside holding the child and playing, and then walked away consciously. The patient in the next bed talked to Wang Huan. I'm so envious. Your family has a little princess. Well, it doesn't matter what the birth is, as long as it's safe and healthy. Wang Huan was also very happy that she was the first woman to give birth smoothly. I wish I could give birth as quickly as you. Yes, you will give birth safely too. Wang Huan was like a child showing off a new toy, sharing with the other person the pain-free cabin she had just experienced. After entering the pain-free cabin, it really didn't hurt. It's not that it didn't hurt, it was just a little more painful than menstrual cramps. But compared to when I was waiting for delivery outside, it was like heaven after entering it. Is it really that magical? Wang Huan said with a smile. You will know when you try it. What good will it do for me to cheat you? Am I hired by the store owner? Is the dress the child is wearing bought from the place you mentioned? The material looks good. I will go buy some things for the child later. After Wang Wanhuan and Su Mo came back from their crazy shopping spree, they recommended the store to every pregnant woman in the hospital. The high-quality and low-priced products caused a sensation in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Everyone wanted to go there in groups to buy them. Excuse me. Siet Puru didn't want to interrupt Wang Wanhuan and the people in the same ward who were promoting the things in the B&B, but Xiao Shixian peed on me. Siet Pura tried her best to control her expression, trying to be expressionless and not show any fear. In fact, she was panicking inside. She didn't feel like this when she was taking care of the three sisters. They all peed in their diapers, and she cleaned them up while holding back her nausea. But now she had a pool of watery poop on her body, even if she had seen a lot of things in the world. She had never experienced a Shura field that was only aimed at her. The most frustrating thing is that M80 laughed at her and told her not to move or shout, and to wait quietly for the baby to finish pooping. Otherwise it would scare the newborn baby. Siet Piru, who listened to the advice, honestly maintained the previous posture until the little princess finished pooping smoothly before speaking. What do you mean by thin milk? When everyone heard this name for the first time, they didn't react. Siet Pura's face was ashen. It's just poop. Seeing this, the medical staff came over calmly, took the baby in her hand, and helped her clean the dirt on her body. The nurse comforted her. I didn't even notice the baby had defecated. Did you scare the owner? Sorry. Owner. The baby is still young. Wang Huanhuan was very embarrassed. Her newborn baby had defecated on a little girl. If she was her age and had been defecated on by a baby, she would have cried on the spot. The baby was indeed still young. How could a newborn baby control himself? She would not argue with a baby. She forced a smile and comforted Wang Huanhuan. It's okay. I just wash it. The poop of a newborn baby is not smelly. How disgusting can a child who has not been polluted by the world be? Even so, she still couldn't get over it in her heart. With M80 laughing in her mind, she felt even worse. The child is very cute. I will go back to change clothes first. Siet Pura wanted to say goodbye, but Wang Huanhuan thought she was angry, and her face turned pale with fear. I'm sorry. She took off the quilt and tried to get out of bed. How could Siet Pura let a woman who had just given birth get out of bed? She hadn't cleaned up her things yet, and couldn't go forward to stop Wang Huanhuan. She quickly explained, It's really okay. I'm not angry. I can't just stay here like this. Right? Really? Wang Huanhuan didn't know what to say. She checked Siet Pura's condition again and again. Not angry. Wang Huanhuan breathed a sigh of relief, but she apologized twice, and kept staring at her face. Siet Pura said a few words to comfort her and disappeared. She moved directly back to the yard. The nurse only wiped her body when she cleaned it. She didn't want to walk back, so teleporting back was the best option. Without wasting a second, she went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Taking a shower was not enough, she washed her hair. After the shower, she wiped her hair with a towel, which was still dripping with water, and complained to M80, I think we need to open a hair salon. It's too troublesome to wash long hair. M80, don't you like long hair? Would it be troublesome if I like it? Silly system, humans' joys and sorrows are not the same. It's the same reason as she likes long hair, but doesn't like washing her hair. Well, the more I think about it, the more I feel it's right. I put the hair salon in my notebook and open one when I have extra points. She sniffed the smell on her body, confirmed that there was no trace of milk. Then she laid down on the bamboo chair in the yard and drank tea with peace of mind. Host, the base commander hasn't left yet. He's still at the door. Who? She was stunned for a moment. Xiao Kan? Yes. Siet Pura frowned, quickly wiped her hair with her hands, confirmed that her outfit was fine, and then put the freshly brewed tea on the table into the space. She had just finished a shower, and didn't plan to leave the B&B today. She was wearing a loose suspender skirt that the system had prepared for her, and placed in the closet. It was a holiday-style skirt, and the material was very light and comfortable. She believed that she had the final say on what to wear in her territory, and there was nothing inappropriate about it, so she went out. When he opened the door, he saw Chiokin leaning against the door, with his head down, thinking about something. When he saw her, Chiokin's eyes flashed with surprise. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He had been in the military camp, mostly with men. Puro always wore clothes and pants. It was the first time I saw her wearing a skirt that I realized she was different from his colleagues. She looked good in anything she wore. Her inner confidence and brightness added a lot of charm to her. Shiokan's gaze made Siepiru very unhappy. She couldn't help but frown. Didn't you say I would come to you later? Why are you still here? Could it be that you have something urgent to talk to me about? Shiokan immediately came back to his senses, scratched his head awkwardly and said, I want to talk to you about something. Let's talk about it somewhere else. Siepiru took Shiokan to the first floor of the office building and entered a special reception room she had arranged for herself. Chapter 236. It has nothing to do with Lingquan. This is the largest reception room in the building. She planned to keep it for her own reception. And now it is just in time. Siepiru joked, You are lucky, you are the first person to come in. As she spoke, she made a gesture to invite Shiokan to sit down. She waved her hand on the table, and the tea set that she had just stored in the space appeared on the table in front of them as it was. Shiokan was very humorous. If you show this skill, you would be called a fairy in ancient times. Then if you work in ancient times, you will be a general anyway. Siepiru is also good at joking. After saying that, she looked Shiokan up and down seriously. Well, you look like a general. Shiokan was amused and laughed. His voice was deep and loud, and his laughter spread throughout the room. Siepiru poured a cup of tea for both of them, and said with a proud smile, Try this tea. Does it taste different? Shiokan picked up the teacup suspiciously and smelled it, then took a sip, and then closed his eyes, and praised, The tea is still the same as yesterday, but the water is not ordinary. He could still taste it? Siepiru was stunned, probing, What's unusual? I feel like there's something in the water. I can't tell what it does, but I feel like it raises the quality of the tea to more than one level. Shiokan asked, Did you put crystal nuclei in the water? After swallowing that thing, it felt like absorbing crystal nuclei, but there was a clear difference, and he couldn't even describe the details. I won't tell you. Siepiru also thought that Lingquan water was a good thing, and it would be better not to take it out before she had figured out how to use it. So what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Shiokan didn't come here for this matter, so he didn't ask any more questions. Observing her expression, he spoke carefully. I advanced just as I was about to go to bed after returning from your place last night. He hesitated whether to tell her his ability level, because as the base leader of the official base sub-base, his ability and level are absolutely confidential. Without waiting for him to say anything more, Siepiru found and opened his personal information panel in the store owner's back end. Confirm the upgrade information. It was upgraded last night. She asked, How do you usually upgrade? Shiokan didn't think that she was not a superpower. He thought she wanted to know the difference between the way soldiers' superpowers were upgraded and ordinary people's. She answered honestly, No, everything else was normal. It was just that it became abnormal after I came to the BNB and met you. Siepiru asked, Did you do anything special yesterday? Really nothing. I was just one step away from advancing, but I just couldn't get there. I don't know if I got promoted because I relaxed my mind here. He thought it was related to the BNB, and it was definitely not because he relaxed his mind. No matter what, at least it was a good thing. Since he was affiliated with the official, his improvement in strength meant that humans would have a greater chance of defeating zombies. Siepiru also had some selfish thoughts. Do you think this tea tastes good? Without hesitation, Shiokan raised his teacup again, tasting the rich tea soup, and couldn't help but sigh, It tastes good. I love it. She lowered her eyes, concealing her thoughts, and invited, If you have nothing to do in the BNB these days, come over for tea. Okay. Sorry to bother you. Shiokan was such a smart person. He thought she was very cute when he saw her trying to hide herself, and didn't expose her. Siepiru's little trick succeeded, thinking that it should be okay to give Lingquan to people to drink. But she didn't know if she could see the effect before he left. I originally wanted to try Yushiwen, but then she adopted 3 sisters and had less time, and besides, you can't joke with your sisters' bodies. M80 doesn't understand. Why doesn't the host try it yourself? When Jinzi gave Shizhu and the others superpowers, you said, I'm not from this world, I can't awaken superpowers, and the benefits I see from drinking the spiritual spring will definitely be different from theirs. Why don't you find those 2 idiots? Ah? Siepiru was asked. They are busy. I can't delay them from earning points. Having said that, M80 still advised, the host wants to find a subject for long-term observation. Let's find someone who lives in a BNB. Siepiru took a sip of tea and held it in her mouth, thinking deeply. It is true that finding someone who lives in a B&B to take the spiritual spring for a long time can see the effect. And Shiju and Chi-Hua are the best candidates. Their second ability was given by Gene Z. Strictly speaking, this is their common secret, and finding them is the most suitable choice. If Chioken still hasn't observed anything after he returns, I go find Shiju and the others. M80 was also doing this for her own good, seeing that she listened to his advice. He didn't say anything else. Zombies evolve when it's extremely hot. Since Chioken said that he suddenly upgraded when he came here, she had to find out what it was that could upgrade people as soon as possible. No! Siapuro couldn't figure out the key. But she caught a small detail. She suddenly spoke, which frightened Chioken, who was drinking tea. And even the system was frightened by her sudden reaction. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chioken almost choked on his tea. Siapuro stared at his eyes. You were upgraded yesterday, and it has nothing to do with today's tea, right? Chioken didn't know the difference, but still answered yes. It has nothing to do with today's tea, and Ling Quan. She just noticed that it has nothing to do with Ling Quan. So why? She likes to grab her hair when she thinks about problems. Her head is so itchy. She needs to grow a brain. Seeing her troubled look, Chioken looked bewildered. What's wrong? Siapuro was immersed in her own world, and went through all the possibilities in her mind. But she really couldn't think of the reason. She even thought about Chioken promotion not because of the BNB. And there were many other things she thought about, and finally decided to ignore it. Put aside the things you can't figure out. You will be busy and forget about them in 2 days. There is no need to work hard to come up with a solution now. But she still wanted to know, how do you feel after drinking today's tea compared to yesterday's? Feelings. Chioken thought for a while. Does it count if it tastes better? Siapuro didn't say anything, staring at him straight. Well, I feel that today's tea is indeed better, and besides that, I feel that some of the minor problems that have accumulated in my body for a long time are a little different. Without waiting for her to ask, he continued, all the wounds left by my previous missions have a warm feeling. And I sprained my waist before. I couldn't do any bigger movements, and my waist also felt warm. Chapter 237 Treating Injuries? He had suffered too many injuries, but his whole body was warm. He knew there might be treasures in the water, but he couldn't ask too much if the shopkeeper didn't tell him. She just gave it to him to drink, and it was over. It wasn't his style to ask so many questions. Your waist is not good? Siapuro grasped the key point. Chioken was anxious. No, don't talk nonsense, I was injured, I'm in good health. She followed his words. Okay, I was injured, then stand up and lift something heavy to try the use of the water. Chioken glanced at her, wondering if she looked down on him. I am a superpower. Even if my waist is injured, it can't be sprained by carrying water. Then carry something heavier. Siapuro put down the teacup he picked up. Don't drink it. Try it. Chioken didn't expect her to take action, and she snatched the teacup away unexpectedly. When she pulled him, his face turned red. He escaped from her clutches without a trace. And Siapuro turned around and looked at him with a questioning look. Chioken pretended to be calm and said, You lead the way. She took the tea set on the table back to her own space and walked in front. In the yard where she lived, there was a rockery that she had built on a whim. It was all solid stone, which was perfect for testing. Is the thing you added to the water really that magical? What if my waist is injured? Chioken was a little scared when he saw her like this. How could Siapuro know whether the spiritual spring water was useful? Isn't this just bringing him here for an experiment? I pay for your medical expenses. Chioken, you're such a nice person. When they arrived in front of the rockery, Chioken was stunned by the huge mountain. Siapuro patted his shoulder with a smile, and comforted him. Let me see how terrible the physical fitness of a level 7 superpower is. Chioken was shocked. How do you know I'm level 7? I'm the store owner. Is it normal to know the information of residents? Chioken understood. The residents living in the base also had to submit information, but he was surprised that she even knew what level he had reached. Don't just stand there. Base commander. You should try it. Siapuro looked at him with shining eyes. Chioken had never been stared at by a girl before. Even if she didn't mean anything else, he felt a little uncomfortable. I move it. Don't look at me like that. It made his ears hot. Without hesitation, he walked over and lifted half of the ornamental rockery. With a strong effort, his face turned red. He had a psychic ability, not an energy one. Being able to lift a small part of the rockery was the result of his hard training in the first half of his life. Siapiru also knew this. And she brought him here just to see the power of the spiritual spring water. She approached him, and easily took the rockery from his hand, and handled it with care. How is it? How does your waist feel? Chiokin's expression was petrified, and his flushed face had not yet subsided. He was shocked by her show. He did not reply, but panted and asked back, You don't have the ability of strength, do you? How should I put this? Siapiru thought for a while. I've said it 1,000 times. This is all mine. You can understand it as, I am invincible in my territory. Chiokin's mouth twitched. Don't change the subject. How is your waist? Siapiru asked persistently. Chiokin hit his waist twice from behind with his hands, uncertainly. It seems that there is no feeling. If I want to lift a stone with such a big movement, I will definitely feel a little uncomfortable, but today I didn't. What is your water? It's amazing. After hearing Chiokin's question, she knew some of the magical properties of the spiritual spring water. It can heal the body. But her hospital and any healing psychic can do this. That's too useless. No. It should be more than this ability. Healing psychics also have the ability to purify zombie viruses. I wonder if the spiritual spring water can. The big fruit-bearing tree in the yard. She will collect any ripe fruits and keep them in the space. The quantity is still too small. If you really encounter something, these fruits will not be of any use. Siapiru still did not give up, and asked Chiokin to know more about the uses of the spiritual spring water. Do you feel that your superpowers have increased after drinking the water? No. Chiokin answered very quickly, without any hesitation. Can the water be used to increase superpowers, like a crystal core? I just ask you because I don't know. Siapiru led him from the rockery to the table and chairs, and sat down. Putting down the tea set, she gestured for Chiokin to sit down and talk, in order to verify whether the spiritual spring water can improve people's superpowers. She added more spiritual spring water to the teacup in front of Chiokin's. Look carefully. This is it. I got it by accident. I got a spring on the way back from Moon Base. On the way, I also saw zombies hiding at the bottom of the lake to escape the heat. I picked out a few zombies at random, and their superpower levels are generally very high. Siapiru drank a sip of tea, and had to say, it is incomparable to the current human superpowers. Chiokin suddenly became nervous. Where are they? I go and kill them. It's useless. There are so many of them. If they can be killed, I will kill them and come back. She drank the tea calmly. But in fact she was helpless. And she was powerless to do anything about the zombies. I have asked someone to report to the central base. I told you this so that you can decide. Do you want to drink this water? Without saying anything, Chiokin picked up the cup of tea with something added and drank it all. He didn't ask much. He only knew that everything the shop owner did was for humanity. Whether it was providing supplies to humans or selling food, it was all for the hope that humans could be better. There was no reason to doubt her motives. She would not harm him. As she said, if someone wanted to harm him on her territory, she would have thousands of ways and means. Instead of letting him choose, Siapiru raised her eyebrows. Why don't you ask what this is? I believe you. Chiokin wiped the water from his mouth. The two of them were silent, while Chiokin was carefully feeling the changes in his body. After waiting for a while, Chiokin spoke. I still don't feel anything. If I have to say it, I just feel less tired. Nothing else? Siapiru murmured. Is it because the dosage is not enough? Did I put too little? Chiokin was a little embarrassed, but he thought that it might be related to the people. Otherwise the store owner would not have asked him to be a test subject. How about giving me more? Siapiru took a clean teacup and filled it with spiritual spring water. After the spiritual spring was transplanted into the space, she discovered that this thing was inexhaustible. No matter how much she used, it would be replenished in the end. I didn't give you too much just now, because I didn't know if drinking too much of this thing would be bad for your health. It's your choice. Chapter 238 Inducing Labor. The things were already in front of him. It was up to him to do it. Chiokin lowered his head and thought about something, and apologized to her in a low voice. I'm sorry. He pulled out a knife from somewhere on his body, and the blade was sharp, and a deep cut was made on the forearm. Blood gushed out instantly, and it was shocking to see. Chiokin seemed not to feel the pain, and picked up the teacup filled with spiritual spring water. At first, only one drop was dripped, and the wound that was dripped felt a little, but the wound was too big, and it was not enough. He continued to drip about the amount of water that a mineral water bottle cap would have. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, until his forearm was intact, without any scars left. Siapura opened her mouth so wide that she could fit a lemon in it. Why didn't she think of using it for external use? So the ability of the spiritual spring water is to treat external injuries? It seems that it is not very useful. No. It should not be very useful for people within the BNB, but it is still useful for people outside. She couldn't hide anything in her mind. She lay on the table, looking at the half water left in the teacup. It's a pity that I don't know if the zombie virus can be purified. Chioken listened to every word and suggested, why don't we give it a try? What if it can't be purified? Siapuro looked at him with interest. I don't have a healing psychic. Chioken certainly wouldn't joke with his own life. He couldn't wait any longer. Why don't I go back now? I call you and tell you the result. He stood up and tried to leave. Siapura held him back. Wait a minute. Sit down. Chioken didn't understand why she was holding him, but he sat down obediently. I have a healing person here, but she's not in the BNB now. I go get her when she comes back. Chioken asked anxiously. How long has she been out? When will she be back? Siapura comforted him. It should be soon. She communicated with the system in her heart. System. Let me know when Chu Ling comes back. Okay. Host. She saw some tea leaves at the bottom of her teacup. Frowned. And threw the cup of tea aside. The tea was evenly distributed. Some of it on the two big trees. And a small part on a small piece of land she had opened up herself. Something magical happened. The land that had only grown some seedlings was like pressing the accelerator. And it quickly rose up. In the blink of an eye. The seeds sprinkled with water actually blossomed directly. And fruits grew from the roots that they could not see. All this happened in just 10 minutes. Siapuru and Chioken were stunned. They focused all their attention on the land that was making more noise, and completely ignored the fact that the fruit on the top of the first tree Siapura brought back had quietly turned red. The tree that Siapura brought back when she went to the central base to set up a stall was emitting energy that they could not see, but was more concentrated than the spiritual energy it usually emitted. They were still staring at the land that Siapura had cleared. Chioken hesitantly pointed at the potato seedlings on the ground. Let's dig it up and see if there's anything growing inside. Siapura turned around and went to the yard to find the three-piece digging tool set she had put away. When she came back, Chioken was already on the ground, digging out potatoes, sweet potatoes, and white radishes with his hands. He only dug the place where the cup of tea had spilled. Siapura sighed. Young people are really impatient. She took out the bucket from the space, filled it with half a basin of water, and handed it to him. Shopkeeper. Chioken looked at her with tears in his eyes, as if he would kneel down to thank her for her contribution to the country on behalf of the people of the country. Siapura said ruthlessly, This is water. For you to wash your hands. Oh. Chioken misunderstood. His face fell. But he still washed his muddy hands honestly. After washing his hands, Chioken picked up all the vegetables he dug out and put them in front of her for her to see. She looked at it for a few times. One seed produced 7 or 8 potatoes, all about the size of a palm. The number of sweet potatoes was only half of that of potatoes, and even fewer white radishes, and only 2 of them grew wildly after being spilled with tea. Will it taste better? Siapura muttered, and her mind had already flown to the kitchen. Sit here first, I get a potato to eat, you drink tea first, and wait for me. Will the spiritual spring water enhance the taste of food? Siapura came out of the kitchen with 2 whirlwind potatoes sprinkled with ketchup and salad dressing. After a closer look, she had already taken a bite of one of them. I made one for you. 2. Would you like to eat it? She handed the other untouched whirlwind potato to Chioken. Chioken was waiting for her outside, and was so restless. She ran in without giving him a chance to speak. She actually gave him one of the things when she came out? How could he refuse the potato skewers that were delivered to his mouth? Eat. Chioken took the tornado potato skewers. The red and white sauce on top was hung on the potatoes. The crispy and golden potatoes served as the background of the sauce. The color was simply an embellishment against the golden fried potatoes. He was really curious about what it tasted like. He took it and took a bite. As soon as he put it in his mouth, the sour and sweet taste rushed to his taste buds. The sour ketchup and sweet salad sauce mixed with the potatoes, and the complex taste filled his entire mouth, making his teeth tighten uncontrollably. Chioken swallowed it quickly, suppressing the wonderful taste left in his mouth, and took another bite. Siapura shook her head. This kid is really, she doesn't even know to sit down and eat. Sit down and eat. Why are you in such a hurry? Chio can move while eating, and asked while eating. We haven't figured out the use of water yet, but you actually ran in to make food. Siapura smiled, put a bite into her mouth. You're still eating with relish, aren't you? Just eating would be boring. It would be nice for the two of them to chat while eating. She looked at him meaningfully. I heard that the psychic ability can even control high-level zombies in the later stage? You can create an illusion, and let the zombies fight in the illusion. Chioken said while eating, chewing something in his mouth, and not speaking fast. You can weave an illusion? Siapura's eyes were full of envy. It was definitely the skill she wanted. So envious, so wanting. I just advanced yesterday, I haven't tried it yet. Soon, a whirlwind potato was finished. He licked his lips, and looked at the whirlwind potato in her hand with sparkling eyes. Siapura didn't notice it at all, and said to herself, when you become proficient, create a dream for me too. Chapter 239 Red Fruit. Before Chioken could say anything, the system couldn't help it. Host. Aren't you afraid that he will do something bad if he uses his supernatural power on you? Siapura raised the corner of her lips. In this world, only the stupid system would care about her safety. It's not that she believes that he won't do bad things. The strong never shrink, and they don't care about those strange little thoughts. I'm not afraid. I believe you. You're still watching me. Good systems are hard to resist beautiful women. M80 was completely controlled by her words, that she needed it. He immediately patted his chest and said, Host. Don't worry. I'm here. I will keep a close eye on him. I know you can do it. Love you, system. When no one noticed, the triumph flashed in her eyes. Women who act like spoiled children have the best life. This is true. Chioken thoughts are somewhat consistent with the system thoughts. He asked Siapura, aren't you afraid that I will hurt you? Afraid? So wait until you have learned enough before making a dream for me. Chioken was curious. What kind of dream made her both afraid and want to make? What kind of dream do you want? Make me a dream of getting rich. System, sure enough. Chioken agreed immediately. I tell you when I'm proficient. Then he changed the subject. Can this potato be bought at the B&B? It's really delicious. Siapura thought about it. And generally, as long as the food she made would be put on the food street stalls soon. So she said, it should be available now. You can go outside and have a look. By the way, so this is the effect of the spiritual spring water. She ate her potatoes slowly. The taste was just ordinary potatoes. Maybe her cooking skills were too good, and she already had the golden finger bonus. Adding spiritual spring water would be useless. That's not right. Hasn't she used the spiritual spring water to water the flowers and plants? Could it be because of the concentration of the spiritual spring water? She might have diluted it too much. Siapura immediately took the piece of land in the yard that was not spilled with tea to experiment. She dropped 1, 2, 3 drops of spiritual spring water on various seeds, gradually increasing the amount and observing their changes. The potatoes with only 1 drop of spiritual spring water grew slower than those with 10 drops. The potato seedlings with 6 drops of spiritual spring water grew out in the blink of an eye. The ones with only 1 drop of spiritual spring water took several minutes. It's amazing. If Chioken hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there was such a thing that defied common sense in the world. Siapura asked him tentatively, since the water can be used to induce labor, what are you going to do? He was from the official base. And most of the things he thought about and did were for the sake of humanity, which coincided with her purpose of coming here. If his idea was good, she would listen to him. Unexpectedly, Chioken said, the experiment is not finished yet. Let's talk about it after the experiment is finished. The two sat and continued to chat for a while. The system notified her that Chu Ling was back. So she brought Chu Ling over and asked Chioken to try it on the spot. It turned out that the spiritual spring water could not cure the zombie virus. Chu Ling was not in a position to listen to the following words. There were only 2 of them present. Chioken then stated his request and plan. The things are yours. If you don't want to hand them over to the base, I will never tell anyone else. But if you are willing to hand them over, I will do my best to gain the greatest benefit for you. It's not that Chioken doesn't care about the people. It's precisely because he only has his country and the people in his heart. That's why he can't force Siapura to hand them over. Now if their base is short of things, they can buy them from the B&B. The use of water is just to help them grow food faster. At the most, it can also reduce the number of soldiers injured. But all this is based on her willingness. Only if she is willing and she continues to trade with them, they can survive. Otherwise, even if they have the ability to rob the things. Where will their seeds come from? Can the seeds stored by the country withstand the heat? Even if they survive the natural disaster. Will the next natural disaster come? They are all smart people, and can distinguish the pros and cons. Siapura didn't know that while she was drinking a cup of tea, Chioken's mind had been turning over and over. I plan. Just as Siapura was about to say her plan, she was interrupted by M80. Host. The spiritual spring seems to have merged with the space. Ah? She was slightly stunned. Did you do that? Besides the system, who else has such great ability to reach into her space? Unfair. It's not me. Host. I don't know why it merged with the space. Now there is a river in the space. She frowned. It's really not you. Really not. This time it's really not. I swear on my future performance. Okay, it's not you, shut up. Its performance is linked to its own fortune. It actually made such a poisonous oath, it must not be it. But the space and the spiritual spring have merged. She can't take the things out directly, even if she wants to hand it in. She is powerless. Come to me for how much you want from the official. Chioken breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, we will never trouble you too much. Siapura lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. After seeing Chioken off, the whole world was quiet. She lay on the rocking chair in the yard with her head up. Looking at the branches above her head, she said to herself, why do the fruits of the big tree seem to be red? Big Tree 1, Master, the fruits on my top are ripe, you can pick them. Big Tree 2, Master, can you give me some more of that good stuff just now? Big Tree 1, I want some too. That spiritual water can make my fruit mature faster. The two big trees actually communicated. Siapura was stunned. She kept her eyes open and wondered if she had heard it wrong. The two trees said at the same time, Master, say something. Now Siapura was sure that what she heard was true. It was really two trees talking to her at the same time. She stood up, asked, why didn't you say anything just now? Big Tree 2, I don't want to talk because there are outsiders. Okay. Okay, trees are still socially anxious. Right? You finally talked to me? Siapura said to Tree 2. She asked. I know that the fruit of Tree 1 can eliminate the zombie virus in the human body. What about you? No tree paid attention to her. Hey. Hey! Are you asleep? Tree 1 has always been very cold. But Tree 2 loves to talk. He is the first tree to communicate with him. Why is he ignoring her? She took off and picked all the red fruits on the branches of Tree 1. She carried a bucket and watered the two big trees separately. She also put a lot of spiritual spring water in the water. The fruits that were still left on the branches of Tree 1 turned red again, and many small fruits continued to grow. Tree 2 also said thank you to her. Chapter 240 Car Rental. After that, no matter how she asked, Tree 2 ignored her. Tree 1, Master, my red fruits are the essence. One red fruit is more than 100 times the green fruit, you pick them all. Okay. Dear. Siapura flew into the air again, and put all the red fruits she picked into the space for safekeeping. If you had told her earlier that red fruits were so useful, why did you give her green fruits before? If Tree 1 knew what she was thinking, he would definitely keep silent. He would not say that he was afraid that the master would think he was useless and didn't want him, so he let the newly harvested fruits fall and gave them to her as food expenses. Although Tree 2 does not bear fruit on the surface, it is actually working silently for its master. It cannot fall behind. Siapura picked a lot of fruits. She put all the red fruits into the space and kept them well. She did not touch the green fruits at all. After she collected the fruits, she watered the two trees and returned to the room. The two trees talked secretly. Tree 1 asked Tree 2 why it did not tell its master that it had made so many contributions. Tree 2 told it that before it was brought back by its master, it was abused by the people in that village. So it did not like to tell others about its abilities. Only the two trees knew about the communication between them. Even M80 didn't detect it. After Siapura returned to the room, she didn't rush to rest, but went to the space first, to confirm that the spiritual spring she moved in had really merged with the space. I don't know why. Early before she noticed, the spiritual spring had quietly merged with the space. Otherwise, there are only so many places in the space. How could the spiritual spring be inexhaustible? Unless it grows in the space. After making sure that the system was not fooling her, she went to sleep peacefully. Originally, she did not plan to hand over all the spiritual springs. The fusion was just beyond her expectation and did not disrupt her plan. She woke up in the middle of the night and started to get busy again. building a large car rental company. She built a large building on the most remote open space in the east area of the B&B. This is the car rental company. As long as there is a crystal core, anyone can come here to rent or borrow a car. Or buy it out. As long as the customer can afford the crystal core. The vehicles are divided into two-wheeled motorcycles and four-wheeled mountain bikes with high chassis. They are mainly for people to use outside, not to drive in the B&B. So there are no electric vehicles. It is unreasonable to have electric vehicles in the end of the world, because zombies can catch up with them in a few steps. So she did not place any electric vehicles. Both motorcycles and four-wheeled vehicles need to burn fuel to use. The motorcycles rented out by the B&B can run for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep after filling up with fuel. And the four-wheeled vehicles can run for a whole week. Where can I find a car with such a large capacity? Her rental is not expensive. It is simply a must-have car for home travel. The points used to build the car shop are not many. She is only responsible for renting, and the rent she receives is her own. After building the car rental shop, the system kept urging her to draw a lottery. She thought that she could just draw a card. There must be employees in the store, so she drew. Juzu, the robot employee of the car rental shop. Che. We will summon cars for the residents who come to rent cars as soon as possible. So many cars can be put in the underground parking lot, but the store can't put them. If the residents calculate that an average of 4 people need 1 car, there is a demand for more than 10,000 cars. So Siepura used the form of a different space when building it. Universal car charger can be connected to cars, motorcycles, any items can be charged and plugged in for use. Unlimited supplies, essential snacks in the car, jelly, potato chips, onion rings, mints, chewing gum, shrimp strips, shrimp crackers, and individually packaged luncheon meat. Unlimited supplies, B&B business card. Quantity, 19,999. The next day, most people habitually open their personal panels at dawn. And now they have developed a habit. Anyway, life without a cell phone is so boring. Whenever they have nothing to do, they will open the panel to see if there is anything new in the B&B. On this day, the car rental company appeared, and they really ran into it. There is a big red new on the homepage. Many people know that it is a sign that the B&B has a new product. The four-wheeled car can resist the invasion of zombies of level 4 or below when going out. It has built-in air conditioning, car refrigerator, body, windows are fully reinforced. You deserve it. Some people read the slogans at home, and they were so excited after reading them that they felt like they were floating. What are you talking about? Get ready to go out. If you don't go out, you won't be back before tonight. His wife muttered. Didn't we agree to go a little further away today to try our luck? Wife, we have a car. We can drive to a place a little further away. What nonsense are you talking about? Where did the car come from? It's good to have a stutter now. Don't mess with me. No, wife, the B&B has taxi service. We can really rent us out. His wife asked, is it expensive? The man had just browsed the booking price. Not expensive. Fuel costs are paid by yourself. Car rental costs 100 points a day. What car? Let me see. His wife also clicked on the panel. After reading the introduction that the man just read out, she was also excited. His wife calmed down and thought, and made a decision. We won't go to pick up things. We just do some advanced planning tasks along the way, and then go to the store to buy some food we brought with us, and then we go home and take a look. Wife, are you serious? The oil is enough for us to go, but what about coming back? Don't we still have teleportation cards? We just happen to grab 2, 1 for each of us, which is enough. What if we find our parents when we go home? How can we use only 2 cards? His wife rolled her eyes at him. Hansy, it has been 3 years since the end of the world. He said he was going home to have a look. But he was just giving himself a heads up. They were having such a hard time living in the base. How could the self-built house in his hometown withstand the attack of zombies? Buy 2 more sets of heat-insulating and constant temperature suits, so that they can wear them if they encounter zombies. If she doesn't believe her husband, she doesn't believe in BNBS either? The introduction said that it can resist zombies of level 4 and below. Any normal person would be tempted. Many people have the same idea as this family. Usually, there are only a handful of people in the store, but now it is so crowded that the store is crowded. Everyone wanted to buy something surprisingly similar. They all went to see if the transmission business card was for sale first, and then bought some dry food that could be eaten in the car. Instant noodles, self-heating rice, ice cream and other things that could be used. The transmission business card had not been restocked for a long time, and they were just trying their luck, but they didn't expect to find it. However, there was a limit sign on the transmission business card. Each person could only buy one per week, first come first served. Chapter 241 BNB Boom. So everyone is queuing for this. No wonder so many people are queuing. The teleportation business card is anonymous. Anyone who has the teleportation business card can use it, but if someone wants to snatch it, that is absolutely impossible. The small space on the back of the card is filled with great BNB rules. Those who do not follow the rules will be blacklisted. She drew nearly 20,000 round-trip teleportation business cards. She did not put all of them in the store, only half of them. She kept the rest for herself, sold it to big customers like the base, or kept it for herself for emergency use. After buying a business card for one person, everyone had the same goal, which was to buy some ice cream, store it in the car, and eat it when they wanted to. It was a tacit knowledge that the food packaging of the BNB had black technology, so powerful that even if they bought a lot of ice cream and packed it away, the special bags for packing ice cream could ensure that the ice cream would not melt for 12 hours. Within these 12 hours, they had enough time to transfer the ice cream to the car refrigerator. On the personal page, there was no limit on the number of cars that could be booked, no matter which round they were in. This meant that the homestay had many cars, and as long as they wanted to go out, they didn't have to worry about the car problem. Some people wanted to go home, while some residents wanted to go out to do advanced planting tasks and find some things to bring back to redeem points. The car only required a deposit of a few hundred points. If the car was not used after the lease expired, the deposit would be deducted if it was found to be dirty. If it is dirty, if you clean it yourself and return it, the deposit will not be deducted. In fact, Siapuro does not want a deposit. She thinks it is useless. No matter where you are in the apocalypse, there are dangers everywhere, and scratches on the car are a small matter. If everyone wants everyone to keep the car clean and take good care of it, she can just add a shop rule that deliberately damaging the car will be blacklisted by the homestay. It doesn't matter whether there are scratches or not, as long as the car in the apocalypse can be driven, there is no need to copy some car rental rules before the apocalypse to the apocalypse. This rule is very humane from the perspective of residents. With such a store owner who cares about them, what else can they not be satisfied with? After queuing up to buy the business cards, everyone excitedly moved the battlefield to the snack shelves in the store. After a closer look, they found that many new snacks were added, which could satisfy everyone's various tastes. Everyone came in empty-handed, and bought big and small bags back. Those who didn't rent out the snacks to do tasks also bought them. If others were eating them, what would they do if they couldn't? Seeing the prosperous scene in the BNB, I was also very happy. I hope that the seeds provided by the BNB to each base can do something for their better life. Before Siapuro had time to publish the announcement, she saw that many people had placed orders for car rentals in advance on their personal dashboards. After opening a car rental agency and a maternal and child supplies store, I did not open them with the mentality of making money. Now my mentality is very simple. I live one day at a time. On the day when the car rental agency opened, most of the people in the BNB came to rent cars and drive out. Most of them drove four-wheeled vehicles, and almost no one saw motorcycles. Zombies could appear outside at any time, and only four-wheeled vehicles could give them some sense of security. Siapuro opened the Lund base panel and synchronized the newly added buildings on the BNB side. Most of the people in the Lund base also borrowed cars to do planting tasks. On the surface, everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. It was on this day that Yushiwin and Shiokin came to see her at the same time. Yushiwin did not bring the three sisters with her, and she came alone. There was no one around, so she didn't bother, and took the two to her yard to drink tea. This tea, after just one sip, Yushiwin also tasted the difference in the tea. Siapuro explained the results of her and Shiokin experiment on spiritual water yesterday in a few words. She looked at Shiokin. You came here for this today, too? Yes. Shiokin pursed his lips and said reluctantly, I'm going back soon. Siapuro was slightly surprised. So soon? Didn't you say we had to wait a few days? Shiokin said bluntly, with the spiritual water you are willing to provide, I want to go back earlier to start planting. The earlier I bring water back, the earlier everyone can have a full meal. I can give it to you, but I hope you can save some of it. Except for the first crop. I hope you can wait patiently for the seeds to germinate. Siapuro thought about it all night, and thought that the mutant plants were found near the spiritual spring water, and she felt that it was related to the spiritual spring water. She didn't want the base to rely on the spiritual spring for planting. Yushiwen, who was standing by, did not have such worries. Their base was close to the BNB, and they could come to purchase goods at any time. I promise you, I will only use it for emergency after the first crop planting. Chioken thought very simply, such good things should be used with care. By the way, Siapuro suddenly remembered the disposable artificial rainfall prop. She took it out from the space. You are all from the same base, it will be the same for everyone. Right? I don't know when the first base will come, you can buy this and use it when the temperature is the highest. It wasn't her who forced Chioken to pay. It was the central base who said that. They wanted as many disposable rainfall equipment as they could get. If it didn't work, they could just give it back to Chioken for use. Anyway, the equipment could be used nationwide, so it didn't matter who used it. Chioken didn't say anything. All the sub-bases of the central base belonged to the state. And his position as the base chief was just a position. He had nothing to say about using public money to buy public things. Yushiwen also came to her to convey some words from the central base. Chioken is also from the central base. According to his official position, even a small base like the flame base has to listen to him. Yushiwen did not avoid him, and spoke directly to him. The first central base has decided to eliminate some zombies in advance. They said they would go to find a water source and eliminate the zombies hiding in the water. And no one is allowed to go out to find water sources privately. Everyone in the base can only drink bottled water purchased by the base from the BNB. Yushiwen conveyed a lot. Siapuro didn't want to interrupt, so she just kept nodding to show that she was listening. Not drinking other water sources is the most correct approach. Most of the water resources after the end of the world are polluted. The government has long issued a statement prohibiting humans from drinking sewage from various places. Before Siapuro appeared, humans relied on water-based superpowers for drinking water. But some people on missions still took a chance and drank water that didn't seem to be polluted. Drinking polluted water will cause a slow mutation. Some teams will even use people to test whether the water in a certain place is drinkable. Chapter 242 Extremely Hot Limited Time Mission. If they can't drink the water, they will kill the people who have been infected by drinking the water and become zombies. If they can drink the water, they will protect the water source and drink it next time they go on a mission. It's hard to get an accurate answer to whether the water source is polluted or not, but now the answer is accurate. All water can't be drunk. Chioken stayed here for one night and saw the magic of 2 large buildings in the BNB overnight. He couldn't sit still. He asked her directly, forget about the office building, it doesn't have much technical content, but you can even build a car rental company? How many more surprises can you come up with? I see that every room here can be used for cooking. Could you make fresh vegetables, fruit supermarkets in the future? Siapuro thought for a while. I don't know yet, maybe in the future. This type of room comes with it at the beginning. If the system wants her to do planting and breeding, there should be related tasks, otherwise she doesn't know where to start. If she wants to grow crops, in order to ensure the diversity of ingredients, she needs a lot of vegetable seeds. If the system doesn't give them, she can't draw them by drawing. Not to mention breeding, the first step of breeding is to need piglets. It is hard for her to imagine whether the piglet she drew with the gold card will be taken directly to the kitchen to be made into a roast suckling pig and eaten directly. The 3 of them sat for a while, drinking tea one cup after another. Chioken said, I have a feeling that people from the first base will come soon. Siapuro glanced at him. What do you mean? They must also want that water, to produce the first batch of crops first. Relying on space ability users to purchase goods, running around can only barely solve the problem of hunger and fullness for the people. Once the space ability users stop and leave the BNB supply, they will have to go back to the days of starvation. The country will not allow such a thing to happen. The seeds and water in Siapuro's hand are the key to whether they can be self-sufficient. How could they not come? Come if you want. Siapuro didn't care. Anyway, they came to buy goods and send her crystal cores. Earning some food points is not enough. It depends on the quantity. And you can't make much money. If you want to make a lot of money, you have to rely on other things she can draw out. Like power panels, thermal insulation spray, constant temperature clothing, insecticide. These items are the main source of income for the BNB. By the way, recently we have to add one more item, fans. Fans are now the best-selling and most sought-after products. Every time people from the base come, They will purchase most of the supplies. There are also major official bases that are brought to the BNB by the first base for consumption. Calculating the time. It is almost time for them to come to replenish the stock next time. She was really not in a hurry. She would have to replenish her points soon. Chioken had a lot of things to bring back this time, and he couldn't borrow a space user from the flame base, so he could only carry all the things on the bus by himself. The teleportation business card can only teleport people back to the place they came from, and the borrowed space user can't go back with Chioken. This is the disadvantage of the teleportation business card. Chioken thought for the nth time why the subway is not connected to his nth base. Siepura used clean empty mineral water bottles to pack a box of 24 bottles of 500 ml spiritual water for Chioken to take back. He had to carry it in the car himself. This should be enough. Right? You have to use it sparingly. Otherwise, I won't be able to take out so much after it's all gone. Siepura cried poor at the right time. Chioken carried a box of mineral water. I will save it. Are you going back now? Siepura and Yushiwen stood up, thinking of seeing Chioken off together. Chioken smirked. How about you stay for dinner before I go back? It was just a joke. But Siepura nodded and agreed. Okay. Put your things on the floor first. I make something for us to eat. She could also change her taste by having guests stay at home for dinner. So she said, don't order something too complicated. You're in a hurry to go back. Chioken thought about it and said seriously, no. I want to eat a bowl of snail noodles before I leave. The kind with 2 pig feet. Siepura didn't expect that she would be rejected when she invited people to dinner. After she reacted, she expressed her understanding. Then I won't care about you anymore. Chioken carried the water, without turning his head, leaving only his back and waving to them. See you next time. Although he only came to the BNB for a few days this time, Chioken gained a lot. He ate hot pot, drank a large cup of iced milk tea. He ate hot pot twice. Siepura ate with him once, and he ate another meal by himself. And the milk tea, sweet but not offensive to him, the only drawback is that there are too few varieties. Siepura watched his back gradually going away, and her thoughts drifted away with him. Noticing Siepura daze, Yushiwen came over and touched her twice, and saw that she still hadn't come back to her senses, shaking her. Ah? What's wrong? Siepura thoughts came back. Yushiwen asked, what are you thinking about? She told the truth. I was thinking about how long it would take to grow food if the base didn't rely on spiritual water. The growth cycle of food seeds is there. If you want to achieve vegetable freedom, the base needs to find people to open up wasteland and expand the surrounding land into the base. They didn't have so much land left for planting before. If you want to feed tens of thousands of people in each base, opening up planting means starting from scratch. It's extremely hot, and they still have work to do. I don't know how the authorities will spare the manpower to send people to fight zombies. This is what she can't figure out. She asked Yushiwen to stay and have dinner with her. When she sent Yushiwen out the door, she told her next plan. I plan to go out for a walk outside the BNB from time to time. If you can't find me, call me. Okay. Yushiwen's eyes were full of meaning. Siepura had a hunch that Yushiwen knew what she wanted to do. But she said nothing, looking at Yushiwen's lonely back. Siepura shouted at the shadow, I will find you when I come back. Or you can bring the children to find me. It's better for the 5 of us to live a good life. Yushiwen turned around, looked around in panic, made sure there was no one, and shouted back at her. I wait for you with the kids. Siepura laughed so hard after getting a response, and her eyes followed Yushiwen, until she could no longer see her shadow. M80 felt that she had fallen out of favor. Host, can we 6 live together? Siepura joked. That's too much. You still want the 5 of us to earn money together to support you? M80 straightened his back. Host, it's my duty to support me. Please note that the limited time task has been released. Host, please click to view and complete the limited time task in time. Chapter 243 Time Limited Mission. Siepura opened the mission panel. Please prepare airdrop supplies for the first supply delivery to each base in 3 days. I prepare supplies? Siepura couldn't believe her eyes. M80 hesitated and said yes. Host, our mission is to save the world. The main system asked us to prepare a batch of survival supplies. Provide food and water to each base in the form of airdrops. She understood the reason as soon as she heard it. She said that if she relied on herself alone, how could she go to so many bases to promote the BNB at the same time? It turned out that the main system would also let her prepare supplies for people to survive. Only when more people survived could this plane be truly saved. M80 sighed, watching its host happily prepare supplies to help humans. It felt that its host was such a wonderful person. The system provided a storage bag for the supplies, just like the Qiankuan bag, which could store unlimited things in the bag. Unfortunately, it is disposable, and can only be used to carry airdrop supplies for her. Otherwise, she could carry more. Should the host add the contact information and address of the BNB in the airdrop? M80's suggestion hit her heart. After thinking for a while, she felt that it would be better not to do so. Although the BNB was promoted, there were certain risks. Telling others that there was a paradise full of supplies like her in the end times. Wouldn't it be waiting for everyone to unite and target her? She is invincible. The BNB is not afraid of their attack, but is afraid that the residents who go out to earn points will become their target of fire. No! The system does not understand human thinking. Siapuru analyzes it word by word. M80 is confused, asking her like a blank sheet of paper, "Are humans so bad?" Siapuru smiled. "Am I not a human? The host is a good human, and everyone else is a bad human. Right?" "No." Siapuru corrected. "Everything has two sides. No matter what you do, it may be wrong in the eyes of some people. We cannot change human nature. We can only speculate on bad people to the greatest extent." The stupid system still seemed to understand. There was a lot of information about humans in the database. It had only read the information about the evil hearts of people, and had never experienced it personally. Be good, you don't need to understand now. Siapuru really wanted to rub its head that had transformed into an electronic panda, but unfortunately she couldn't. Wait until I replace your physical body, and then humans will come to deceive you. Children can't empathize with things they haven't experienced personally, and some detours should be taken. Then I want to become a female panda. I want to give birth to many baby pandas for the host. Siapura packed up the supplies, and was laughed at by it until her stomach hurt. Not all mothers can give birth, silly system. Don't worry about it, leave it to me. M80 has her own stubbornness, at worst. I go find the main system again. Well, I'm used to being a beggar, one more time shouldn't be too much. The airdrop supplies prepared by Siapuru are very simple, some strategic supplies, drinking water, dried noodles, oil, salt, sugar, rice, and some medicines and trauma supplies that can be used in extreme heat. As for instant food, she won't give it to you, it's enough to be full, you still want to eat well? There should have been some canned food, etc. She planned to keep it for the next time to decide which bases to give it to. In a word, she could only feed them, but not take care of them well. As long as they were not starving to death, they would be fine. Isn't the end of the world a test for mankind? If you can only survive by relying on others, you might as well leave early. There will be the next airdrop after the first one. She only planned to give them some food to fill their stomachs. It was impossible for them to eat well. The airdrop base was not official. If the delivered items were too good, they might be deducted at various levels. Some people would take advantage of their power and influence to not distribute the supplies to everyone. This alone is not enough. Siapura asked the system, after the materials are delivered to the base. Can you monitor the base's delivery? Yes. Host. We don't deliver the materials for free. The host can set the punishment rules by himself. Siapura thought the same thing. If we can't monitor it, wouldn't it be for nothing? If she raises a group of beasts, she will be so angry that she will vomit blood. Even if she can't complete the task, she will fill it with water. But host, we can only monitor whether the base has distributed materials normally. We don't have the authority to know anything else. That's enough. She just didn't want to waste her own supplies, not to spy on others. With the system consent, she could add a small amount of spiritual spring water to the disposable mineral water bottle without opening the lid. It was spiritual spring water diluted countless times, just hoping to make a simple repair on everyone's body. The supplies she prepared were enough for 10,000 people each. Tighten your belt and eat sparingly. It can last for 5 days. As for the next batch of supplies she will release after 5 days. When preparing supplies, only the first batch of supplies needs to be carefully considered. And the rest is much easier. She has a versatile bag. The universal packing robot bag. You deserve it. Bag packed for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Fortunately, there is a space button in the RV that is directly connected to the store. So bag can pack everything in the RV. Snowflake woke up once during these 3 days, ate something and fell asleep again. AOO said it was because Snowflake was still a kitten. The energy of the crystal core was too great, and it took Snowflake a long time to digest. The 3 days are up, and it's time to do the limited time mission to drop supplies. This day happens to be the day when the highest temperature is predicted. Shioken is a good guy. He brought the supplies to the base so quickly. I guess he used artificial rainfall equipment as soon as he got back. It's foggy now. The clouds in the sky are gathering. The rain hasn't fallen yet. It's a good time to drop airdrops. Siepuro checked the airdrops in her bag. It took 3 days and 3 nights. There were a lot of them. We have the supplies. How do we deliver the airdrop? The host opens the map section, which will display all the unlit bases. She did as the system said. What then? The host can then view the base map and select a suitable delivery address to deliver the supplies. Siepuro thought about it and went to the printer and printed many copies of the words she wanted to bring to each base. Just like making flyers. She made a lot of paper slips and stuffed a lot of them into the airdrop bag. As long as you want to take out the supplies, you will definitely see the notes. It is impossible not to see them. M80 hesitated, not knowing whether to tell her or not, but finally mustered up the courage. Actually, the host. If you want to talk, you can just play the electronic sound when they open the supplies, so that everyone in the base can hear it. It was hard for Siepuro not to be angry. You only told me about this good thing now. M80 said aggrievedly. You didn't ask. She looked at the bags of notes packed and thought, forget it. It's like this anyway, so let it be. I don't care about the ones that have been packed, and I won't pack the ones that I didn't have time to pack. Chapter 244 Airdrop Distribution. All the bags were placed in the space. She clicked on the map again and randomly selected a place for the first delivery. It was still midnight. Except for some bases that were forced to follow the military bases, many people had no idea what year it was, how much time had passed, which day it was, and which time it was. Perhaps the water resources stored after the rain really made their life a little better. The scene was not as pitiful as she had imagined, although it was still a dilapidated scene. It was much better than the water-scarce apocalypse scene. The system proactively projected a screen for her, showing the optimal location for the current base to drop supplies. This was the center of the base. From a geographical point of view, it should be a central square or something like that. Next to the central square was the base's office. The gate was tightly closed, and there was a big difference between the gate and the square. This was the playground of the powerful in a normal apocalypse scene. The rich are thriving, while the survivors are struggling to survive. It is unknown whether this base will really distribute the supplies to everyone, whether they can share the supplies equally or not. She will give them to them. Before launching, she suddenly remembered that she had not asked the system what the punishment for the base would be. If they don't share the supplies, how will they be punished? M80 replied after a while. Host can teleport to the base and take our supplies back. She waited for a few seconds and confirmed that there was no follow-up, and asked again, is it that simple? Is there anything else I can do? Yes. Finally, M80 added a sentence. During the recovery of supplies, the host can use any superpower at will. Siepuro was a little excited. Like in the Shurgang base? That is the real invincibility. She has experienced it herself. The power that can destroy a base with a flip of the hand is the real invincibility. Although her superpowers are also very powerful now, they are completely incomparable to the invincible power given by the system. M80 didn't say anything, which was considered as acquiescence to her question. Siepuro didn't say anything either. She asked the system to make sure that the words on the note were heard by the entire base, and then began to deliver supplies to various places. The system showed that the current number of people in the base was about 30,000. She took 3 packages prepared for 10,000 people, and clicked to deliver. Suddenly, a dark mass came down from above the busy city center. Everyone was shocked, and looked up at the dark shadow. What is this? Is it an air raid by a mutant beast? What mutant beast is this big? Siepuro stared at the screen, and saw the 3 bags of supplies she had clicked to drop were slowly descending from the sky to the ground. She muttered in dissatisfaction. Why is it so slow? It's better to be slow. It has to be slow. It has to tell everyone in the base that everyone has a share of the supplies here, so that the base can't embezzle them. What's the use of telling them? Can the masses still resist the base? She held a box of ice cream she had found in the RV, vanilla flavor, and put it into her mouth 1 spoonful at a time, tasting it carefully in her mouth, watching and eating. It's obvious that the host has a bad history. Many activities in history were about everyone working together to overthrow the capitalists. She was eating something, and her speech was unclear, and the system didn't understand what she said. One person. One system. Continued to read on. The airdrop supplies really alarmed many people. And many people followed the falling supplies. They all ran to the place where the supplies landed, and formed a circle next to it, leaving a piece of open space to wait for the supplies to land. Those who lived in houses stood upstairs, watching the supplies land with cold eyes. And those who did not have houses, or could not see them, squeezed next to the falling things. The matter was so serious that it soon alarmed the base. Siapuro did not even pay attention to what the base was called, and only saw the staff running out first to maintain order. There was a thin man standing on the roof of the car, holding a loudspeaker and shouting to the crowd, "What are you doing here? Don't you have anything to do? Disperse. Disperse. If there is an air raid, you will all be finished." Everyone thought that what the thin man said made sense. And just as they were about to disperse, the pile of things in the air seemed to fall faster, accompanied by a cold, emotionless electronic sound. After receiving the supplies, the base must distribute the supplies equally to every citizen with a fair heart. If you have any other intentions, I will personally go to your place and teach you how to be a good person. The voice spread throughout the entire base. It was broadcast 3 times in a row, and everyone was quiet and could hear it clearly. After a moment of silence, the crowd was like French fries that were exploding in a pot, shouting excitedly, "Is it the airdrop supplies? Is it the national rescue supplies?" In the early days of the end of the world, the country also tried to use this method to deliver supplies to the masses. At that time, the order was not too chaotic, but gradually it disappeared. Seeing the airdrop again, they were all very excited. However, some people still noticed something was wrong, since it was the government that sent us the supplies. Why didn't we see any planes? With such a large amount of supplies, it should take a lot of planes to move them. Right? Why didn't I see any planes? And I didn't even hear the sound of any planes. After hearing this, a group of people also discussed. It might be some newly invented high-tech. No matter what it is, as long as we have something to eat. No one listened to what the thin man said on the roof of the car. They looked at the supplies with hope. The thin man's eyes were shining, still holding the loudspeaker in his hand and shouting to evacuate the people. It's not that he didn't hear the electronic sound. On the contrary, he remembered every word in the words in his mind, especially the 2-word supplies, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and kept echoing in his ears. Great, we can finally have something to eat. I don't know what's in the airdrop this time. Is it enough for so many of us? The first airdrop was a little rice and noodles, and a handful of noodles. Unfortunately, I didn't know how to cherish the supplies and cursed the country in my heart. There should be rice and noodles. Right? I haven't eaten rice and noodles for a long time. I almost forgot what real rice tastes like. They recalled the scene when the country distributed relief food for the first time in the early days of the end of the world. Now they know how precious the food is, and they secretly regret not cherishing it. There was a discordant voice, which was so inconspicuous in the crowd. But will the base really distribute the supplies to us? Chapter 245. Want to seize supplies? This voice was too weak, so weak that no one heard it. The excited people were still chattering about how the base would distribute things to them. The superpowers who maintained the base gathered around, and surrounded a spirited man walking in the middle. The thin man's face changed unpredictably, and he suddenly yelled at the people who were still talking around him, "Are you all crazy? I told you to disperse, but you didn't leave, and you are looking for death here. Right?" His harsh voice was full of warning, as if the crowd was so angry that he was about to take action next. But those are airdrops from the country, and anyone can get them. The people never thought that the supplies were not sent by the country. After all, at this time, they couldn't think of anyone else who would care about their lives except the country. The weak man looked around, and the crowd was so crowded that he had no idea where the voice came from. Hearing this, his face darkened a little, and he asked sternly, "Who? Who said that? The base supports you. You eat and drink from the base, and we are just taking it back now. And you still dare to have any objections? I've raised you for nothing, bah. Who said that? Stand up for me." No one answered the thin man's words. His threat worked. Thinking that even if the base was not human, they would still give them some food. Now everyone was hungry. No one dared to stand up and be the first to do so. Siapuro originally wanted to see how the people in this base would react, so she continued to watch, without cutting out the picture. Now seeing this scene, she was somewhat angry. If the base had taken less airdrop supplies as reserve food, she wouldn't have been so angry. They were so rude to everyone before the airdrop arrived. If they really got it, wouldn't they just enrich themselves? She always did things with courtesy before force. The first time, she warned first. And the next time, she would just take action. The command system said, replay the previous message 3 times. M80 obediently played the voice. And the cold electronic sound resounded throughout the base again. It was obviously a normal electronic sound, which should not carry any emotion, but the people below felt angry when they heard it. After playing it 3 times, the thin man seemed to realize that the official base for dropping supplies had not left yet. So he calmed down a lot and said nothing more. He stood on a high place and looked down. When he saw the man surrounded by the crowd, he smiled like a pug and stuck to him. Boss. Hee. Boss. We have supplies. The man surrounded by the crowd was holding a cigarette. And he didn't even look at the thin man. He was waiting for the airdrop to land like everyone else. Siepuro had already laid on the bed and didn't turn off the projection screen in front of her. She just crossed her legs and watched what they did. M80 is like a curious baby. They obviously don't want to give the supplies to the people. Why doesn't the host punish them directly? How to punish? She supported her head with her hands, wanting to see how the system wanted to punish them. M80 cautiously asked, electric shock? Electric shock is the most appropriate punishment it can think of. When being electrocuted, it is worse than death. After the shock, it will be obedient. Have you forgotten the lesson of the psychopathic couple? Tell us not to draw conclusions at will. Besides, they haven't done anything yet. If I shout and kill them at will, what's the difference between me and those who take human lives lightly? M80 was not satisfied, curling his lips. Host, don't say that about yourself. Siepuro smiled and continued to watch. When she was sure that they would not distribute the things to the people, she took action directly. Seeing the airdrops getting closer and closer to the ground, the airdrops kept getting bigger in their eyes, and the farther they got from the ground, the bigger they got. The people at the scene might think that it was only because the distance was too far before that it gradually became bigger, but Siepuro, sitting here and watching the airdrops on the screen, was constantly recovering their original size. What's going on? She asked the system. The bag is for the host to put supplies in. When the supplies are dropped into the base, they will reveal their original appearance. I thought. What did you think? I thought it was like a Chienkuan bag, taking it out bit by bit. Please, this will make her look childish. The airdrop supplies landed under the expectant eyes of everyone. There was a loud bang when they landed. The airdrop supplies, which had already attracted everyone's attention, carried the hope of survival for the survivors of the entire base. The leading man went forward to check what the airdrop supplies in the bags were. The first box he opened contained rice. He tooted and showed no emotion. He walked forward to a place farther from the first box and opened the second box, which contained noodles. He finally showed a satisfied look on his face. There were so many people at the scene, but no one made a sound until he opened the third box, which contained salt. The survivors reacted to the salt, and the crowd gradually made the sound of swallowing saliva. Salt is a kind of seasoning, and it is also something that has become increasingly precious after the end of the world. Every time a box is opened, the crowd will make different noises, and everyone is looking forward to the man called the boss giving them supplies. Siepuro feels that their hopes are doomed to fail. What kind of subordinates you have will determine what kind of leader you have. The thin man just now didn't even pretend, and dared to act like a bully in front of everyone, which must have been instructed by someone above him. Sure enough, the man in the picture checked the supplies and waved his hand. Full of greed, these things. Carry them all back to the warehouse. A man who was really overwhelmed by hunger stood up and said, Boss, these grains are distributed to us by the country. He knelt down, and everyone present knelt down, kneeling all over the base. He also prayed, hoping to ask the boss to have a little conscience and not to withhold their food. But will they get their wish? Men hate it most when people use this trick on them. I was annoyed by everyone's pleading for mercy, and his face was filled with hatred. He suddenly raised his leg and kicked the person closest to him. In front of him was just a child who was surrounded by the crowd and couldn't get out. Being kicked down by a man in his prime, he would lose half his life if he didn't die. Siepuro sighed and gave an order. Electric shock. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with kind words. Everyone present was watching. She warned him not to take possession of supplies privately. She gave him a chance. It's not like she didn't know right from wrong. A silver-purple lightning made a crackling sound. And the sound of electricity was creepy. The man hadn't realized what was wrong yet. And before he could lift his foot, the lightning as thick as his arm flashed with amazing power above his head. And it struck him directly from the top of his head. The pain quickly spread to every nerve in his body. And the unbearable pain came instantly. The man hugged his head and screamed and fell down. Chapter 246 Lightning Attack. The rest of the people were shocked, they were stunned for a moment, and immediately scattered and fled. Ah! The tragic screams came one after another, which was particularly abrupt in the extremely silent square. Siapura smiled contemptuously. He was really useless. He was so weak against electricity. He was turned into this state in just a short time. She really didn't like such a person. She felt it was unnecessary to look at him anymore. The little boy was not afraid. He didn't know where he got the courage from. He ran to the man who was electrocuted and shouted fearlessly, "Ultraman is protecting me. Brother is right. Ultraman will punish every bad guy. You are bad." The little boy had never seen Ultraman at his age, but only heard about it from his brother when he was bored. The boy's parents were so anxious in the back, seeing the eldest son being knocked down by lightning, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But now they just felt like they were struck by lightning. Siapura rolled on the bed with laughter at his words Ultraman through the screen. She was actually regarded as a savior like Ultraman. What should she do when she felt a little happy? She wanted to ask the little boy through the screen, why is it Ultraman, not Lei Feng, or Armor Hero? Zitzi. Another lightning bolt came. This time the lightning bolts fell from the sky. Dozens of them fell at the same time. It hit the people in the base who were with the boss accurately, and the people who were struck by lightning were charred and smoking. The man called the boss held his head, screaming miserably, but soon, the lightning bolt disappeared again. This time. Except for a few people who survived by chance. Most of the others died. The lightning of the system ignores the identity and physique of the psychic, and directly punishes the soul. Boom! The second lightning fell. According to the automatic identification and judgment of the system, the lightning indiscriminately launched a group attack, and electrocuted all the people in this base, who helped the base leader to do bad things. Those who did not commit the crime of death were not punished. But those who had embezzled too much and had the lives of innocent survivors on their hands would all die. Siapura turned her eyes away indifferently, not wanting to see how those people died. They were gone before they could react. And the bad guys hiding in the crowd were also chased by lightning, with lightning falling one after another. They even pulled innocent people, not knowing whether they wanted to pull someone to be buried with them, or something else. No matter what it was, Siapura would never fulfill their wish. The people who were pulled to be shields opened their eyes, and they looked at the lightning in despair, unable to break free and unavoidable. The lightning still fell, but it ignored the crowd and struck the bad guys directly, even if it was flesh to flesh. The survivors still didn't feel it. The bad guys lost their strength, and the controlled survivors took the opportunity to break free and ran away easily. All the bad guys in the base in the scene were killed, and even the boss body was carbonized by electricity. The little boy touched him lightly, and his limbs were torn into pieces. Seeing the person who just controlled their life and death turned into a piece of black charcoal, they didn't even have time to express their emotions. Siapura, the mastermind behind the scene, was very satisfied with the scene. Although she was a little bit immature, she couldn't be Ultraman, but she didn't mind being Mother of Ultra. An old man pointed at the sky tremblingly, shouting, This is a punishment from heaven." He didn't know where to kneel, so he knelt down in front of the supplies. The people around him didn't know what was going on, and they also knelt down and kowtowed to the supplies. The young people have different ideas from the older generation. And a young man stood up. "Is this a punishment from heaven? It's obviously God punishing the bad guys, otherwise why are we okay?" "Yes, you see those people are still smoking." This sentence resonated with everyone, and everyone agreed with what the young man said. After all, it was too unbelievable that lightning could pass through the body and hit the bad guys directly. How could flesh against flesh not be affected by the current? Who would believe it if they told others about it? It's not that they didn't believe in heaven. At the beginning, everyone was praying to God to let them go, but the arrival of the extreme heat made them numb. Now the punishment from heaven, it must be the punishment from heaven for these evil people who have done so many evil things. It's Ultraman, it must be Ultraman. The adults couldn't laugh, only the children's voices were clear and loud in celebration, and everyone didn't know what to do in the face of this mess. Seeing that they were still kneeling, Siapura turned on the switch to receive the sound over there. The base commander is dead, Everyone should share the supplies equally, don't take more, otherwise they will end up like you. The next natural disaster still needs everyone to face. I hope everyone lives a good life. When everyone heard it, it turned out to be the voice of a young girl. The people who knelt down tacitly put their hands together, saying, "The Bodhisattva has appeared, the Bodhisattva has appeared." Thank you, Bodhisattva. Siapuro turned off the voice transmission switch, touched her nose. How come she was given 2 names in just a short while? The lucky thing about this base is that the boss of this base came forward, otherwise she couldn't launch a group attack. There must be some people in the base who have not been punished. She can't help much. If there are powerful superpowers who want to bully the survivors, she has already ordered M80 to keep an eye on them. If they appear in this picture again, she will kill them. Superpowers are very terrifying to the survivors without superpowers. If no one helps them, even if they want to resist, they are powerless. She helped them. If they are not suppressed to the point of being powerless to fight back, they should stand up and find a way out for themselves. At this point, she simply watched everyone nominate a capable supernatural person. He decided to take out the big pot used for cooking in the base. If anyone's pot was big enough, they could take it out. Everyone ate first. It was drizzling at this time. People used a shield to cover the top of the pot in the open space to prevent the water from extinguishing the fire. Collect the rainwater, cook rice, and cook noodles. Rice and noodles were sprinkled with some salt and boiled in water. Everyone's face, wet by the rain, showed a smile. Simple food seasoned with simple salt was already very rare for them. Unlike the festive atmosphere over there, Siapuro stared at the firewood they used in a daze. Will there be extreme cold after extreme heat? We still need to store more wood, and take advantage of the extreme heat without zombies, to store more wood to deal with the next natural disaster and prevent it before it happens. There is no gas or other things for cooking now, so if you want to make a fire to eat something, you have to go back to the oldest way of making fire. Even if there is no extreme cold, you don't need to keep warm, and you won't waste wood, and you can save it for cooking. She looked at it for a while, and thought that she would let everyone adjust first, and wait for her to communicate with the central base first, and then ask everyone to pay attention to collecting wood when she airdrops supplies to everyone next time. Chapter 247: A small gift from the central base. She didn't waste much time in this base. Seeing that everyone had eaten, she switched the screen to another place to continue airdropping. The next second after she switched the screen, a small detail that she didn't notice caused a riot in this base. Someone held a paper box of noodles, pointed at the pattern on it, and asked, "What does the great pattern on it mean?" If she had taken a closer look, she would have noticed that it was the logo of the B&B, but she switched away too quickly. When people see things every day, they will subconsciously not take them seriously after seeing them too much. Siapuro was careless this time, which was the case. The elderly man picked up a cardboard box and examined it carefully. Just now, everyone was so focused on eating that no one noticed the packaging or the pattern. Could it be? Suddenly, the elder seemed to understand. Maybe the Bodhisattva wants to tell us that we must unite like grapes to grow together? Someone questioned. Then why can't you just say it directly? Wouldn't it be better to just tell us what it means? Why make us guess with a pattern? The gods have their own reasons. Maybe they can't reveal the secrets, so they left us clues. Otherwise, how can we say that making up our own minds is the most deadly? Everyone accepted this outrageous statement, because no one could come up with a better explanation, and this statement could promote unity, so everyone acquiesced to it. Siapuro had the experience of airdropping, so she wouldn't hesitate to drop supplies next time, and she would cut off the screen almost immediately after putting things down. If they encountered a disobedient base like the first one, M80 would punish them directly, making an example of a warning to the rest. The number of people in each base is different. There are large and small bases. The packages she prepared are all prepared for 10,000 people. For bases with fewer people, she calculated how long the food would last for the base, and let the system record it for them. She didn't dare to give them seeds, for fear that they would eat them as food when they were hungry. For those large bases with tens of thousands of people, she added a few more packages to deliver. This airdrop opened her eyes, and she saw the current situation of bases in the east, west, south, and north. Many small bases have only 300 to 500 people. Although their bases are small, they have their advantages. The resource allocation is not as tight as that of large bases. They have wood and water abilities, so they can just save some food and drink to get by. The small bases love each other, while the large bases fight overtly and covertly. She felt a lot. The delivery of supplies is not boring at all. It's like watching a TV show where you can be there in person. Unfortunately, the view cannot be moved, and you can only choose to deliver supplies at the best place evaluated by the system. There are benefits to not being able to see, as it won't dirty your eyes. Seeing that the mysterious person who dropped the airdrops was really doing it, everyone was afraid to make trouble, for fear that the little food in front of them would not be saved. Even at this speed, no matter how fast it is, it can't withstand the large number of bases. It took several days to complete the first batch of airdrops. When she finally had time, Joka came to the base to purchase goods again. Joka politely rang the doorbell of the courtyard. After a few visits, they were considered to be in a relationship between Party A and Party B. Every time they came to purchase goods, the space ability user would go to load the goods, and Joka would visit her politely. This time, she didn't come just to visit, but she had to ask the owner for the most important spiritual water. Siapura had just finished her work, opened the door, saw Joka holding something in her hand, and invited her in without thinking much. After bringing her in, she boiled water and poured a cup of hot tea for Joka, and said politely, "Are you here alone? Why don't you put the things in the space?" "No. The base let you bring the things." Upon hearing that it was something for her, she quietly added some spiritual spring water to Joka tea. She handed the poured tea to Joka. "Have some tea." Joka took it and drank it. After drinking it, he said foolishly, "It tastes good. It's more fragrant than the tea I drank before." Looking at Joka's defenseless look, Siapuro felt that it was a little cute. It turns out that not everyone can taste the quality of tea. Only Chioken can taste the difference between teas in one sip. "Can I open the things you brought me?" She wanted to see what the first gift she received in the end of the world was. Of course. She slowly opened it. Inside the box was a new quilt, embroidered with grapes. She looked at Joka. Joka took the initiative to say, "This is a little gift from the ants in the base. I don't know how to thank you for selling supplies in the end of the world, so I had to make this." What Joka didn't say was that the cotton was created by the Wood-type superpower user with superpowers. The cotton was made by the military wife who had experience in handcrafting. Bit by bit, even the quilt cover was embroidered by the lady with the best embroidery skills among them. He didn't say that he wanted her to accept it without any psychological pressure. The base didn't want to tie the boss down with these things. The gifts were just because they felt that there should be something to express the attitude of the base, so there is no point in saying more. Siapuro also did business tasks in the ancient plane. You can tell it's handmade at a glance. The materials and complicated craftsmanship required to make a quilt in the end time show that they really value her. Although the fineness of the various items is not as good as that of the ancient times, this is the most impressive thing for people who survive in the end times. I like it very much. Thank you all for me. She accepted the gift generously. Joka thought she would refuse, and the words she had prepared to persuade her subordinates were useless. Siapuro took out the prepared spiritual water from the space. Joka took it, with a pious face. The two chatted for a while. She opened the door and personally sent Joka out of the courtyard. "Please leave us some teleportation business cards in the future, Miss Shopkeeper." Joka stepped out of the yard, still thinking about the central base. It was not a big deal. Siapuro agreed directly. "Okay." This time, she traded 5,000 teleportation business cards with Joka. She didn't know what they wanted so many for. Anyway, if they wanted to buy, she would sell them. "Sister." A sunny and cheerful male voice reached her ears. She hadn't heard this voice for a long time. She looked in the direction of the voice. "Why are you here?" The visitors were Chihua and Shirju. They were still sunny and cheerful. It was hard to tell what they were doing. "I won't bother you anymore, Miss Owner. Goodbye." Joka left with nothing in his hands. All the spiritual water she gave him was put into his space like a treasure. He didn't even dare to put anything else into the space, for fear of polluting the water. She said goodbye to Joka politely. Goodbye. Chapter 248. Shirju team bids farewell. After watching Joka walk a distance away, she brought Shirju and Chihua into her yard. Siapuro had nothing to hide from them, and poured them tea brewed with spiritual water. "It is said that no one comes to visit me for no reason. You have never come to see me before. Is there something you are looking for this time?" Shirju is the kind of greedy boy who takes whatever is given to him, and will ask what are you eating if others don't give him anything. He will drink whatever Siapuro gives him. After drinking it all, he smacked his lips. "Good tea." He looked unsatisfied, which made Siapuro laugh. Chihua was much more serious. He drank a sip of tea and showed a look of enjoyment on his face. He was thinking about something and said it directly without beating around the bush. We are here to say goodbye. Siapura looked at their faces carefully, and after making sure they were not joking, she did not speak, waiting for him to continue. We want to go home along the way, since there are not many zombies now, and we can rent a car. If we don't go home now, we may not have a chance to go back. She rolled her eyes. So this is the reason. Most people choose to leave the B&B after opening a B&B in a car rental company for this reason. How many of you are going back? Are Chu Ling and the others going back too? Chihua said seriously. Yes, all of us in the team will act together. Shizhu added. Only the two of us came to say goodbye because of our superpowers. What's wrong with superpowers? Speaking of superpowers, she waved her hand on the tea table, and gold appeared on the table. Since we are talking about superpowers, she wanted Jinzi to hear about himself. Later, she communicated with Jinzi, and found that he knew nothing about his own abilities. He gave them the second superpower only to subconsciously repay the humans who saved him. Chihua continued, we found that the new superpower we got needs to be upgraded again. Just like our superpower level was level 5 at that time, the new superpower is the most basic level one. This time I want to go out and try my luck, see if I can improve my superpower level. It is safe here. But you cannot use your superpowers. And you cannot practice an upgrade. Siapura nodded and took a sip of tea. At that time, she just wanted to save trouble. She did not expect that not being able to use superpowers in the B&B would protect their safety and also limit their improvement. I will open the permissions when I think about it, so that we can practice superpowers in the B&B. Shizhu climbed along the pole and said bluntly, Sister, it would be better if there was a place for us to practice superpowers. We cannot practice without a place. It is okay to charge. The temperature in the B&B is always constant. And you don't need to wear a constant temperature suit. So it's more convenient to move around. It would be great if you could practice your superpowers in there. Siapura said directly, I think about it. You can tell me directly about this kind of constructive suggestions next time. After all, she is not a real superpower. And she can't empathize with superpowers. If they don't mention this kind of thing, she probably won't know it in her life. Chihua continued, let's go home and take a look. It's just a training. When we come back, we will tell you the detailed upgrade process of the second superpower. After chatting for a while, Shizhu said, please don't cancel our room. We have renewed our subscription. This was the real reason why they came to say goodbye this time. They were afraid that she would vacate their room for someone else if no one was staying there. She shook her head. As long as you have renewed your subscription, you cannot cancel the room before the expiration date. Their rooms are still the highest standard in the current B&B. And they can charge 20,000 points per room every month. She asked casually. Have you sent your business card? Sister, are you still worried about us? Shizhu's smile is very healing. Like a big golden retriever, the two of them are close together and laugh, like two huskies. They themselves are not sure when they will come back. Maybe they will come back after just a quick visit, or it may be a long time. After seeing them off, she breathed a sigh of relief, and thought she could receive the mysterious reward of the airdrop mission, but she didn't expect to receive the next mission. Limited time mission. Please airdrop animals in the current plane. Siapura. If you want a horse to run, shouldn't you hang a carrot in front of it and let it run? Why is she asked to do the next task before the reward for the previous task is paid? Originally, she was going to go back to the room and lie down for a while, but after receiving this task, she had to go to the kitchen again. It is much easier to airdrop to animals than to humans. Just separate the locations and don't let them fight for food. Chicken, duck, pork, beef, mutton, as long as it is meat that has been unlocked in the kitchen, all are classified and packed in 100 kilograms bags for easy delivery. She was fine, but Bao Bao had to work hard. The two small dots of light on Bao Bao's barrel-shaped body flashed like eyes, as if she was accusing or confused. After giving Bao Bao an order, she suddenly thought of a very important question. Animals don't store food. Starving animals should only have the most basic desire to eat. What if they are still unwilling to let go after being full? What if they are too full? M80 said weakly. So the host needs to put it in every day. Hack me. She really couldn't help it. No one has ever served me like this. The host has nothing to do every day anyway. It's quick to throw food to the animals. Just throw it and leave. It's just a matter of moving your fingers. M80 said timidly. It's okay, I will feed the animals. She just couldn't hold back for a moment, and was about to break down. It's okay now that it's raining. How can I feed them water after the rain? I can't just take a basin and give it to them. How many basins would that take? Forget it, we talk about it later. There's land everywhere. Just dig a hole to store water. It won't make you sick if you drink it even if it's not clean. She asked Bao Bao to put some spiritual spring water in the meat. Try to make every piece of meat dipped in diluted spiritual spring water, so that the meat will taste better and increase the nutritional value. Sia Pu rose stretched, prepared to go back to the room to sleep for a while. She couldn't fall asleep after lying in bed for a long time. She couldn't squeeze Bao Bao with a little robot, if she wanted to complete the task better. Bao Bao alone couldn't pack it. Open the card drawing page, thinking about trying your luck. Zhouke and Chiu can arrival represent two large bases coming to purchase goods, providing her with a lot of points, and now it's the best time to draw cards. If you are unlucky, you can only hire temporary workers to pack the animals, otherwise the food can't keep up with the speed of delivery. Store owner information. Sia Pu Ro, current great coins. 5037. Most of the supplies sold recently are water and food, and seeds. These daily necessities do not earn points. If you want to make money, you have to draw more good things produced by the system. Chapter 249. Repairing the Antarctic Glacier. She opened the card drawing page. This time she washed her hands in advance. She was confident that she could get the robot employee in one fell swoop. Even if she couldn't draw a packing robot like Bao Bao, she should at least be an all-rounder like Boo Boo. The best thing about robot employees is that they are tireless. And the robots produced by the system don't even need to be charged. They won't get hot no matter how long they are used. The capitalists all said it was good. Just as Sia Pu Ro looked forward to flipping through the cards and drawing a bunch of tissues, shower gel, floral water, cartoon soft pillow, and a unique book. The domineering president falls in love with me? Explain. Sia Pu Ro summoned MAE. The tissues and shower gels I got before were fine, but it was the first time I got a cartoon pillow, and that romance novel. Host. Don't thank me, I know your bed is too empty, and it needs something to decorate it, right? I mean the romance novel, how come I got it too? Okay, I want to see it. The domineering president sounds very domineering. Just like the domineering host bullying me, it's the same as its situation. The cards were turned over again and again. The golden cards pierced her eyes so hard that she couldn't open them. Golden card. Robot employee *50. How can a store owner have no employees? Newly obtained robot employees can be assigned jobs at will. After selecting a job, you need to install the job-related resource package. After the resource package is successfully installed, the job cannot be changed. She read out the contents on the card, word by word, and understood it bit by bit. After understanding and digesting it, she was stunned for a moment. Is she going to turn from a slave to a master? Finally, she doesn't have to suffer from drawing robots anymore. She also has loyal subordinates. Although it doesn't look as smart as Bao Bao and Boo Boo. It's enough. The most invincible one is Boo Boo. There is no need to load any resource packs. It all depends on her to work hard to explore its undiscovered functions. There were still 3,000 great coins left, and she drew out 50 robot employees. She jumped up with satisfaction. She decided to take out 6 robots to do the cleaning, and called Boo Boo back to stay by her side as a little follower. She also took out 4 robots to help Bao Bao, and they were only responsible for packing every day. The robots did not need to rest, and they packed things without sleep every day. Together with Bao Bao, a total of 5 was enough for the animals to eat every day. 10 employees were used at once, and she needed to consider other positions again. She could not use up all the employees at once, and she didn't know when she would be able to draw again next time. When she came to check the airdrops for the animals, they had already packed a large amount of meat. Seeing this, she was so excited that she immediately sent the meat to the animals. She realized her previous idea of petting the big cats online. The screen kept turning, and she realized the difficulty of the task. Before she fed a few animals, she exited the screen and stopped. She went to the kitchen and asked the employees to prepare some chopped carrots, cucumbers and cabbages. There was only one employee cutting vegetables, Kai Kai, and the workload was heavy. So she urgently used 3 employees to cut vegetables with Kai Kai. She was thinking in the wrong direction. She hadn't thought of vegetarian animals before. It's not too late to think of it now. She quickly made up for it. When she opened the screen again, she just watched it as if it were an animal world. She saw many different animals. There were many kinds of animals that needed to be fed, including the common pythons, crocodiles, sharks, whales, and vegetarian animals such as squirrels, rabbits, etc. Uncommon ones included lizards, and even some animals in Antarctica, including but not limited to little penguins. Taking the opportunity to see the animals, Siapuru also saw the changes that the extreme heat brought to Antarctica. The glaciers were actually melting. What would it be like when such a huge ice block melted? The shock was beyond words. Siapuru could only say, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. We couldn't just let the Arctic melt like this. I don't know what was frozen under the ice in Antarctica. If some prehistoric viruses were released, the consequences would definitely not be something humans could bear. Just a small zombie virus made people so anxious. If the ancient virus was released, humans would have no chance of survival. M80 noticed her mood changes and proposed a new task at the right time. Please go to Antarctica to add ice and tiles to Antarctica. She did not complain. Nor was she reluctant. She simply asked how to do it. Complete the task to be rewarded with ice-related abilities. The task reward will be issued in advance. Please go to Antarctica to repair the iceberg in time. She was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the floor. The glacier is so big, and I have to repair it bit by myself? It's not that she doesn't want to make up for it, but what she can do is too little. Besides, how can I get there? The system will teleport the host. Is the host ready? Wait a minute. She is being teleported without knowing what's going on? I have a bold idea. The airdrop to the animals has not been completed yet. She took out a robot employee, trying to see if she can let the robot employee feed the animals instead of her. It worked. A flash of joy flashed in her eyes. It actually works. Then let it place airdrops for humans and animals in the future, and she can be more relaxed. I'm ready. As soon as she finished speaking, a crack appeared in front of her, and the crack became bigger and bigger, and finally formed a door. Host, please enter the space crack, which can directly reach the South Pole. She stepped in with one leg, and entered the crack without any hindrance, and then her eyes went dark, and the crack closed. Suddenly, the wind howled, and she appeared in the sky above Antarctica. Yes, in the air. She thought that she might be on a glacier, on the ice, or even in the arms of a large creature. But she never thought that she would be in the air. Ah! Looking down, she was a little afraid of heights. It's not her fault that she has never seen the world. What normal person would not be scared if they appeared in the air without safety facilities? With a protective cover, she couldn't feel any temperature. The host will not fall down. It is in the air to better repair the glacier. It is indeed easier to repair in the air. She closed her eyes and carefully felt the ice power in her body. She took a deep breath and mobilized the power in her body. She raised her hand and pointed at the largest iceberg in the distance. The ice power gushed out from her body and outputted violently towards the melting iceberg. In an instant, the iceberg that was originally melting rapidly suddenly solidified. Not only that, the ice blocks on the iceberg flew up one after another, revolved around the iceberg, and spread to the surroundings. The glacier that was originally melting slowly was artificially reinforced. As the power was continuously released, the ice blocks solidified from the inside out like hard rocks. Chapter 250 Grilling Fish in Antarctica. After just 1 hour, the iceberg returned to its original state. Not even a crack could be found, as if it had never experienced extreme heat. Her ice ability is so powerful. She showed a smile on her face. Success, keep it up. The ability was still running. Another 2 hours later, the air around the iceberg became freezing cold because of her. She saw small animals as big as ants coming out from under her feet in the sky, as if they didn't understand why the temperature returned to normal today. Animals of all sizes came out from their own territory to play. She wanted to scream with excitement, but she held it back. It felt so good to be invincible. Seeing the animals under her feet so happy, her hard work and her ability were not in vain. Suppressing her excitement, she continued to work hard to output ice ability. The situation was not optimistic. Just repairing an iceberg took her so much time. There were still many places she needed to repair. Siapuru frowned slightly, and her expression returned to seriousness. Recycling, the ice layer on the ground also began to spread around. Like a drop of ink poured into a swimming pool, the ice power quickly spread around. I don't know how long it took. Until she felt a little tired, she stopped. Slowly exhaling, she put away her power and landed on the ground. The place where she landed happened to be the penguin's territory. Seeing her slowly landing, the cute little penguin tilted his head to look at her. She raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. The little guy who was looking around was quite cute. Mobilizing the space, pulling a basin of fish from the space and holding it in her hand. Reaching into the basin, she took out a fish that was still alive and kicking. The fish was of moderate size, about 2 or 3 pounds each. She raised the live fish in her hand, intending to seduce the little penguin with food. "Do you want to eat?" The little penguin blinked, seemingly waiting for her to feed it. She held the fish and walked towards the penguin. "If you want to eat, follow me." The penguin shook its tail, tilted its head and stared at her. "I want to eat, I won't leave." At this time, many little penguins came over, looking up at her, looking very cute and silly. Siapura squatted down and looked at the penguins. The little penguin seemed to be confused by such a look. "Fish. Fish. Eat." The little penguins surrounded her in a circle, and they looked like old men and women who went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. They drooled over the fish in her hand, but did not dare to take the initiative to grab it. They just fluttered around, waiting for her to feed them. She did not catch them, but fished one by one. The little penguins who got the fish did not leave, but devoured them on the spot. The small live fish was not enough for them. After eating, the little penguins looked at her eagerly, waiting for the soft-hearted human to feed them next time. Siapura saw the giant penguin coming from a distance, and she was a little scared. You can't just give food to other people's children. Wouldn't their parents be anxious? Thinking about this, she took out several large basins from the space, which were filled with live fish. The live fish she brought out from the space faced the extreme cold and jumped more happily than in the space. She put some ordinary water in the basin, and then put some spiritual spring water, and moved the basin further away. Seeing the big penguin and the little penguin meet up to eat the food she fed them, she didn't disturb them. She found an open space and took out the tent, and put out the bed and sofa she had packed in the space. She was so tired, so she took a short break before continuing to repair. With a system protection shield, she could sleep at any time without worrying about danger. Her abilities would not be consumed, but she needed to concentrate, just like she needed to listen carefully in class. Concentration was the most energy-consuming. The entire Arctic was so big, and she couldn't repair it all in a short time. It was a good idea to rest when she was tired. When she woke up, she found the penguins she had fed standing not far away, as if they were watching over her. Seeing that she had woken up, they came over with the remaining fish. She looked closely, and saw that they were the fish she had taken out to feed them. Was it for her? Thinking of this, she felt warm in her heart. These little penguins were really cute. She handed the fish in her hand over, and waved to them. "Come here." The penguins hesitated for a while, then slowly walked to her, raised their heads, and looked at her expectantly. "Here, I give it to you to eat." The little penguins seemed to understand, and tilted their heads to look at her for a long time, before they hesitantly reached out their hands to touch the fish she handed over. "Since you ate my fish, it's my turn to eat you." The voice of an angel, the words of a devil. The penguin screamed, and flapped its wings to fly away. Looking at the penguins fleeing in panic, Siapura laughed out loud. So cute. It's impossible to eat the food they held, but it's possible to catch fish on the spot. She took out a grill next to the tent, thickened the ice layer under her feet with her supernatural power, and then she lit the fire with confidence. According to the ice fishing method she saw on the internet, she dug a big hole in the ice. It was impossible to fish. Fishing was too troublesome, and now was not the time to cultivate her sentiments. She took out the fishing net, slowly put the fishing net into the ice water, and put a piece of meat on it. Not knowing whether fish would eat meat, she dripped a drop of spiritual spring water on the meat, hoping to attract fish. It would be nice if there were sweet shrimps. Sweet shrimps are really delicious. Unfortunately, it is impossible. Without professional equipment, how can you catch them? Fortunately, she actually caught a few fish, of different species, with strange looks. No matter what, she will catch them and taste them first. Siapura carried the fish into the tent and put them next to the stove to grill them. She cut open the belly of the fish, took out the internal organs, and threw them away. She expertly gutted the fish and cleaned it. She sprinkled seasoning on the fish and smeared it all over. The fish here are all wild. The water quality is good, and the fish are especially clean. After killing the fish, she cleaned it again and prepared to grill it. After completing these steps, she began to adjust the flame size. She didn't dare to set the flame too high, and only set a small part to avoid burning the fish. First, string the fish on an iron stick, and then put it on the stove to grill. This way, the fish can be heated evenly. The aroma of the freshly grilled fish instantly filled the entire tent, making the penguins turn around and keep getting closer. Want to eat? She picked up a grilled fish that cooled down quickly after leaving the pot. System, are they mutant animals? She would only give some human food to mutant animals, so that they would not have problems after eating, and she would indirectly harm living beings. M80, yes, you can feed them. In that case, then okay. She couldn't finish all the grilled fish anyway, there were several of them, so it wouldn't matter if she divided them up. She used a knife to divide a small fish into several pieces, so that they wouldn't fight over it, and took it to the little penguins. The little penguins didn't care about anything anymore, and just pulled it apart, then lowered their heads, and scrambled to eat. Chapter 251 Farewell to Antarctica. The little penguins kept grabbing the fish, chewing up the bones and swallowing them, as if they were afraid that they would be gone if they were a second late, and they actually fought for a grilled fish. Siapura sat aside and quietly watched them fight, watching with relish. The second fish was almost done. She tore open the skin, took a big bite of the fish meat. The fish meat was tender and delicious. The meat was smooth and juicy. It was simply delicious to eat. It is worthy of being a specialty of Antarctica. The taste of the fish meat is really great. After eating and drinking, she got up and put the tent and barbecue grill into the space, and continued to repair the glacier. So she stayed in Antarctica for half a month. Every day, she repaired the glacier except sleeping. When she was bored, she kept company with small animals and lived a secluded life. Such days were very comfortable. Ao took care of Snowflake in this space. Snowflake woke up when she was about to complete the repair of the Arctic. Snowflake's furry touch felt better after the increase of superpowers. They relied on Snowflake treasure hunting ability in Antarctica. Siapura said she wanted to eat sweet shrimps. Snowflake took her to a place. She fished out a lot of sweet shrimps without professional equipment. After soaking the sweet shrimps in spiritual spring water, one person and two cats ate them happily together, and their daily life was more peaceful than that of a B&B. No one looked for her. She only needed to pay attention to the points on the page. It was not enough to solidify the glacier with supernatural power. It seemed that if she wanted to maintain the glacier and prevent it from melting, she could only teleport every few days to continue repairing it. Human power against nature is outrageous, and it is already amazing to be able to do this. However, her original plan to drive a food truck to kill insects and zombies after the extreme heat will be in vain. She is a human, not a robot. She needs to rest and cannot run around. She thought she could lie down after the extreme heat, but she did not expect that the arrival of the extreme heat would make her the busiest person. She needs to deliver airdrops to people and animals, provide a one-time rainfall device to the central base, repair the glaciers in Antarctica, and pay attention to the development of homestays. It's been a long time since she left home, and she still misses it. What she misses the most is hot pot. Although hot pot is everywhere, everyone loves it, which shows how attractive it is. M80 asked, "Host, are you ready?" She checked again and put all the things she'd brought with her when she lived here into the space, including Snowflower and AOAO, and finally took a look at the penguins not far away, still tilting their heads to look at her. It was an unforgettable day to have their company during this period. She walked over and patted the heads of her little animal friends one by one, leaving them with a pile of fish. She also used her supernatural power to create a large ice pool on the ice, and put some spiritual spring water in it. She patted the little penguin's head and said, "I hope you are doing well. I hope you are healthy, and live a good life." The little penguins came around blankly and asked, "Human, are you leaving?" She nodded, not hiding her reluctance at all. "I am going back. I will come to see you during this period, and I will also feed you delicious fish." For some unknown reason, even the fish in the Arctic are less, and she can easily catch fish because the spiritual spring water dripping down is really effective. The big penguin and the little penguin are reluctant to leave, and they approach her and ask, "Can you still find us?" She also hugged the big penguin. "Yes, I will find you." Finally, she took a reluctant look, sighed and said, "I'm ready. Let's go back." It's not like she won't see them anymore. As long as she wants. As long as she wants, she can come. I was afraid that something would hold me back, and I couldn't come. Other than that, she would come back often to see them and play with them. The system opened the space-time rift again, stepped in, and woke up in her room in the courtyard of the homestay. She looked around blankly, always feeling so mysterious. It felt like she suddenly arrived in Antarctica, and suddenly came back. This gap made her feel inexplicably strange about this world. The system knew that this was the loneliness of the tasker, and there was no sense of belonging anywhere. M80 sighed, soothingly, "Host, take a rest." Siapura waved her hand. "It's okay, I take a rest. It's just the sequelae of the tasker." Dong. A heavy bell in the B&B indicates the time for people. The B&B will only ring twice a day, indicating the time for people. And this bell can penetrate into the residents' rooms that are completely soundproofed from the outside world. Every morning and evening. The bell rings at 9 o'clock. Most people will choose to get up and work after the first bell rings, and prepare to rest after the second bell rings. There is no night in the polar day. Ordinary survivors can only rely on this to distinguish the time. The days passed in a dull and busy life. She did things silently every day, and went to find Yu Shiwen when she was bored. Occasionally, Yu Shiwen would bring her children to drink tea and talk with her. Siapura learned a lot of little tricks for surviving in the end times from her. Finally, Yu Shiwen smiled and said, "Those were all little things I summed up before I met you. Now that I have you, life is getting better every day." Siapura looked at her face. Her heroic spirit remained, not constrained by the fact of having a child at all. After having a child, Yu Shiwen still did what she should do, and she was busy with work and social activities. She lived the life that many girls wanted. Even Siapura envied her. From an outsider's perspective, Yu Shiwen was a complete winner in life. "I thought that life would go on so peacefully and happily, but M80 report broke the peace of life. Host, the people in the stone wall base are still undisciplined. They just watched the supplies lying there without dividing them, and did not let the survivors get close. They are very smart. After being electrocuted a few times, they stopped dividing the supplies, and did not care about the survivors. They sent a lot of people to guard the supplies, and did not let anyone get close. The rule she gave was only that the supplies should be divided equally, otherwise they would be electrocuted. She did not expect that in order to prevent the survivors from eating enough, they would not want the supplies themselves." Siapura put down the tablet in her hand, and her interest in watching TV dramas was swept away. She looked down at her clothes, and saw that they were still neat. She put on a mask and said, "I'm ready. Please teleport me over." Since they didn't want to live anymore, she would send them off. M80 was puzzled. Why does the host wear a mask? I have to go out and set up a stall in the future. If someone sees me, they will inevitably make trouble. She was not afraid of people looking for trouble, but she was afraid that everyone would not look for trouble without any malicious intent, which would cause a lot of trouble. Teleporting. Please prepare the host. In the stone wall base, under the scorching sun, the survivors huddled on the concrete floor. Their bodies were thin, and their faces were covered with traces of hunger and fatigue. Everyone's eyes were empty and helpless. Their lips were cracked, and they made weak pleading sounds. Chapter 252 Stone Wall Base. Please, leader of the base, we have been hungry for several days, and we haven't even had a sip of water. A survivor said with a trembling voice. We ordinary people can also work. Give us some food and water, I can work. Another survivor said with sobs. The leader of the base looked at them expressionlessly, without any sign of being moved. Don't dream. The lackey who wore the base uniform and did this job by currying favor with the upper level, looked at the people below with a ferocious look. Don't waste any more time. Drive them away quickly. The leader of the base ordered. They were so hungry that they begged. I don't dare to ask for the supplies to be shared equally with the base. I just want a bite of food and a bite of water. Please. The man begged the leader of the base. Su Tianqing. They knew that it would only work if they begged the leader. However, when Su Tianqing heard them talking about sharing the supplies, he became even angrier. He just wanted to keep all the supplies for himself, and didn't want to share them with these ants at all. Several brothers were killed just for this matter. Since it's better not to eat, I don't know how the country can deliver supplies to them, and it can even electrocute people. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. He looked at the survivors with a bit of cruelty in his eyes. Drive them out of the base. The survivors were so scared that they ignored the hot weather, knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged, no, don't drive us out. They had nowhere to go except the base. If they were driven out of the base now, there would not even be a place to get shade outside, not to mention whether there would be anything to eat. If there is water and food outside, they are willing to go out and try their luck. In the past, someone could not stand the hunger, and ran out to find food in the sun. He only found some grass and came back. They were all very happy. thinking that even eating some grass roots would fill their stomachs. But the next day, the person who found the grass roots got sick and died before he even finished eating the grass he found. The starving survivors rushed over and ate all the grass he had found with his life. Since then, they understood that going out would lead to death, and they could not survive in the base. They knelt on the ground and dared not speak, fearing to anger the base leader again. The pleading voices gradually disappeared under the scorching sun, leaving only a desperate silence. This world has become cold and cruel, and survival has become a luxury. Ren Tianyu, who still had some humanity, was afraid that the leader would really drive the survivors out. So he stepped forward and said, "Boss, it's useless to drive them out. If the country comes to deliver supplies next time, seeing that there are so many fewer people, the supplies may be reduced." "Reduce it. Reduce it. Anyway, we can only look at it, but not eat it now. What's the difference?" Su Tianqing said angrily, looking like a broken jar. "Giving it to those ants to eat, wouldn't it be a waste of resources?" The man saw that he couldn't persuade him, and took another look at the pile of airdrop supplies next to him, and tried to change the subject again. "Then how do we deal with these things?" The pain of being able to look but not touch hurt Su Tianqing's heart. These supplies can only be his. All of them are his. Maybe the electric shock effect will disappear in a few days, and then all these supplies will be ours. They tried several times for the first batch of supplies, and finally had to divide the supplies. They thought the things sent by the country were not good, so they just divided them. After opening and dividing them, they noticed that the things inside were all hard currency in the end times. He was reluctant to divide the second batch of supplies. Su Tianqing spit into the crowd. "Bah! I don't know who made this crappy rule. It's all bullshit. It's the end of the world, and you still want everyone to be equal. And to share supplies equally? Only those who have enough food and drink would say such nonsense." Ren Tianyu thought that the matter of driving the survivors out was over, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Praising, "The boss is smart." "Of course I'm smart. Ha ha ha." After being praised, Su Tianqing felt as if the supplies were already in his pocket, and laughed up to the sky. He felt that the airdrop supplies were already in his pocket, and he did not feel guilty about occupying other people's survival supplies. Changing the subject, Su Tianqing still ordered, "Break the hands and feet of those who just spoke and throw them out." Su Tianqing cursed with contempt. "You are a worthless life, and you still want me to distribute supplies to you. Don't you think that you may have been a great gift from our base to you ants?" Everyone cried silently, and they didn't even dare to beg, but could only look at Su Tianqing with their eyes. They knew that if they spoke again, according to Su Tianqing's brutal temper, I'm afraid everyone here would suffer. Su Tianqing waved his hand impatiently, signaling them to hurry forward. Ren Tianyu took a step back. He could not beg, nor could he do anything. He could only try not to participate in things that took human lives lightly. Self-protection was the best policy. Many people rushed to curry favor with Su Tianqing. His order was immediately executed. Just as he was about to pin those people to the ground and break their limbs, the weather suddenly changed. It was originally a windless day, but suddenly a strong wind blew. Somehow, this scene reminded everyone present of the time when airdrop supplies arrived. The survivors' eyes were lit up by lightning. They saw a figure gradually emerging from the sky. Lightning surrounded the woman's body, making her surroundings transparent. The flying hair in the wind made her face, under the mask, so mysterious. She was like a goddess descending to the mortal world, with endless majesty. This was how others saw her. At this moment, Siapuro was embarrassed, and kept looking for M80 in her mind. Why give me such a grand opening? She was not originally socially anxious, but suddenly she felt so immature, and wanted to find a pile of dirt to bury her head in. Isn't it good to be awesome? So that they will remember you and thank you for your kindness. M80 didn't care, and was very proud of the special effects she made, with lightning and thunder, which was very cool. Anyone who saw it would sigh that it was a masterpiece of nature. Even its system, which was used to seeing all kinds of big scenes, praised it. Cancel it. Please. I'm here to deal with things, not to have fun. You can do whatever you want when you go back. Okay? I don't want to listen. I have to make a shining debut to be worthy of the best host. Siapuro had no choice. It was just a small matter, and there was no need to argue with the system. She had to bite the bullet and pull her toes back. Luckily, she still had a mask. As long as her face couldn't be seen, she wouldn't be embarrassed. Comforting herself, Siapuro looked at the person in the base uniform guarding the airdrop supplies with an expressionless face. Chapter 253. Two faces in front of people, and behind their backs. You, who are you? The people in the bay shouted in fear. The others picked up their weapons, and stared at Siapura warily. Siapura ignored them, and only asked a key question: why don't you give them supplies? Seeing that no one answered her, she stretched out her hand, and summoned the lightning, which struck at Su Tianqing's feet. Crackle. Sparks flew everywhere. Su Tianqing was so scared that his legs went limp, and he sat on the ground. Did the country send someone to order the base to distribute supplies to us? It must be someone from the country. Otherwise, why would someone come to manage us? The crowd guessed that she was sent by the country, and they dared to discuss it. Oh my god, so powerful. Is this a thunder or wind type psychic? Such a powerful psychic. Is there a dual type psychic? I think it's stronger than level 4 or 5. The survivors standing in the back row whispered to each other, and controlled the volume, for fear that a louder voice would attract other people's attention. Siapura said, when I ask, you have to answer. Otherwise the next thunder will hit you directly on the head. Su Tianqing was originally so arrogant. But now, he was shocked by her trick. His lips trembled. And he said after a while, it's not that we won't distribute it. It's, the weather is bad. We will distribute it later. Do you remember what you said when the airdrop supplies came down? The cold sarcasm in Siapura's tone made Su Tianqing even more scared. Not wanting to waste any more time, he ordered M80, let those who have bad intentions die. Those who don't take human life seriously, in Su Tianqing's own words, it's a waste of resources to live. Great. The host finally gave it something to do. M80 asked excitedly, do you kill all the bad guys in the base directly? Or just shock this area? Can you identify all the bad guys in the entire base? Yes, the host is here in person. There is no limit to the air projection. She said lightly, all? As soon as she finished speaking, instantly, dark clouds gathered above the entire base. If someone saw it from a distance, they would find it strange. Why is it that the sun is shining brightly all around? Only the sky above the base is dark. The dark clouds gathered, bringing a bit of coolness to the survivors, who were still kneeling on the ground and dared not move. Before they could marvel at the miracle, lightning flashed from the dark clouds, and the base was instantly thundering. Hundreds of lightning bolts responded, and fell on Su Tianqing and the people around him. Bang! Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, followed by screams, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and the shrill screams echoed over the base. The survivors in the base stared at the scene ahead in a daze. They saw that after Su Tianqing was struck to death by lightning, his body quickly turned black, and fell down in pieces like charcoal. The place where he was completely unaffected by the lightning, and remained intact. Looking around, the same was true for those who had just yelled at them. Their faces were horrible and terrifying because of the painful and twisted expressions. The lightning fell in an instant, they couldn't even struggle, and many people didn't even have the last cry of pain before they were struck into charcoal. All this happened so fast that the crowd didn't even have time to react. They didn't need to be afraid when they reacted. The mysterious woman who fell from the sky must be a powerful supernatural being sent by the country. She killed the bad guys in the base. But they were standing here without any harm. This is the best proof. Siapura noticed that a lightning bolt was about to strike a man in the base uniform, and it was about to hit his head. But it disappeared. That man was Rentanyu. He saw that his colleagues around him were all killed. But he didn't panic at all, and even felt a sense of relief. M80 briefly told Siapura why Rentanyu was not killed. Host, we detected that he did not do anything bad, and he often helped ordinary survivors to escape exploitation from the base. Siapura looked at him twice more, and said to him, I hope you will continue to keep your original intention. After that, she said to the crowd, the materials will be divided equally. If such things happen again, I will still not talk nonsense. After that, she rushed straight to the space crack above the sky. She was far away from the ground, making sure that the people on the ground would not hear her voice. Siapura collapsed and shouted, Ah! Can you please consider whether I can bear it when you are showing off? The eyes went dark, and she returned to her bed in the guest house. You are quite good at choosing places. How do you know my legs are weak? After she finished speaking, she lay back, and her head rested accurately on the pillow. It was good, and she fainted on the bed as soon as she was teleported back. M80 transformed into an electronic panda and blinked. Host, don't you like to fly high? I like you. I couldn't help but curse at it anymore. This time, M80 did not play dead, but took a small notebook and wrote down every word. When she had almost finished scolding, M80 said fearlessly. The host is awesome. Not a single word is repeated. Siapuro was too tired to scold anymore. So she left alone. 6. After dealing with the disobedient base. She did not care about the rest of the follow-up. It was not a base composed of children. So the rest should be taken care of by each of them. After that, the extremely hot days were spent simply like this. There were also bases that did not believe in evil and wanted to cause trouble. And she sent them all away with a few lightning bolts. She really couldn't understand. Why didn't a few people die? They just wouldn't behave. She had clearly delivered the supplies to them. The animals in the Arctic were better. They didn't fight for the supplies she sent over, and they generously invited her to eat with them. The animals that were airdropped were also good. Some fought for the food, but at least there was no intrigue. Originally, every time someone came to the central base, they would purchase a large amount of food. After Siapuro came back, she found that most of the things they purchased now were pesticides. After asking Joku, I learned that every team on a mission at the central base had to bring insecticides, and they would kill insect nests without hesitation. The central base wanted to go out and kill zombies during the extreme heat, but they observed a large number of insect nests, which were densely packed everywhere. The base, the jungle, the forest, the abandoned farmland, and the former human residences were everywhere. People were shocked to realize that the insects had multiplied so much without knowing it. The central base immediately organized branch bases to purchase goods, and the country mobilized a large amount of manpower and material resources. The country paid for the purchase of insecticides and carried out mosquito extermination at various private bases. In the end, before the extreme heat was over, most of the mosquitoes died. Chapter 254 Airdrop Mission Reward. M80 reported all these things to Siapuro, and she had to sigh. You could always trust the country and the country's speed. She really didn't expect that. She thought there would be a severe insect plague, but it was strangled by the country in the reproduction stage. It's true. As long as the country can spare its hands, it will not give up any survivors. 3 artificial rainfalls were launched in the extreme heat, during which the country vigorously carried out rescue. And some residents in remote villages were taken to the base. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. People had experienced long days and extreme heat for half a year. On June 6, everyone had been waiting for the long-lost moon. When the temperature dropped to 36 degrees, it was already very cool. Siapuro was inspecting the base with Yu Shiwen at Lun Base. Yu Shiwen noticed that the sky was getting darker and darker. She happily took Siapuro to the highest observation tower at Lun Base. They waited for the night to fall together, watching the sun hanging in the sky sinking little by little. The sun finally set. It was soon night. Siapuro took out 2 candied haws from the space, and gave one to Yu Shiwen. They ate the candied haws together sweetly, while looking at the sky. Yu Shiwen took off the constant temperature clothing that she was going to wear when leaving the B&B, and used her body to carefully feel that this catastrophe for all mankind had finally passed. She sighed. It's so cool. Siapuro smiled at her, and said nothing. She had a protective shield on her body, the kind that could not be taken off compulsorily, so she could not feel the changes in this plane like her. I used to think that the shield was just protection, but now I regret that I can't really participate in the happiness of the humans in this plane. The constant temperature on her body seemed to remind her that she was not from this world. And she was different from them after all. Look! The moon is out! Yu Shiwen was as happy as a little sparrow. The noisy sound attracted Siapuro's attention again. Yu Shiwen took action directly, holding her hand and counting the stars together. Look! That star is the brightest. Just like you. You are the brightest light. Those hands seemed to pull the wandering Siapuro into this world. Feeling the warmth from her hands, she smiled too. It is very bright, just like you. She looked at the moon. Yu Shiwen looked at her. Then she smiled from the bottom of her heart. The night is so beautiful tonight. The night sky was dotted with stars, in the cloudless sky, and was freely admired by the tiny humans on the ground. The 2 girls bathed in the bright moonlight. Siapuro took out a large sofa, and Yu Shiwen did not return to the room, and spent the night lying on the watchtower. The next morning, the entire Lun base was filled with joy. Siapuro returned to a small courtyard built for herself, and Yu Shiwen to stay at the Lun base occasionally, and took a shower. The extreme heat was over. And then came the sound of the reward she received for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for completing the airdrop task reward. The reward is now being issued. Is the host ready? I'm ready. Siapuro took a deep breath. Looking forward to the mysterious grand prize, that the system promised her every day. Rewards for airdrops for animals. A breeding farm area is open in the BNB area, where livestock can be raised. Rewards for airdrops for plants. A vegetable garden is open in the BNB area, where vegetables can be grown. Rewards for airdrops for humans. An orchard is open in the BNB area, where fruits can be grown. The reward sound for completing the task is so pleasant, and the reward is so generous. Why are there so many things? Siepuro was surprised and happy. No, I didn't airdrop for plants. M80 reminded, those 3 artificial rainfall devices are the best airdrop for plants. Right? Can the one-time rainfall device reward bought by the base be counted as mine? Even if the host doesn't want it. I want it. If she doesn't take advantage of it, she wouldn't be her. As if she got a reward for nothing, Siepuro said hello to Yushiwen happily, and went back to the BNB first. In order to better feel the joy of the natives of this plane, she chose to take the subway. After the extreme heat is over, the prices of BNBs will also be raised. It was agreed that the subway would be open after the extreme heat is over. When she walked to the subway entrance, the residents of Lund Base held a subway opening celebration ceremony at the subway entrance. Everyone had a smile on their face, looking forward to better days in the future. The rich people all wanted to splurge, and spent a lot of money to visit BNBs. In fact, people living on both sides are now living a much better life. The Lund Base is full of green plants, which have now grown to knee height. Only those who have experienced disasters know that there is nothing more beautiful than the green of grass. Everyone, young and old, loves plants. Everyone has earned a lot of points by planting green plants. Now ordinary people can also support themselves by planting green plants. For the people in Lund Base, the rent has been reduced, and the points they can use are increasing every day. Life is getting better day by day. When Siepuro returned to the BNB, she met Shirzu and Chihua. She was shocked. You guys? Hee sister, good morning. The two greeted her at the same time. Didn't you go out? Siepuro's eyes widened. She remembered that they had said they would go out for a while. How come they suddenly appeared here? Shirzu said with a grin, we came back a long time ago. Okay? Chihua said quickly. We returned to our previous home, and no one in the family was there. We looked around but couldn't find them. So we came back, haha. Siepuro, didn't you say you were going to upgrade your abilities? Shirzu scratched his head embarrassedly. We found that upgrading abilities outside was not as fast as eating and drinking in the BNB. So we came back. Siepuro grasped the key point. Eating and drinking in the BNB can upgrade? How is it possible? If the food she made had such a big selling point, the system might tell her. It didn't say it or hint at it. So it didn't. She left a sentence. I have something else to do. See you next time. Then she ran away. She teleported back to the BNB and found the system to call up the resident information table. As long as they had consumed in her business scope, she could see the superpower information. The resident information table was also divided into 2 areas. One was the Lund Base, and the other was the BNB. She could check the superpower level of the residents at will, and even when they were upgraded, she could see it. She first looked up the superpower level of the residents in the BNB, and found that some people who originally had no superpowers lived in the BNB and never went out, and actually awakened their superpowers without any external help. Chapter 255 Plant Summary. After a closer look, the people who originally had superpowers actually advanced. She hurriedly searched for superpower records, clicked in one by one to check, and found that they all had one thing in common, that is, they all stayed in the BNB. And the people who stayed in the Lund Base did not advance significantly. Compared to the people living in the BNB, they advanced too slowly. After the extreme heat, the residents living in the BNB had obvious superpowers that increased by 0.5 to 2 levels. The guests who were at level 1 when they first moved in now have the lowest superpower level reaching level 2. Shirzu team has the most obvious upgrade. The data shows that their team's upgrade was from level 3 when they first met, and now they have all increased to level 5. This upgrade speed is like riding a rocket. You should know that the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade, just like killing monsters in the game. It may only take 100 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and it takes 1000 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. The more experience points you need, the more zeros you need. You can imagine that their upgrade speed is already terrifying. Maybe it was partly their own fault. Before they moved into the BNB, they were also the best among the superpowers. After the extreme heat, They also worked hard to practice their superpowers. Even if she was stupid, she figured it out. The problem was probably with the plants she brought back from outside. Gold can awaken superpowers. The fruit of the first tree can cure the zombie virus. It was hard for her not to doubt the second tree she brought back. Siapuro teleported to the bottom of the two trees. Standing under the trees, and looking at their branches from below, the branches at the top of the first tree had unripe fruits, while the second tree was bare and had nothing. She often communicates with plants, and knows their characteristics well. They won't lie. As long as she asks. They either tell the truth or not. She asked Tree 2 directly, "Tell me, what is your ability?" Tree 2 had already prepared to be asked by the master. It was impossible to hide. Living together. It was only a matter of time before he was asked. Tree 2, my ability is to emit a gas that is beneficial to the human body, allowing people without superpowers in the specified area to awaken their superpowers, and those with superpowers to improve their superpowers. So strong? She was surprised. What effect does the spiritual spring water have on you? Tree 2, it stimulates my ability better, allowing the beneficial gas to spread further. Why didn't you say it before? Siapuro asked 3 questions at once. Tree 2 also answered honestly. The people in the village before are not good. It was originally a chatterbox. Before the zombie outbreak, it had just awakened its spiritual intelligence. Every day, it either listened to the gossips of the children in their 70s and 80s under its tree, or watched which boy and girl in the village went into the cornfield. But then the end of the world came. Humans had no water to drink. So they dug out its roots and sucked its blood. For plants, this is like sucking its blood. It was able to bear fruit before, but it could not bear fruit after humans sucked too much of its essence and blood. Until it came back with its master, it had not recovered the lost essence after so long. It told its master the reason. Siapuro asked sharply, "So you are so afraid of humans, and you don't believe me?" Tree 2, I don't disbelieve in the master. The master saved my life, so I belong to the master. If the master hadn't come, it was sure that it would have died in that village long ago. Either because of lack of water, or because it was sucked dry by humans. Siapuro sneered, seemingly a usual empty promise, if he really believed her. Why didn't he tell her? Thinking so in her heart, she just asked, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Tree 2, I can't bear fruit yet. Siapuro's attention was instantly focused on its fruit. What is the use of your fruit? Tree 2 did not hesitate any longer, and answered directly, my fruit can improve people's superpowers, and has the same function as the crystal core. Can it awaken superpowers? It depends on the individual's physique. For example, some people can awaken superpowers by nature, and eating my fruit will only awaken them in advance. Some people cannot awaken superpowers by nature, and eating my fruit will only quench their thirst. So the people who have awakened superpowers living in the BNB are also because they can awaken superpowers by nature, but they awaken later than most people. Combined with my previous doubts, this all makes sense. I didn't meet many people with awakened superpowers in your village before, and their superpowers didn't seem to be very strong. The juice in my rhizomes is useless. When they dug me up to replenish water, I stopped releasing gas. When did they start digging you up? They started when they were short of water. No wonder Tree 2 is afraid of people. If someone sucked her blood for so long, she would be afraid too. She could be even crazier than it. Tree 2 only massacred the village, but still had a desire to repay her as a human, so I knew it was a good tree. The tree was so old, and had seen more life than ordinary people. It might be that the plant was kind-hearted, which is why it still had good intentions towards strangers after suffering. To sum up, Siapuro pointed at Tree 1. Your fruit can purify the zombie virus. She then reached out to Tree 2. The gas you release can awaken people who could have awakened their superpowers in advance, and can help superpowers advance. There is also gold. She stretched out her hand to the gold. You can directly give people superpowers. She covered her chest with excitement, and took a few deep breaths. The 3 plants in the yard were too amazing. Any one of them would be a good thing that people would fight for. She continued to summarize. The superpower of snowflakes is treasure hunting. When she was in the Arctic, she could even feel the mutant plants on the snowy mountains. The preciousness of those plants was comparable to the life-saving spiritual herbs in the novels of cultivating immortals. She was stingy, so she took all the benefits and put them in the space. Finally, the finger pointed at Ao. So what is Ao's ability? Ao glanced at her, and ran away consciously. Siapuro said nothing more. The child had grown up, and it was understandable that he wanted freedom, and she no longer pursued the reason of Tree 2. After a conversation, she felt that she could not use human thinking to communicate with plants. There was still a difference in thinking between men and women between humans. She and plants were not even species, so it was normal to have some communication barriers. Now she liked to put the gold on the table in the yard, let it absorb the sunlight, and chat with the two trees. She had heard their conversations by chance a few times, and they were very boring and meaningless. They were actually talking about photosynthesis of plants? Maybe it was the same as when humans met and asked if they had eaten, is it? Chapter 256 Planting and Breeding. After understanding the whole story, she did not interfere with the plants anymore, letting them do whatever they wanted. If you can't do whatever you want as a plant, it's better to be a human and go to work with her. No. For others, the extreme heat may mean that they can go out to fight monsters, but for her, she has to prepare to go out to set up a stall. She still has to quickly start the 3 new projects that have just been unlocked. Siapura jumped up and went out to the newly unlocked breeding area. The 3 unlocked areas were next to each other, far away from where residents lived. Her breeding area was located between the orchard and the vegetable garden, which made it easier for the plants next to it to purify the unpleasant smell. Entering the breeding garden, it was already taking shape, and the pens had been divided. There was no living thing. Siapura understood. She understood a lot. She first drew cards and drew common meats such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks and geese. Damn the card draw. Although the card rate is okay, each card only has 1 animal. Have you ever seen a farm with only a few animals? No. She hasn't seen it either, so she held her breath and drew like crazy. It took more than 2,000 grape coins to draw the farm properly. There are 80 chickens alone. That's not right. Why are there no fish? System, what's going on? M80. Those swimming in the water have not been unlocked yet, not included in the scope of breeding. Siapura. I don't know why I'm doing this. As if I could see the confusion from her messy face, M80 said, we need to standardize our homestay. Knowing that the host has no shortage of food, we should also make use of the kitchen in our guest room. Right? Got it. The same sentence, for the people. 86 chickens, 34 ducks, 66 geese, 23 sheep, 68 cows, and the most pigs, a total of 134. It seems that the end of the world cannot escape the low price of pork. She also wants to raise a few in the space, probably a common problem of collectors. I always feel that it is best to hold things in your own hands. Take out 2 robot employees, download the Animal Husbandry Resource Package. After loading, the robot's blue eyes turn into soft green. Robot employee, please give me your orders. Master. She thought for a moment, and said, pick out 2 pairs of male and female birds for me. 2 pairs are enough, animals reproduce very quickly. Don't think that there are only 2 pairs put in, if they really grow up. She might have to take them out of her space. The robot went into the pen and grabbed the animals, and put them in front of her. She threw them into the space without even looking at them. Throw one of the robots into her space, and let it take care of the animals in the space. Where's the animal feed? Will it be drawn again? She asked this, but she had already made up her mind. If she had to draw, she might as well feed the animals with vegetables. After all, vegetables are free for animals. Host. Do you see the big warehouse on the right? See, is it for animal feed? Yes, we feed and water automatically, but the host needs to find someone to clean. Just cleaning is okay. Siapura thought about it, and decided not to use too many robots outside. Small things like cleaning can be done by hiring people. As long as you have hands and feet, are not afraid of getting dirty, and can endure hardship, you can do this job. There is also a robot left in the farm to take care of the poultry. The workers' wages will be evaluated by the system. These are not her concerns. Thinking about it, she came to the vegetable garden. It seems that we have only unlocked 3 kinds of seeds at present. Such a large vegetable garden. I think it's too big. Why do we grow so many vegetables of the same variety? Those are temperature-resistant seeds. The seeds we grow vegetables here are just ordinary seeds. The temperature here is suitable. We can simulate any growing environment. We can plant whatever the host wants to eat. Stop making big promises. I can find almost everything I want to eat in the kitchen. M80 persisted, but there is no durian. The host's favorite fruit. Siapura remembered that she hadn't eaten durian for several worlds. It must have been more than 130 years in total. She quickly changed the card drawing page to the plantation. The seeds here will be permanently unlocked once they are drawn. I thought it would be difficult to draw, but I didn't expect that I could unlock all the common green vegetables on the market by spending only 800 grape coins, which was a few less grape coins than the poultry house. She asked M80 excitedly, "Is this also automated farming?" M80 chuckled. "How can it be so good?" Siapuro's face fell, and she continued to draw. Everything she got was semi-automatic. Take rice transplanting for example. The rice transplanting machine still needs someone to assist. She couldn't possibly go deep into the fields to plant crops. She looked at the last park first. The last one left was an orchard. Like a vegetable garden, you can buy unlimited seeds as long as you unlock them. But for an orchard, fruit trees don't grow year after year. It takes time for the trees to grow. In the end, with 1,100 grape coins, she unlocked all the fruits. Some fruit varieties are not so complete, but several varieties of durian are all available. She plans to put it aside for now, and draw it when she has money. She had good luck in drawing cards today, but it is better to stop drawing cards when you are satisfied, otherwise good luck will not stay with you forever. Do we still need to recruit people to plant here? M80 was a little embarrassed. We will water it automatically. Siapuro nodded, and threw some of the unlocked vegetable seeds and fruit seeds into the space. M80 was so shocked by her host that she doubted her life. She actually treated sacks of seeds as some? She looked up the information, planted the durian seeds, and irrigated them with spiritual spring water, expecting it to grow quickly. The morning sun rose, and the entire building in the B&B was covered with a golden dress limited to the sunset, which was warm and beautiful. Everyone got up early today, and slept soundly and well after the long day. The residents waited for a very hot time, and finally saw the recruitment information panel that popped up automatically when they woke up today. Great B&B has newly opened vegetable gardens, breeding gardens, and orchards, recruiting several employees with planting and breeding experience. If you are interested, you can go to the Grape office building for an interview within the time. Below is the interview schedule for the 3 parks, which is written in great detail and is clear at a glance. M80 saw her host lying on the rocking chair with her legs crossed, resting her head on Yushiwen's legs, and eating the grapes that Yushiwen had peeled and fed to her. Chapter 257 Recruiting. Host, is it really okay for you to be so careless with your recruitment information? Siapuro spit out the grape seeds in her mouth. What's wrong with it? As long as it's practical, it's fine. Luckily, it's already Friday this week. I can't go out to set up a stall. I can only start to set up a stall for next week. She has to hurry up and complete the recruitment within these few days, so that it won't affect the stall in 2 days. Yushiwen peeled another grape. Ah. This is to ask her to open her mouth, to put it in her mouth. Siapuro opened her mouth obediently. The grapes fell into her mouth, sweet. How come you have time to come here today? Yushiwen is usually very busy, and often can't be found. Either he is on a mission here, or he has to go back to the flame base to check. I have been free recently. Yushiwen spoke, with a faint smile on his lips. Since you are free. Siapuro got up from her legs, and looked straight at her. You have met many people. Why don't you come with me to interview them? In fact, it wasn't that Yushiwen had seen many people. She just wanted to find someone to accompany her. She also had a prop for testing the maliciousness of employees. Tomorrow, she would just see if the other party had experience, and those who passed the maliciousness test would stay. How could Yushiwen not agree? Okay, all up to you. The snowflake that was originally lying on another chair to bask in the sun jumped over at some point, and landed on Siapuro in an instant. Now that you're here, don't think about leaving. Siapuro grabbed it, and pressed the snowflake on her belly, and the 3 of them basked in the sun together. Aoao in the dark corner. So, Master, your sister is an only child. Right? On the day of the interview, people surrounded the entire office building. Siapuro thought that many people would come, but she didn't think there would be so many. The crowd was so crowded that it was impossible to get through. Even so, when they saw her coming, they automatically made way for her to enter. If the owner wasn't here, why were they so crowded together? How could they block the interviewer at the door? She walked in with Yushiwen under the attention of everyone. Being watched by so many people always felt like walking on the red carpet. She was so scared that she went in, and quickly hung the employee's screening artifact she had prepared at the door. It was convenient to use when it was hung at the door. It could be used to identify people as long as they walked in. Those who come for interviews can only come in and line up if they pass through this door without making any sound. Let's have 100 people come in first. The owner spoke, and everyone wanted to find a job. So they all listened to her arrangements obediently. Yu Shiwen came over and asked, "Is what you said useful? What if they lied?" She smiled, "No. Even if they can lie, they can't get in." At this time, a small group of people have gathered at the front of the line. They took 100 people to the interview area today. She chose the first floor for the interview, which is convenient and spacious. Siapuro went in first. Yu Shiwen organized everyone to enter in batches. "You just wait outside, we will call you in, and you will go in batches of 10. Yu Shiwen was cold when he was working, and the aura he exuded could not be refuted. After she finished speaking, she turned around and went in, sitting down next to Siapuro. The interview process was very boring. They first looked through their own resumes. The store had paper and pens, and many young people came here with their own resumes. Some people had never been to college, and some had low education, and were even in junior high school. Some uncles did not bring resumes, which also increased the difficulty of the interview. However, Great B&B does not look at these when recruiting workers. It is not the end of the world. Now it emphasizes competing for jobs based on real ability. The positions that require education will not relax the requirements. And Siapura feels that there is no need to be pretentious about positions that do not require education. Siapura does not know how to interview people. And since she is recruiting people for technical work, she will take out a robot employee. From now on, you will be called Shushu, and be my secretary. This office building is your area. Siapura patted the robot employee's head after saying this. Its eyes turned from blue to green. Loading completed. Shushu faced Siapura. "Okay, master." Shushu will ask some common questions in the next interview. And finally the two of them will review and decide their interview results. "Okay, thank you for participating in today's interview. Go back and wait for the notice." After seeing off the last person in the interview, Siapura was so tired that she almost collapsed. She has tried all kinds of jobs now, and the conclusion is, the job of dealing with people is the most tiring. Tired? Yu Shiwen finished the last record and handed her the notebook. "These are the people I think are not bad, you decide on the others." Siapura took the notebook and looked at it. There were only simple names, and the serial numbers of their entry. The specific records were recorded in the electronic archive by the bookkeeper. If she doesn't remember the person, she can check and replay them one by one. "You are so nice." Siapura gave Yu Shiwen a big hug. "It's rare for you to take a break and come to work with me. We are free anyway. Let's go back and make something delicious." They walked on the way back to the courtyard. In the evening, after dinner, Siapura sent Yu Shiwen away. After her final check, she selected 100 people to stay in the vegetable garden, 30 people in the poultry house, and 80 people in the orchard. There were so many people interviewed, she chose those with solid experience, that is, older people. This also made her realize a problem, that although everyone settled down, they were all anxious. Think about it, there is no fixed income, and the only source of fixed income is planting. The income from planting is not stable, after all. Not every tree can survive. After planting trees, you can also fight zombies, collect some unwanted waste, and exchange it for points. No one knows whether the zombies will be defeated, whether they can be defeated, and whether they will be injured or infected. However, such income is too unstable. Now the accommodation price has increased again. Everyone has to pay for rent, food, water, and everything else. If she were in her place, she would also worry about survival. These things are not useful just by worrying. She thought about them for a very long time, but still couldn't think through them. In fact, to put it bluntly, there are too few jobs in the B&B, otherwise, they can completely absorb them internally, and the money can circulate. Most of the B&Bs are automated, and there is nothing she can do. Besides, B&Bs are mainly about food, and she is not confident in leaving it to someone else to manage. She lay on the bed and thought about it, and finally complained, "Teacher, you are wrong. Put aside the questions you don't know and write the ones you know first." And then I found that I didn't know any of them. There is no need to worry about things that cannot be solved today, because they will still not be solved tomorrow. It's so annoying. She sat up from the bed and sent the interview results to the selected people first. Chapter 258 Zongzi. Then a consolation notice was sent to those who were not selected. It is not easy for young people to find a stable job in life. It is the same before and after the end of the world. After the interview in the morning, the person who completed the planting task was about to go to bed at home when a pop-up window popped up in front of him. Congratulations on passing the interview. Please report to position the day after tomorrow morning, Monday. Some people slept well that night, while others could not sleep. Siapura placed a robot in each of the 3 parks. Each of them is responsible for its own area and is the superior of all new employees. All employees are assigned work by robots. Anxious about the employment of personnel, she suddenly thought of something she had never asked. System, if I complete the task and leave here, will the people here be unable to move without me? The host's task to be completed includes solving their subsequent survival problems. This covers a lot, she still can't figure it out now, and the system refused to tell her even after asking it. Siapura fell asleep in a daze. We are going to set up a stall soon. Does the host need to unlock new food? A free tindral will be given. So good? Originally, Siapura was in a bad mood and became interested. She opened the interface and drew once. She simply ignored the garbage except for the staple food card. This time, she drew a drink. Freshly squeezed watermelon juice and Zongzi? Why Zongzi? It is June now. Next week is the Dragon Boat Festival. It is just right to draw Zongzi. Wouldn't it be a good time to make Zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival? Siapura understood. It is time for the festival. The most difficult part of making Zongzi is not the making of the Zongzi or anything else, but the choice of filling. There are so many flavors of Zongzi. Zongzi is a must-eat for traditional festivals. Almost every family has a different favorite. For a while, there was even a debate on the internet about sweet and salty Zongzi. The most classic and common ones are pork belly Zongzi and alkaline Zongzi. Alkaline Zongzi is also called cold Zongzi. It is called differently in different places and eaten differently. This Zongzi is eaten cold. In her first life, it was placed in the refrigerator and eaten cold when taken out of the refrigerator. In some places, it is eaten with white sugar, and in some places, it is eaten with brown sugar liquid. She has tried both ways of eating, and each has its own merits. She still misses the icy and cool taste. She can't remember how long it has been since she last ate Zongzi. As she thought about it, she walked to the kitchen, and was excited again when she saw the ingredients for Zongzi. She first soaked a large amount of glutinous rice needed for making Zongzi, then took out the meat to marinate, and took out the Zongzi leaves and washed them clean. She didn't worry about the fillings for the Zongzi, and made all the ones she could think of. Pork belly and fresh meat dumplings, alkaline rice dumplings, chestnut rice dumplings, mushroom pork rice dumplings, salted egg yolk rice dumplings, Cantonese sausage rice dumplings, Sichuan bacon rice dumplings, Orleans chicken rice dumplings, red bean paste rice dumplings, osmanthus lotus root rice dumplings, and many more. She made all the combinations she could think of. There are many people in the B&B. They are also located in one of the first-tier cities before the end of China. People living here are from all corners of the world. If everyone can eat different rice dumplings, they will definitely be very happy. Maybe I can taste the taste of my hometown. Next week, I will choose Zongzi as the dish for the stall. There is also freshly squeezed watermelon juice. To make watermelon juice, peel the watermelon, crush the pulp, and add ice cubes to ensure the taste. The pulp is not filtered. I believe that people now prefer to drink juice with pulp. She spent almost all the time on this day making Zongzi. She made whatever new filling she thought of, because she wanted to open a Zongzi specialty store in the homestay, selling Zongzi of various flavors. Zongzi is not limited to festivals, but can be eaten whenever you want. She couldn't think of what to make, and then she realized that she had made more than 50 Zongzi of different flavors. She took photos of the Zongzi of different shapes with a tablet, and steamed them together before packaging them. She packed the Zongzi individually in vacuum bags, and wrote the fillings on the labels, and then separated the sweet and salty ones. She didn't have to worry about packaging anymore, and she stopped airdropping the base and animals after the extreme heat passed, and now she had to work hard to eat or drink. Under her passionate operation, a new store was opened in the B&B. However, this store is different from others. From the outside, it is actually themed with Zongzi leaves. There are also several strings of Zongzi hanging on the door. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell what this store does. The day the store opened was Monday, which was the Dragon Boat Festival. Many people in the B&B wanted to buy some Zongzi to eat. The Zongzi sold in the B&B are packaged and unpackaged. Most people choose to buy Zongzi that can be eaten on the spot. People with refrigerators will choose to buy cold rice dumplings, bring them home and freeze them in the refrigerator, and eat them directly when they want to eat them. When buying cold rice dumplings, A small bag of brown sugar liquid and white sugar will be given as a gift. Many people also choose to buy rice dumplings to take out to eat, which is convenient, and sugar can replenish energy. Some older uncles and aunts are not used to eating chocolate, Snickers, and other energy bars, so they take cold rice dumplings out now that they have them. On the day the rice dumplings were launched, Siapuro gave a small discount on the rice dumplings, and only 10 points were charged for the first rice dumpling purchased on the Dragon Boat Festival, and it normally takes 35 points to sell a rice dumpling on average. The Zongzi shop was packed on the opening day. It was the most popular in the BNB ever. They all went there because each person only needed 10 points for the first Zongzi. Everyone bought according to their own preferences. They found that the taste of their hometown was the best they had ever eaten after they bought it back. In addition, the food sold in the BNB was the most delicious they had ever eaten. The Zongzi shop was so popular for 3 whole days. Even after the Dragon Boat Festival, many people still came to buy Zongzi. When Siapuro saw the picture of everyone rushing to buy Zongzi shown to her by M80, she was already sitting in the RV, on the way to set up a stall. Host, where are we going to set up the stall today? Let's go to the Coke base. When she was choosing which base to go to, she saw the Coke base on the map. She thought the name was interesting. Now she was going to that base. From the name, she imagined that this base should be related to young people. The 2 words "ke" and "le" sounded quite loving when separated. She had a hunch that the people in this base were good, and they probably weren't the worst. The RV drove along, and she took a nap, and they were almost there. The location of this base is quite remote, actually in the forest. According to conventional thinking, there should be no buildings in the forest before the end of the world, and no large buildings would be built in the forest. Unless some rural self-built houses are built in such places to occupy them privately, otherwise, she couldn't imagine how there could be buildings in the forest. Chapter 259 Coke Base. The RV drove automatically according to the navigation, and finally passed through the forest and drove to a cave halfway up the mountain. Siapuro was dumbfounded. Is this navigation wrong? Wasn't she navigating to the base? Who would build a base in a cave halfway up the mountain? She stopped the car and put it in the space, planning to go in and take a look. Just as she was mumbling to M80 about how strange this place was, she hadn't walked a few steps when 2 men and 2 women came out of the cave. Seeing her, he actually raised his hand and greeted her enthusiastically. Have you eaten? Siapuro suddenly wondered if she had traveled to another world, and replied with a wry smile, not yet. She really hadn't eaten. She had planned to eat something while waiting for customers when she got there. The 2 girls greeted her enthusiastically. She had forgotten what year it was. Milian and Maya came over, and found that she had recognized the wrong person when she got closer. She apologized. Sorry, I'm short-sighted. I saw you over there just now, and thought you were from our base. Ah. No. No. Siapuro waved her hands. Is this really a base? She asked. Coke base? Maya said enthusiastically. Well, is this your first time here? Do you want to go in and have something to eat? Siapuro was stunned. Ah? Hasn't it been more than 3 years since the end of the world? You have something to eat just after the extreme heat? Green water and green mountains are gold and silver mountains. We live on the mountain. There is definitely no real food. But if you want to eat some tender green leaves, we have enough. Eat. Green leaves? Siapuro spoke with uncertainty, even wondering if she had heard it wrong. Yes. Isn't this full of green leaves? It's okay to eat 2 meals. Seeing that Siapuro didn't believe them, Milian stepped forward and explained to her, don't be afraid. Sister, we are all good people. Siapuro didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was not afraid, but she was a little confused about the situation. Maya looked at Siapuro and couldn't hide her happiness when she saw her outfit. Sister, you look quite neatly dressed. Is life outside getting better now? How did you find this place? Siapuro looked down at her outfit today. She was wearing a comfortable set of gray sportswear. She wore it last time when digging and planting in the yard. It was not clean even after hand washing. There were still some traces of yellow soil, which made the clothes look a bit old. She thought the clothes were very comfortable to wear, so she didn't throw them away. It was just a dirty spot. It should be fine after washing it a few more times. She shouldn't have been so impulsive and wasted time washing clothes in the extreme heat. If you put it in the washing machine, the dirt on the clothes will definitely be cleaned. Outdoor days? She did not answer, but asked, have you not been out for a long time? Why do you say outdoor days? It's true that I haven't been out for a long time. The high temperature has just passed. We plan to move around nearby first. If the temperature suddenly rises, it will be convenient to run back. After a few words, the three girls introduced themselves to each other, and Siapuro also distinguished them. The one with double braids is Milian, and the one with a bun is Maya. The clothes they are wearing should have been worn for several years. They are not dirty. They look like fashionable students before the end of the world. The two girls were easy to identify, and Siapuro remembered them immediately. The two boys behind her saw that they were almost done talking, and shouted at the place where Maya and the others had just walked over, "Can we come over?" This didn't seem to be a question to Maya and Milian, because they were also looking at her. Siapuro nodded, "Okay. Don't ask why I'm not alert. But I know I have the strength." The two boys came running over, and when they saw her, they first looked behind her, and then returned their gaze to her. One of the boys thought for a long time, and didn't know what to call him so as not to offend him. After thinking it over, he asked, "Comrade, are you alone?" Siapuro lied, "No, I'm pregnant." The four people's faces changed. Milian subconsciously wanted to touch her belly to see if it was true, but was stopped by Maya. Maya shook her head at Milian and reminded her, "This is the end of the world." "Sorry." Milian immediately came up with a big idea. Combined with the fact that Siapuro was alone and didn't have anything on her, she made a bold conclusion. "So you were abandoned by your husband and thrown to us?" Maya agreed with her, and shared the same hatred with her. "It must be so. Don't be afraid. Sister, if you have nowhere to go, come to us. Our base is full of young people. Don't be afraid of giving birth. We have many girls, some of whom are studying nursing, and some are studying obstetrics. If you give birth here, we can help you. Yes, although we don't have much medical equipment. It's better than you surviving in the wilderness." The two boys were afraid of scaring her by talking, so they stood aside and looked around to prevent a zombie from running out. Siapuro opened her mouth to explain, but was interrupted by the roar of a zombie above her head. "Something's happening." The two boys became alert. "Go in quickly," the girls said to her. "Escape is the most important thing." They carried her body on the left and right, and ran into the cave. Siapuro felt it was quite novel. She did not resist, and let the two girls hold her hands. Her feet were also walking subconsciously. I don't know why they wanted to carry her away. Were they trying to kidnap her or rape her? The answer is in the cave in front of us. You will know after you go in. Soon the five of them returned to the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, she found that there were two people hiding well inside the cave entrance. They should be guarding the entrance. One of the boys who came back with them said, "Quickly block the entrance." The two people guarding the door seemed to have cooperated countless times. One was building the outermost earth wall, and the other used the gold power to build a metal door after the earth wall was built. She wanted to say something, but suddenly a soft firelight lit up in the dark cave. Maya asked, "Did you leave the vent open?" "Yes, I left it open. You ask me every time. Are we that stupid? Besides, aren't there other vents? Just light the fire boldly. You won't die." Through the firelight, she saw the furnishings in the cave. There was some straw on the ground, which should be used to divide the beds. A mattress was spread on the straw. There were piles of books next to the beds, pens without ink, and paper that had been used until there was no space. This cave was smaller than Dahu's cave, but it was definitely big enough for humans to live in. The beds were laid along the wall, and in the center of the cave were kitchen utensils. Next to the kitchen utensils was Maya squatting beside them, cooking something. Chapter 260 Medical Student. She couldn't see deeper. It was dark inside. She couldn't see clearly. There was only one place in the cave that was illuminated by fire, probably because they didn't dare to light more fires, fearing that it would consume more oxygen. Siapuro didn't notice that. The girls who sensed the arrival of new people in the dark were excited. She ordered the system. "Check, is there anything strange in this cave?" She received a reply in just a few seconds. "Host, everything is normal here. There are only some things similar to Chinese medicine planted deep inside, and some plants, but nothing else." "Huh? You brought someone back?" The two people who checked the vent seemed very surprised. Siapuro wanted to say something. Milian took over the conversation. "Yes, it's a pregnant woman." Looking at her belly, she should have just gotten pregnant. Elvia waved her hand and called her over. "New sister, come here quickly. You shouldn't have eaten anything." "Right. This is the wild vegetable we picked. You should eat some first to fill your stomach. It's not good for pregnant women to be hungry. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Their enthusiasm was terrifying. She walked over as if she had walked into the Ponzi cave. The place shown on the map as the coke base was mostly filled with girls. Along the way, only the 4 people who had just left and guarded the gate were boys. This ratio of men to women was the highest she had ever seen. Siapuro took the bowl of boiled vegetable soup. Don't be fooled by the watery soup. You will find that there is no oil or salt after taking a bite. The calmness on the surface was exchanged for M80 fury while covering his ears. Host, there is really nothing in it. I have checked it 3 times. She held a bowl of boiled vegetables. She didn't have any desire to eat them. But they are really weird. The cave is fine. And the food for her is fine. 2. The combination of the 2 fine things plus the apocalypse background is the biggest problem. Does the host want to ask about it in a tactful way? How tactful? Just hint at it. Oh! Siapuro seemed to understand. And responded obediently. Siapuro, who seemed to be well behaved, held the bowl. And her profile did not look like a pregnant woman under the soft light of the candle. Hello? Why are you so enthusiastic? Do you have any purpose? Host. Be tactful. The strong don't need to be tactful, only the weak need to be cautious. Believe that sincerity must be the ultimate skill of the strong. She observed the reactions of the people around her. Even M80 paid attention to the body movements of everyone present. The 40 or 50 people around her laughed out loud, and the voices of girls from all directions rang out in the cave. You think too much, little sister. We just haven't been out for too long, and we are so suffocated. That's right. We've been holding it in for a very hot time. We're almost like primitive people. It's rare to see a new face. We just want to hear you talk about the changes outside. Maya also smiled and explained, before the end of the world. We were college students at a nearby medical school. Later, when the situation stabilized, we moved to the cave together to live. Milian didn't say anything when she saw that she didn't want to eat the wild vegetable soup. She reached out and took the bowl from her hand. She explained, so don't worry. If you are willing to stay here, we can also deliver your baby. Although we are just students, we have read all the books in and out of class during the past 2 years. It shouldn't be a problem for me to deliver your baby. Siapuro was skeptical. You are the only ones left in your school who have transferred here? Or, there is no way a university can have only 1 or 2,000 people. There are less than 100 people left as she saw in front of her. That's too tragic. Before she could think about it, Maya explained again. Some people hid in other places or in the base. We all know each other. Those whose homes are far from the school hid here together. A group of us set up a coke base here. A total of 146 people, and some people went out to the forest to find food. When Siapuro heard this, she half believed it. This is indeed what college students would do. Just like Shirju and the others, they are a little reasonable in their absurdity. They are definitely college students. System, can you find out their ability level? No. Host, you have to exchange crystal cores within the business scope to know the other party's ability. In the dark, a girl lying on her bed sat up. Sister, do you have anything else to ask? Can you ask more? Your voice is so nice. I haven't heard anyone speak except us for a long time. Other people also echoed, yes. Yes, I haven't heard anyone's voice for a long time. Ask whatever you want to ask, we can answer you. Siapuro actually asked, I want to ask. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? Maya smiled and said, what if I'm a bad guy? You're alone, and you penetrated deep into our base. With so many of us, we can't be defeated by you alone. If all of us can't beat you, I'd rather be killed by you and reincarnate earlier. I don't want to live any longer. I used to go to bed early every day, but now it's the end of the world, and I'm only with books. Life is not fun anymore. Okay, Siapuro was sure now. This person must be a college student. This person is on the verge of collapse, and can go crazy at any time. He must be a college student or a worker. But there are so few boys here? She tried to look around again. There were really few boys. Our school has an imbalanced ratio of men to women. Most of the boys have gone out to look for food. The 2 men they met outside also said, we were planning to go out. Siapuro was like a curious baby, and continued to ask, aren't you afraid of zombies? We just encountered zombies. If we encounter them, we will have to go out anyway. A female voice came from somewhere in the cave, and her tone was full of indifference. She suddenly wondered if they had been isolated for too long and had psychological problems, since the other party was honest with her and treated her to food. Siap-Pu-Ro did not hide it, and found an empty place to transform it into a dining car. The zombies outside had not left yet, and were scratching at the door. No one noticed that the moment she took out the RV. The zombies outside suddenly changed direction and stopped guarding the door. Wow! What a cool car! Are you a space power user? So cool. Sister, I really envy your boyfriend. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for you. Why doesn't your boyfriend care about you? This is too much. I will give you a home in the future. Being called sister all the time. Siap-Pu-Ro felt a little flattered. It turns out that she didn't dislike green tea, but she hated that the green tea's target was not her. Now she felt the feeling of being surrounded by green tea. This feeling. Blood boiling. Chapter 261, Honeysuckle for Points. If she had paid attention, she would have found that those boys, due to the gender difference, who were not familiar with her, wanted to say something naughty but couldn't, and their faces turned red. I'm not pregnant. I just said I was pregnant. She took a step back and opened the car door. I came out to set up a stall, selling rice dumplings today. The car door was opened, followed by a gust of cool wind, as if the air conditioner was turned on, and it was refreshing. In theory, they lived in a cave, surrounded by stone walls, which was the best natural place to cool off. However, in order to resist zombies, they only left ventilation holes, and they dared not light too many fires, fearing that there would not be enough oxygen in the cave. It was still a bit stuffy with so many people staying together without ventilation. The moment the car door opened, they could breathe freely. Just let me marry my sister. Even if I am her concubine, I will be the first wife. No, I will be the first wife, and you will be the concubine. Stop acting. You too. Or you scare people away. No. We seem to have missed the point. The point should be, there are rice dumplings. The chattering girls finally reacted and formed a circle around Siap-Pu-Ro. Maya was straightforward and got to the point and asked directly, what do we use to buy it? You can buy it by exchanging crystal cores for points. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Each person's first rice dumpling is 10 points. Siap-Pu-Ro said as she returned to the RV and took out the long-lost blackboard, which listed the exchange rules and the ratio of crystal cores to points. Once the blackboard was lit, everyone gathered around to watch. The cave was not bright enough with only a few sparks. And with everyone gathering around, it became even darker, and nothing could be seen clearly. Siap-Pu-Ro shouted to the two men guarding the gate, brother, the zombies outside should have left. How about we open the door and talk to each other? From the noise, they should have left. Should we open the door? The male gold-type supernatural person asked for everyone's opinions. They have lived together for a long time, and they respect the girls they live with more. They are all high-quality people, and it is easy to communicate. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to get along for so long and still be at peace. The girls still had concerns. Why don't we eat carefully? What if the zombies come back? With me here, the zombies won't come. Siap-Pu-Ro felt that it was her duty to let consumers feel at ease when they consume, and she didn't hide it at the moment. Did you notice that my car was like an air conditioner after it was taken out? The girls were guided by her, and their heads nodded like rattles. She raised her head slightly, and her face was full of conviction under the light of the fire. So I have black technology, and the zombies will definitely not come over. Maybe it was because she had a friendly aura. Everyone believed her easily. The girls hesitated. Why don't we open the door and eat something first? At worst, we can run back when the zombies come. Yes, anyway. We have 3 psychic abilities here. It's no problem to hold back the zombies for a while. Just open the door. The girl said so, and the 2 boys guarding the door had no objection, and walked to the cave entrance and took back their abilities. However, they were still very cautious. They only opened a small hole, which was enough for one person to pass through. One of them went out to explore the surroundings and confirmed that there were no zombies outside before retracting all the supernatural powers. Siap-Pu-Ro took the initiative to put the RV back into the space, and then took the car out outside the door. The people in the cave gathered around to check the small blackboard. This time, they could see the words on the blackboard clearly. Siap-Pu-Ro walked to the open space next to her and waved her hand, and took out the set of tables and chairs that had been arranged. Since there was space to place tables and chairs, she added a few more sets, making a total of 10 sets. Others were so angry that their eyes were red with anger. Sister, you are really well equipped. You are a professional. They still didn't believe that someone could sell rice dumplings in the end times. But now seeing her professional look, they believed it. Siapura smiled, but didn't answer. The girls were struggling with the question of how to address her at this time. What should we call you? Is it better to call me sister or boss? Call me owner. She was putting items out in the RV, and she didn't even raise her eyelids when she heard it. Okay, owner. I tell you straight. We don't have crystal cores. The girl looked embarrassed, but she had to bite the bullet and said it. Maya was pulled aside, and no one knew what she was saying. She must have understood the whole story. She came over and said, the members of our base who went out to forage took away all the crystal cores. They wanted to go to a nearby base to see if they could exchange some seasonings. So we don't have crystal cores now. Can we exchange something else? It is normal to barter in the end times. Before the crystal core was discovered, people in the end times traded by bartering. It is definitely not that they want to eat a free meal. Siapura pointed to the points exchanger that had just been put out. Sure, you can exchange anything valuable. The points exchanger on the RV was upgraded to a high-level exchanger, just like the one in the BNB. Several girls gathered in a small group, whispering something, and turned back to the cave to pull out a few green plants. Siapura didn't know much about plants, but she could tell that it was just an ordinary plant, not a mutant. This is an unmutated honeysuckle, a Chinese medicinal herb. The girl holding it had dirt on her hands. Siapura observed her expression, and felt that she seemed reluctant to part with the plant in her hand. She was very confused. Since it was an ordinary Chinese medicinal herb that had not mutated, why was she reluctant to part with it? The gold that was displayed showed the girl reluctance. Master, the honeysuckle bud in her arms is intact. And it is so big. If it is classified by grade, it is very precious. Siapura was confused. And Jinzi didn't care whether it could understand or not, and continued to explain. Honeysuckle likes the sun and is cold resistant. It is also drought resistant and water resistant, and has strong adaptability. Without excessive exploitation by humans, it grows so well in extremely hot environments. If I were a doctor, I would not want to give it up. After breaking the gold into pieces and telling her, she understood. These girls are studying medicine. They probably don't want to exchange the well-grown medicinal herbs for points. They are medical students. They cherish the medicinal herbs, and will not destroy the growth environment of the plants at will. It is really a smart decision to build the coke base here. After avoiding the extreme heat, there is a natural water reservoir in the cave, which can ensure that the water will not evaporate. As for whether the water is clean or not, I don't know. After seeing so many bases, she always feels that there are too many people in the base. The competitive atmosphere is very strong, and the resources are not evenly distributed. It is better to be comfortable in such a small base. Chapter 262 Chinese medicinal herbs are very valuable. I have to admire the imagination of college students. Otherwise, according to their easy-to-deceive nature, if they go to other private bases, they will not only feel uncomfortable, but also lose a lot of skin. The girl with the honeysuckle urged the girl holding the honeysuckle, try it quickly, see if you can exchange it for points. The girl was worried that the plants with soil would dirty the machine, so she did not put it down in a hurry, but first asked Siapura for her opinion. How about taking something to cushion it? Don't make it dirty. Siapura shook her head. No, it can clean itself automatically. Hearing this, the girl put it on directly. Personal information. Jean Yin, female, 3rd level with type mutant. The points that can be exchanged this time. 80. Please confirm whether to exchange. A blue light screen appeared in front of Jean Yin. She was very excited. A zongzi normally sells for 35 points. 80 points is a lot. It can eat 2 zongzi. Confirm. Confirm. Jean Yin shouted loudly, scare the people around who were not prepared. Siapura reminded helplessly, it's okay if you don't say it. Jean Yin heart and eyes were full of points at this moment, and she replied casually, okay. A line of words appeared in front of her, points exchanged successfully. The screen jumped to her personal page, she took a look, and sure enough, there was a balance of 80 points. Siapura was also happy for them. She was also communicating with M80. It turns out that plants that have not mutated are so valuable. You should know that mutated plants also have crystal cores, and the 1st level crystal core can also be exchanged for 100 points. This honeysuckle can be exchanged for 80 points. She, the shop owner, is really impressed. M80, The honeysuckle is indeed good. The value of Chinese medicinal herbs cannot be compared with that of ordinary herbs. If I exchange it for a herb with better medicinal value, is it possible to get more points? M80, of course. She wanted to ask how many points she could get at most, but the beeping sound of the heating in the RV sounded, so she had to take out the heated rice dumplings first. Siapura asked Jean Yin, "What flavor of zongzi do you want?" Take a look at the blackboard of today's meal. She didn't want to rush to sell zongzi, so she only brought 3 popular flavors of zongzi: pork belly zongzi, alkaline zongzi, and mushroom zongzi. Jean Yin made up her mind at the first sight. "I want a mushroom zongzi, and an alkaline zongzi, thank you." It's not that she doesn't like pork belly, but mushroom zongzi is the absolute classic for her. She had been eating this mushroom and meat zongzi since she was a child. When she was young, she had to help adults make zongzi together. The mung beans in the zongzi were the most delicious. Every time she made zongzi, she would secretly put more mung beans that she loved to eat. Mushroom and meat zongzi are more expensive. Even if it is the first zongzi, it is 10 points. With the alkaline zongzi, it is a total of 30 points. A line of words popped up in front of Jean Yin. She quickly read it silently to confirm the payment. "Here you go." After the payment was completed, Siapura handed Jean Yin a plate. On the plate were the zongzi she ordered. "Take the chopsticks here yourself." Thinking that it is easy to dirty your hands when untying the leaves, it is not convenient to let the robot staff do it. It is better for her to put out water for everyone to wash their hands. Thinking of this, she ignored the guests who were still queuing behind her, pulled a water pipe from the RV, put the pipe head in a bucket and greeted everyone. "If you want to wash your hands, wash them here." She stretched out her slender white hand and tried it with boiling water to confirm that it could flow. The lady next to her felt that it was a bit wasteful. Such clean water, wouldn't it be a pity to use it to wash your hands? It's cleaner than what we drink. They drank water from a natural reservoir in the cave. After a simple filtration process, there was nothing wrong with it, but it had a strange smell. Later, they boiled some dehumidifying herbs and drank the water, and the strange smell disappeared. "It's not a waste. We use this water to wash our hands," Siapura said casually. Water resources are invaluable to others, but to her, it is just a daily resource that is readily available. Jean Yin and the others were slightly surprised. Although the shop owner didn't care about this little water, they still felt it was a luxury when washing their hands. Since the end of the world, they didn't seem to be so extravagant. "Right?" Siapura grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "If you need water, you can buy it from me. 1 point for 1 bottle of water. It is absolutely safe and pollution-free. I want 2 bottles first, and I buy more after I finish eating." Siapura pointed to the location of the mineral water. "Just take it yourself." After washing her hands, Jean Yin hurried back to the table where she had temporarily placed the zongzi with 2 bottles of water, and then began to unwrap the mushroom and meat zongzi impatiently. As soon as she approached the zongzi, she smelled the fragrance of the zongzi leaves. Jean Yin eyes lit up. Yes, that was the smell. Her memory was immediately drawn back to the scene of her and her family wrapping zongzi together when she was a child. The rope that tied the zongzi had been cut, and she carefully opened the tightly wrapped zongzi leaves. Hiss. Huh? It's so hot. She was burned after carefully unpacking 2 leaves. However, the fragrance of the zongzi was also released. She didn't care about the heat and unpacked the remaining leaves. Because the outer layer of glutinous rice was in contact with the zongzi leaves, its surface also had a layer of light green. The strong fragrance of the meat zongzi and the fresh fragrance of the zongzi leaves were perfectly blended at this moment and reached their peak. Looking at the glutinous zongzi, Jean Yin's appetite was opened. She quickly took a pair of chopsticks and started eating the zongzi from the corners. The zongzi was tied with ropes in many layers, about 6 or 7 times, and she was used to eating from the edge. She couldn't bear to finish it all at once, so she ate it in small bites. It was only when she ate the 3rd bite that she found the filling of the zongzi. The outside was white glutinous rice, soft, sticky and fragrant. After opening it, it was full of mung beans and mushrooms. The meaty aroma of the pork belly had penetrated into the mung beans and mushrooms after being steamed at high temperature for a long time. She carefully picked up a piece, blew it on her lips, and then put it in her mouth to taste it. The zongzi was still a little hot when she put it in her mouth, and she almost cried. However, as long as she could taste the familiar taste, this little problem was not a big deal. Jean Yin chewed slowly, savoring it slowly, and her eyes became wider and wider. What's wrong? Does it taste bad? The lady next to her saw that she looked a little strange, and thought that the food was not delicious. Jean Yin had no time to pay attention to her, but picked up another zongzi and put it in her mouth. The taste of mushrooms has been fully released. The pork belly is fat but not greasy, and the excess fat has been absorbed by the mung beans. The remaining lean meat has also become very soft. Just use your tongue to gently lick it, and it will become soft and rotten. Chapter 263 Zongzi is really delicious. The most amazing part is the mung bean. The mung bean has absorbed the rich aroma from the mushrooms and the rich fat from the pork belly. Compared with ordinary mung beans, the taste has changed dramatically. Jean Yin used a spoon to gather all the mung beans scattered on the plate, and then ate them in one bite. She recalled that when she was a child, she always loved to eat the mung beans inside the zongzi. Every time she opened a new zongzi, she couldn't wait to use a spoon to dig out the inside of the zongzi, leaving only a messy crime scene. Mom and Dad would teach her a lesson, telling her not to do it again next time. But when there really is a next time, Mom and Dad would still say a few words, then touch her head lovingly, and then eat all the mushrooms and glutinous rice scattered everywhere. Delicious food is like this. It can always easily bring back childhood memories. As she was eating, a hot teardrop fell on the back of her hand. Jean Yin wiped it quickly and continued eating. But perhaps because there were too many other thoughts mixed in, this bite was a little tasteless. Siet Puro was still selling rice dumplings in the RV. The second customer also wanted to sell herbs, but she had a lot in her hands, much more than Jean Yin. Siet Puro asked, "Why do you have so much? Don't you feel bad about exchanging so many herbs?" "No. There is nothing in this forest, except herbs." Yu Xiaoxia smiled innocently while holding the herbs, not caring at all that the dirt had stained her clothes. Siet Puro looked at her for a while. She was a very cute girl, just like the elves in the forest. She had a clean and pure aura. Alas, she really fell in love with everyone she met. Not to mention that men like little white flowers. She couldn't resist such a thing. Maybe she had been away from the world for a long time. The Coke base was like a legendary dream castle, with a good atmosphere and no competition. Yu Xiaoxia was holding Panax Nodo Ginseng, which was also a kind of Chinese herbal medicine. She put all 4 herbs in her arms on the points exchanger. These 4 herbs were particularly large and occupied her entire arms. She could finally breathe after putting them on the points exchanger. Personal information: Yu Xiaoxia, female, level 2 with element psychic. The points that can be exchanged this time: 320. Please confirm whether to exchange all. Yu Xiaoxia finally understood what the shop owner and Jean Yin had just said. She silently said in her heart, "Exchange all." The exchange was successful. The herbs and soil placed on the machine all disappeared. "I want every flavor of zongzi." Yu Xiaoxia smelled the meaty aroma coming from Jean Yin eating zongzi. The torment was worse than being killed by a shark, who wasn't a carnivore before the end of the world. If there was meat to eat, she wouldn't want to live a hard life eating only vegetables. "Okay, I get it for you." Siet Puro readily agreed, and took a tray to put the rice dumpling she wanted. The points were deducted successfully. The people next to them couldn't see it, but no one asked. They just quietly waited for their turn. They didn't dare to speak at all, for fear that saliva would flow out of their open mouths if they spoke. Siet Puro came back soon. She handed the plate over, and said to Yu Xiaoxia, "Take it." Yu Xiaoxia nodded, reached out to take 2 bottles of water, and the payment page popped up without her saying anything. She took the food she bought, and sat down next to Jean Yin. They had lived here for so long, and everyone in the cave was very familiar with each other. They didn't need to say anything, and just ate. After putting down the food, she first washed her hands with water nearby, washed off her hands covered with mud, and couldn't wait to sit back. She quickly untied the rope that tied the zongzi, and picked up a large piece of zongzi with chopsticks, and bit it open. The glutinous rice grains inside immediately jumped up, and the fragrance of the zongzi instantly filled the whole mouth. The sweet and sticky soup burst on the tip of the tongue, as if blooming between the lips and teeth. "It's so delicious," she shouted excitedly, chewing and speaking vaguely. Jean Yin smiled, and shook her head. Her expression when eating zongzi was not much better than hers. Yu Xiaoxia's eating manner was not elegant. Unlike Jean Yin's way of eating, she went straight for the meat, and her mouth was full of oil. She used to sneer at fatty meat, but now she eats it with big mouthfuls, making the people in line behind her laugh. She doesn't care about the strange looks from others. Because normal pork tastes so good? The first bite is pork belly mixed with lean meat. And the fat acts as a lubricant. And it has the fragrance of mung beans, which neutralizes the dryness of the lean meat. The oily fat and the dry lean meat make it taste better and better. Yu Xiaoxia's ungentlemanly eating style actually aroused everyone's desire to eat. The girl at the back looked at the line in front of her. It would take a long time for her to get there. So she held the plant she brought with her, and quietly moved closer to Yu Xiaoxia. The closer she got, the stronger the smell of the zongzi became. She couldn't eat it. And the smell didn't satisfy her craving. Instead, she became more greedy. But she couldn't take her steps back. She would not move back now. After Yu Xiaoxia finished eating her pork belly zongzi, she opened a mushroom zongzi like Jin Yin. The mushroom taste was stronger, and was full of meat juice. Hu Yu felt like she was asking for trouble. Fortunately, under the torture of this olfactory feast, it was finally her turn. She didn't care to look at Siapura's face. She practiced the action she had practiced countless times in her mind, and put the herbs in her arms on the points exchanger. Personal information, Hu Yu. Female. Second level wood type mutant. Points that can be exchanged this time, 240. Please confirm whether to exchange all. Exchange completed. She also exchanged 3 dumplings with different flavors. She felt safe when she held the zongzi in her hand. And her mind was full of this stuff smells so good. Hu Yu sat next to Yu Xiaoxia in revenge. And her heart was, you're making me jealous. I can eat zongzi now. She swallowed her saliva. Opened the zongzi. And in her eyes, the zongzi looked like golden fat babies. She felt like she could eat the boss in one breath. Yu Xiaoxia certainly didn't know what she was thinking. She had already finished 2 meat zongzi. And she didn't feel full at all. She just couldn't help wanting to continue eating. Her hand unconsciously reached for the last remaining alkaline rice dumpling. She then noticed that the alkaline rice dumpling was served with a small package of brown sugar liquid and white sugar. She carefully tore open the package, and her fingers were still stained with some sugar. She didn't waste it at all, and directly put her hand into her mouth and licked it clean. The alkaline rice dumpling was straight, about 2 fingers thick. She peeled off the rice dumpling leaves at one end, and the rice dumpling leaves at the other end were still wrapped around it, so it was convenient to hold it and dip it in sugar. Yu Xiaoxia held the alkaline rice dumpling dipped in white sugar in her hand. She was not in a hurry now, because she had already eaten 2 meat rice dumplings, and took a small bite of the rice dumpling. Chapter 264 Why are they all wood-type mutants? With a slightly sweet, very special taste. She couldn't help but frown. This is the first time I've eaten this kind of zongzi. My mother bought it before. But I didn't eat it because it didn't have meat. Hu Yu heard her mumbling, came up to see the sauce stains on the corners of her mouth, exclaimed, "Oh my god, you haven't eaten it before. We used to eat it when we were young, but in addition to dipping it in white sugar and brown sugar liquid, there is another way to eat it in honey." She spoke loudly, and several people around heard it, and came over to see. Someone said, "Is it true? You can eat it with honey? I've never heard of it. If I have a chance to get honey, I try it. It tastes so good when dipped in brown sugar. I can't imagine what it tastes like when dipped in honey." Hu Yu listened to their discussion, and the more she listened, the more she ate. She ate a meat dumpling in a few bites. She wanted to eat another meat dumpling, but after hearing them talk about alkaline dumplings, she felt that they were also delicious. So she put the other meat dumpling aside, and opened her own alkaline dumpling instead. Siapura had put the alkaline rice dumplings in the refrigerator, and chilled them slightly. The small package of brown sugar liquid was also chilled. The combination of the two is very suitable for summer. The icy taste almost made her swallow her tongue. She dipped a little in the brown sugar liquid and white sugar, and then put it in her mouth. The soft, glutinous and sweet taste almost melted all her rationality. I thought meat dumplings were classics, but I didn't expect that simple alkaline rice dumplings could be so delicious. Everyone was very satisfied with the food, and they were so happy that they were bubbling. Siapura watched the satisfied diners from the side, and the sense of accomplishment in her heart was indescribable. She communicated with M80. "I found that I have changed a lot since I came to this plane. How to say? In the past, I always felt that I just muddled through the tasks, as long as I managed the store well. After coming to this plane, I began to feel satisfied when I saw the diners were satisfied with their food. Also, after coming to the end of the world, everyone's recognition made me feel very important. It feels so good to be needed." Unlike before, she always felt that she was dispensable. Except that the system was really good to her, She didn't feel needed. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment when the shop became bigger. She always felt that if she wasn't running the business, others could do the same thing. So she was lazy in everything she did. Since she came here, she made food by herself, collected the good things of this plane bit by bit. She finally felt a sense of participation, and no longer felt that life was meaningless. M80. Who could sense her emotions? I am happy if the host is happy. Have you noticed that most of them are wood-type psychics? I have noticed. There are 40 or 50 people in total. Most of them are wood-type level 2 psychics. It's like they awaken their powers together. There are also a few wood-type level 3 psychics. But among all these people, not one is an ordinary person. All of them are psychics. Is the probability of awakening psychics so high? Anyway, Siapuro doesn't believe it. There isn't even a single ordinary person. They said that more than 100 people took the crystal core out. It couldn't be that they were ordinary people without superpowers. Just as she was thinking about it, Milian and Maya walked in front of the RV. She came back to her senses and asked, "Do you want to buy anything else?" Milian and Maya hesitated for a while and asked, "We want to know how long the rice dumplings can be kept at room temperature. We want to buy some rice dumplings to eat." Siapuro wanted to see if the other people who came back from the coke base were mostly second level with superpowers, or if the people who took the crystal core out were ordinary people. Thinking about it, she raised her standard smile for receiving guests. "If you want to pack, I will pack it for you and keep it for a day or two." The packaging boxes produced by the system are made of special materials. Even if there is no refrigerator, and it is not placed in the space of the space ability user, it can be kept for 2 days without changing the taste. I will come to set up a stall tomorrow. If you need it, you can come to buy it tomorrow. Milian, then let's collect points first and come back to buy it later. After Siapura nodded in agreement, they gathered together and divided their points among Milian. They calculated that the points were not enough to buy so many, so they returned to the cave to pick more herbs to exchange for points. And Milian bought the rice dumplings. 3 kinds of rice dumplings, 150 for each. Siapura raised her eyebrows. She didn't realize that these girls were so righteous. She had been observing secretly, and found that there was really no female competition at all. Now they also need to buy zonzi for the people who are going out. They are really good people. It was very fast to pack 450 zonzi. She brought out all the packing robots. It took only a few minutes to finish. Water is very cheap. With the conditions in front of them, they are willing to spend money. They immediately bought several boxes of water and brought them back to the cave. Siapura saw that they had almost bought everything. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to take out the dumpling vending machine and the water vending machine. People still can't be lazy. It's so hot that she won't be proficient in her business after a holiday. She touched her nose and asked Maya, who was still in front of the stall, "I still sell dumplings and drinks. Do you want them? If not..." She took out the vending machine without any effort. "Yes." Everyone who heard her looked at her, and their voices were surprisingly consistent. Siapura walked to the dining car, took out 2 machines, and let them buy. A serving of dumplings was 30, and they bought a total of 150 fried dumplings, and a lot of drinks. They used their wood-type abilities to extend mines to move them into the cave. The atmosphere is better now. Before, they were just indifferent to the world, but now they are happy. Siapura waited until they finished shopping before saying, "You have finished shopping too, I will go back first. All the people in the coke base are here. Those who went out have not returned yet, but they have bought their share. Even if they come back, they will not buy anything. She has also completed the task of setting up the stall today. It is better to go back now, and leave work early, so as not to waste time. Except for the people from the coke base. No one else would come to this location." The girls were reluctant to leave when they heard this. The owner is leaving now. I come again tomorrow." Siapuro emphasized again. "Sister, you must come." The girls were reluctant to leave, and said goodbye to her one by one. She couldn't bear to leave when she saw her broken face. "So the host is not leaving? Let's go!" "It's impossible to work overtime. I will never work overtime in this life." Chapter 265, Durian. With a buzz, the RV stepped on the accelerator and drove away. "The owner is back." "Hello. Owner. Owner. You came back early today. Happy Dragon Boat Festival." "Owner. The rice dumplings are delicious." The RV drove into the B&B. Just as she was about to park the car in the yard as usual, The residents she met along the way greeted her. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, this is the feeling of living and working in peace and contentment. When she came back, she also saw many cars that rented BNBs were leaving. She didn't know whether they were going out to do tasks or to fight zombies. Speaking of which, she didn't pay attention to whether there were zombies when she went out today. Next time she goes out, she must pull up the blackout curtains on the RV. Thinking wildly, she had returned to the yard. As soon as she got off the car, she saw Yu Shiwen waiting for her in the yard with 3 children. She had already given Yu Shiwen the authority to enter and exit the yard at will. She was playing in the yard with her children. Lulu. Sure. And Finfin grew up very fast. Half a year later, they were already 10 months old, just learning to walk. When they saw her coming, they staggered towards her. Well, Ma, Sure mumbled as she walked. They didn't have a father. When they learned to speak at home, they only learned from their mother, grandfather, and grandmother. Siapura was also called Mother. The children were still young, and it was hard to reason with them. Anyway, she was their godmother, so they just let them call her whatever they wanted. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, she couldn't hide her good mood. She walked closer to the 3 sisters, stopped where she was, crouched down, opened her arms, and waited for them to come over. The 3 children really came to her side, trying to suck milk with all their strength, and Lulu was the first to jump into her arms. The 2 little guys were not willing to be left behind, and they jumped into her arms one after another. The 4 of them hugged each other. Siapura was surrounded by the milk fragrance of the children. They were close to her, one on the left and one on the right, and there was another in the middle, and they hugged her neck together and rubbed her coquettishly. Ma, what? They stared at her with their bright eyes. It must have been a long time since they last saw them. They were particularly clinging to her today. She took the 3 children in her arms and walked towards Yu Shiwen. Why did you bring them all out today? Yu Shiwen took the children from her arms and sat them down on the sofa one by one. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I thought I would come to reunite with you. Siapura was very happy that someone cared about her. Then shall we eat zongzi together? What flavor do you want to eat? I want to eat fried rice dumplings. Let's make it together, Yu Shiwen said as she was about to pull her to the kitchen. When it was extremely hot, they cooked together. Her cooking was not as good as Xiao Pu Tao, so she consciously helped out. No need, you take care of the kids outside, I make it. Siapura rubbed the heads of the 3 sisters. I be back soon, Yu Shiwen shouted from behind. Then I won't be polite to you. There is no technical requirement for frying zongzi. It is just that frozen zongzi is easier to cut. These are no problem for Siapura. She served the fried zongzi in just 10 minutes. There are only 2 of them eating, so she only made 2 zongzi. The 3 sisters are still breastfeeding at this age, and cannot eat zongzi. Try it, and see if it tastes like what you want. Yu Shiwen picked up the zongzi and took a bite, squinting her eyes with satisfaction. It's really delicious. It tastes better than any fried zongzi I've ever eaten. Siapura picked up another one for herself to taste, and she was more and more satisfied with her cooking skills. Of course. Don't you trust my cooking skills? She boasted. Yu Shiwen squinted at her. Don't be so arrogant. Eat quickly. I wash the dishes after you finish eating. No. Just let the robot wash it. When they were together, they liked to do things by themselves. Anyway, they had nothing to do, and they didn't let Kai prepare the dishes. They just liked to cook together and enjoy the passing of time. As they were eating, they were sharing the delicious food with thousands of people in the BNB. The people who were still queuing to buy dumplings looked up at the menu and found that there was a new item. Look, it's fried zongzi. People who originally planned to buy only a few zongzi couldn't help but pack a few fried zongzi. It's called packing, but when I got it, I couldn't wait to open the package and grab a piece to eat. The thickly sliced zongzi was fried in oil until it was fragrant, and the edges were still a little crispy, and the soft glutinous rice was chewed in the mouth, and the pork belly melted in a sip. How could it be described as delicious? More and more people eat right after buying. You can tell from the way they eat that the food in the BNB is good to eat with your eyes closed. New products will not disappoint you, unless you are very particular about the food otherwise. It is delicious. The sky darkened quietly. After sending Yu Shiwen and her goddaughter away, Siapura was alone in the yard admiring the moon. Snowflakes rolled on the ground. Meow. The master is going out today without us. Siapura narrowed her eyes and said perfunctorily, I will take you tomorrow. Now? She waved her hand, and the 2 people and the cat teleported into the space. In the empty space, she could shout out loudly, "I am invincible again!" She felt happy after shouting, and didn't notice the look between Xuehua and Aoao. She came to check the growth of the durian tree. Watering it 3 times a day, all with spiritual spring water, its growth speed is faster than riding a rocket. In just a few days, it has grown leaves and a trunk. Siapura suddenly remembered something and slapped her head. She herself was also a wood-type mutant. She just didn't have the ability to heal plants. So she should be able to induce labor. Right? As she thought about it, she reached out and concentrated on trying to induce labor. With the nourishment of the spiritual spring water and her inducing labor, the durian tree grew taller and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the leaves became more and more lush. And flower buds appeared on it. Siapura was confused and didn't know what was going on. What? Looking at the durian tree in her hand, she looked confused. It seemed that it took only a dozen seconds for this durian tree to grow from the size of a candle to a towering tree. She ignored it and continued to output superpowers. The durian tree also gave birth to immature durians, as well as the second wave of flower buds. She called Guagua, the robot that manages the fruit trees in the space, and said, "Guagua, remind me in time when the superpowers are ripe." Guagua received the master's order. She was relieved and continued to give birth to durian. This time she slowed down a lot. And she didn't dare to output so much superpowers again, because she didn't know when the fruit would be ripe. It would be bad if she gave birth too much at once. Chapter 266 Desire to Share. She stared at the small durian closest to her intently, increasing the output of wood-type supernatural power little by little, watching it slowly grow to the same size as the durian she usually saw. Siapura outputted supernatural power more slowly. If the supernatural power, just now, was as turbulent as the surging waves, the supernatural power now was stretched into a thin line by her. Each durian grew to about 3 or 4 pounds, and Guagua didn't even call for a stop. That means it's not healed yet. She can only continue to tense her nerves, and she is afraid that something will go wrong. Another burst of output. Guagua's electronic voice finally sounded, "Master, please maintain the current output of supernatural power. The fruit is expected to mature in 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, when the last one sounded. She decisively withdrew her hand. Siapura's forehead was covered with sweat. The durian tree that she had helped to grow became much bigger, and it was full of dense fruits. It was exactly the same as the durian sold outside, and the peel was covered with small raised thorns. Siapura wiped her sweat and asked Guagua to take the durian off the tree. She went to find tools, disposable gloves, disposable boxes for the fruit pulp, knives, and thick gloves to prevent the thorns on the durian from pricking her when she opened the durian. Guagua piled the durians in front of her. The shapes of the durians were all good, like lychees. What a good smell! The air was full of the rich fragrance of durian when it matured. She just casually gave birth to this durian seedling, and she didn't remember what variety it was. She didn't plan to ask Guagua, thinking that it was a blind box anyway, so she might as well know what variety it was after opening it. Guagua came 5 or 6 times. Each time he would put down 5 or 6 durians, and then pick more durians. After coming more than 10 times, Siapura sat on the ground and counted. There were 68 durians in total that she had produced. The durians all over the ground made her eyes bright. So lucky? There were so many durians produced in the first time? This time, she had achieved durian freedom at 0 cost. She didn't think about it anymore, picked and chose on the ground, and finally chose 3 big durians. The smallest grown durian weighed 5 kilograms. None of them were small. She thought it was probably due to the influence of the spiritual spring water. The 3 she selected weighed about 18 kilograms each, and they felt very heavy in her hand. She put it on the table, inserted the knife into the bottom of the durian, and gently turned it. A crack appeared in the durian. The blade was inserted into the crack of the durian, and gently pried it, and the whole durian was divided into 2 halves. In an instant, the fragrance of the durian became stronger. The fragrance spread more domineeringly. The separated half of the durian is yellow flesh. Judging from the color, it should be the most commonly bought golden pillow durian. This one is the largest piece of this durian. It is bigger than her palm when she holds it in her hand. The durian flesh is also intact. Press the durian flesh with your hand. Wow! It's still dry. The characteristic of dry durian is that the outer skin cannot be pierced, and the flesh inside is soft, sticky and sweet, which is the most ideal state of durian. The wet durian has a soft skin and flesh, more ripe than the dry durian, and a stronger flavor. The flesh in her hand is light yellow, very soft, and the flesh is delicate and juicy. She put on disposable gloves and took out the durian flesh completely with her hands. The smooth and crispy skin, she put it into her mouth as she looked at it. It was similar to the top imported golden pillow durian flesh she bought in the supermarket, but it seemed to be a little richer. It tasted better. It was very sweet, and had a good taste, and the fragrance of durian swirled in her mouth. With a gentle sip, the flesh was sucked onto the tip of the tongue like jelly. This is the delicious taste on the tip of the tongue. I was worried that the durian ripened by the supernatural would taste bad without light. But all the unhappiness and worries disappeared after the durian was eaten. However, according to her preferences, she would prefer to eat refrigerated ones, which tasted like cake and had a better taste. But she still had so much in her hand, and she was not afraid of getting fat. The free durian made her realize durian freedom by accident. Before she knew it, she had finished eating the big piece of meat in her hand, licked her lips, and her eyes fell on the unopened durian on the table. Without saying a word, she picked up the knife again and ate the remaining durian meat. It seemed that she could never eat enough of this delicious food, and she just wanted to eat it endlessly. However, a 6-gene durian had a meat yield of up to 5 gene, which was definitely a repaying durian. After she showed off one, she was still greedy, but couldn't eat it for the time being. I just hate why people can only have one stomach. She had no choice but to transfer her anger to the remaining durians. She took a knife and cut them one by one. Just like gambling on stones, cutting durians was the only big bet she participated in. Unconsciously, she had cut all the durians on the ground. After each one she opened, she would carefully put the durian flesh into a disposable packaging box. The flesh of each durian was just enough to fill the entire packaging box. She ate while cutting, and occasionally when she came across a smaller flesh, she would throw it directly into her mouth to show off. After cutting all the durians, her body and mind were unprecedentedly satisfied. Bubu, keep all the fruit pulp for me, I want to be able to eat ice whenever I want. Bubu received the command, okay, master. She carried the 2 kittens playing crazily out of the space, one on each side. The time for opening durian passed quickly. When she came out, it was already 11 or 12 o'clock. She found a bag, took out a box of durian from the space. No, took out 6 boxes. She kept 1 box for herself, sent 2 of the remaining 5 boxes to Shirju team, and sent 3 to Yushiwen. There are many people in their team, so a big box of durian meat should be enough for them to share. She didn't have much to think about. Since she came here, she was only friendly with people from Yushiwen and Shirju. After all, Shirju and Chihua still called her sister, and Chuling and the others often came to chat with her, so it was okay to send durian to them. Yushiwen's side was even more normal, because her goddaughter was still there, and they didn't have many family members. So giving 3 boxes of durian to them would allow them to enjoy durian freedom. Thinking of this, Siapura took Bubu out of the space. She opened Bubu's machine body, and it was empty inside, just enough to put things. She put the packaged durian in each. These 2 boxes are for Shirju team, and the 3rd box is for Yushiwen. Don't mix them up. Bubu's eyes flashed. Receive the master's order. Let's go! Siapura looked at Bubu's back as he left, and ate the durian with a sip of tea and a mouthful of durian. Well, to put it bluntly, she was excited and couldn't wait to find someone to share something she liked. This problem only came to this plane. Before, she should have been considered a person who had no desire to share. Chapter 267 The Secret of Coke Base. At night, all members of Coke Base returned to the cave before dawn. As soon as they came in, they felt something strange. As soon as Maya came up to take their things and put them down, Tianli pulled her and asked, "Why do I feel weird? What happened during the time we were away? You are back." Yu Xiaoxia came over and asked Tianli, "Did you trade for anything with the crystal core today?" When Tianli mentioned this, she looked depressed. "Oh, don't mention it. The bicycle couldn't be pedaled halfway through the journey. We could only carry the bicycle back to see if we could find a way to fix it before going again." Tianli's team was the purchasing team for this mission. Most of the people in this team were men, and Tianli was the only girl, because they had searched all the bicycles they could. They only found 10, and there were only 11 boys, and they had to leave 2 earth and gold people to guard the door. Tianli couldn't bear to waste a travel spot. One less person would bring one less thing back, so she decided to go with them. The atmosphere in the end times was not good. Girls were bound to be in danger outside. However, Tianli had a level 5 fire ability, and was the strongest among all the people in the Coke base. She had the ability to protect herself, and could go out to trade with people from other bases. Why did it break? Maya squatted down, wanting to check the bicycle. But now the sun had set, and she couldn't see the internal structure of the bicycle clearly. A boy came, who was on a mission with Tianli, and he was more familiar with these metal parts. It's just normal aging. Damn the apocalypse, there's always trouble every day. Tianli pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's a pity that we didn't find anything today. We could only continue to drink the wild vegetable soup." The girls who stayed in the cave today and didn't go out smiled and looked at each other. "No need, we have food, there is meat and rice, and taste." Tianli looked at them all suspiciously. "Did you eat some poisonous mushrooms and have hallucinations?" "Well, it's still a mass poisoning, and it's very serious." No wonder she felt weird as soon as she came in. "We really found something to eat." It was a girl brought back by Maya and Milian. She actually came here to set up a stall and buy things. "We bought a lot of rice dumplings." Tianli was skeptical. It was such a niche language. How come she couldn't understand it when it was all Chinese combined? Zongzi? She suspected more and more that they had eaten poisonous mushrooms. But according to their experience, how could they make such a basic mistake? Even if they had forgotten what the teacher said, they had it all in the book, and they had read it over and over again until it was worn out. Could it be a mutated poisonous mushroom? "Oh, Sister Tianli, come and take a look." Tianli half believed and half doubted, and followed. But what did she see? Boxes of packed boxes were placed on the ground, and it was hard to see what was inside, but the packaging bags proved that someone had really been here today. And the piles of bottled water, looking at them made her feel as if she was thirsty. "These? We exchanged these for the herbs we planted in the cave. We didn't expect the herbs we picked to be so valuable. We exchanged them for a lot of food." Tianli stared at the pot of braised pork with wide eyes, with an unbelievable look, and then turned to look at Maya beside her. "Can our herbs be exchanged for so much food? It must be fake. Not to mention the rice dumplings whose authenticity is unknown. Just look at the boxes of mineral water, and you will know that they are worth a lot." Maya rolled her eyes at her, and said bluntly, "The things are in front of you. We can't cheat you with so many people, but we can't cheat you with things. It's actually real." Tianli casually picked up a zongzi wrapped in a box, opened it, and saw the familiar zongzi leaf. The fragrance of the leaf hit her face. Her nose was very sensitive. She could definitely smell the smell of glutinous rice in the lunch box. Her nose moved, smelled more carefully, and there was meat. She felt some residual warmth coming, and her eyes were red with excitement. "Have you all eaten?" "We had eaten at noon. Each of us ate 2 or 3 zongzi, but we are almost hungry again now." "Sister Tianli, I go heat it up. We can eat it when everyone comes back." Tianli was stunned. "Does everyone have one?" "Yes, there are so many, everyone can eat 3. Knowing what she was worried about, Maya patiently explained. "The owner said he will set up a stall tomorrow during the day. We can buy more tomorrow after we finish eating." "Okay." Tianli's mind and eyes are now full of the rice dumplings in front of her. The bag she picked up casually contains 3 rice dumplings, each with a different flavor is packed together, and she can just take it away, and it will be her portion for today. She held Maya, who wanted to light a fire. "No need to heat it, it's still hot." Maya touched it, and it was really hot. She was surprised. It's still hot after such a long time. Is it because the weather is too hot? I don't think so. We took out all the crystal cores we collected with great difficulty. Fortunately, we can exchange herbs for food, otherwise we will miss this meal. Tianli and her returning team members sat by the fire and ate zongzi. The delicious food made them even more delicious. "Sister, we are from the same base. So let's not say these polite words. It's risky for you to go out with the crystal core. We don't feel comfortable letting you protect us. By the way, we won't go out tomorrow. Right? Let's wait for the boss to come and see if there is anything else to buy." Tianli thought about it and agreed. "We won't go out tomorrow. We won't go out. We just wait here for the boss you mentioned to come." The purpose of going out was to change some seasonings. Since this boss sells things, he should have seasonings. Right? Maya stuffed a mouthful of Liang Brown into her mouth, her eyes curved, and smiled sweetly. It felt so good to fill the mouth and stomach with food. I wish I could always be full. While eating, she talked to the members, who had just returned, about what happened today. When talking about the prices, Milian asked them to guess, but unfortunately none of them guessed correctly. There were also many people who went out to find edible plants and firewood, and they returned at this time when it was dark. The people who came back later could smell the food coming from the cave from a distance. For people who have been eating plain soup for a long time, the taste of meat and glutinous rice was magnified countless times. That night, all the members of the coke base drank the drinks they bought by the fire, just like their unrestrained years, talking about the future. As they chatted, someone suddenly said, "The owner is so good to us, do you want to tell her our secret?" Chapter 268 Mother Feelings. Some people disagreed. "We are just trading, and the money and goods have been exchanged, so how can it be considered good to us? It's useless for us to keep that thing anyway, so we might as well give it away, and consider it as contributing to the country. But if she is a bad person, we can't stay here. If it gets out that everyone thinks there are treasures in the forest, will we still be able to live in peace? This is indeed a problem. If you hand over the things, the consequence of the wrong bet is to move the base, but if the bet is right, you can also contribute a little to this end of the world. No, why are you all so stupid? Maya and Million brought people back impulsively, and you want to tell all our secrets? Selling things in the end times, can she be an ordinary person? Aren't you afraid that we will be sold and have to count money for her? The boss has just been here for a day, and she sold some things to you, and you believe she is a good person? She must have given you a drug to make you drunk. People who went out today generally did not understand their ideas, and felt that they just thought too highly of people. No. The boss is really nice. We know when we meet tomorrow. We talk about it then. Yes. Yes. The boss is really nice. He's definitely not the kind of person you say he is. Tianli lowered her head to think. Seeing them arguing again, she said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Whether to give it or not. We talk about it tomorrow." As the boss, Tianli spoke, and everyone returned to silence. After a while, Milian suddenly made a sound. "Oh, you didn't bring the dumplings? We bought a lot of fried dumplings, and we're waiting for you to come back and eat them together." She got up from the ground and moved the dumplings to the other person's place. "We each take one, and I thought it was for breakfast tomorrow." "No, we eat it tomorrow, and let's have a good time tonight." Milian opened the box of fried dumplings without saying anything, and the fragrance wafted out. In the cave, which was already poorly ventilated, everyone smelled it. And no one spoke now. "But we have already eaten 3 dumplings each, can we still eat more? How about we eat less? Just taste it, don't eat too much. Then each of us can taste 2, and we won't open so many for the rest." Everyone nodded in agreement, but after the dumplings were eaten, no one could stay calm and restrain themselves from eating more. They were medical students, and should be very particular about not eating too much all of a sudden, especially for people like them, who often eat bland food, and they should not eat too much greasy food all at once. But the truth is the truth, whether you can do it is another matter. In the end, they all ate so much that they were full, and they lay on their simple beds with their stomachs in their hands. "I suddenly feel that the shop owner I have never met may really be a good person as you say." Tianli leaned against the stone wall, sipping water in small sips. "She is really good." Maya thought for a while, and said seriously, "She feels like a mother." Tianli frowned. "Is she very old?" "She's not very old. And looks about the same as us. Just a certain temperament and feeling. She's really beautiful. And gives me a sense of security and solidity. She feels like a mother. She gives me the feeling that even if a zombie type comes, she can take me out of the zombies safely. Yes. 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 I feel the same way." Tianli was half believing and half doubting. How could a young girl give people a sense of solidity like a mother? At this moment, she wondered if the cultural level of her classmates, who had been together for several years, had regressed. Had they run out of adjectives to describe it? The word mother was actually used. The girls who stayed behind at the base were still chattering. Girls love to talk when they get together. It's so boring without entertainment and mobile phones. They rarely see a new face, and it also brings them topics to discuss. They chatted all night, until very late, and raised the expectations of those who had never met Siapiru. Later, those who had never met her also joined in the chat. They talked about Siapiru from her hair to the shoes she wore, and fell asleep only when their stomachs were no longer so full. Although they went to bed late, they got up early. As soon as the sun rose, the birds in the forest kept chirping, like an alarm clock, waking them all up. "I don't know what time the owner will come. Why do we call her the owner? Is it because she opened a store? Since she sells things, there should be no difference between calling her boss and the owner. Why bother about this boring question? Maybe it was because she ate her favorite fruit. Siapu Rose slept particularly soundly at night. She didn't even know that someone was talking about her. She got up early just like everyone else at the Coke base. She thought there was nothing to do in the B&B. So she decided to go out early and take a walk. She left early and missed all the members of the Shirshu team and Yu Shiwen, who wanted to thank her for giving away durian. The RV was driving on a leisurely road. And this time she deliberately slowed down and enjoyed the beautiful scenery outside the car window bit by bit. When she got bored, she started drawing cards again. Delicious all-purpose canned meat. Tastes super good. Not recommended for human consumption. Asterisk 299 cans. Heat-resistant cotton seeds. Ignoring geographical environment and climate change, the yield is also considerable. Unlimited supplies. The two cats followed her out as she wished. Siapuru immediately paused the lottery and first took out the two all-purpose meat cans she had just drawn. Pop! It was the sound of the cans opening. Shuehua and Aoeo seemed to feel the call of the cans, and came over when the lids were opened. Aoeo was no longer arrogant, and said coquettishly, "Master, it tastes delicious meat." Shuehua rolled on the ground, exposing her belly to her. "Master, Shuehua wants it." Ha ha ha. Siapuru laughed loudly. Two cats with a clip. The two little ancestors were like this. She didn't torture them, and put the open cans on the ground in a wide place. When the two little things ate the cans, their eyes lit up again. Siapuru was dissatisfied. "Is it so delicious? You didn't eat my food like this." Shuehua and Aoeo didn't dare to answer the question about her cooking directly, but just avoided the question, "Delicious?" Siapuru didn't do as they wished, and asked, "Is my cooking better or is the canned food better?" The two little creatures ate even more happily, almost burying their heads in the canned meat. Okay. You will lose me. I declare that you will not be able to eat what I cook anymore. Just live with your broken canned meat. She sat back in the passenger seat angrily. She complained to him, "80. The golden finger you gave them doesn't work. They actually think the canned meat tastes better than what I cook." Chapter 269 Fried Rice Dumpling with Cheese. Host, just let the cat go. Siapuru turned her face away, looking out the window angrily, thinking, could her cooking skills not be as good as a can? There was a big tree outside the window. It was so big. She figured it out as she looked at it. Maybe people and animals have different tastes? She wanted to know the key. Why not just open a can and taste it? She took out a can and opened it with a quick movement, and took out a spoon, thinking, I want to try what it tastes like. M80 was so anxious because he had no entity. Host, calm down. The instructions say that it is not recommended for human consumption. Oh. Siapuru had already inserted the spoon into the can, and said casually, I know. You knew that. But why did you eat it? I don't accept its advice. After saying that, Siapuru stuffed a small spoonful of meat into her mouth. It tasted like meat paste when she put it in her mouth, and she couldn't tell what kind of meat it was, but it didn't taste good anyway. It was an indescribable feeling, just like chewing gum like feed. Siapuru frowned and spit out the small mouthful, wrapped it in a tissue and threw it away. Come on, Shuehua, Aoeo, eat more. You will grow up faster if you eat more. Shuehua and Aoeo looked at her blankly, their eyes locked on the canned meat in her hand, and the two kittens started to argue. Shuehua, the master called me first. Aoeo, she called me too. Neither of the two kittens gave in to the other, as the older brother. Aoeo finally lost, and told Shuehua that he had a lot to eat. She listened to the two furry kids playing around, without any intention of intervening. The RV continued to drive, passing through the mountains and forests, and arrived at the Coke base again. The number of people at the Coke base today was 3 times that of yesterday, presumably because all the people who went out yesterday had returned. Siapuru was not afraid at all. She could handle more people now. Look! There's a car! The owner is here. Finally. I said the owner would come. Stop nagging, he's here earlier than yesterday. Maybe the owner knows we're waiting for her. As soon as the car stopped, we saw everyone coming over with more or less herbs in their hands. Young smiling faces came into view like sunflowers. Maya pulled Tianli closer. The owner came so early today. We thought we had to wait until noon. Siapuru said casually. She got up early today and came. She put out the small blackboard. The words on it were different from yesterday's. Take a look. Today's rice dumplings are different from yesterday's. Everyone gathered in front of the blackboard. The people behind couldn't see it. So, Maya just read it out. Today's menu. chestnut meat dumplings, salted egg yolk meat dumplings, osmanthus honey lotus root dumplings, fresh meat fried dumplings. Wow, there are fried dumplings. Boss, I want one of each type of dumplings. No more liangzone? What a pity, I was thinking of buying some liangzone to save for later. Is there anything else I can buy? Have you changed the flavor of dumplings? Xie Puro replied one by one. We won't sell cold rice dumplings today. We sell the other things after we sell the rice dumplings. I'm the only one selling them. I can't handle too many things. Everyone understood and said nothing more. They went to order food. The rice dumplings were all heated in a pot. Only the fried rice dumplings needed to be fried on the spot. She asked Kai Kai to cut the rice dumplings into thick slices, took a gas stove, and set up a large frying pan. Taking advantage of this gap, she got off the car, found a place, and put out the table and chairs. Back in the RV, turn on the gas stove, the flames perfectly wrap the bottom of the pot, the oil in the pot sizzles. Sprinkling a thin layer of salt on the fried rice dumpling, or brushing it with soy sauce, with a thin layer of salt will make it taste better, but she didn't sprinkle any of these, but made a teriyaki sauce herself. The teriyaki sauce has a little sweetness, and a salty taste, and it will quickly absorb the flavor when brushed on the surface of the fried rice dumpling. The bluish-white surface of the rice dumpling will be golden and beautiful, as if a filter has been turned on. Sizzle. She turned the fried rice dumpling over, and the layer of rice dumpling brushed with sauce was moved to the bottom, and the collision of water and oil emitted wisps of fine smoke. The onlookers were stunned. While swallowing, she tried to move closer to the stove without interfering with her operation. When the time was almost up, she used a tool to perfectly flip the fried zongzi again. This time, the side of the zongzi that was first brushed with teriyaki sauce was on the top, exposed to everyone's sight. The fried zongzi was indeed golden and fragrant, and the outermost layer was like rice crust, making people salivate at the sight. The fatty part of the pork belly in the zongzi was heated at high temperature, and the fat of the fat was fried out, so now even the meat part looked so tempting. Xie Puro suddenly wanted to do something different, like adding something else to the fried rice dumplings? Ketchup and salad dressing were too basic, she wanted to do something different. After turning it over again, she returned to the RV, opened her small refrigerator in the alien space, saw the refrigerator and the freezer. She found two kinds of cheese. One was yellow cheese in slices, which was the common cheese slices often put in hamburgers. The other was mozzarella cheese shreds, the kind that can be drawn into strings. This kind of cheese is suitable for baking. The cheese will melt on the ingredients after high temperature, and the surface color will also look good. She thought about it, and decided to take out both ingredients, even if she was in a mood to increase the quantity without increasing the price. She smiled again, and put the two cheeses aside. You can add cheese to the fried rice dumplings for free. If you like cheese, you can consider which cheese to add. You can only add 4 pieces of cheese to each fried rice dumpling. A fried rice dumpling is a whole rice dumpling sliced into 8 pieces. Only 4 pieces of fried rice dumplings can be added with cheese to ensure that everyone can taste the original taste of the fried rice dumplings. Free? The girl's eyes lit up. The price of any cheese was very expensive before the end of the world. When they ordered takeout pizza, they had to hesitate whether to add double cheese. Now the owner told them that they could add it for free. Tianli came closer. Under the influence of the affinity aura, she understood why everyone said that the owner gave people a feeling of mother. She was really down to earth. She was obviously a very thin little girl, the standard white and thin before the end of the world, but she felt very reliable. The people watching the food truck smelled the delicious aroma of fried rice dumplings. Soon someone came to their senses and said, "Then I want 2 fried rice dumplings. One with 2 kinds of cheese. I want that too. I want that too." Everyone wanted 2. She was silent for a moment. Anyway, she made the rice dumplings on a whim. So she said, "If everyone wants one, they probably won't be able to eat so much. How about I make 2 in a row?" Chapter 270 Double Cheese Fried Zongzi. The girls all agreed with her suggestion of double combination. Many of them wanted to try both flavors. Some people even discussed whether they should buy 1 flavor each and exchange them. Now they don't have to eat them in pairs. Xie Puro divided the fried zongzi into 2 sides on the pan, and put 2 kinds of cheese on the left and right. The surface of the fried zongzi, which was fried at high temperature, became like rice crust. Then, a piece of cheese was covered on it, and then it was left alone. Wait for the high temperature of the fried zongzi to melt the cheese. Both the appearance and the taste have reached a new level. She continued to operate, put on gloves, took out the mozzarella cheese shreds, and sprinkled them on the surface of the fried rice dumpling. This cheese is different from the square slices. This needs to be sprayed on the surface with a flamethrower to melt the cheese. The closer the people watching from the side got, the more attracted they were to the rice dumplings. I didn't know that rice dumplings could be fried and eaten. They look so delicious. We have fried rice dumplings in our hometown, but they are not whole like this. They are all sliced and fried. This one made by the store owner looks better than the ones I've eaten. She took another deep breath of the fragrance in the air. It smells delicious. 2. I've also eaten sliced fried rice dumplings, and this is the first time I've seen one with cheese. What a novel combination. Siapuro raised her face and said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid it won't taste good?" "No. I eat it even if it doesn't taste good. If you think any of them don't taste good, you can tell me, and I come over to help you solve it." Ha ha ha. The mountain was rarely lively. So many people were laughing and talking, as if they were out camping and traveling. Someone reminded, "Keep your voice down, don't attract zombies and mutants." Siapuro told everyone generously, "No zombies or mutants will come when I'm here, don't worry." The M80 system turned, and attracted a zombie from nowhere, and that zombie suddenly broke into the public's field of vision. Tianli was startled, and just wanted to organize everyone to go up and beat the zombie, but found that the zombie was just passing by, as if it didn't see them, and directly ignored all of them. Siapuro sighed. "And talked to M80, you're messing around again?" M80 put her hands behind her back, and said, "I'm just helping the host prove it, so that they can eat their meals without worry." The first pot of fried rice dumplings was ready, and everyone wanted to eat them right away. Siapuro took a square packaging box, and first laid 4 fried rice dumplings without cheese on the bottom. The box was just big enough to hold 4 dumplings, and she stacked the fried rice dumplings with cheese on top. The first batch of fried rice dumplings is ready. Who's the first one? Maya was the first to raise her hand. Me. 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 I'm the first one to come. The relationship between all the members of the Coke base was good. Siapuro didn't force them to line up, as long as they didn't object. No one said anything when Maya was the first to take the fried rice dumplings away, but everyone looked at her more eagerly, as if urging her to hurry up with their eyes. Siapuro didn't let them down. She took out the bag and spoon. One was responsible for packing, and the other was responsible for continuing to fry the rice dumplings. She set instructions for them, and went to the other side, and took out other packing robots, and packed other rice dumplings for them. 3 kinds of zonzi were packed into one bag. Since she didn't know the approximate number, she only asked the robot to pack 80 portions. She had just sat down for a few minutes and 80 portions were packed. She had to stand up and move the 80 portions of zonzi to the front. 3 kinds of zonzi in one bag. Come and line up if you want them. She shouted loudly while holding 2 bags of zonzi, trying to let the people behind her hear. Fried zonzi are charged separately. Fried zonzi tasted better when freshly fried, so she didn't ask them to make them in advance. Anyway, we are not in a hurry, so we can cook slowly, and everyone can eat slowly. A pan can only make 3 servings of fried rice dumplings at a time. Tianli bought a bag of rice dumplings after receiving the fried rice dumplings, and sat down next to Maya. Maya had already sat down, and was ready to eat. Seeing Tianli sitting next to her, she sighed. "It's a pity that I don't have a mobile phone. Otherwise I could take a picture. It looks very good." Tianli also said, "Yes. It looks delicious. Like a popular snack product before the end of the world. Do you still remember the internet-famous snack bar we went to check in when we were freshmen? It was the most expensive and least delicious one I've ever eaten. But to be honest, the snacks in that shop are really pretty, and they're great for taking photos and checking in. I just don't know if the owner's food is good. I think it should be both delicious inside and out." Maya was talking to herself as she tried the fried rice dumplings. She first picked up a piece of the original fried rice dumpling without cheese, planning to try the original flavor first, and compare the two, so that she could compare the taste of the one with cheese. Wow! Delicious! She screamed as soon as she took the first bite. Her eyes widened, as if she had eaten some incredible delicacy. This is too delicious. It's beyond her imagination. The surface of the fried rice dumpling is very crispy rice crust. After simple seasoning, the taste is surprisingly rich. And the fat of the pork belly was fried out. It was already steamed and cooked, and now it melts in a sip. Attracted by her screams, others who didn't line up came over to see what was going on. "It's really delicious." Maya's cheeks flushed with excitement. She swallowed hard, resisting the urge to cry, picked up the second piece, took a bite. Delicious. So delicious. This is the best fried rice dumpling I've ever eaten. She took the third bite after she finished. She only ate a few bites to satisfy her craving, not because she got tired of it after a few bites, but because she couldn't wait to try the taste of cheese fried rice dumpling. There was a popular saying before, "What? Cheese is power." Later, people jokingly called it, "Cheese is calories." Now she is so hungry for calories, she wants to become a fat man in one bite. After finishing a bite of fried rice dumpling at the speed of light, she set her eyes on the fried rice dumpling with cheese. Just looking at it, she felt conquered by it, and was a little hesitant about which piece to favor first. After thinking for 3 seconds, she decided to eat the one with slices of cheese on the surface first. The cheese slices covered the still hot rice dumpling, and the golden surface exuded an attractive milky aroma, which made people salivate. As she chewed, the milky aroma of cheese spread in her mouth, melted in her mouth, and released a rich milky aroma. The smooth and delicate taste made people feel a sense of happiness and satisfaction. Although there was only a small piece of cheese, the cheese flavor was rich and just right. With just this simple bite, she felt like she was in a sea of milky cheese. She immediately moved the battlefield to the fried rice dumpling covered with cheese crumbs. This cheese must be drawn while it is hot. If it is cooled, the drawing effect will be greatly reduced.